know. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, cause I wanna go with you. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need the memory. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's show the world what we're made of. The fire in our bones never faded. We cannot hold it any longer. 'Cause every day the feeling's getting stronger. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my no diamond ring. All she ever wants is to be a thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of a rising perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. too tired. I'll rise up like the ash from fire. Oh, my back, but it's made out of iron. I won't give up, I'm not scared, I'm trying. The music's high, the girls are flirting. Come join the party. Come join the party. The sun is high, the bass is pumping. So join the party. Come join the party. Now everybody around the world can't find a boy, can't find a girl. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take it to the floor and sing it. Now when you see me, just come on down and join the party. And join the party. You know there's nothing that can hold me down. You got a story. You got a story. When the music shakes the ground, you know the sunshine has come around. Yeah. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take it to the floor and sing it. Get on up on the floor, singing 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody, clap your hands. And 1, 2, everybody, clap your hands. Take it to your floor now. Everybody, clap your hands. And 1, 2, everybody, clap your hands. Take it to your floor. The music's high, the girls are flirting. Come join the party. Come join the party. The sun is high, the bass is pumping. So join the party. Come join the party. Now everybody around the world can't find a boy, can't find a girl. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take it to the floor and sing it. You know there's nothing that can hold me down. You got a story. Take it to the floor and sing it. Yeah. Everybody, your hands, take it to the floor and sing it.
Shadows in the night, show me something. I paint a smile upon my face when you're gone. I tell myself a lie, that's what I wanted. But you got me like all on my own. I ain't got no worries, never think about you. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better, I've never been there, All these memories don't keep me up till dawn. Don't need to cry, happy ending. It's getting easier for me to be strong. I ain't got no worries, I never think about you. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better, I've never been ever better. Now that you've been gone, I tell myself that I'm doing fine. Ooh, I'll forget her. I'll be alone, I'll be alone. Ooh, never better. I'll be alone, I'll be alone. Ooh, I'll forget her. Don't you know love's just a feeling, and it happens every day. No big deal, can't find the meaning of the perfect time and place. If you wanna know what's best for me, best to keep away on my own. Stay gone. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better, I've never been ever better. Now that you've been gone, I tell myself that I'm doing fine. Ooh, I'll forget her. I'll be alone, I'll be alone. Ooh, never better. I'll be alone, I'll be alone. Ooh, I'll forget her. Too good to stop, and it's all your fault. Tell me what you did to me. Temperature's hot, and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up. 'Cause you're the everything I need. Oh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
A very good morning to everyone tuning in to the very start of this day of DreamLeague Season 24. And I know what you're thinking. You're like, Shiva, you're a day early with wearing a Halloween jacket. And I know that that's the case. Tomorrow is Halloween, but tomorrow also is a day that we potentially would not have any games, as it is tiebreaker day tomorrow. But tiebreakers would only happen depending on the results today, and that makes today extra super doopy spooky. So I thought it was fitting. With that said, today is going to be very scary for a lot of teams, but not just because of that. It's going to be scary for a multitude of reasons, which I'm sure you're going to find out in just a second. But before that, let's first get started with the PogChamp Pandas. It is potentially the final day of the first group stage here for DreamLeague, and I know just at the zoom out camera you already saw a little bit of a sneak peek about what's sitting next to me. So, you know, without further ado, good morning, Jenkins. How are you doing?
I didn't know they were going to do that. Cheever, I feel like I was tricked this morning. It's Halloween. I thought everybody else was going to wear a costume. You wore a damn jacket, and that's the only Halloween spirit here in this damn studio today. Look at these guys. Where the hell's the costumes at?
Got my socks. That's my costume.
Come on, dude.
His feet are getting eaten alive!
They're getting eaten.
Dude,
Here.
come on, man.
Look.
You told me you were doing a costume.
It's eating him, see?
Look what I'm fucking wearing, man. You told me you're doing a costume.
Well, I'm comfortable. How are you doing?
I can't move. I'm in a fishbowl. I'm sweating profusely.
Where's your little fan?
Don't move.
Don't move too much.
Can you hear it?
Well, I can hear you moving.
This doesn't help. It's a small fan. It's sweat everywhere in my body.
I warned you.
Whatever.
Good morning, also Fog. Good morning, Owen. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to more games. I'm looking forward to see how long Jenkins lasts in this outfit.
I didn't bring anything.
I feel
else.
like by the draft of the first series it's coming off, but we'll see.
I will tell you, normally there's a very short period of time where we move from this seat to the seat where the analysts are sitting. And, you know, we do a brisk walk because there's like one graphic and a band playing. And let me tell you, he cannot do a brisk walk.
Yes, I can.
No, you cannot.
I'm fine.
How are you going to do it?
How come nobody even asked me what costume I am today?
Well, everybody knows.
What are you?
I think.
I'm aluminum.
I thought Tin Man.
Oh, Tin Man.
No, I'm not Tin Man.
That's why you have a hat. Tin Man.
I'm aluminum.
But they played Iron Man too, didn't they?
Yeah, that's not the right element. Play Aluminum Man.
I don't know if there is an Aluminum Man song. Do you have a request for your theme song? They can make your theme song on the spot. We got the technology.
The atomic symbol for aluminum is AL. So
AL.
do some Weird Al Yankovic. Could we do Amish Paradise? You guys don't. You guys know any Weird Al? Do you know any Weird Al? He does parody songs. So do you know Gangsta's Paradise? Because it's just that.
They're thinking.
Tom's thinking about it.
Aluminium Man. They're gonna do it.
Okay, here we go. That's Iron Man. That's just Iron Man again.
It was changed.
It changed a little bit. Did you guys used to do Halloween? I know, Fog, you're American, so you probably did.
Yep, all the time. Used to go rampaged the streets. I was a good boy though. I never stole the buckets. I was not one of those people that would take one. I would never pull the bucket. That was good.
Very good. Do you have a favorite memory of costume you were wearing? Best costume when you were growing up?
I did one in, I think it was like 8th grade. So when you're what, like 13 or so? I did
That's an American thing.
I did a SpongeBob, and I colored myself all yellow, and I wore like a sponge thing, and I looked really ridiculous. So I
But
think
like
that was
SpongeBob.
probably- But like SpongeBob, yeah. It was
Yeah.
like literally all decked out. And I went to school, and the whole day was SpongeBob.
Did you guys ever go to the houses where they gave out the full chocolate bars?
Yes.
No.
We always
Like like a massive.
a full chocolate bar. Yeah, we would always spread the rumors at school what neighborhoods were giving out the full chocolate bars. You'd tell them wrong, and then they'd go to the other side of town, and then you would go to the good sides that have the full
I
chocolate
see.
bars.
So you get it all for yourself.
Yeah, and you change costumes, you go back again
Wait, is trick or treat, would it be tonight or tomorrow night?
It used to be just on Halloween.
tomorrow night.
So tomorrow night.
Right,
yeah.
night, yeah.
Unless it's
Yeah.
raining, they do it the next day.
Did you guys? Did you ever go?
So no, in the Netherlands, Halloween when I was growing up anyway, it was not a thing. It's starting to be a thing, to the point where I know the last 2 years, we got a bucket of candy in
Yeah,
the
we
house,
always get candy in, just in case.
but nobody's
And
nobody comes.
So then we have to eat it all.
Oh, it's tragedy. Oh no.
Did you used to do it growing up, Owen? Is that in the UK? Is that a thing?
No, we did, but yeah, just in like your local neighbourhood.
Yeah.
No, I would when I was much younger, not when you were growing up.
No.
Like when you were very young.
What's your favorite costume memory?
I don't know. I can't remember dressing up. I think I just went to doors and asked for candy. I don't know. I must have had something on, but I can't remember.
They thought you were Huey from The Boys.
Back then.
Back then. but
Wow, that's a great costume.
this guy's from the
Look-alike.
future.
Or they just felt pity. It's like, oh, this little boy, he tried.
Oh, he's dressing up as a street urchin. Wow, that's a great costume.
Can I have some more?
Did you used to compete to see who would get the biggest, like you did pillowcase, right, Janky? I'm asking. 'cause
What's that?
You would compete to see who got the most. I've had like full pillowcases after
Damn.
Halloween night.
You got to refresh. You got to put one pillowcase back.
That's what we would
Grab
do. We
another
get back home
pillowcase.
and get another one.
Yeah.
You know, I'd-
Were your parents not trying to, be a little bit mindful of the amount of sugar you were eating when you were a child? Because that
Cheever,
sounds
he's
just
American.
incredibly
American.
unhealthy.
He's American.
I also would. I should not say that. Well, I would go to school and sell some candy as well too.
Sell the
Sell the
Candy
candy.
that I got from.
You're a little
Businessman
bit-
at
There
heart.
we go.
Yeah. I had too much a lot of the times.
Yeah, I
Sometimes it
can
was
tell
like-
if you went for a full pillowcase.
Yep, and I wouldn't like want to eat every single candy.
But who would buy it? Because everybody just got candy.
Not all the kids were allowed to go out for trick or treating.
I understand, because it's a very unhealthy habit to eat that much candy. Did you eat all the candy, Jenkins?
Are you looking at me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little fat shit. I would eat all the candy, except for the chips. People would give out chips, and it just fills up the pillowcase with extra space. And you eat a bag of chips in 30 seconds. I could have a Mars bar, probably also about 30 seconds, but it takes less space. You know
It's
what I
very,
mean?
not smart for the space allocation of
No.
the pillowcase.
No. It's like filling your inventory in Dota with like salves and tangos and stuff in the late game. You don't want that trusty shovel in your inventory in the late game. That's why they nerfed it. It was annoying, tedious. Don't want this garbage in my inventory.
True. Why are you guys not dressed up? Do you have something planned for tomorrow? I do know it's not Halloween.
No, this guy used up all the Halloween. He didn't leave any for the rest of us.
That's
so.
fair.
Yeah.
He did kind of use everything.
You
but,
did not know I was doing a costume until I came in.
Yeah,
with
I
6
was in the
aluminum
shop yesterday.
foils.
with you
He
when
went
you were
with you
buying
to
it.
buy aluminum.
Yeah, and I
Aluminium.
bought those aluminum foils, and I didn't tell you what those were for.
Well, I
You
didn't think
literally
would-
said,
what else
I
would
am
you
going
use
to
them
be
for?
aluminium.
I was gonna No, I did not say aluminium.
No,
I
you said aluminum, but it... And then Owen corrected you.
You're not meant to put that in the microwave.
I was gonna microwave them.
No,
What
that's
happened?
bad. Doesn't that make it like blow up?
Yeah,
You're not
it
supposed
makes
to
it
microwave
sparkly.
aluminium. You can microwave aluminum.
That doesn't make sense.
Don't microwave aluminum. I'm
Don't
just
do it.
joking. I'm doing a bit. Don't do that. It's very dangerous. I've done it before.
What is the most...
It makes lightning.
It does.
Low
but, now
effort-
you're making it sound cool. So
It does actually make lightning.
No, don't stop selling it.
And
to
cool
kids. Come on.
noises.
If you
Don't
guys
do
were
it.
going to be in a costume tomorrow, if there are tiebreakers, what would you do? If you, with things that you have at your disposal, so without buying anything new, what could you do?
Nothing. I don't have anything.
I have nothing either. It's the socks. That's
You
all
do
I do.
have a makeup artist.
That's true. We get some cool face paint going on.
I'll think of something.
We could do that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be a firefighter.
Great. Do you bring a costume?
I didn't bring a costume.
Okay. Well, then I don't know how successful you're going to be with that. I dropped something. So good. Let's take a look at some things that are related to the game. For example, the EPT points distribution, as we have got that for you guys. And
They fixed the eye.
They fixed the eye.
Fixed the eye
Hey,
for
there
you.
you go.
I know.
That looks nice now.
It does
That
look
looks
very
nice,
much.
really nice.
And they put ESL 1 Spring 2025 as well too. So
Oh,
beautiful.
Oh, they made it 20. Oh, because it was
Beautiful.
2024.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that confusion.
oh no.
What? What's
Oh
wrong?
no. In turning ESL 1 Spring 2025, 2024 to 2025, they've also. Oh no, never mind. No, we're good.
What?
I read DreamLeague Season 26 of 2026. I was like, hold up.
Oh.
We got the wrong year there. But no, it is. It's going to be number 26 in 2025.
Yes.
So we're good.
2025 or season 25 is also in 2025.
Yeah, we got 25 in 2025. That's a big number.
It is
25. We should do something big for it.
Yeah.
How are
We should.
That's
How
a
are
quarter
we
of a
getting into
century.
2025 already?
Oh wait, it's not one per year, is it?
One
No, we
per
have-
year. We've been doing this
How
for
many did we do? No, we
25
do-
years.
Before Dota existed.
It's like 3 per year? No, 4 per year.
Three.
3.
We've been going ham here at DreamLeague, haven't we?
It's 3 per season so far, so that's 3 per year.
I just thought a bit of a limit.
Okay. Yesterday we had some good games. I did say that there was gonna be. This is the final day. I don't know how loud it is for the viewers when you move your arm. By the way.
Yeah, I'll try to be. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'll
but
try.
we said it though. But yeah, we have the final day of group stages, and today is going to be extra important for some teams. We already have 2 teams that are mathematically eliminated. Heroic is out.
Oh.
No, I think there's a bigger R coming because Palianitsa is
Palianitsa.
Palianitsa
Man.
is out as well. I said it wrong. Fortnite Man is out.
Yeah. No, honestly, they're both kind of. It sucks to see both of them go.
Yeah.
One for the memes, and one because Heroic, they won a LAN like, 2 tournaments ago.
Yeah.
And now they're out, first round of the group stage.
Yeah.
That's honestly got to be one of the kind of biggest contrasts of a team like doing really well
Biggest
at a
fall
tournament
off.
and then doing really bad at a tournament.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy the difference that we saw. We didn't even. I mean, we had some of their games on this mainstream or none.
On Heroic, I believe Heroic did get featured on the mainstream.
Yeah,
release
we didn't get to
ones,
see them too much,
but not too much. I
From
think
what
there
I've
will
heard,
be one today.
They're just not. They're just
Sloppy.
all over the
It's
place.
all over the place,
Yeah.
yeah.
Which is a shame because we saw how good they were at Wallachia.
Yeah, it is a shame. On the bright side, for the region itself, it seems like Waska is doing really well. But
Yeah.
I'm getting ahead of myself because I first wanted to touch upon what happened yesterday, because we had some spectacular games yesterday. I first want to highlight when we saw Bedboom taking on Gaming Gladiators.
Oh.
That was, and then the second game in particular, that one, Owen, was very hype. You commentated that as well.
I did.
Especially because
Yeah, there
of
we
this
go.
moment right
The
here.
moment.
There we go. I love that we got the face cams as well.
Yeah.
Production's fantastic on that.
Quinn did not have fun in this game.
No.
Zero
They won
0%
this
fun.
one though.
They
They ended up
did
winning.
this
They
one.
came back.
They did win, but
And
Quinn
it was
did
all
not.
down to see what we were saying in the cast yesterday. I think Ace on the Beastmaster,
Yeah, he
right?
did.
Yeah.
Like
He was so
he was
quick.
just doing what he needs to do. You put Ace on his Beastmaster, and through the thick and thin of it, he will get through the game, make the plays you need, and it really kind of set them up to get this turnaround. And obviously, from the side of Betboom, Key Attacker, he did some crazy stuff late game.
It happens sometimes.
He did some
with him.
crazy
Yeah.
stuff.
It's like his
But
specialty,
not,
though.
as
You
in
know?
not the good crazy.
Yeah, but this,
Yeah.
I
He
feel like
did
he's
the
done
good
this.
crazy stuff at the start.
He
so
did.
he
He did.
balanced it out.
But I really feel Shaker's just one of those heroes. I feel like
can happen.
everybody that's played Shaker's had a game like this, where you're at the start, you're owning, you're going for the big items, you're getting your refresher, and then you just kind of feel helpless in the late game because you're looking to make these solo plays, and people just don't die to your combo anymore the same way that they were like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And then you're kind of like, well, what can I do? You're just not having as much fun. You're making these kind of throw plays, and next thing you know, you lost the game.
Yeah, that's just the way it happens, and they did end up tying the series, so we got a nice one out of that. We also got a nice one added somewhere else with Tundra and Waska going head-to-head. And Fog, this one was a mental one. It's crazy.
This was an insane game. I mean, it ended up being a rapier exchange, but I felt like Dark Mago, I think he played probably the best game I've ever seen of him. Sacred as well. He had like perfect arenas defending on high ground with his like, refresher play as well too. I think that's when the game kind of turned around entirely for them to have full advantage. But this was the series to watch. I mean, Waska's impressing a lot. They're looking really good with Pyke, I gotta be honest with you. Kind of concerns for Mr. Kitaro, right? You look at your team playing really well with him on this carry and you're like, uh-oh, my spot's in jeopardy.
I feel like this is a South American patch. It's all about chaos. It's all about games going to like 30, 40 minutes. I think we heard from Quinn in the interview yesterday. He was like, yeah, we, or maybe it was Ace. Like they
was
talked
tofu.
about grouping up and having auras and like playing for early game. That's not really the meta. The meta right now kind of feels like everything is determined by these like random team fights that are happening at like 30, 40 minutes into the game. And South America has always been a region which wins off of team fighting better than you. That's why they picked the Tiny, the Tusk, these like repositioning type heroes. And if you look at all the heroes in the meta, it's all like the traditionally SA heroes. And if you look at somebody like Pyke, obviously Pyke is influenced by the Hectors and the Picassos of the world.
Sure.
The guy's a Luna specialist. Luna's an SA hero, it's a Luna patch. I genuinely think this region is going to be on the rise.
Yeah, and it's a lot of these games. I feel like there's potential for comeback even with like, these 10K deficits because teams they've always done this, but playing around that one ward, right? I think we're seeing it so much now. It's like a team plays the high ground ward and 5 heroes are camping, just waiting for the fight, waiting for the team with the advantage to make a mistake.
Yeah.
So, it's cool.
It is cool, as we just saw Heroic's name hit their bar turn extra red as well, because even though they can max get 6 points, because Spirit and Talon are facing each other, one of those teams will guaranteed be 7 points by the end of today. And that means that Heroic will not be able to make it to that top 4 anymore. So it's looking rough out there for Talon and Azure, but they still do have a good shot, Owen.
They do, especially because you said what Spirit versus Talon, right?
Yeah.
It's still yet to be played. And Spirit, some of their losses, they have looked a bit shaky, right? We had them in a game yesterday where they were crushing it, but they kind of made this attempt to go high ground a little bit early, got heavily punished. So I think this team's got a lot of potential, and they're getting there, but they're not quite there yet. So that matchup against Talon, I could see that absolutely being a chance that Talon gets at least one, maybe even the 2-0 against Spirit. So that's going to be a really close series.
It's going to be a close series. We could take a look at Group A as well, as we also have those standings, and there is just so much still possible in Group A. Nouns is eliminated, but everybody else is still in contention there, Fog.
Yeah, I don't think at least I didn't expect for Paravision to be at the top of this group for the moment. And I actually didn't expect that Xtreme Gaming was going to be looking this good when they just switch up the players. I was concerned for their early game losing DY and GQ in particular, but they're looking pretty good.
And they pick crazy stuff too. They did Juggernaut and Spectre in one series. I couldn't believe that. The Jug build looks pretty good though.
The Treads, Null, Windlace into Maelstrom Mjolnir.
It actually looks pretty good. He does a lot of damage. I will say XXS kind of carried that game. He had like a 5-man hoof stomp at like 15 minutes in or something, and Jug just spun with Shard and killed everybody on Ame. It looked really good. XXS is such a good offlane. This is one of my favorite guys.
Yeah.
I'm always happy to see him playing.
Super nice dude too.
He is very nice. He's started to learn a little bit of English, which is very, very cool. So excited to see him play. Him and his team are doing well.
Didn't we talk to him at Riyadh?
We did.
Yeah,
that was great.
He speaks a lot of
Yeah,
English.
his English is
It's really good.
His English has gotten pretty
It's
good.
nice having him on the panel.
It was time. I would imagine it's only getting better with time. So before you know it, he'll be.
He was stealing your job, Jenkins.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fine by me. I'm gonna have heat stroke, so I won't be around for very long.
That would be pretty cool though. We'll have XXS and Faith Beyond. That'd
On
be
the
pretty
panel?
hype. We'll have
Yeah.
some like offlane.
They first have to be less interested in playing professional.
Actually, they're both kind of
which is
good.
They're both
pretty
kinda
hard
good.
thing
Kind of
to
good
do.
players, yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty solid.
I would think that from their perspective, it would be seen as a downgrade to join us on the panel.
But they might be
Of
watching
course.
this and they'll be like, they might want to be dressed up like an Iron Man, an Aluminium Man, sorry. It looks very appealing.
Does it?
Like,
Hey, are you warm over there?
Owen, if you think
What?
it's appealing, there's enough aluminium left.
by the end of the show, we'll all be slowly turning into Aluminium Men.
I think it'll be slowly turning back into regular man because this is really hot.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, let's
Weird.
take a look at the schedule because it also is one of the final days that we are going to get this many games going on at the same time. Let's start our attention towards the Dota 2 Ember stream. And this is our schedule. Fog, do you want to comment on that one?
Ooh. Nigma needs the wins, right? Versus Paravision, who is doing very well. I think Nigma needs as many as possible, right?
This is a very exciting schedule, by the way.
Yeah.
I will actually be slightly biased and say this is probably a better schedule than we've got going. These are some top-tier games. Paravision, Liquid, they're on the top of the group. Waska, Falcons, they're on the top of the
this is a
group.
really nice one.
Azure Ray has to do so well against Falcons because Azure Ray is, on the chopping block. This is
Sure.
an exciting day.
Yeah, I imagine some of the expectations there for some of the series to be one-sided will probably be true. And then,
Well, okay, here's the other side of that coin. Nouns is out.
what do we got? Nouns is
pretty much.
out. Palionitsa's out.
Fortnite and Nouns again, they're out. Enigma also probably out.
So this stream's kind of rough, right? You got
Spirit
three
Talent is
series
good, though.
where there's a team that's already
Spirit
out.
Talent's very
Spirit Talent actually makes up for all the
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
where all
it's
the
most
ones.
likely
big
out
one.
because they're
Yeah.
like in contention for the same slot.
Yeah, this is a very important series for both teams.
And I agree with Owen that I think that this one could go either way. I think Spirit is on the up and up, and they look really good. But I think Talon, if you go a week ago, like Talon is a better team, you know. But Spirit is kind of gelling together a little bit more, depending on the game you look at.
And Talon doesn't 2-0 teams; they only go 1-1. Right?
The Talon 1-1. That
Classic
is what they
Talon.
do.
Which would not be enough.
No, they need
For
the
this
2-0,
one.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. All right, the Earth stream. We got Gaming Avalus, Waska Talon, Betboom Avalus, and Heroic. Well, you don't have to watch the last one. They're both out.
Well, that one might
but that might be the
fun,
most
right?
hilarious
Both teams
one.
are going home, so we're going to get some like Pudge picks. We're going to get some Techies picks. That last series at least will be a nice sort of show match
Yeah.
between these two teams that unfortunately have not made it to the next stage.
Yeah, and here is our schedule for today. We're ending
getting
with
Extreme.
Azure Ray Tundra, which is very important as well. Xtreme Gaming. Both teams are doing pretty okay, I'd say. I think we're just in for a very nice series for that one. Heroic Spirit is actually very important for Spirit, as again they can just.
Well, that's true. Well, if they win that, then what? Talon can't really catch them
No,
up.
it depends on what Talon does in their first series
Oh,
of the day.
that's true. Okay.
So the series that we mentioned for Spirit Talon is indeed very important.
But it might not be.
But it might not be depending on their results beforehand. And we did say that we are starting with Liquid and Extreme. So we're going to let you guys get ready for that one as we will maybe slowly this time move from this side to the other side as, yeah, let's get started with first series. Okay, well.
Hello.
Hello. Can you check if your microphone actually is close enough to your mouth?
Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Oh my god, I just don't. I'm not going to say anything during this draft.
You're being cooked alive, huh?
Feel here. Feel on right fit.
Are you feeling his armpit?
Oh,
Stop giving me this filth poison.
Good morning to you too, Lacoste. How you doing?
Doing good, doing great. I mean, we did make this costume early on. It took us good, I think, half an hour.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's here.
keep talking. Keep talking.
We have more tape if you need it. Kazu, how are you doing this morning?
You know, I'm doing pretty good. I get to enjoy the show. You know, it's pretty good. A little longer intro for my boy, but yeah, I'm happy. I'm doing good.
Yeah? Yeah, doing good also in relation to our upcoming series, Extreme Liquid. What you got for us?
So I have looked at our boy Ame and Xtreme Gaming. We have a Nature's Prophet specialist with the Aluminum Man. So I have a couple of clips to show.
Yeah?
Because there were some really cool things that Ame did on this hero. And it's not a carry we see all that much, at least at the moment.
No.
So, you know, he knows that there's a potential pressure point coming in with Sunika, who was already bottom. So he uses his Treant to pull the wave, not only to avoid pressure, but also look where he like baits the enemy team to go. Because now the creep waves are here, so they bait them into a safe spot. Boom! You're dead. So this is like the first play. Now the second play, you know, maybe Jenkins has done this in his pubs. He scans the enemy Wisdom Rune. It doesn't pop. What does he do? He TPs. He steals it. If you're a support player,
Easy money.
this guy is your biggest nightmare. But, you know, it doesn't stop here. What he does now, he uses Johnny. And Johnny keeps running it like he farms with it, half duration, and then sends it at the mid tower. Because we all know these Treants, for whatever goddamn reason, they deal like 100 damage a pop to these
But it
Treants.
did
He
get
stole it.
stolen.
That's fine, but doesn't matter because the mid tower died. But another thing, Jenkins, do you see this? He bought his own ward. A carry player buying his own ward.
Yeah,
he
you got to
TPs,
do this on Nature's.
and he spots the enemy carry. So already like 17 minutes in, you know, this guy, he's cooking. Literally cooking in this game, doing all these nice things, but it doesn't even end here. Shiva, you have something to say. I could see.
Yeah, but I will wait for this.
Look at his item build. The Revenantes Brucherinsky. He TPs on Sunico, boom, insta-kill. And here comes the next fight. We're gonna have to, there's gonna be a pause. I want you guys to all look at his damage. He has plus 670 damage, because there's something with the Treants that give you like a 18% multiplier on your damage. Look at this Dragon Knight. This is a carry Dragon Knight with like 40 armor. Out of the game. Just bye-bye. So Ame with this Nature's Prophet, doing a lot of cool things. Nice itemization, gets Alacrity. Nice game.
I have a question. I love Ame's Nature's Prophet. Don't get me wrong. TI, we saw Mickey's Nature's Prophet, which was very good. And then the mini patch that came after that didn't really touch Nature's Prophet that much. We saw it a little bit still in Wallachia, and since then I feel like, I don't know, this is literally the hero that won TI. Have people just been sleeping on it?
I can answer the question.
Answer the question.
The reason people are picking it now is because the new build with Parasma and Revenant's Brooch. They realize this is like the highest damage build you can do on the hero because he's an int hero. Why are you laughing?
Because you're really funny.
I don't know.
Let's continue.
That was a great presentation, Kezu.
Thank you.
Because one thing, as a Nature's Prophet as a main Nature's Prophet player, and I play it on support, right? So I'm doing the buff the treant strategy. I'm making sure that I'm cutting creep waves. This is something carry Nature's Prophet players don't do. They just TP. They just use the global TP, and the fact that the treant gives damage, they never abuse the actual treant. So it's really nice to see.
Look in the camera.
It's really nice to see a Nature's Prophet player in the carry position actually do this sort of micro stuff. Like, there's little things you can do, like grabbing a wave, dragging it to the right of a lane, and then that way the creep wave goes by. Boom, backdoor protection's off. But where do you go? Do you go to that tower? No, you don't. You go to the other side of the map because they already have to defend that tower. So you make them defend the tower on the other side and that tower at the same time. Double pressure. One move, double pressure. Nobody does this. I surmise Ame probably does that, given what you just showed me there, though.
You're very correct, Illumina Man. That
Very
is
correct.
a good explanation as to what happened.
It's a great explanation, and I know earlier Fogg said, I think it was Fogg saying it anyway, that he was impressed with the way that Xtreme was playing in terms of them changing two very important players in DY and ZinQ, because they've changed their roster a little bit, and if you want to know a little bit more about Xtreme, here you go.
Xtreme is back with a slightly different iteration of the roster than we've gotten used to. The core of Ame, XM, and XXS remains, but DY has retired, let's see how long that lasts, and Jinq has decided to take a personal break. To replace them, they've added ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur winner Qian Ming, formerly of Azure, and they've added XYW. Wait a minute, it's PYW? How are they gonna survive as Xtreme Gaming with only 2 players on their team with X in their name? Anyway, with worse performances than people expected in the past 6 months, Xtreme only managed top 8 in ESL 1 Birmingham and Riyadh Masters, and the top 6 placement at TI. Not that extreme, mild at best. The last time they really managed to live up to the hype was at Elite League all the way back in April of this year, where they beat Falcons to win the entire event. While Xtreme Gaming's recent results would be considered good for most teams, it doesn't live up to the expectations on them, and they are no doubt extra hungry now to achieve more. This DreamLeague season could be make or break for the future of this roster, but with their potential so high, let's hope they can get their crew together and find the buried treasure.
Well, we'll see if they find the buried treasure. They have found 6 wins so far, and they did lose 4 games, where Liquid has won 7 games and lost 3. So the teams are doing pretty okay. They're sitting in the upper echelon of their group. They just want to cement it in. It's like, hey, we move on to the next group stage. And I do think that especially, well, actually for both teams, I think Lacoste just playing more games with a slightly new iteration is incredibly important.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Team Liquid, they lost their first 3 out of 4 games. This is something that Team Liquid does when they are playing in the Dream League, always having slower starts, a lot of the times also not getting through the group stages, but this time around it looks much better for them. And I think also they needed a little bit of a break. They were not playing in Wallachia, so they needed to take a break after TI, and they're getting new fresh ideas as well. As we can see that they're playing different stuff. They're undefeated with Ogre. They're 4 out of 4 games with Ogre, so bringing in new idea. So I've been very impressed by Saberlight because he already stood in for them before. It was kind of, I would say, people expected him to join after 33 announced that he's going to be gone from the team, and he's fitting in so nicely. If you remember his game when he was playing Primal Beast against Gaimin, he completely destroyed him. Give him some tempo hero, and he's going to deliver.
Yeah, and I think also to add to what Lacoste is saying right now, there is an insane amount of pressure when you join a team that had like probably the best offlaner in the world.
TI.
Yeah, they literally just
They
won.
won TI,
Like
yeah.
we all know that he's like one of the GOATs, and you
Yeah.
have to like replace him. So it's really hard to like not feel pressured and like not feel bad when, well, you lose games, or if you don't play the same heroes, or if you have a bad game. So I think for now he's doing very well. But yeah, I think everyone needs to know that there's a lot of stuff in his mind and there is a lot of pressure involved.
Yeah, and so far he's delivering under the pressure.
Absolutely.
Same thing can be said for Mickey, who's playing with a new role as Captain Mickey now. As we are soon getting ready for the draft. As you can see, the timer is ticking down quite rapidly.
Please.
We might need to cut this.
I'll take a number 3. A number 3, please.
No, we can focus our attention on what heroes we are expecting to come out. Because if anybody is going to play Nature's Prophet, both of these teams would really like it.
Yeah.
So we'll see how much in contention that hero will be. Are there any other heroes that I think we should keep in our minds in the opening stages?
There's some like obvious ones. I
Clockwork.
mean, Clockwork has 5. A hero
Thin Man with the battle plan.
Yeah, man with the battle
Tinfoil
plan.
Man.
Luna is really good for both teams. Shadow Fiend. These are the 2 kind of first phase potential carries.
Shadowfiend already banned out, so you're spot on with that one.
We've seen on second pick, the like Alk into Doom pick, and that looks pretty nice, but it's a question of like, are these teams looking at Tundra and what they're drafting, and will they copy that like second pick strategy? Because it has looked really nice. Who has second pick? It's Xtreme.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Please go ahead, Lacoste.
Yeah, to me, this is going to be about speed this whole series because average win duration for Team Liquid has been 32 minutes. Average match duration was 36. For Xtreme Gaming, average win duration 50 minutes. And the average match duration 45. Average match duration for the DreamLeague Season 24 so far has been 40 minutes. So on one side, you have a team who can close out the games relatively early on. And then you have a team that is very experienced at closing out the games once it reaches 45, 50 minutes.
Kazu, he has jokes in it .txt again.
No, he told me he does not.
I see the joke.
What is the joke?
What is the joke?
Do the joke.
Is
Do
it
the
the
joke.
Is it
No,
the Luna?
I'm not gonna steal your joke, dude.
Do the joke.
All right, what happens if you eat aluminum foil? You sheet metal.
He's researching comedy again. Is that Oliver Tree? I like Oliver Tree.
Yeah, that's you actually.
He's a good YouTuber. This light is really hot. That's not helping at all.
All right, so we got Clock Willow opening.
Oh, I like Clockwork.
Both teams straying away from opening with a core. And you can, like both teams, have a hero that can fit in so many different types of drafts that you can't really go wrong with it.
Milan was saying that he thinks the Clockwork cogs, like some patch recently bugged them because it feels like they bounce you back so far now that once you get bounced once, you just like
You bounced it into the other
you bounce
one.
into the other one
Yeah.
and then another one and then another one, you know? And I don't know if that's true. It certainly feels like it. Maybe clocks have just gotten a lot better.
But I think it also depends on how they hit you, like where you're standing and whichever cog they're shooting at you is
exactly.
hitting you. Yeah.
And like, are those cogs activated? Like, if you're getting bounced back into the same cog, obviously it's not going to reactivate.
I mean, that's why I also think like a lot of heroes like summons are really good against Clock. Like when the moment he spawns them, you have like 3 Eidolons, you kill one, or you have Lycan with whatever, which generally seems to be like some of the better heroes you can go. It's not always super easy to fit, but those heroes are some of the only ones I have seen actually counter this hero like strongly, because you counter his battery assault because you have more units and you can kill the cogs. Back to you,
Jenkins.
Tin Man.
Lacoste, make a point, dude.
Luna and Enchantress banned coming out. I think we mentioned Luna already as one of the high contested carries coming out for either of these teams. Enchantress ban, though, that's the one that sticks out to me because maybe that opens the path for a Nature's Prophet, or maybe forces Xtreme now to ban it instead. Or why else would they ban out Enchantress here in the second phase?
It could be about the Nature's Prophet. I don't know if it's the main point, but it's certainly one that they could be thinking about. Something else that maybe they value a lot is that Liquid want to play a lot through their mid. I think Ench is the type of hero that can offset that for the enemy team. Like if they have Ench Willow, you can go collapse mid.
Why does Ame have so many bottles of wine in his closet?
Maybe he's a wine enjoyer.
Connoisseur.
there's a Medusa coming.
There is a Medusa coming.
That's a really early Medusa, something that Xtreme Gaming in the past had also done when Medusa was relatively popular.
Yeah.
So protecting Medusa with 2 picks and Woker Gun with the mana burn and also with Anti-Mage. There's still Pango available if you want to go for the defusal route. Something that you don't care too much about is Dark Willow, if you are the first one getting the Rolling Thunder, but can be tricky if you get hit by Bramble into Stun Terrorize combo. But I wouldn't mind seeing this one being picked up.
I would love to see Nyx Assassin. I know the Clock is already picked, and Nyx and Clock kind of already fulfill a very similar role in the draft. But have you guys seen the mana burn fasted versus Medusa?
It's really strong.
It completely nullifies her. You drain her like 60% of her mana in one combo. It's insane.
Okay, so they'll just go a little more, I don't know, maybe safe or standard with the Muerta. Because I could have also seen like Nyx or maybe even Grim. Like you're good with the Pango, you're good with the Clock, you can steal the Medusa later, but... Because, I mean, we'll have to see how this goes for Xtreme. They have done this before, this like ban Anti-Mage and to pick Medusa. Because I will say this Medusa pick is too early for my liking, but if teams don't know how to deal with it and you're very comfortable, then why not?
Yep. My question is, what is XXS gonna play? If there was no Clockwork, I would suggest to get Primal Beast. I've been praising XXS. He's top 3 offlaner for a really long time. For the past year or so, this guy delivers every single game. You're playing into Clockwork, can be tricky, but I also seen the games where he picks into it, so not that big of a counter in his opinion, apparently.
Pango too. So.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it.
Centaur, he's looked extremely good on this hero. I think also you can run away from all of Muerta spells, which are like ground targeted. She ults, it's very committal. Pango roll, very committal. Clockwork, he hooks in, you kill a cog, you ult out. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Gives Medusa some like positioning advantage too in the fights. They go for Mars.
Mars Willow is a standard combination or
very strong.
age-old combination.
So what's the Dusa combo in lane? I mean, they could still go Pugna.
They could Ogre too, if they want.
Siamese Cat has not been playing it though. Maybe
No-
just
no
go
ogres?
for his Marcy or something like that.
Do you want things that have a mana battery? Because Crystal Maiden is still in as well as Kotal.
I think Tusk is also fine. Oh, Tusk is banned. Never mind. Back to you, Jenkins.
Yeah, I would
Tusk
lean,
is not fine.
I'd lean towards the Marcy. Because Xtreme is the one team that's still
I
playing
think
this hero as
Marcy
the
also,
5.
yeah. I would most likely prefer melees. I think most of the ranged ones that, like ranged bodies, not that many exist. Like Ench, but she's banned.
Yeah.
So Ogre, Marcy, something that can body for you in lane and somewhat help you out in a game with a buff is good.
There's that Marcy.
That's why he's here, the Jank man.
The only problem is you don't really benefit that much from the lifesteal that comes from around Medusa because you are not a hero that functions based on HP. Your mana is your HP. But it's still a lot of damage that you get from the sidekick.
Would you be tempted? Because you can put sidekick on anyone, right? Would you be tempted to give it to the mid instead?
You could give it to... I mean, I guess it depends. You can also maybe put it on like your Mars. If he's dropping low HP, he rebukes and gets some HP back, but I guess they'll just mainly use it for the damage on the Dusa.
The obvious bans here for Liquid. Puck, take this out. Do not give XM his last pick Puck in a game where there are no good disables for a Puck.
I mean, what's there for Mickey? I feel like tempo is really nice for you. There's like Monkey Kings that work pretty well against Dusa, but I don't know if you want to run a... You could run a Clock Monkey King lane. Otherwise, for Mr. Saber Chad, I feel like this Mars pick covers a couple of offlaners that they could have perhaps wanted.
You don't want to keep the Pango with Flex?
I mean, they don't really have last pick anyhow.
True.
So I think...
And they do
can
know
just,
what
like-
lane they're going to be playing into.
How does Pango play into...
Oh, they picked the Puck
They
themselves.
take the Puck. Yeah, for both sides, it's kind of a free Puck game. There's no like instant disable. I think this means that XXS on Mars is probably going to go for a Yules, which he has been doing. Just a Yules combo the Puck, guarantee that's done. Because otherwise, there's no good disable for the Puck.
What do you remove here? Probably some Monkey King, because it could be really bad for Puck. This is the one that I really like. It's not the first hero that comes to my mind when we're talking about XM. It's not his most popular hero, but does really well. And they have relatively limited lockdown. I mean, sure, you have this coil with some follow-up stuns, but could be tricky. And you also build into Aghanim Scepter, so protecting Puck relatively early on.
I mean, it's XM. Do you just ban the sniper?
Could be.
Like, it's not a super popular hero, and it's kind of weird with Medusa, but I feel like this guy will take a.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been
Sniper.
picking Faceless Void and Sniper multiple times in the few Dream Leagues back, pretty much at every tournament when they feel like they could. It feels very greedy for them, but they make it work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is a don't be stupid Team Liquid sort of scenario where they're like, okay, it's not that good, but this is XM, man. Like, banning the Morphling too.
With that in mind, is it also still a game that could be good for his Viper? I feel like with XM, you always have to ask that question.
Yeah, that is the concern here. I feel like Puck does better against Viper than
The Sniper.
she does against Sniper. Like, I'd rather play against an XM Viper, because at least it's slow and you can out-rotate. XM on Sniper is genuinely not slow. He's fast.
Yeah, he's
Like,
very fast.
He shows up to lanes and ganks.
Yeah.
Oh, they banned the Monkey King. That's very
I think it
convenient.
makes sense because Liquid have the pick out of phase. There's a chance that they wanted to have this hero.
Yeah. Smart, honestly.
That's normally what bans are for, right? Banning the ones that other people want.
That is true. Because you can't be so greedy like, oh, we're gonna last pick Monkey King, because then they're just like, haha, we take Monkey King.
And there was one game during Wallachia Season 2 against Medusa. There was Pango and Monkey. It was Heroic who played it, and both of them did go for Diffusal Blade, which would make Medusa's life pretty miserable. You just lose mana. Like, pre-Butterfly, it's very difficult for Medusa.
Well, good call on the Sniper, because that obviously was taken out. I would like something with tempo. I feel like you're probably not... Like, you shouldn't look to outscale this Medusa. You know that they're kind of slow. Like, Marcy is low damage, Medusa is low damage. Pango, like, all your 4 heroes want to fight, and I think...
still Alk.
I think Alk would be very strong.
I'm shocked it made it this far.
Like, best case scenario, you take a hero that has a mid-game BKB, so like this Mars, Arena, and the Terrorize don't push you back, and you go in with your Pango and your Clock.
I mean, he's laughing a lot.
Yeah, he seems to have found a good one by his reaction there.
Yeah.
That makes me think it's not Alk, just because I feel like Alk is
Maybe
very...
Razor?
Yeah,
How about
doesn't
Razor?
give that, it's a win range.
Oh,
Wow.
they're gonna go for the
well,
focus
that's why
fire.
they've been laughing.
I was gonna say that
Wow.
is not one that was even on our bingo card.
No, that's very interesting. I have seen people messing around with the focus fire facet recently in pubs. So it is kind of coming back. But it's Windrunner into Mars.
Yeah, is it maybe better to then just go Whirlwind? If you go Focus Fire, I feel like Mars can kind of own you maybe a bit harder. No?
And is there a chance that they just put Muerta carry and win range of 4, or is that not a thing?
I think that's
That's-
less likely considering it's
okay.
McKay.
Sure. That's a tiny overall last.
Okay, well, there's the puck counter.
On paper.
Yeah.
I keep going back to Wallachia because most of the South American teams, and there was a lot of them, they're also Tiny experts, try to counter this puck with Tiny, and it just didn't work out, especially if you rotate once on this Tiny. And it feels like the matchup is much worse than it was before. Tiny's, especially after the nerfs, the facet for Tiny just doesn't feel as great. And also your combo, it doesn't, before, like if we go back pre-facets, this is where Tiny's combo was super strong. You were able to kill people during the combo, but nowadays it's just not happening. Like the heroes are way too tanky.
I mean, the Tiny is something that they needed, but I like Liquid's draft more because I feel like the way that their 4 heroes can go together in the start with like the Puck and the Pango, like they can out-rotate Xtreme Gaming, and also the way team fights go. Like unless Xtreme like really clutches like some Arena, Spear, Terrorize, like when this doesn't connect, Liquid will just outplay them and toy with them in the fight. But they can win because I don't know how good the second pick Medusa is. It's not to my style, I don't like it, so I will go with Liquid.
Carry Medusa versus Carry Wind Ranger, Jenkins. I'm a little bit uneducated regarding current state of Carry Wind Ranger.
I don't think it's that great, but I feel like the Wind Ranger into Medusa matchup with Focus Fire was always very bad for Medusa. You pick up a Diffusal Blade and like it's a guaranteed kill. You're gonna kill the Medusa. The question to me is, how much is this Tiny gonna pop off in the game? Because Windrunner does not kill Tiny. Like I don't see any hero on this team that kills the Tiny, and Tiny should do well against Puck. I agree with the Wallachia comments that maybe the matchup is not as one-sided, but I don't see any other hero that deals with Tiny either.
Okay, let's see if XM is going to have a field day in this first game of this 2-game series as we're heading over to our commentary duo via the PogChamp Pandas.
gentlemen, it's time to get this game started between Team Liquid and Xtreme Gaming. I'm here with Fogged, and Fogged, I gotta know from you, from your perspective, can the carry Wind Ranger still work? Because we know that Liquid loved it, and they loved it when it was great.
Yep.
But people don't play it that much anymore.
No, but they do have other heroes that can also build into this Diffusal this game, right? They have the Pango, so I think they are relying on having these multifaceted kind of cores that are going to be able to go for that. And Diffusal over this game, well, wait a second here as they're just running in. They get the grab, they will not. Diffusal overall this game, and it looks really good versus all 3 cores. When I saw them pick Tiny and Mars, I was like, these are very mana dependent. Like the strength heroes in general, that's usually when you see the Diffusals kind of tick up even more. So those Diffusals are going to be really nice when Liquid does get them, which I assume it's going to be very fast, at least on the Pango, depending on how his lane goes. And then we'll see what Mickey goes. I mean, of course he'll get it eventually, but maybe he gets a farming item.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think he's still probably Maelstroms first, and maybe gets Maelstrom BKB, then into some Diffusal. I don't know. We'll see. But we'll see how all these lanes end up going. Mid is going to be the one for me to watch, because I've just been seeing these Pucks do good versus these Tinies. If you throw your tree at Puck, he phase shift dodges, he gets insane amount of healing. And yeah, I mean, we saw this matchup a lot at TI that Nisha was able to do very well in it. In both matchups, right? Nisha actually did very well as both the Tiny and the Puck. We'll see how XM's able to pop off.
Yeah, and in terms of Mickey's approach, of course, he does stick with the whirlwind. So obviously with what he had, as the panel said, there's been some experimentation with going with the focus fires to carry. But you think if you are going to try the Wind Ranger, the whirlwind talent is just too good to pass up most of the time?
I would imagine so, because it just allows you to farm.
Yeah.
Right? You just go to jungle, you farm some stacks. And overall in the game, it just feels much nicer to be able to have this in a team fight that you're hitting multiple targets rather than just literally on one, so. Ame taking a bit of a beating.
Yeah, he's going to lose quite a bit of mana off this.
He could be dead. He's got some 6 charges. They've got Mangoes just delivered.
Yeah, just in time.
Oh, that was so clutch. Such a clutch delivery.
And might allow them to get boxed in return. It will.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Mango's coming in clutch. They're able to turn, get first blood for themselves.
That was, I don't think you could ask for more perfect timing. And you know why? Because he's got Marcy. It's a flying courier. It's a faster courier. It gets there to deliver those Mangoes a bit quicker. That's
true.
Absolutely crazy that it works like that. But okay, cool. Yeah, it looked like they had him, but that delivery does pull it over. Mid, XM is doing fantastic these first few waves, so good for him. And top, XXS. We've seen these Mars usually do very good in the lane. Insania. Oh, missed the rebuke.
Yeah, the rebuke slightly missing him there. So we'll be able to walk away fine. They might have had the kill, actually, if that would have hit right, because he had the spear as well, XXS, but...
Getting close, for sure.
Yeah, not able to make that chance happen against Insania.
First few levels, they absolutely can go for kill threat up here on the side of XG. It's just, as these levels come out for this lane on Liquid, it becomes kind of scary. Clockwork, as soon as he hits level 3, is one of the most oppressive safe lane heroes. Even for something like Willow. Yeah, you have Shadow Realm to play around Battery Assault, but not versus the Cogs if he catches you. Yeah, and XM, he is playing this very nicely so far here. And he is going to be that answer, that big burst, that initiator that comes from the mid lane as well, which will be very cool. We're seeing more Tinies, though. I know we were mentioning about like Wallachia and all that, but I think we're just seeing more Tinies, even just not versus Puck. I think people are trying to find more of these mid laners because it's pretty much just... I think it's been, like 5-6 heroes exclusively in the mid lane. Mostly those spirits, of course.
Yeah, the spirits just feel so good right now.
Yeah, they take
Spirit in particular. So, yeah, I don't know. XM's got to kind of sell this Tiny to us, I feel.
Yeah, he's doing really good, though. Okay.
Yeah, the lane's
getting aggro on him and get the body blocks from XXS. They're beautiful.
Got anything more for him? They've got the Shadow Realm hit.
He's got a 10 wand.
And we'll give it. He can have a spear for this. If he gets the angle, it should be a kill, but he can't quite get the angle to be able to push McKay into the trees. So McKay will survive.
Missed the power shot on PYW too.
They do have Cogs back up.
It's only level 2 though on Insania right now. PYW playing around it.
This time they can get the angle for the spear. This surely is a kill. They get the spear across the brambles.
They got him.
They'll be able to take him down this time round. Insania's a fall.
It's a big kill. These two tend to play super aggressive, and they will be able to find that clock. Before he hits the level 3, I think he didn't actually end up getting it there yet, so take good advantage of those levels. Boxy.
Just going to see if he can chase down Boxy here with the help of Ame. Ame's not going to want to be away from the wave too long, though.
Ming. Uh-oh.
He's going to try and fight up against Boxy. He's losing this fight. He'll be able to deny to the neutrals. And now Boxy could be in trouble as XM.
Stick Fairy.
Toster's not enough. But
Nice.
yeah, indeed, the neutral creep ends up killing him as well. So a double kill there for that neutral creep camp.
Good on you, Mr. Sensor Conqueror. Yeah, you see that I've seen Boxy do this more often than others, where he puts the point in the gunslinger in the laning phase, which is really interesting because it allows you to trade effectively with almost any other support hero perfectly. And
Get that double kill again.
yeah, look at it go.
XM, even with the setup, to make sure that the Centaur continues his streak.
Where is Boxy's ofrenda? It is right next to the cliff, so he'll be coming right back to it. He'll be right back inside that lane, so Ame does have to be prepared for it since Tianming is going to... Is he going to be able to make it in the same time? Yeah, I think he will. So, but Ame, don't get caught off guard by that Ofrenda respawn. He should be fine.
There's 2 mangoes and clarity up. And the mid lane. Just the, that he did this with the lead with the denies here for XM, but Nisha's still getting just as much gold.
He almost has the same. Yeah, it's almost the same, to be honest with you. He's same levels, even though those denies are coming out. It's only, what, 200 gold lead right now for XM. If you got the kill onto Boxy, of course, would have seen that difference. But yeah, Nisha, he's handling his own. He's handling it.
Bottom lane.
On him again, Ame.
This time, Ame. He'll put the 2 mangoes, but he's completely out of mana.
Can he survive?
They got
Doesn't hit.
chasing him down. I mean, Ame should be too far away, so he should live, but not in a very good state. Completely out of mana and very low on the HP.
They have 0 mangoes.
Yeah, this is
zero anything for him.
He's got boots coming out, but no sort of further regen.
He's killable at pretty much any moment. I'll be
Yeah.
keeping the eye down there just to see, 'cause if you just missteps at all, he's gonna just go down.
He
Looking
can
to
look.
play for
I
the
mean,
power
he's going
rune.
for the 6-minute Lotus.
Okay, Saberlight's already
That's
contesting
risky.
it, though. That's way too risky.
He can't go for this.
Nisha got the rune.
I mean, Ame might just die for that, unless Tianming can save him.
Oh, no, wait. If he gets soloed from Saberlight there, okay, Tianming will bail him out. Saberlight's having a fantastic game. Boxy
I mean,
is
Ame
looking for
is
the angle.
like, what does he do? He's just under his tower. He has no mana. Tianming is
Tianming's
dead. If Ame shows, they'll just dive and kill him as well.
They absolutely will.
So
He needs someone to rotate down to protect him,
Yeah.
or he needs to just get out of here.
He might just have to walk back to base. He can wait for Tianming to respawn and
Boxy
bring him
sees
stun,
him.
but I mean,
They have a big, it's a huge creep wave.
They
Ame
can just
doesn't
get
want to
in
leave.
and dive him.
But Ame doesn't want to leave a triple range
sure. And he's got PYW coming over to help.
Okay,
Here
they're
comes the
bringing more.
backup.
creep. He really doesn't want to miss that on
They've
those
got to do
creeps.
something from here.
He gets them all.
See Nisha, he's turned up. He's got the Dream Call onto the 2 of them.
They're pumping him up.
That's not enough to save him. Ame goes down. They can probably turn for Tianming as well, because El Saberlito, he's hit the level 6, in with the Rolling Thunder. They end up getting the both of them. I mean, that's just such a long time there where Xtreme are in such a rough spot with Ame as low as he was down there. They just couldn't do anything to bail themselves out of that position.
It's the true definition of greed on. He sees 3 range creeps and he's like, guys, I don't want to leave. Bring me mangoes. I'm sticking down here. This is the fastest defusal I've ever seen. It's 7 minutes in. Saberlighto has it. Done. That is pretty insane. And I was mentioning before how good of a defusal game it is, of course, versus Medusa. But honestly, versus everybody. Willow is the one who suffers the least versus that defusal in terms of early game, but goodness. That is a crazy timing that he's been able to find. And a perfect rotation from Nisha. And he snagged that regen rune under 2 heroes as well, too. So he's back up to full health to stick down here.
I'll see if they can keep this pressure up onto Ame.
And Mika now at this point can be left pretty alone. So they can look to make these moves to pressure Medusa, to pressure Ame.
Yeah, have 4 heroes around here. Xtreme.
Arcane Rune. XM will get it. Can he go for a turn play? He doesn't have any combo, won't be able to. They'll get a courier snipe at the least.
It's bottom lane, El Saberlito, he's going to have Rolling Thunder back in a few seconds as well.
I feel like Saberlight's going to go ham this game with this type of start. Unless they start having some type of ways to control him. It does feel like a game where the Pango can absolutely thrive, and this was a first 2 Pango pick.
Yeah, they're ready to go again.
They're coming down. They've got the Nifu, so if they just get on top of Ame, he's very likely just dead.
It might have to just completely abandon this tier 1.
Yeah.
Especially whilst you know that Liquid's down here with this sort of presence.
XXS does have TP available, and he does have Arena, so it'd have to be him to come down to protect him, but they're looking to back away, at least for now. Ame does find himself a nice neutral as well. Does find the Lance of Pursuit, so big chunk of extra mana.
So how early would you imagine the Diffusal is going to come in Mikkei's build? Do you think it would just be the Maelstrom into the Diffusal?
I think a BKB might just be necessary in the middle of it, but we'll see. Just because although he has an initiator that comes from Clock and Pango, that's the build that we saw more popularized at TI as well, where it just feels safer than going for just straight Gleipnir or straight just damage items.
I mean, it's also a chance because he doesn't have the Focus Fire, has the Whirlwind. That on the win range, you just don't go for the Diffusal at all.
Maybe. I mean, there's definitely a possibility of it. We'll see. We'll see as it ends up building out, though. But I do like BKB this game in particular because he's versus Mars, he's versus Tiny, he's versus Willow. There is a lot of control that can come out if he doesn't have it. Tianming,
I found him.
You're not getting out of this one.
Yeah, this area is just not somewhere that Xtreme can send anyone down right now. They've just got to let this tower fall.
I'm sure someone, or I'm sure Ame or whoever pings and they go, oh my goodness, he had a 7-minute diffusal, guys. Gotta be very careful how we play around that. Snowball out of control. They've got good ward control bottom as well, too, to watch wherever the Medusa's jungling. XM will not get the rune this time, and it's a big one. It's an amp damage for Nisha. And Mikkei overall is just literally able to play the freest lane ever now. After they didn't get the kill on him at the start, he's just jungling, power shotting the medium camp plus small camp, and actually playing the lane, while Ame cannot play the lane at all. He has to strictly jungle. He's falling behind. How's XM's timings too? He has gone for the phase soul ring, so we'll delay the blink a little bit here since he did end up going for soul, but still pretty good farm on him. But not something like when he's got a big advantage versus the top.
No, it's
ideally wanted.
The chance of kind of snowballing is it's looking pretty slim.
I mean, the hero overall still can in theory do its job of just full controlling, but it's going to be up to a lot of execution. It's definitely scary jumping in as a Tiny at this point when they have this much farm. Because you will just put yourself on a silver platter versus this farm Pango. 2K lead after these first 11 minutes.
That's a good start from Liquid.
Definitely. I mean, Saberlight and Boxy in particular have just been, at least the games we covered, right? They've been menaces. I think they've dominated their lane in most of the situations.
Just, a real test for Xtreme, whether, in this current day a meta and patch, that going for this early Medusa pick can still work out.
Yeah,
it's not the same as past patches, right?
No.
When you do this in the draft.
No, I mean, they had to cover with like an AM ban and stuff in there. I can't remember which bans it was, in like the middle tier bans, because they first two. Definitely feels a little bit harder. And also, I mean, I didn't mention it from before, but we were talking about it a little bit before. Even though they like Marcy with Dusa, you don't benefit from lifesteal, literally at all. Yeah, you get damage, but it's kind of an interesting concept that they go for with. Because a lot of the other teams that I've seen at least go for like the Medusa Pugna, right? Rather than enabling damage, you enable survivability.
You get a lot of survivability. Yeah, it's a fantastic combo.
So we'll see if that ends up paying off as well too as it gets later. But yeah, Saberlight, he's queuing up the Ags. Don't blame him, having such a good game.
Yeah,
just go for the full-out mana burn build.
It will actually be probably one of the fastest diffusal Ags you'll see on an offlane Pango.
And they're looking up to set up for the fight. I think that there's still no Blink Dagger on XM. He's showing himself in the mid. They've got easier initiation and fight on the side of Liquid. Their team fight's much easier to execute in the early game. The team fight for the side of Xtreme, it's completely reliant on the Willow and the Mars in the early game.
See where Liquid want to go. Do they want to try and go into the triangle? They just look towards mid. They're looking to XM.
Can he get the pushback?
It's hard to get the grab.
Not quite. Power Rune, though, secured again here for Nisha, and he's going to have his Witchblade very soon. Even stealing the farm of XG a little bit. Ame's been able to slow things down and get that jungle going in the Ancients area, but you still see him behind Mikkei, who's got that Maelstrom now finished. I'm waiting to, we'll be checking to see which things he does queue up his Coil.
Should be a pretty easy one here. He'll get the Shadow Realm and the Fear off.
Dodged. But Nisha's getting hit hard.
Yeah, Nisha's getting pretty low. The Spear's going to be off the mark. And Nisha's able to get the kill. I mean, there's 3 heroes chasing him down. They got the toss
He's
forward.
got Orb.
It's there again. This is going to be quite a bit of time they spend chasing Nisha.
He's got another Waning Rift and Orb soon. Meanwhile,
in the mid, Ame.
Nisha is playing with them.
What's he doing there?
Nisha's TPing out. Can
He's
they catch
out.
him? XM, nice TP.
Ooh, okay. They needed to get at least that, because in the mid lane, Ame, he was farming in the mid.
What was he doing up there?
What was he there for?
I'm not sure. He was super far up.
And that was pretty wild.
That really was.
You know, that could have been pretty great for Xtreme, right? They get the kill on Nisha. But losing Ame on the carry in the mid lane across the river.
And taking that long to kill him also ends up being pretty painful. They will catch Saberlight. They should have this.
That's a good setup here from XXS.
Grab.
This time it's Xtreme punishing Liquid for crossing the river here in the middle.
XXS I feel like he has to be very close this game. So far, pretty good. We didn't see that spear on the illusion. Don't worry about it, bottom. Blink's online, so double blinks. They can start kicking the pace up now, looking for these kills on these more fragile heroes. Insania might just be the one to take
Oh,
that
he's
first
going to get
one.
completely surrounded. If they see him.
Oh, they saw him. He's sneaking.
He's getting away.
No.
XM's got the setup. As the toss back, there's nowhere to hook shot off to, so insane as they get found.
That reveals the blinks, so he will at least get the scout of the blink from XM, and I believe they saw... Actually, I didn't see if they saw XXS's blink too. Down to that 1K. Xtreme striking back quickly. And Ame is still... Hey, now he's almost tied up with the injury. He's only 1 level behind, but
He's catching up in farm good,
Yep.
considering how rough that lane was.
And Mickey, he's going Dragonlance. So right now, we're not seeing that Diffu just yet. Not a BKB either, which could be difficult for him. I mean, we'll see.
I mean, the next time will be right. The next time, it will be a BKB or it will be a defusal.
I think BKB is going to be probably necessary. I am a little worried for Mickey because of this hero can be a bit fragile at times when you're playing versus double jumps like that. But we shall see.
Oh, they're on the hunt, these two.
Again.
See if they can find farming this bottom side of the map, or maybe up on the top if they want to take the twin gate.
Well, maybe they're predicting a movement perhaps from Ame, but he is just going to sit at the ancient area.
Yeah, it's just going to be PYW that's around this top part.
XG's they're getting to be able to slow things down a decent amount here for this move Medusa to get these ancient farms. It's quite nice for Ame. And they'll bail out of the gank too.
Yeah, not able to get the setup there. PYW catching El Saberlighter with the Brambles.
See how they set up for the fight.
Nisha's thinking of the Dream Coil.
Radiant are scanning.
XM is a bit limited on the mana to be able to fight top, but Liquid doesn't want to go under the tower versus this arena.
Dire's middle tower.
There is 2 points in Stone Gaze now as well. So they do have some multiple combos here with that arena, with the Willow and with the Stone Gaze. That's something Liquid does have to watch out for. Although their teamfight execution can be a bit easier, these Blink Daggers have now allowed XG to be able to start the fights perhaps first. Slow it down a bit. And yeah, it's going to make it queued up the BKB as expected. Foxy. Hot ulti. Do they want to commit more?
It should be fine. XM's not really got enough mana to go for it again.
Nisha. Poking Ame. Being annoying. Jianming is walking under ward here. Wants to get the D ward quick. Might pay with his life. He's got some backup.
Oh, they're going straight for him. They're going to drop the Dream Coil. Try and get the easy kill off to the side. Boxy gets caught by XM's combo. But yeah, another jump forward, so they'll commit to get the kill on towards Boxy. But they've had to go pretty deep for this. And XM, I don't think he's getting out. He tries for a TP, but he's been completely surrounded. So for that effort of jumping in to finish Boxy off, it costs XM his life.
Ends up not being worth it for him. See that a lot from Tinies.
You just
really want to go
for the kill, right? You see a kill, you go for it. But it's not always worth it.
No. Now they're going to be able to push into this tower here. Saberlight, or El Saberlighto, I have to call him, that's his official name now. He is 700 away from the egg. So it's gotten delayed a lot, though, so it's probably not going to be one of the fastest Diffu eggs, but still pretty good timing for him. Boxy, do they know that XXS is up here? It's close.
I'd imagine once the BKB's done for Mickey, that's when we'll start seeing the Wind Ranger get a bit more involved in the action.
Yeah, I think that's when we'll see them look to dive towers, perhaps, look to play into that combo that can come out from Xtreme. But there is going to be Stone Gaze, so that's something they still does have to watch out for, even inside BKB.
Dire's top tower.
Game state feels pretty even, but I'd say it feels pretty good for Xtreme.
I think that, yeah, Ame's pretty happy.
Yeah. The fact that he's just been able to kind of sit back, he's got his Manta done, he's got the Grove Bow, of course, he got a bit lucky with that one, but he's been able to slow things down. Mickey also, as soon as I say it, he also gets the Grove Bow, but yeah, they've been able to
I mean,
defend Ame nicely.
Exactly, like in a close game where you've got both of these carries at the top, and if anything, especially with the Medusa slightly ahead, I feel like they're
the Medusa just seems much more of a kind of a safe bet to be able to carry the game in this patch compared to the Wind Ranger, right? Because I feel like Wind Ranger carry in this patch has still got a kind of a few question marks of how strong of a carry it can be.
Exactly. I think that's the biggest thing, is just, is it actually any good anymore? And it also versus Medusa. But the other thing is, too, that the one... Eventually, Ame is going to have a BKB in his build, because I've seen so many games where these Medusas don't go BKB versus Pango, and then they don't do anything in the fights.
They
just get rolled controlled, and you're just getting constantly mana burned, and you're just standing there not attacking. So eventually I would like to see him go for that in his build, but not just yet, I think.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke coming out. XG, I believe they got, what, 2 item timings? Almost, not 2, but almost BKB Mars and XM. He does have a phylactery. So big burst. Could actually one-shot Nisha, perhaps. Let me close.
And just all these sort of silent moments. Favoring Ame on the Medusa, it feels.
It's just their strategy usually, right? XG likes to play for those slower games. Liquid does like to play a bit faster. Not to say that they can't scale in this game.
I mean, and I think that the big thing is, as well, is the fact that Ame is in such a good spot after you could see how much pressure Liquid put on him in the laning phase, and how well they were able to play the early game, play the lane against him.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter. He's zooming ahead now in farm.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Literally, every minute, the gap between him and Mickey, it's only getting bigger.
Saberlight.
So I feel like Liquid, they've got to have some sort of timing or plan to approach this Medusa soon, because the sooner than later.
I feel like it's got to be Mickey's BKB and then go time, right? I think if you just keep waiting,
if you let Ame farm,
feels good for Ame.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Radiant's top
Well, we'll see,
tower
because
has
the one thing
fallen.
that Liquid does have on top 2 is just immense team play, right? So that can always be the thing that can turn the tides inside some of these fights. But Willow's getting farmed. That's another one to keep an eye on. PYW. He's going for a straight Hex. So he's looking for that answer for the puck, in particular, these mobility cores. We've seen either Orchid or we haven't seen a Hex ever that early, but he literally he's actually not that far from that moment. He's got the Tiara of Salamene already on PYW and 1800 gold. So that could be pretty cool, and that would be very problematic for Nisha in particular, if he's able to just sit back and finish it. I mean, they're just sitting back and farming on 5 heroes on him.
They got to find something with this. Here's the smoke. This is the timing that they've been itemizing towards, but Instania misses the hook shot. Ame just immediately pops the stone gaze and gets away from this. They're not going to be able to catch him.
I think they might just keep going, though. They have BKB, as we mentioned, on Mickey.
You're not getting Ame, though. Ame, he's
Dire's middle
well out
tower
of there.
is under attack.
I think I saw me do this the other day, too. I saw someone do this. The Kaya Sanj build on the Medusa.
I mean, the Kaya's just very good on the Medusa,
It is.
right? Having that aspect.
But, I mean, I see he's got Ags queued up, too, so maybe he's not gonna feel like he needs BKB, but we'll see.
I think he'll have enough survivability with Kaya. I guess what you're just worried about the control.
It's just you don't do anything is the issue.
Yeah,
yes,
you're
you'll
just getting
maybe
control.
you just literally are chain stunned from this Pango in a lot of situations if you don't go for it. But yeah, we'll see how it ends up going. XM, waiting in the wings.
Got the setup here with the spears. Very dead Insania, and no fight to be had from Liquid in response to that.
Not much going on from Liquid.
Not a lot. Not a lot at all.
I mean, they're farming still. It's still pretty even in terms of that farm, of course.
Yeah, but Ame's just getting further and further ahead. You know, now he's over 2k ahead of Mickey's farm.
And Mickey's not gonna. Yeah,
I don't know if this Wind Ranger can carry this.
Yep. It's gonna be the test.
It really is.
Who else has actually played the Wind Ranger in the carry? I know we saw, I believe, Lornoff played in the mid lane, and it was pretty horrific that game. Not gonna lie, it was just a tide hunter. But she's gonna check to see how many more we had.
Dire's middle
Ame, he's having a great time.
He's chilling.
He is having a great time.
Oh, that was the only Wind Ranger pick. It was Lornoff. Yeah, if I've seen that correctly.
And perhaps, you know, Xtreme, they will be able to demonstrate why they do still go for like this second pick Medusa.
Hook shot.
And it works out for them.
We'll see. We'll see.
Find a PYW, but it's not one of the big ones they want. Sure, it slows down the Hex at least, and
they should be able to.
They'll probably be let to do this. I don't know if Xtreme's going to care / bother to bring like Ame over. I feel they're going to be more than happy just to get some efficiency out of the map, let Liquid have this Aegis and be like, you know what, you can have this, you can try and push high ground, we're going to be ready for you.
Yeah, I mean, Ame's just continuing to just farm at an insane pace.
Yep.
15k now over the Wind Ranger. I imagine Liquid's going to just, they're going to accelerate tempo.
They have to.
Kind of it.
They have to. This Medusa is going to be a problem.
XM's got Conda. He can start getting these solo pickoffs. If Boxy's not careful, he could just get popped.
And the high ground is not easy, right, for Liquid, because they have some of the arena plays, great team fight, toss back, stone gaze.
Does he have him?
In a bad position.
It's so close, it's not quite there. He might get counter ganked now off of that.
He's got the haste ring.
Coil, hook shot.
All right, Coil and hook shot are there to close the gap. He's gonna try and get through the cogs, but
they caught him.
They'll find him.
Ooh, punished for this attempt. Boxy, I believe he just had finished. He just got drums off the courier, literally as the move happened. And I think Gossamer Cape maybe dodged an attack as well, too.
Can they do anything with it, though? They've killed off XM.
They used a lot.
Yeah, there's, what, 3 of the big ults?
3 of the big ults. They're going to try to poke the tower here.
They're going to turn up for a bit of a defense. XXX.
Spear?
Gets the spear set up.
The chain stun.
They get him with the follow-up as well. They got the fear as well.
It's buffed up.
He's able to get just far enough away to stay safe for now. Mikebe has to put the BKB. He's terrified.
That was an interesting BKB. I guess he was just very scared of burstos coming up. Okay.
I think maybe worried about another follow-up blink from like XXS to get another spear or
I guess so. Pretty early usage from it. 80 seconds. Not going to be able to play aggressive without that Wind Ranger BKB, at least on him.
And XM's back up.
He is.
And Arme, he's going to have the gold for the Kai's Sands to be finished.
It was a big pickoff, though. Getting a Roshan, getting XM, that puts him into a nice, comfortable spot. But it's still, it's going to be that question of, I guess, 2 different questions. Can Medusa, in a way, almost solo carry if they do start falling off on the Tiny? And can Wind Ranger and Pango deal with the Dusa? I think they can. I think it depends on how much more farmed. And I honestly, I think if he doesn't get BKB, he's not going to even attack in the front. But
all right, we'll see. Because as you say, it's almost certainly he's not going to change what he's got queued up for sure. I mean, I'm sure he does go indeed for the Aghanim's next.
Probably. Yeah.
Then maybe after that, we'll consider
maybe
BKB.
I mean, we'll see, because he hasn't had to deal with the occasion that it happens yet, though. I think the moment that it happens, that's when you see so many players just immediately queue up that BKB.
I guess if this ends up being a game where XG lose, with Arme having like a BKB half built and queued up in the back, that would be when you're kind of like, well, I hate to say I told you so.
I mean, well,
if that happens.
We absolutely will have to see. Yeah. Boxy, this time, they will be able to find him. And I think that is that actually PYW's Hex?
He's close, right?
I think he does have it. I think they're going to smoke immediately off of that one. So 25-minute Hex on the 4-position Willow. That's got to be a first time.
So, yeah, something about these.
Saberlight.
Right, he's going to be able to get the roll up.
He's okay because
they won't be able to chase him. Same time, the Liquid won't be able to fight this.
Just TP out. If Nisha doesn't scout this Hex, it's gonna probably get him one the first time, the first usage of it.
Sure. And I feel like in the team fights as well, it's probably even higher priority for PYW just to Hex El Saberlito, right? Because that's the hero that's going to cause the most issues for Arme.
Yeah, I understand. Any of the 3 cores would be fantastic if he's able to get them pre-BKB or pre-roll-up or, any of those pre-abilities in particular.
Radiant are scanning.
Level 18's been hit for Mikke, so he has hit his big timing as well, too. The attacks per second is now up to 11.
Yep.
When you actually start doing something with World and when he fights. XM.
And they've got the setup. And there'll be no saving Insania.
Nice catch.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now, this is going to be an exciting one. I feel like we are building up to this really cool later stage that it's really just going to be up to execution who's going to be able to bring that one down, because they're both just getting very farmed. Both sides are getting farmed. And you can never scoff at these 4 positions, too, how much they can do. We've mentioned PYW a lot. We have to mention Boxy. He is going to start building toward damage at some point as well.
I don't know, this Medusa.
It's just super farmed.
I think I believe in Arme.
You believe in Arme?
Yeah.
All right.
You know, there's a reason why this team gets the Medusa pick early, and I feel it's like for games like this. Now, the Liquid's had the chance to kind of pick and play against it, but so far,
Liquid's got it.
I don't know if Liquid's done enough against it.
Liquid's got a movement that they're going to try here. They still have 35 seconds on the Aegis.
Let's see. Getting Arme here would be the dream for Liquid.
I mean, if they do get him once, it is quite
Dire
a
are
significant.
They can really start snowballing down the lanes against XG if they kill off Arme.
Oh, they look like they know where he is.
The Rolling Thunder.
They're on him.
The opening. Hook shot as well.
Getting
Gonna
control.
Get the chance to escape
Stone
this.
Gaze.
The Stone Gaze hits off successfully. Backup comes in with the Arena. Arme starting to fall very low on the mana. He's going to try standing his ground for now, jumping for Tianming. Arme surviving through this, but they've lost Tianming. Arme still trying to fight
He's
back.
getting
Bring
low.
Boxy low. And he's now completely out of mana. XM jumps in with the Avalanche, though, gives the coverage for Arme to be able to turn.
He's still
Look
alive.
towards El Sablito. The shield crash giving him enough protection to survive here on the Pango. Arme pushed back under the tower.
He's still alive.
They're trying to dive in for him. They should be able to finish him off. They'll
They
get
got
the
him.
kill.
But Mickey goes down at the end of it. XM gets a cleanup.
And the buybacks come in as well from PYW.
Nisha.
XM's cleaned up a double. Nisha should be able to play his way out of this. The question is if he wants to stick around and try and find
got
a
hexed.
kill.
PYW.
Oh, they stripped him up.
Oops, spear a bit off the mark.
And he's out with the blink.
He does.
They know where he is, though.
Can
They
he
know
play
he's in
it
the trees. He's got another orb.
He coils them.
But XM was
XM
ready
there.
with the toss there. Beautiful jump from XM. Knew exactly where he'd end up. And now
Crazy. And oh,
Boxy's gone as well by the looks
their
of it.
friend.
He's come back into the action. They were all very, very low. Can he get any of them? Tianming. He's out of range. Boxy's not going to be able to shoot him down. The gods rebukes there.
XM.
As at the end of it all, XG will take the fight.
Medusa ends up not really doing much damage because she was completely controlled, but the rest of them were able to do quite a lot. XM in particular.
I mean, he's close on the numbers there.
It is.
On the recap, a slight bit of a gold boost for Liquid, but I just feel like in the way that the fight ended up, and the fact that I feel like Liquid need to be getting ahead rather than kind of taking even trades, XG's probably comfortable with this.
Yeah, I mean, XXS did such a good job here using the Bulwark. He stood on top of Ame. I don't even, you can't ever really add up how many hits he absorbed, but I want to say he absorbed an insane amount of damage. Just put that Bulwark up, took the hits from all that whirlwind that wasn't hitting Ame, and Ame survives a very long time when he gets first initiated on.
Yeah, one thing for sure, obviously with this build as we're seeing from Ame, a lot of survivability, but obviously the damage output isn't that terrifying,
there
right?
yet.
He's kind of tickling them for the most part once he survives throughout it all.
But goodness, the tankiness is absurd with the Kaya Sanj.
Yeah, and XM able to bring in the damage at the end.
Yeah.
And Nisha, as best as he tried to play his way out of this,
The Hex.
you mentioned the Hex catching him off, and then just not able to jump away at the very end. XM in full position, ready for this orb to come straight up, and knew where he was going to go to get the instant toss.
XM's playing incredibly well this game. 8-2-2 so far on this Tiny. You can see Insania's like, man, we got the jump on the Deuce too, and we weren't able to finish him off because of how fast they were. Right, in the triangle.
They're going to be forced into a fight here, Liquid, but one that doesn't look too bad for them. They've taken out Tianming.
Mickey is doing a lot right now.
He's trying to go in on the two of them. He's got to be careful. The BKB wears off. He's caught in the arena. Look at that damage. He's dying to the wall of the arena nearly. The toss is going to get him.
my
XM
God,
will get
XM.
the kill. He's going to try for the TP out, but the dead shot from Boxy comes through. But to stop to his escape, Liquid will manage to take out the Tiny this time. Nisha to get the kill and end the kill streak.
They lose 4 for that kill. Mickey, come on, did you see that damage?
Yeah, he just got burst. Massive.
Was it amp damage? Right? I think it was amp damage from XM. I was like, that
Was that with the toss of the Kanda?
Yeah, the Kondo tree throw or whatever did like over 1,000 damage, it felt like. Good connection, at least that they get Mickey, but yeah, losing 4 for that is a bit painful. As you said, teamfight execution is going to be the thing to look at.
Okay. I mean, they're keeping it close, Liquid.
They are. This game is going to be very exciting.
They've got to keep this up, though. The next big timing, that's going to be the real terror, I feel. If Arme's able to get the MKB, then, you know, in these fights where it's taking so long to bring him down, he will be doing the damage. That's going to cause issues for Liquid fighting underneath this Medusa. So this MKB timing, that's something that Liquid really have to have in mind.
So cool that he's just going for this, like, I mean, defensive slash, whatever you want to call it, kind of build on Ame rather than just going for this BKB. It's very interesting. Saberlight.
He's got to get out. Or maybe turn towards XXS.
He's got to stop the combo, at least for a second.
It's kind of a risky spot for these two Tabians. El Sablito goes for the TP out, will make it away.
Close, almost gets caught in that Stone Gaze.
Yeah, and Arme trying to get in position to stop him. Didn't quite proc in time.
Sania does go down. Takes them some time to kill him, though, so they will get some good farm on the map.
I mean, Liquid, they've got to keep it clean. And his sort of sloppiness is going to get punished in the long run by Arme.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Daedalus nearly done for Mickey, so big step up in the damage output for him.
And he got 20 talent, so more damage on the Whirlwind, even though it says...
Well, they could try for Roche XG. I guess they don't have Stone Gaze.
There's no clock to scout. They could definitely look to start or catch the fight before the clockwork is up.
Looks to be the call. I mean, they're smoking up. They're considering it. Do we want to go in the pit or do we want to look for the fight?
See if they find Saberlight at the start of the fights, it might be probably... I mean, any of the cores, if they can find them, is going to be the ideal for XG because they have such good initiation. Let's see who they do end up finding.
XM's got a huge amount of burst. The smoke's going to dispel. He's in. Well, they're going to find Boxy. I think Instantly have to bail on that.
They're TPing in. Mickey is considering running in.
With Boxy gone, it doesn't look like an appealing decision.
No. Can't stop the push. He's rocketing Rosha, ready to scout it. Liquid claiming high ground position. They're gonna smoke, look for an engagement. Where's the friend at? Okay, it's right where he died. So he will be able to return quickly, and they will be able to continuously scout Roche. XG.
It's not an easy jump for Liquid to make, but they've got to try it. Yeah, 20 seconds, still no Boxy. Might be a bit too long.
I don't know if they want to give this one up for free. They have good ways to fight around the pit with Saberlight.
And they're able to scare XG a little bit with the rocket flares. So further time being bought for Liquid to be able to bring together the full 5-man.
XM with the Shadow Blade. This could give him the angle to look for just popping one of these cores. It does mean he has no buyback, though. Can be a bit of a risky play around this. Nisha has also done similar. Nisha's gone for the full Lincolns to protect him versus that Hex in particular. Neither of these mids having buyback for this upcoming fight. Counter smoke again.
Ame's heading forward. Just trying to get some information here. And maybe baiting them a little bit, splitting up the Manta.
Ooh, that's a big rune. There's an amp damage top.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this on either on XM or on Mickey could be absolutely massive. They're going to scout it out. Does Nisha want to pass over bottle? Is he going to keep it for himself? He's going to keep it for himself.
Okay. Oh yeah, I would have maybe liked to see it on Mickey.
Yeah. He is. I mean, Nisha is going to do a lot of damage in the fight too. But
XM's going to go in the jump. They're going to try and burst through Mickey. They get the wall fall up as well. Can they finish off the jump? They can.
do.
That's him gone, and he's out without buyback, so he will not be returning into this fight. Saberlight goes in with Rolling Thunder, but XG, they can back off and kind of reset and look to get back in on this, I think.
They'll lose one. XM. He's got BKB.
I mean, Ame's trying to step up into the fight. They've managed to kind of sort of catch Boxy off and the rest of them. XM puts the BKB, starts to back off. Boxy, he's gone. XM able to walk away with the remainder of the BKB.
Beautiful jump. That's exactly how you want it to go. Don't let him get anything off. 100 to 0 before he even gets a BKB off.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Ame,
Goes to MKB.
pretty much going to be that timing. MKB's coming out. I think the Medusa problem continues.
And now there's also a refresher on next success, so the team fight is getting easier and easier on the initiation too. Now Blink on the Willow. So they have, what, 3 different ways to blink and control the Wind Ranger before she can get anything off. Mickey's got to be careful how he shows himself. They have to just have Saberlight probably just suicide roll in to just give the space to the Wind Ranger to go in.
Yeah.
But he got caught off guard. That was just a good movement there from XG.
Yeah, it might be 19 to 19 on the kills and only like a 1k gold lead for Xtreme, but it feels like just such a harder game for Liquid at this point.
Yeah. Now that he's got the MKB for Mickey to run in, just feels very complicated for him to dish out the damage. But initiations, still very key, because that was pretty much the most perfect initiation that XG could go. But Ame is definitely this big issue, and they don't really want to initiate on him. And he keeps doing this. I think this is the 3rd time I've seen him do this, or 4th time
Keep
with
him with one of the Manta.
Yeah, he's making it like bait them. It's like, yeah, these are illusions, right? Aha. Starting to bring this Roche down.
I mean, XG's want to. They're going to want to say something about this.
And they've got double Areno, and
they know that people are going to be behind the trees. The hook shot is there. Straight over towards the backlines. The BKB comes out straight away from both XM and XXS. Ame in position. They take down Instantly immediately. Saberlight looking over towards Tianming, controlling the Marcy, but Tianming still alive. Finally goes down with Dream Call for Nisha. Comes into play. There'll be a buyback from Instantly. The arena's down. They've got the control on.
They got Mickey.
They're trying to bring the damage from the Medusa to take Saberlight down. They've got it. Ame able to finish up the kill. Another buyback to come into play from Liquid, but this time once more, Mickey's out. No chance for a buyback from him.
PYW just clutched this fight so beautifully. He full controlled Mickey 100-0. He didn't get BKB again off.
He's just trying to fight into this. They're still looking towards Arme, but Arme, he's full HP, he's full mana. They can't fight into this Medusa right now. Boxy, lucky to be able to break the distance between him and the Medusa. Nisha's managed to pick off the backlines, get PYW, but tackling this Medusa...
She's hit 25.
They
He's
can't
got the
do it.
modifiers now, too.
They have to back away from Arme. It doesn't matter that kind of 3 of his teammates are gone. Arme just kind of literally untouchable.
Does feel like Mickey just didn't get BKB off. He got Curse Crowned, got hexed during it, so when he popped out of the hex, got instantly Curse Crowned right afterwards. It was literally perfect control. And you look at, if you bring up that death summary, you can see it was literally PYW exactly. He got a Terrorize, then he got the hex, then he got the Curse Crown. It was literally perfect connection to just allow Mickey to do pretty much nothing in that team fight.
And Arme's just kind of starting the rush on his own. Again, you know, Liquid, they have the numbers around him.
Alone.
They can't do anything.
But without the Wind Ranger, she's coming back up in 8 seconds.
I mean, they've got backup for Arme. Nisha's going to try and jump over to the side. Got the hook shot and the Rolling Thunder coming in.
No BKB for the Mars.
Arme's in and the arena's there as they're able to lock down Insania against the wall. They've managed to kill off Tianming.
Mickey's back. This could start to get dangerous.
Maybe with the Wind Ranger around, they could tackle Arme.
They're going to have to buy back on Marcy. XM's back too.
Arme. They're going to get in on top of him. They're trying to focus the Medusa.
Do they have the damage? Mickey's in trouble.
And XM's in with a burst, jumps in, and immediately Mickey's dead again.
He hasn't gotten BKB off in 3 fights.
Wait, did he get a press it then?
Again, he didn't get it off.
Oh, he could have pressed it that time.
Oh man, XM.
Oh.
They just keep finding Mickey. To that Roche. Ame showing, I'm not afraid of 5 heroes.
They can't kill him. They can't kill Arme. They're having a great time here on XG. I think they know. It's just like, Liquid, you could keep running at us trying to do this, but you know, we asked the question earlier whether the Wind Ranger carry could do it this game.
It's just not
looking good.
No, and it's just not been doing. He just hasn't gotten BKB off literally 3 times in a row. They get the initiation on him in 2 of the fights.
Look at that.
But then that one,
he did 477 damage. Arme did 8,600.
Yep. Oh goodness.
That's not what you want to see in the carry matchup if you're Liquid.
No, Nisha's like, okay, I guess I got to carry from the puck now.
And this Wind Ranger, it was last pick, right?
It was.
This was last pick against what, second pick carry?
He's got to find a better angle to be able to go for these type of plays, but it just feels difficult now running into Ame. Ame just hasn't gone for BKB. He didn't need to.
He didn't need to.
Very cool.
He is completely cruising now. He is chilling.
Very cool to see. Now full butter.
Yeah, they can't kill him.
And now it's
cannot kill him.
complicated for Mickey to itemize because he's like, I need more survivability, but now I don't have damage either because now there's going to be that butter, so he probably needs MKB, but he's got Ags queued.
It's absolutely one of those games where it really is going to just take a massive mistake from Arme for XG to lose this one, it feels like.
Really
or for somehow Liquid to find a way to end the game whilst ignoring the Medusa.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the other kind.
You know what I mean? They kill everyone else, they try and split push Rat whilst Arme can't cover all lanes. That seems their best effort right now because tackling him head on is not going to happen.
At least not with the Wind Ranger. Maybe the other heroes eventually can become that solution, but it's just not looking like it too with how XM is playing. He's level 25 on this Tiny too. El Saberlight will survive, only just. This is going to be a true test to see how they can deal with even bringing him down once now. Yeah, and XM's Tiny. Maybe we will start to see more of it.
Yeah, he's played these last fights fantastic.
Yeah, he's been perfect. Lane, sure, there's a bit back and forth, but yeah, these last few pickoffs that he's been able to get, been absolutely beautiful. He's silver edged up. They're throwing the buffs onto him also while he's TPing.
Oh, they might get a catch here.
Boxy.
He's going to get the jump onto Nisha. They're going to look for the big kill, but Nisha's able to get the orb off in time.
He's tricky. He's still a hard kill with that Lincoln's.
They need that just
they need PYW.
Yeah, extra bit more catch or house in position to get him. Arme could just farm wherever.
Yeah, look where he's standing. Doesn't care. And again, look how he plays with the illusions. I think it's every time. He just kind of like sends them right. This time he switched it. He's gonna be able to cut the 2 waves, send one top, send one to the mid lane. Saberlight. It's under a ward. He wanted to go try to steal that Wisdom Rune, but good on him to check that high ground.
Is under attack.
Did they have 2 gems? I think they did, right? Yeah, they do have 2 gems. So there's the one that they took from Tianming in the last fight. Ooh, an illusion.
Oh, that's always the dream on these carries, isn't it? More gold for Arme, pushing out these waves.
Sanya has Aghanims queued up. He's actually very close to it as well, too. Let's see if he does commit for it.
I think he might. It's getting to the point, I think, for Liquid where it's just kind of try whatever you want.
Yeah,
the initial
get to some
plan,
random stuff.
whatever the initial plan was against the Arme Medusa this game in terms of strategy and play style, it's failed. So now it's just kind of try whatever you can.
It's like, okay, well, Wind Ranger's not really working. So, okay, Clockwork, Boxy, Muerta. Okay, you other four are going to have to be the answers. Good luck. And Nisha's still very farmed. He has it 25. It's just like him versus that Dusa matchup. And the fact that they do have so much control for him, as we've seen now, with that Hex. UIW, I'm just watching him every time with these Blink Hexes. It's big damage.
Okay.
Put to half HP instantly. He even took Havoc Hammer, I think just because he wanted to be tanky. You don't really see that too much on something like a Wind Ranger.
He's already used the roll-up, so he's not got a further way to protect himself, really, here. It's got the shield crash off, but he's dead.
That's their gem return.
And that's no buyback on him. 2 minutes, no Pango.
Nice refresher there from XXS. Aesthetic Cap won't save you this time, Mr. Saberlighto. And Ame.
Okay.
Okay.
He's got to be careful. He's not going to be able to slide out of that one. He nearly gets caught by XM's combo.
XM. Nisha has Ag's coil. Or sorry, he has 25 coil.
XM's taking a lot of damage from this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Even so, they can't commit to finish him off because Ame's standing by him. Of course, he does have the Aegis as well, so they don't want to go too crazy at taking him down, XM.
Nisha trying to cut the wave.
And Ame's just taking your base.
There's 2 more creeps as well coming in.
That's the mid-rank's gone.
No way to contest him. He's going to keep going.
Yeah.
Dire's middle
He might even be able to just A-click down the mid and hit the tier 4s and the H. That's how farmed he is.
been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nisha.
So he's just kind of ending the game solo here, Ame. Here was the jump in. XM's got the combo. That's going to be insane. He's getting away with the jetpack. He'll actually survive. No one XXS. Jumps in, finishes him off in the tree line.
Hex.
The route into Hex. They've picked up in Nisha. Yeah, he's out as well. Sania's not got any buyback.
Dire's
I mean, his top racks is gone. I think it's certainly looking like for Liquid, this one's back to the drawing board on how they want to approach these sort of drafts against XG when they go for the second pick Medusa. Because Ame, he got to do everything he wanted to this game. Even though El Stabilito gave him the great showing in the lane right. 7-minute defusal against him.
The game slowed down a lot, right?
It really
just felt
did.
like XG got to slow it down, got to play for Ame.
Yeah.
And honestly, the build, I was maybe expecting BKB, but this Kaya Sanj actually does just better. This
He
is
just doesn't
ridiculous.
die.
Yeah,
Because there's
it's
so much
insane.
survivability.
Yeah.
If you kind of work the numbers on it.
You just don't lose much mana.
No.
Mana loss reduction is pretty crazy on it.
It's massive for the kind of effective HP.
And the jump in particular in the mid lane, I think was the biggest one for me when they caught Mickey 100-0. And then like 3 fights in a row afterwards too, just him unable to get BKB off, unable to contribute anything.
Yeah, it's been a rough one for Mickey.
Yep.
You know, he had the space, he had the farm early on, but the sort of impact in the fights has not been there.
And it's, like you said, maybe back to that drawing board for Wind Ranger in particular,
Yeah.
as a
so.
core hero, or as a hero in particular now. 2 times now.
Oh, one more chance here. Now get the jump in with the silence onto the 2 of them. Dream Coil as well. They'll immediately break it.
Saberlight.
And be able to head forward and finish off PYW, but PYW once again has the buyback available. So he's straight back over towards to kind of turn the action. They're looking
Pretty
at
good connection.
But he gets the BKB and the arena off. Can they threaten Ame? Ame in the midst of it all. Mickey puts the BKB, the fear catches him as it comes to an end. He's dead again, no buyback. El Stabilito is out. Nisha's gone.
No damage.
It's over. GG is called. Xtreme Gaming with their second pick Medusa drafts is looking as hot as ever, Fogged. It works out, and Liquid, as much as they tried, they just didn't have the answer for it.
No, and it's like 2 fights in particular for me. I mentioned that mid fight, but then also the Tormentor fight. We actually got to see, even though they 5-man jumped Ame, it took them an eternity to bring him down. They were able to bring back heroes. Heroes respawned before the fight ended. I believe XM in particular, one of the 2 heroes, respawned before that fight's ending. And yeah, the Mars pick too. We always talk about
great arenas.
We always talk about XXS Mars. We tend to highlight him a lot of the times, but some of these fights where he's just bulwark absorbing or just getting this type of instant catch, it was beautiful. Their initiations were very crisp on XG today.
Yeah, no, absolutely a game that at a certain point, it just felt like Team Liquid had no way out of it. They had no way out of that one. They tried something here in terms of their approach against this Medusa lineup. It didn't work out. They're going to have to try something different next time. And for Xtreme,
I mean, they're just going to keep on doing this, right? You know, they do these drafts with the second pick Medusa for Ame. If Ame's in the mood to play it, they'll keep picking it early, folks.
Yeah, I wouldn't see why not.
Yeah.
Like if it's
When they
going to
play
be
it
able
this
to
well.
just play like that too. And I just have to highlight a lot of them. Like XM2 just played like an absolute beast on this Tiny too. So really exciting game for XG. And in their similar kind of thing, what time did this one end? It was probably one of the similar times that we see for
46
XG. 46. So a standard one for XG. Liquid likes to play a little bit faster. So.
Absolutely, XG. They knew exactly what to do and close this one up. It looks pretty perfect. Liquid, they're going to try something different next time. Game 1 goes to Xtreme.
Thank you very much, Pixel and Fog. Yeah, we're going to break down this game and tell you exactly how the game played out the way it did. Even though I do think that Owen and Fog did touch upon a lot of things that we're going to talk more about, because we ended the draft saying, we said a couple of things. First of all, we said Tiny was going to be
You don't have to
very
rub
strong.
it in, Shiver. Because I've been a big anti-fan of Tiny against Puck, but he did one hell of a job. What else did we say?
We also said that we were worried that Medusa was picked so early then that she was going to be countered. We were very wrong.
It looked good for the first, I would say, 15-ish minutes, considering that Saberlight or Saberlighto did get that 8-minute diffusal blade, which made it really hard. He was on top of the network as well, getting the Aghanim Scepter, going for the greedier build as he should. But yeah, this Medusa was just way too powerful. I think we need to point out the itemization as well, coming out from Ame, who did go for Scotty as his second item. Usually you go for Butterfly, but he just wanted to be more tanky. They were feeding him Lotuses in the mid of the fights. And also him picking up Kaya Sanj, which gives him a lot of mana. It also gives him less mana burn. It's a 25% mana loss reduction, which does work against the Fusel Blade, so that was nice. So he was standing in the middle of the fight, dealing damage, soaking up like 10,000 plus damage in every single fight.
Yeah, it was the whole build. That's just like a classic Ame. Like, the guy refuses to do normal stuff. We see the build and we're like, does this work? Like, nobody does this. We Google it. Liquipedia, it does work. Mana loss reduction includes mana cost and mana burn. He also went for the Aghanim Scepter, which maybe this is like a 7th item on a core Medusa, but he decided that the purpose of his hero was to just survive in the team fights, play around the Mystic Snake, kind of play a bit of utility. And I think he was getting enough damage from just an MKB and the Scotty stats that he felt like he didn't really need more damage. Like, damage was not an issue, especially because XM on the Tiny was... They were spending so much time killing Ame that XM was getting off like 4 or 5 toss combos in a fight with a Conda.
Oh my goodness, that fight that lasted forever. That was insane. And
I think
this
that's
one,
the fight, yeah.
I mean, we can look at this for literally minutes, because that's how long it felt. Also, keep in mind the Tormentor keeps doing damage as well.
Tormentor did the most damage in this fight.
MVP.
Absolutely. Imagine if Tormi got like triple kill here, but
Would be really funny.
It would be, but it's not the Bet Boom team, so it's not gonna happen. They were playing real nice. Like XM has a pretty free reign because they're not going to focus Tiny. What Team Liquid wants to do is they want to go in with the Coil, Rolling Thunder, and the Whirlwind from Wind Ranger and kill 2 heroes at least, which doesn't happen in most of these fights, especially if Wind Ranger is focusing Mars, if she's focusing Tiny with the Bulwark, with the Craggy exterior, which goes up to 50%. She's not dealing enough damage to kill Tiny, and you can see here XM, he's ready to go in one more time. Really good positioning coming out from him. Boxy with the Ofrenda. I'm not sure if he wanted to come back to that fight immediately.
He definitely not want to go back.
They were breaking down, like, the fight was happening for so long. He's like, oh shit, I've respawned.
Oh, no.
Whoever fed the Lotus to Ame in that fight, absolute MVP. I'm assuming it was either PYW or Tianming who fed the Lotus, but just because they're the supports, like, nobody else is going to have inventory slots for that. I feel like if you're a Marcy, what the hell else are you going to do with the Medusa, you know? That also, by the way, is why Ame can itemize these like stat items, is because with the Marcy, you're gaining damage based on your base damage. So I think the draft helps out a lot too. Honestly, just beautiful stuff from Xtreme Gaming. That was just extremely high-level Dota.
Pun intended, yeah.
Give him that. I think we talked about the itemization, but we got to point out PYW's item. Double Bracer,
the
Hex, 25 minutes to ruin Puck, to ruin Wind Ranger, and he got caught off multiple times by it. It was slightly more difficult when he picked up that Lincoln Sphere, but he was the one controlling, where they jumped the puck pre-Lincolns, they burst him down from 100 to 0.
Yeah, it was very cool to see. I will say this was just a very fun game. I know that maybe some people will say, well, draft issue was there as well, and in hindsight, sure. But it was very nice to see the back and forth. And I'm also curious to find out which ward Kazu really wanted to highlight for his Kitty Award of the game.
Yeah, because vision is very important, but it's not just what wards give you, but you also have vision removal. Because this time around, Miss Sheaver, we're gonna look at a sentry ward and not only an observer ward. Because in this fight, not only would you have the Mars Arena here that loses like all the vision for Team Liquid, but this ward above the Lotus Pool. So what I want to highlight is the sentry placed in the Lotus Pool, that during the time that they drop the arena, Ame also gets to kill the ward, because anytime you lose more vision or you don't know what's going on, like now they're like chasing in like further down, and maybe, you know, they feel like very strong, oh, we can actually, you know, turn this fight around. But I think with what you guys already talked about on the panel as well, I loved Ame's itemization. Like, honestly, it is so damn strong. They also here didn't see that the XM actually was coming around on like the bottom hand side. You know, maybe the ward would have still shown it, but they take it away. So, you know, it's not only about the wards you have, but the ones you destroy.
Yeah, and it's a limited resource.
Absolutely.
So it's very, and against the Mars especially. What do you think about the Mars?
I mean,
vision reduction arena.
I think it's pretty strong. I don't know if he needs it, but he's got it, and XXS is one of the best Marses in the game. So, you know, he makes pretty good use of it.
Pretty good use of it? You don't think it's too strong? And it's,
I think it shouldn't be in the game. Like, all these vision remove ones, they're also, like, bugged. Like, we saw it with the Omni Slash the other day.
Well, and you also get, if you're in the game, your teammates' couriers are from the rest. If you ever get into the Mars Arena, your teammates' couriers are seen as if it's an enemy courier, which is very tricky.
See, there's just a lot of bugs going on. So maybe that should also be, you know, talked about. But, you know, because I also thought, you know, I should take the blame too. I thought that I like Liquid's draft more. I still feel like it is very strong, but there's a lot of things from Xtreme's draft that I didn't really see. Like, you tank up with the Medusa, Tiny gets to carry the fights, his item build, the Lotuses. Good stuff.
Good stuff. I mean, but maybe we won't see the Wind Ranger carry tried anymore.
I don't think it was his fault, but I will say there's other heroes that would have made it easier. So I will give you that.
There you go. We'll find out what's going to happen in game number 2, though. It's coming your way very soon.
And send you down to me. All the angels would agree. Shine your light into the dark, fading in from far away, trying to find the words to say. Everything sky. Keep you safe, you're by my side. I'd give you all the brightest stars, for all the hope and all the good, 'cause I can see now you're everything I'll ever need, all the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever
You're still watching Dream League Season 24. It's the final day of the first stage of groups. Well, potentially, because we have the whole day of tomorrow reserved for tiebreakers. Although both of the teams that are playing right now are most likely not included in those. Because because both teams now have 7 wins, which is pretty darn good. As we head into the second game of this 2-game series, it's Liquid and Xtreme. Xtreme won that first game, and it was very back and forth. And there's a lot to be said about first game. At the end of the day, though, I think the main thing is that Xtreme got away with just banning Anti-Mage, picking Medusa, and then it had a great game. They can just do that again. Actually, they can't because they are now first pick.
They could, technically, if it gets left in the pool, do it
Sure,
again. If they
yeah.
ban 2 here, I mean, it will be more obvious this time around. Though. Like, if you
Yes.
ban Monkey King first phase and now there's, Anti-Mage and one more, like, then Liquid can
Yes.
obviously just ban it.
Yeah, I will say that Sanj and Kaya build
Was
on
really cool.
Honestly, it makes it so that some of these counters don't feel like they're counters compared to the anti-mage. Like the Pango just didn't seem impactful in that game, and he literally went the greediest build possible to counter the Medusa with arguably the best early game you could possibly have on an offlane Pango, and it didn't work. So it does beg the question, does the hero Medusa rise in stock because of that? Because now the only counter is really the anti-mage.
What I want to see from Team Liquid is some heroes that can reset because they had to go full force to get the kills during Whirlwind. Because I don't think we're going to be seeing more of a Wind Ranger. I'm sure that Team Liquid played it. They, even after all these massive nerfs, they still wanted to make the hero work. They had a great success. That's why they picked it. But I want to see heroes, because a lot of the times in this meta, heroes are still super tanky, even with the Bracers nerfs. That you can't kill them from 100 to 0. You want to have multiple rounds of spells, and Sanking gives you that. Like with Sanking, you're never going to lack damage. Dark Willow as well. Sometimes you'll see Dark Willow use 2 ultis in a team fight. By 2 ultis, I mean 2 Bedlams, not Terrorize and Bedlam, considering how long the fights are.
Yeah.
Back to you, Kezu.
Back to me. Good points made, of course, by Lacoste as always. But, you know, it's just solid heroes with the SK and the Willow. Why are you laughing? Gave you a compliment.
Thanks.
Which was very, I meant it a lot,
genuine.
of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for Mr. Xtreme Gaming here, Lacoste, what do you think their 4 position is going to be here?
4 position for Xtreme Gaming. Clockwork, they exclusively played as position 5, so I've been very... I just want to see maybe some Hoodwink, maybe even some Lion, just a little bit of control, because what Nisha plays is all these elusive heroes, his Storms, his Pucks, Queen of Pains as well, Ember, so maybe just go with the Lion +1 here.
I was also thinking just go Lion. It blocks so many annoying heroes out from being picked. It's a mana battery hero as well, so you can combo it with a lot of offlaners. Like a Lion plus Timber feels amazing.
Lion plus Medusa.
Yep, amazing.
Medusa banned. So they won't be able to get their hands on that. That being said, Medusa's banned, and Luna, and Shadow Fiend. So we're going to have a little bit more variety in the carry department today, with Monkey King also banned.
There could be a Morphling incoming, like later on. I think it's good against Sand King. You have a couple of the heroes being taken out.
Very true. That doesn't really offer a lot of extra variety, considering we've seen Morphling quite a
Okay,
bit.
true.
And
So
if-
we
and if
want
you-
higher variety
If you
here.
pick Lion, you are blocking Liquid from taking the Morphling from you.
You
So
want to
you
hear
can
some,
have it after.
You want to hear some interesting stats about Morphling? Try to guess his win rate.
22%.
16%.
Holy
Oh
shit.
my goodness, why is that so low?
More
Jenkins isn't
players.
playing it. That's why.
You gotta go.
He's
Strength, you gotta go strength facet.
Strength facet, offlane as well.
Yep, low cooldown those spells. You get to be another guy with low cooldowns.
Oh, they go for, like previously they went for Mars Willow, and now is Mars Phoenix, another classic combo.
Oh, they're all inning on the team fight here.
Yeah. I mean, Phoenix is very good against these heroes. Sand King, traditionally not a hero that hits egg. Same with Willow. And all your spells from Phoenix go through the Shadow Realm as well. I mean, if you're Liquid, you need to address the egg now in some way. I mean, either you can have a Marcy, but I think doing that alone is like not that good into like a Mars. So maybe Ogre plus a BKB carry.
Yeah.
On a previous patch, you would go like Jugger, Lifestealer here.
Well, there's
But
a Morphling.
These heroes
Could
are
be
just not
Morph
good.
Ogre.
Statistically speaking, Liquid lost.
Yeah, but if they pair it with Ogre, who has a very high win rate, it could offset the shit win
Yeah,
rate from
the
the water
balance.
map.
I could also see like, what about Omni? There's so much magic damage.
I'm gonna say it, it's not gonna get picked. Snapfire. Top tier game for Snappy. You can be paired up with Sanking, you have Cookie, for
Not- it's
Clockwork,
not
Then
being
you go
picked.
for Willow 5,
It's not being picked.
but it's not being picked. People don't like this hero.
which is a shame, because I do see the appeal that you mentioned.
Kill the Egg, of course, the big one. But most likely it's just going to be Ogre.
Yeah.
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense. Even if Morph's win rate is absolute dog water, the hero is good. It is good against these heroes. Like, Clock doesn't really touch you. You're good against the Mars. Like, you get to decide if you man up within the arena or on the egg or not, because you can wave in, wave out, you get the Bloodlust. This looks pretty good. So for Xtreme Gaming, I was about to call them XGWBG, but I don't know what carry matchup they want here. Because you don't have that many grade 1-on-1 matchups available anymore with the bans.
Is we talked at the very start of the series. Is Nature's Prophet still an option? Because we saw Nature's Prophet. You literally highlighted him.
It's true.
What needs to happen for that to be having a good game?
You don't lane that grade into Sanking, I would
Okay.
assume. I mean, maybe your early levels are fine. I guess with the idea of you going Broach later, it's good, but until then, ooh.
That looks
Carry
like a
Muerta.
core.
That one is good.
It's one of the few ones.
This
Not
one is
many
cool.
people wanted to pick Carry Muerta,
Nah, this one's cool.
but you have... Every single time I see Carry Muerta, I'm like, there's a lot of answers. There is so much magic damage from Sanking, from Ogre, even Morphling. You have Bedlam, you have Terrorize to control her during her ulti. But the big thing is she has a setup. That's what I like to see with Carry Muerta. You have Mars, that's probably one of my favorite combos. So you have somebody to keep them in place while Muerta's dealing damage. You have Cogs, which is going to be used like multiple times in a team fight. So that feels really nice.
Like Xtreme thinks that it's going to be a Sand King mid, which is always a flex you have to be careful about. The Muerta Morph matchup is an interesting one because Morph is obviously going to build a Conda at some point in the game, and it's a lot of magic burst for Muerta. If she's low and she pops the ult, she will die. Like he's a magic damage carry. However, on the flip side, I don't think there's a hero in Dota that can kill a Morphling faster than a Muerta can. She does all magic damage when she pops her ult. Morphling has like 40 armor and very low HP and no extra magic resistance. So you can legitimately like two-shot this hero before he gets his morph off.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Got Queen of Pain banned, as we are looking for an XM hero on the side of Xtreme. For Liquid, do we have a preference where that Sand King is going to go? Do we want it to be on the off lane against that, the Muerta lane with the clock?
I feel like it could be. Maybe it comes down to what Xtreme will pick out of phase.
Yeah.
But for offlaners,
last
I could see... damn, I had two heroes in mind. There's like some Primal Beast, but if you feel like the clock offsets that, then it's okay to swap. Damn, I had two more. Lacoste, take it away. Dawnbreaker.
Oh,
I think there's-
Donnie, Donald's good.
Donald could be good here, because you also help your Sand King. If he tanks, like you can always like help him out. Maybe Magnus, if that's like something that he plays, but I don't know if that's a saber
Ooh, I
tag
have a
hero.
spicy one if they want to play Sanking from the mid lane. I think something, if they feel like they want to counter this Muerta more, is pick up Doom straight away. Just take her out. Most of the damage is going to be coming out from that Muerta.
The Doomy boy still,
Yeah, the
still in the
Doom.
pool.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to
Okay,
ban.
take out Sniper and Quap.
Do those heroes counter Sand King mid? I mean, I imagine Queen of Pain definitely would.
Yeah, it's like very annoying lane matchups. Like Sniper is also very...
You'll lose in like the first...
Yeah. I mean, I
3 or
personally
4
would
minutes.
not have banned
10
Sniper,
seconds
but this kind of leads me to believe that this Sand King is going mid.
Yeah,
Like straight up.
Same
remaining.
here.
Pick. Team Liquid's turn to pick.
That's the Storm Spirit. And they ban out the Husker, so covering their bases there.
Yeah.
El Saberlighto.
Or El
could-
Nisho.
Or Nisha.
El
Yeah.
Nisha could be true.
With the Storm pick, maybe you want to counter it.
Earth Spirit, pick it up. It's
Yeah.
so much magic damage that, like, you have control for the Storm, and also you build into Blade Mail against Muerta. You have this spread damage, which feels really nice. They also don't have Pipe Carrier on an Xtreme. Mars doesn't want to buy that item. It just feels really bad.
Yeah.
Still don't mind the Doom. I think Storm's another good
Nah,
Doom
the
target.
Earth
Okay, they
Spirit.
go for the Earth Spirit.
Choose your hero.
Too good to not have it
I mean,
in
I
this
think
game.
Earth Spirit being in the meta is part of the reason that we have seen the Muerta look kind of bad in a lot of these games, even on a 4 position. Because it's the Blade Mail, he really doesn't like playing into that. He will hit you by accident because that's what her ability literally does. And Earth Spirit does a ton of magic damage, and she's good against physical damage. amps magic damage against herself. So
Do we like this coming out from Team Liquid with the last pick? Is this gonna tie the series up?
I think so. I think they have the tools. Even though carry-to-carry matchup is not the greatest for Morphling, the other heroes on Liquid will take care of Muerta. And I think this game is going to be super entertaining to watch because this one has my favorite combo with Muerta. I already mentioned with the Mars, with the Clockwork. But then again, Earth Spirit, every single time I watch this hero play, the hero owns.
Yeah, I'm with Liquid this time, well, again. But I think the Sanking Earth Spirit going in together is kind of hard for a lot of the heroes to deal with. I don't know if XXS can like build a pipe on Mars, because traditionally people don't really want to do that. But I feel like if they want to fight into it, they need that. And if they don't, loss.
yeah, I agree. I think you can 3x BKB timing against this, but it's not really a patch for that. And I think that takes so long that oftentimes you will lose to these like dual magic damage cores. So I agree. Somebody needs a pipe.
Somebody needs a pipe on the side of Xtreme. We'll see who goes for that. We'll also see if the Morphling can battle or maybe up his win rate a little bit more with this Game 2 coming your way right now via the PogChamp Pandas.
Gentlemen, it's time to get into the action of Game 2 here between Team Liquid and Xtreme Gaming. I'm Eddie Pixel once again with Fogged. Fogged, what do you make of this? We're from the panel looking up the stats. Morphling, this hero has not been too hot. Liquid, they're going with it this game. Will it work here? And also, just why in general do you think the Morphling hasn't been working out for a lot of teams?
Not sure, to be honest. I think a lot of them have just been getting caught off guard and just gets popped, and the lane just ends up being pretty miserable. I think a few of these Morph games, I saw them trying to counterpick the Brood, right? And then the Brood dumps on the lane, gets an Orchid, runs him down, and the Morph's just playing on back foot. And that tends to be the case a lot of times with the Morph. It just takes too long to get online, and you just lose too much of the map. It tends to be this like 4 Protect 1. So I think that might be one of the reasons, but you can definitely see why he wanted to play it this game. Playing versus the Clock, playing versus the Mars, being able to play around these arenas, playing around
Should
these cogs.
get a first blood here. Who's going to be the one to drop? They've got the Power Strike and the Shadow Realm hit ready, and that'll do it.
Oh, might
gets
lose
the first
one more,
blood.
though. Foxy.
Yeah, Jax,
We'll go
I
down.
get it.
Alright, so first blood for Liquid, but for Xtreme Gaming, Arme is the carry. He gets a kill.
And Saberlight's at 100 HP, so he'll have to buy or bring some type of extra regen for himself. And Ame might just be able to
Yeah, Saberlight
zone
might
him out.
miss the first wave then.
Yeah.
Or
How much
at least a
regen?
decent bit of it.
How much regen does he bring? I mean, he only has the tangos that are saved, so they might just play up on the lane right now and just not let Saberlight walk up. This is actually pretty dangerous here for the Sanking. So Foxy gets the kill, but painful for Saberlight. He still might die. Like, Dying Light.
He's burning.
Headshot. It's
Radiant's
close.
courier has been killed.
Either way, getting bullied back massively from what there's going to be 2 waves.
Yeah, 2 full waves. And Ame, he's done this again. I saw him do it at TI as well, where he doesn't go for the Ofrenda anymore. He did it a couple games months ago, but he likes to just play with Dance of the Dead. He likes to just play more for like this fighting style than getting just benefit of attack speed from Ofrenda, which is quite interesting because I think every other carry player, if I'm not mistaken, takes the Ofrenda. So,
Yeah,
good thing
it
to point
can
out.
be pretty crazy getting to come back in with a little bit of your ultimate, essentially, right around that.
Especially
As the
versus
carry.
Morphling, right? Like, because it's literally like the carry versus carry matchup that he was looking at. But yeah, it's interesting to point out. We also saw Boxy, like right last game, he went for the Ofrenda, even though we do see the sports go for the Dance of the Dead. So it's just player dependent in a lot of situations.
Let's see this bottom lane. I mean, how should this go for mid-case? This is a
It should be pretty free for him.
easy enough one to farm as
Oh
well.
yeah, this is a very free lane. The top, we will
Hey, that's
absolutely see
suffering.
Saberlight at pretty much none. He just got put so low after that level 1. It's like when you go to lane with 100 HP, it almost is like, maybe I should have just died.
Yeah,
So
they have fixed the situation, but they got tangos out. They did get a salve out. I imagine, well, he's already popped that and that got interrupted, or they've just worked for his HP again, but this is
Courier.
Dire's courier
Hey, Boxy.
killed.
Should be okay with it too. But yeah, Ame, he's going to have a very, very good start up here. Same thing for the Morph as we were talking about, but This is a lane that they probably wanted to be able to put a bit of pressure since they're playing versus a Phoenix in lane who usually is the best lane secure. It's just not going to happen probably. Unless they start getting better lane positioning or they get some type of sneaky kill onto Tianming. This is going to be a slower start here for Saberlight and a slower way to slow down Ame, where he had a very good game last game, and he was slowed down last game.
Saberlight's just got to be so careful.
Yeah, it's like any little misstep and you could just get pulled back.
They'll get the D ward, I think. Yeah, they'll be able to set Sentry out first.
Bloxy. Was that 2 HP?
He's lucky to live, but again, the living is kind of what's hurting Liquid the most on this lane.
Yeah, maybe honestly. Dying might just
dying
be
and resetting the lane.
Foxy's got a salve, so he'll be able to come right back to full HP, but Saberlight's still sitting at like 300 HP.
It's costing them money that they don't have.
Yeah, this is a brutal start for this top lane. Bottom, we're seeing not similar, but something is happening. You know, XX is getting slowed down a little bit, but yeah, this is a miserable start here for that top lane for Liquid.
Oh, yeah, he's just popped a salve and returns the lane, but Boxy, he's low HP once again.
It's time to start cutting creep waves.
Yeah, they got to
Don't play the lane. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's a disaster up there. And XXS, he's always going to get something. Yes, he's going to lose this lane, but he will be able to find something down here. And he's playing his Mars, so he'll be able to do a lot in the game no matter what, even if he has a bit of less net worth. While tanking sometimes can be in a bit of a struggle if it starts this slow. Yeah, he'll be able to farm him jungle, be able to do some jungle camps at some point, but don't know if you want to just give a Muerta full free farm either. Which is just going to be the case now because of that. In mid lane, I didn't really want to talk about this so much because I think we've seen this so many times.
It's the Spirits again.
It's the Spirits. Someone wins the lane, Earth Spirit does his thing. And we will have to talk about Earth Spirit, though, because there's some cool builds, and I'm glad they mentioned on the panel, too. I've seen a couple of these games when he is playing versus... It is Muerta support in some of those games, but the Muerta tries to get into the fight, and just the, like, 11 different magnetized refreshes just take him out as he's trying to come in. So it's a difficult matchup on that front, and Earth Spirit builds Blade Mail, which is one of the best things versus Muerta. Speaking of Nisha, though, he will be.
Getting bullied back from the wave and the power rune, though, as XM's going to be able to grab that.
They're getting good blocks on my top.
Rune, sorry. I mean, and Senia's looking to sort of set up around here. I mean, they've got already quite a bit of focus hovering around this mid lane.
Yeah.
Maybe see if they can try and make a pre-level 6 play.
Yeah, an attempt of like a boot under the tower. We've seen a couple teams do it. Not too often, though. Clockwork in the area, too, though. PYW could counteract things. Nisha taking big damage.
And with the Remnant, should have this, or maybe not. Actually.
He got him.
They'll get him. But
XM, what a beast.
He might even be able to walk away from this. He's got backup at PYW. They've got the cogs down and the battery assault. They're going to be able to get both of them.
Oh, XM. He's playing so well today. He was just pushing it onto Nisha. Nisha actually, a bit of a miss, but I think he rolled into XM trying to go for a play, and XM just was like, okay, I'll just stand my ground. Very nice play from
Nearly get the brambles on him. TP out was just in time.
And that bottom lane, XXS, he is being left alone, but he is still finding something in the lane while Saberlight just continues to get slowed down. A phenomenal start again for the side of XG. And XM now can maybe perhaps start moving. XXS bottom will go down, but they could look to make a rotation with this Storm down here.
Top, they're trying to fight. I will get the kill.
Saberlight did tick out. He will. Bottom, here comes XM.
The rotation coming in.
He'll just go for the easy kill. All right. He's got his Phoenix respawning, so he can get his bottle refilled if he'd like to bottom. He'll just have XXS do it. That's the benefit of having that advantage for the Storm nice and early on, that he can make these easy rotations. Nisha can't quite respond yet. Once he's got the 6, he could look to make the kind of rotations constantly. It does probably mean that XM is going to be able to get this 6-minute power rune without even having his supports really fully secure it, and it's a really good one. He gets a regen.
That's not for the likes of you.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Hot stuff from XM today.
Oh, sweet.
Won't be able to do anything aggressive, though, with the extra backup Nisha's got around this time. Making sure that Nisha doesn't suffer anymore.
He can start taking away some farm, though. He can play pretty aggressive here. You'll also see the ward, I think, on the low ground with that sentry. I think his static, or his, static remnant saw it for a second there. Gonna play on bottom. I mean, if they catch Mickey with a spear, he's probably just dead.
It's a bit of a tricky one.
It is. It's not the easiest, but it's just that one little slip up if he can find the angle. Mickey's playing it careful though. You see he's sitting actually not that low. He's sitting at 30 strength. Since XM is not showing himself, he is making sure that he is a bit safer. His farm is good. And overall throughout the game, we'll have to always mention, he's going to be bloodlusted. So always have that extra benefit that's going to be power amping him versus the Muerta. It's been a difference maker in a lot of games that I've seen. But we're seeing this Ogre picked up so often. Core-to-core matchup when it's just one of them has fire shield eventually from the shard, and just this bloodlust does be problematic. Mickey trying to just poke X success.
Top lane, Saberlight has definitely been able to catch up a bit.
Some stacks.
Still at the bottom, but you know, they're not getting completely left out of the game.
No, and he's a hero that can, even though he is behind, he can provide tons of damage, right? If he does find an angle with Epi. Tianming actually going for a solo kill.
And he's going to get
him.
Yeah, that TPL's not going to work from El Saberlight. Tianming, he'll die, but he'll take that anytime.
He's been, honestly, best 5 position in China for me lately. He's been playing super well. That was a very impressive play.
Minute power in. Go to XM.
Him again.
Nisha getting quite a bit of his mana burnt. XM's going to try and look to use this as a chance to close in on him. As Nisha run down here by the two of them. They've been able to punish him a few times now in this mid.
XM is just playing super well today, and they set up him getting the rune too. Getting that momentum going. And X success is he is getting good amount bottom. He's not having to go for jungle creeps or anything. They're not able to pressure him and push him out of lane. A Dream Start for Xtreme. Level 6 already picked up on both supports. That is very early. It's 8 minutes, 40 seconds, and they've got them both finished up. And these two supports deal pretty insane amount of damage inside of early team fights.
Yeah, they can make a lot of plays early on.
Yeah, this is a really good start for them. And they have good team fight in general with their lineup too, with that Phoenix with the Mars. XM just hitting the tower mid. Tianming waiting.
It's difficult to do much around this tier 1 because, as you said, that the potential of Xtreme with these ultimates.
Just so high level. Willow is almost 6. Boxy's very close to having it. He does now.
They want to try and dive for Nisha again. They're going to try for it now.
For it.
See if they can block off his escape. Dive forward.
Down.
Can they block the roll off? They can't. Nisha's able to roll away successfully. And Instania cornered Supernova. He'll die. Boxy will find PYW in return. The cleanup continues here, XM, as he gets the double. Just get caught by the bar. He's got enough mana to zip back to his tier 1. The Magnetize will certainly bring him low, but he shouldn't quite kill him, as XM will wait it out at the side of the fight. He'll live, only just. Really thanks to that Tango regen that he had pumping.
Don't walk next to him too close. I was like, his teammates are running next to him. Could have been scary. Nisha almost out of stones. He'll get the bottle refill.
I mean, he's getting so many kills in this mid, XM, with these sort of plays. And Nisha stepping up.
He gets hit.
I mean, I guess he didn't expect them to be set up for him like that.
Oh, but look at XM. Is he going to go down?
Jump back in. XM, he's going to be able to get away from the sandstorm in time. The Ignite will bring him low, but again, it won't quite kill him. XM just continues to survive throughout it all.
And look at Saberlight.
PYW. They're trying to dive in for Saberlight. Will they get him? Not quite. Saberlight goes back in with the Burrow Strike. He'll live, get the kill. Now look towards PYW with the supports. Insania and Boxy trying to run him down, but the hook shot's up. He's back to safety.
XM just, again, I just keep feeling like I'm saying XM over and over again in both games.
5-0-2.
He's playing, it's little plays that he's doing that are super nice too, like this little zip that he allows himself to get that catch onto Nisha and then just dodging a little bit of damage too. Strength tread toggling so he survives with 20 HP. Little clutch plays that he's been able to do beautifully. And he's gotten, I think, all the power runes so far, right? He got the regen, he got the shield, and he's gotten the arcane so far. They're setting him up for success.
We'll see Nisha. Just was not ready for them to jump him like that as he was stepping up towards the power room.
And look, like he bottles the rune on int and switches to strength treads before the stun comes. I think if he's on int treads there when Saberlight stuns him, he dies. He's literally doing every little like micro perfect thing as possible. It's very impressive stuff he's doing. 10 galvanized stacks this early is beautiful. Mickey is still having a very good time though. He is getting a full free time down here as this Morphling. So a lane that he's not pressured, and I have seen a couple of times in these games where Morph struggled, it's because his lane was difficult. So see what that's going to happen, what that's going to make.
Oh,
hook shot.
Pretty deep one here, but he's caught Insania, and the backup's in from XM. Insania gets dealt with. Nisha's going to roll in to try and find some kills in return. Dive forward from Tianming. He's
got egg again.
Supernova at the ready. And Boxy's trying to finish up PYW, but he's caught by the Vortex Boxy. Another kill for XM. PYW does end up going down, but XM, he's getting in, he's getting out, and he just continues to get these kills. 7-0-2. Nisha rolls in, but there's still mana at the ready.
Silence.
The bar is
Saberlight.
He completely misses it.
Oh no,
I mean, we'll see if Nisha can redeem that for Saberlight. No, he can't. XM's got enough mana to get away.
Tip him.
Oh, that was a rough miss there from El Saberlight. He hits that burst strike.
It's a kill.
It's a kill, and it's a massive kill as well.
It's what? It's a 7-0, and he's got 12 galvanize. Oof. A slip up. An opportunity to finally slow down this storm and just whiff the stun.
They missed it.
Yep. I checked too. I was like, oh wait, it's a level 1 stun, and he just was actually just, you know, because sometimes that level 1 stun,
he had that easily.
It's also a level 3 stun. So
it's no excuses. I mean, it's not even close.
No, no excuses. El Saberlighto.
Well, still early days. There'll be time for him to redeem himself, El Saberlighto, this game.
Sure.
Already has been in terms of the recovery. You know, a lot of stacks from him as well. You know, he's getting back into the game, but these burst strikes, they can't miss. They've got to catch this storm.
And he is getting back in terms of the game because of just farming neutrals, not because of killing heroes. So he's
you're saying it's on the supports. He's done some of the stacks himself, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, we have the stack counter in this?
He did. He did quite a bit. Yeah.
Okay, 6 stacks. Yeah. Nice spin done here by the Willow.
They have a good in liquid fashion.
It's a lot.
They do
a lot of stacks. Yeah.
Even before they were the TI winners, they were crazy at stacking. Phoenix ult back up in 15 seconds. They're looking to pressure with XM and with Ame even turning up. Ame, we're talking about his farm also. He's having a very good time pretty much matching that Morphling's farm. And it's that matchup, of course, that core-to-core matchup that's the dream from Muerta. There's a ton of magic damage on the side of Liquid though. So this could probably, I know I said it last game too, the BKB game, but for Muerta this time, I feel like this is definitely a BKB game. You can't go Kaya Sanj on a Muerta. You know, it's not no mana loss reduction benefits. So.
Top tower is under attack.
Stacks being formed on the side of XG also during this downtime. Yep. They've got the blink finished on XXS, and they've got that wombo combo team fight. It's easier to execute than the side of Liquids because Saberlight doesn't have a blink. You know, it's all Nisha if he has the mission.
And like Tianming already has been having to make some very early plays with the supernovas.
Stoning. They don't really have great ways to hit it. Pretty much exclusively the morph.
These big stacks should put Ame very close towards the Mjolnir.
And that's when that farm just starts to really fully snowball. And they're playing just protecting him. PYW playing in the spot that they can't look to gank him. Similar to the last game, net worth, it's close, but it does feel like Ame, again.
Oh, yeah, he carried pretty hard last game, right, on his Medusa. Mickey wasn't able to keep up. We'll see if Mickey's able to keep up this game in this matchup.
And this is a game where XM, I don't know if he rushes the shard. He might even wait quite a bit of time before going for it, because we've talked about this so much of the storms where they just want to rush it. He can go for the BKB. Doesn't want to die. Wants to keep the galvanize. Liquid looking to get something here.
They need XM. They find XM.
Got the silence.
They get the silence. They surely have him here. The lockdown into the fear. This burst strike's not missing.
Insania got the kill though.
That's a little unfortunate.
It's a 7 kill streak, so I don't want him to be grabbing that one. But either way, they do stop that momentum a bit here. Get Tianming.
He tries to get out, but the roll will catch him. He's still got a supernova if he wants to mess around with him, but he'll probably accept his fate.
You're just not good enough, Phoenix.
Radiant's middle tower.
Get something going there.
Yeah, it's the big one. They kill XM, finally putting an end to this storm.
Down to 9 galvanize. Sure, Insania takes the last hit, but either way, very good smoke rotation. Perhaps gonna even find. I mean, Ame's in a very dangerous position. He is farming very far up.
Well, probably got PYW killed here as well.
I believe he did. Well, that was. I guess he didn't expect the defensive ward, but a very aggressive place to be farming.
It's all par for the course, right? Last game, Ame, I think around a similar time, right, died in the mid.
Yeah,
randomly.
that's true.
This game, he dies in the jungle randomly.
You know, Ame does.
And then he wins the game. So,
Ame does have a couple of these.
He has one of those. Yeah, okay. Maybe he said give or take 2 of these deaths sometimes in the early game where it's like, oh.
Because
what
he
are
had
you
his
doing there, sir?
he had his
And-
ancients available as well too. Like their ancients were up, so just wanting to play an aggressive posture, he'll get punished for it. That's a big sequence. They literally just got what, 4 kills back to back to back on the side of Liquid here. Momentum now starting to shift their way. Mickey level 13 now after those. And Saberlight has Bloodstone, has Cloak. He's completely recovered. XG gonna look for a fight.
Full combo.
Yep, they want to still keep looking to make that space for Ame. What does Saberlight get? What neutral item? No Vampire Fangs.
Dire are
We'll just take a
scanning.
Bullwhip. I do like Bullwhip a lot now, though. This is a good item. He'll show himself. XM
Might
wanna
just
jump.
TP out. XM. Is he gonna find him? Saberlight. He'll get the epicenter going.
Tianming.
He's able to get the supernova off. And with that said and done, I don't think there's much they can do to save
Foxy's
Saberlight.
here.
They're trying to bring the fight together, but the supernova will go off successfully. Maybe they can keep El Saberlight so safe. They'll turn towards Tianming, catch him in the Cursed Crown. They make it work, Liquid. They bring the numbers.
He's starting to get too tanky for them to go for it. Just those 3 heroes. They might need to start bringing more. And he's going for a really nice build this game, the pipe afterwards. It's quite a bit, if not majority, like 90% magic damage on the side of Xtreme throughout almost all of this game. So this tankiness from Saberlight's going to start to be a big problem for them.
Might get another one here. Set it with a Bramble, Burrow Strike to follow, PYW. Is caught as well, Liquid.
That was Xtreme trying to make the move. They get
They
punished.
get the spear
They
center
get
at the top.
Mickey.
They catch him before he's shifting. They don't have enough burst to kill him though. Okay, but they turn into the storm, use the vortex against him. XM's very low on the mana. The wave 4-4 comes in from Mickey. He's trying to dive the tier 2. The fear, it will snipe onto XM. Boxy able to finish the job with the Shadow Realm here.
Liquid is getting insane kills. That's 5 in a row. I believe they've been able to find 5 or 6, getting this momentum massively.
Yeah, Xtreme getting outplayed in a series of events, right?
And going
Liquid
one by one a little
catching
bit.
the Storm top, catching Arme bottom, then Xtreme not being able to kill El Saberlight, and then XM now getting caught again under his tier 2 as they just can dive him as he tries to play aggressive, go for Mickey. It's not even close. They don't get anywhere close to being able to bring that morph down.
Yeah, now Saberlight's honestly massive. Yeah, probably the roughest start you could imagine. Oops, they lose their Eagle Song there. XXS was able to snipe, but
he might die for this XXS.
He's surrounded. He's juking because of the ward that he has.
It's a good juke. And that's actually going to do it. He's fine. Okay, the jukes are real.
That was pretty cool. And he'll get that courier, of course, too, to slow down the timing there from Mickey. But yeah, I mean, Saberlight, literally the roughest game ever, and he's going to have a very good pipe timing that's going to make it very difficult for XG to bring him down. Success.
They're going to look for Boxy here. Hook shot in from PYW. As Boxy, he can't play his way out of this one.
At least we're not stuck in court.
Arme.
They found him.
They find him with a Burrow Strike. He is extremely dead.
Yeah. Until he's got BKB, he's a free kill if they get on top of him every single one of those occasions.
Liquid's getting the big kills these games. You know, they've killed XM twice in a row, basically. They killed Arme twice in a row. This time, they're able to make these moves, find the cause that matter.
And Nisha, both the heroes that were struggling in the game for the side of Liquid are completely caught back up. Yep. Nisha, he's got BKB Blade Mail, so he's going to have great ways to deal with the Muerta and all that magic damage that comes out, and they're even stealing Tormentor. This is looking hard for XG. After it was looking so good in that early game with the way that they got the early 6s on the 2 supports, the big kills on XM, things have been slowed down massively. XM does have a BKB finished up now, but things have slowed down so much that Liquid now can go for a Roche. They've got pipe too, so even inside those team fights, it just actually might not have damage.
Ever since sort of El Saberlight missed the Burrow Strike, the game's been on the up for Liquid, right? That's what it took. They're like, all right, guys, they hit their low there. They were like, oh, wait, we got to step it up, and they have. Since that as a team, and now El Saberlight are making the redemption's arc here, but like, how fun and unkillable he is, it's working out. Liquid definitely doing it here, building the lead, getting the Roshan. And you can guarantee they're going to just continue running at Xtreme Gaming.
Absolutely. And they've got Max Bloodlust. He's got Fire Shield now in the Ogre too. So everybody's going to be Bloodlusted and Fire Shield in these upcoming team fights with a pipe. So they're going to have good damage mitigation. XG, they're going to look for something here with their double B. Or I think this is almost a triple BKB timing. Ame is not there. And he doesn't have his BKB yet, but they're looking to play this 4.
Are scanning.
What can they catch? Boxy, he saw where the rocket came from. They'll just back away. I think Ame is probably making the call. Guys, wait, I'm 200 from BKB. If we want to take a fight. Let me at least have that. 'Cause if he shows up to a fight without BKB, he's just a free kill every time versus this lineup. Mickey's butterfly, it's almost there. So he's going to have that really nice timing, of course, versus Ame, where he doesn't have true... Well, yes, Maelstrom proc True Strike, but limited ways to be able to full focus him.
Double damage.
Here we go. Do they smoke again? Now that they've got the BKB on the Muerta, they have those other 2 BKBs too. Liquid is running into them, though. Saberlight.
Amen's gonna put the BKB. Straight away looking to try and tackle El Stabilizer. They get the hook shot in as well. El Stabilizer is attempting to get the epicenter off, but they've caught him and they'll kill him off.
But look at the Muerta. I mean, dead in a
so much
second.
damage. The Magnetize is really kicking in here. As the 2 of them are gone, they have to bail out now. Xtreme Gaming and Anisha. He's going to get another rock passing through. The Magnetize won't continue too much longer, so XG will get the rest away.
Oh, this was bloodlusted Earth Spirit with resonance as well. Oh my god, did you see his right clicks? He's beat the crap out of the Muerta on top of just that magic damage. That's actually kind of hype. He did 5,000 damage in that fight, and it was not just Magnetized. Saber Leto tips his buddy. Did end up going down. If he gets the epi off, he might actually
he nearly got it off. Yeah, the amount of sort of sustain that would have given him with the Bloodstone, it was close. And it still took a lot of resources for XG to bring El Stabilizer down.
It was almost the whole 9-second duration of the BKB, right? I think it was like 8 seconds or so for them to bring him down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Man, yeah, I want to see more bloodlusted. I mean, I don't want to see... Earth Spirit's a fun hero to see, even though we're doing it every single time, but I want to see more bloodlusted. Absurd how much damage he's actually doing. Starting to feel those concerns. That was a triple BKB fight. I don't think they used all of them. I think they only ended up using 2 on the side of XG, but that's your triple BKB timing fight, and you lose your carry. Liquid now with a very aggressive posture, able to play inside the enemy triangle from the ward that they have. Well, his team sweeps for kills. Jumping.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Get out. Looking like a no. Gonna try, but Saberlight's in there.
I can just get outside of a team fight, kills very easily, and even in a team fight, they'll take the trades. Liquid.
Absolutely.
Really good spot now.
Radiant are scanning.
Supports are big too. Both of them on the side of Liquid. They're getting very good levels. Level 13 on both of them. Liquid making the move down toward bottom. They seem to know, perhaps in where the area of Ame is. Okay.
I'll get PYW, and they'll at least give the information for Ame to get out.
Yeah. Mika even rocketed the Ancients. He scouted Ame. They knew that he was over here.
Ame's sticking around to finish these Ancients off.
Oh. Saberlight's got a blink in a second. Won't be able to go for the jump. Rocket the scout won't see anything, but they'll push this tower as well. Still 40 seconds on the Aegis. Mika getting closer to BKB too, which will counter a lot of that damage that is there from the side of XG and most of that Muerta as well. They might poke the high ground a little bit here with this last few seconds of the Aegis.
I think they'll certainly try. Over in the mid.
They get a catch.
And
a force
the BKB out. As XXS has to pop it and walk off.
Back to poking. 26 seconds.
Now a lot harder for XXS to get the jump in.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Fortification
Radiant
out.
structures are
Liquid, how much
fortified.
longer can they stick around for?
Dire's bottom tower is under
Looks like
attack.
DJ with the Aegis
Radiant
expiring.
are
They're playing smart.
scanning.
They're not giving much of anything to the side of XG in these last 10 minutes, it feels like. They've been having a very good control of everything. They're going to be able to get this Tormentor with a nice efficiency of that Aegis reclaim, so he's back up to full HP. And XM's game, just 2 deaths, right? But his game is just completely stopped. Feels like he can't make the aggressive moves anymore in this Storm until he's got an Aghanims, perhaps. Feels like they're going to start having to get some like multi-hero vortexes for Ame to start dishing out the damage. And even though we do talk about how Muerta sometimes does crazy damage, it is going to be very limited with the way that they've built. hitting into Blade Mail is terrifying, playing into Pipe, playing into these Glimmers. It's problematic. So probably will be at the backup of, yeah, just having a Storm Axe and getting a multi-pull. Team fights just look very complicated now. And Liquid continues to grow.
They're ready with a jump in the mid.
Timing. Okay. Yeah, and the thing about the other thing about that morph versus Muerta matchup, it can be a bit of both ways, right?
Sam.
He's got BKB, but doesn't want to use it.
Should be fine. They're going to try and hunt him down a little bit, but XM not taking any risks. Back to the high ground of the base.
Preventing him from getting any of that extra farm. He's got the Axe finished up.
I've got good wombo combo.
They do. They just have to. They have to connect, and it's not the easiest ones to connect versus this lineup, since they have ways to play around the arena. They have a waveform that can gut out. They have the Sanking Stun that can get out. And the Air Spirit can. So multiple different ways that they can play around getting caught. Now find XXS.
Oh,
His BKB's still on.
There.
Oh, his BKB's back.
And he's going to have to pop it to try and survive or get the arena out, but he's got Mikke bringing in the damage. They get the jump over and the grab onto both of them.
BKB.
The BKBs are out. They'll look to XM. They'll put the Supernova off to the side here, successfully holding the ground in the area for XG. So Liquid, they'll bail out and back off.
Both teams resetting. How many BKBs were used? Almost all of them, if I'm not mistaken there. Ame still has this because he wasn't in the fight, of course. They find the Mars. Even if he throws down those ults, they used quite a lot there. They even got a two-man pull and couldn't have the follow-up. Getting bigger and bigger. Shiva's now done also for Nisha.
These team fights are just so difficult for Xtreme.
And his pipe, it's really good. You know, I think Panel also talked about how they wanted to hopefully try to see a pipe on the side of XG. It's just, there's not really, I mean, now they have one, of course, on the clock, but it took some time for him to get it in comparison to that Sand King to prevent some of that damage. Both teams smoke on smoke, trying to take advantage of BKB cooldowns. Nisha.
There we go. Straight away, XM trying to start the fight, but he's caught in the stuns. They're completely stunning him. He's able to zip away just in time, but he has to get completely out of the fight.
Ame used both Pierce the Veil and BKB. It's wearing off.
I mean, they're trying to hookshot over towards Sableye, but Sableye just stands his ground, turns
Ame's
towards
dead.
him, kills him off. Ame's gone. PYW's out. They just can't take the team fights right now, Xtreme. Liquid are too strong, and Sableye, he might even find more. As he's looking for Tianming, Burrow strikes there. They're going to be able to get another. The team fights are just not a possibility here for Xtreme.
No. They're just, Liquid just able to reset. From the initial goes, they reset, wait until that BKB or Pierce the Veil or Mars ult finishes off, and then just re-go. I think Ame killed himself on Blade Mail in like 3 seconds, as they both just collapsed on top of him. XM?
Well, just a BKB. Just a stray silence comes in. And he has to BKB to just live.
Ooh. Just from a casual Geo grip,
yeah,
he has to
that's
BKB.
what it was.
That is grim. Liquid. Crisping things up this game. After a little bit of a rough start, after, what, I believe the, 15-ish or so, 15, 16-minute mark, they just absolutely started smashing the game with their timings. Yeah, it really was. Like, I'll give Saberlight good amount of credit after having literally probably one of the harder starts I've seen on a Sand King.
Yeah, and probably one of the worst burrow strikes we've seen. You know, it really, that's all it took, and then it's like, all right.
Why are you gonna call him out?
I mean, it's funny.
It was pretty
I
bad.
bet we should have got like the cam reaction from it. I bet it would have been pretty entertaining. But since that point, yeah, the game's been solid from him.
Yeah.
He's been hitting every single one.
I mean, since the smoke where
so
they caught XM right around that hard camp, and then they got the chain sequence kills on him and Ame afterwards.
Yeah,
It's
and
just been
now
all
he's just
Liquid.
invincible. Right?
Yeah,
Pipe and
now
BKB.
Absolutely.
This our Saberlight is just not going to die.
No, doesn't feel like it anymore. And yeah, just continuing to acquire quite a bit more items. If I'm not mistaken,
yeah,
Boxy, that's not a full hex, is it? No way, right?
No, he was saving up.
I don't think he has the full one yet, though. He has Tiara, if I saw right. Either way, itemizing to try probably get that hex eventually versus the Storm. They've got a good grasp in the game. XG, gonna look for a smoke.
They're gonna try.
Execution has to be pretty perfect. I think it has to be like a 4-man vortex or something like that for Ame to dish out the damage. Even then, it might not be enough. Let's see. Mikke just finished up a Conda, and he's got 20. And an Elven Tunic, so even more evasion. They're in a pretty Pretty good position here on the side of Liquid. Break the smoke.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Anisha got Paladin Sword too. That lifesteal is going to be absurd. They're going to start the Roche too. Mickey. He can just start hitting it and he can be fully sustained. His team can stay outside. He can solo it. Begs the question to XG is, do you actually want to look for this fight or do you just bail out and just look for farm? You bail out.
Do it. It's, maybe she found someone on their own while she was making the smoke move, but that wasn't to be the case as Liquid hold their ground strong, get the Roshan, get the Aegis from Mickey.
And they set themselves up nicely in the fight. You see how they blanketed? They had Sanking on one side, Nisha on the other, because these are two heroes that you can't initiate on. They'll probably
looking for the setup.
Do they have the burst?
Do they have enough? Not quite, but it's very, very close.
Almost. My goodness, that would have been the gem too. I think they just bought it not too long ago. Mickey is terrifying. Who is that? Insanio with Midas just.
Hell yeah. I mean, you're on the
when you're
ogre
this far ahead, whatever.
Now, I've been seeing all these ogres, and they're not buying the Midas, and it's incredibly disappointing for all the ogre magi enjoyers out there. But
this is the.
Sadie's found the chance to slip it into his build.
I mean, this is the we're super far ahead, and you know what? We're gonna giga scale if you do want to play the game a bit slower. It's still funny to see the 30-minute Midas on the ogre.
What do they got, XG?
Spear.
The setup onto Mickey. PYW's going in with the hook shot in on the backline. Think of the
3-man pull.
Vortex. Is there any follow-up? No, there is not. PYW's dead. XM has to bail out, and now they're ready to chase them down. Liquid Nisha rolls in, finds XXS.
They can't do anything.
They just can't do it right now. They're too far behind. Liquid, they've got all the answers.
Ame almost dies just while he's in the back lines attacking the Sanking to the magic damage AoE. He had to pop BKB and Pierce the Veil to survive just because he's getting AoE from Magnetize and from the, I think from just the Sandstorm.
Yeah, they didn't have the answers last game, Liquid, but this game, they've got all the answers.
Yeah, and they make the Morphling look very good. 8-0-4, Mickey, a flawless performance from him. We'll get another jump, but a quick stun.
XM gets tripped up straight away, and he's gone. Beautiful burst strike from El Saberlito.
He makes up for the complete whiff from earlier.
Yeah, he really has tenfold. It's been a great game from him. That's the tier 3 gone. Another set of barracks exposed.
I think 2-3 fights I've seen Ame ready. He gets hit from Magnetize and he gets ignited and he literally is just taking down.
Run. Yeah.
What? Well, come on. Oh, come on.
It was showing the highs and the lows. You know, there we go. That was the lows. Well, we didn't even show that. We should show him the good one as well. That was a good one that we just had there when he got tripped up.
That's true.
On the storm.
Saberlight revving up the Yeppy. They're on Ame.
There we go. Another one from El Saberlito. He's in with a burrow strike. Double kill for him. He's ready to claim this victory. The mega creeps are out. XM. You get the Vortex on the boat for the Arena as well.
So
Spear. I mean, XM focusing El Saberlito, but another burrow strike there straight over the walls to XXS. El Saberlito getting solo, but he dodges the hook shot. He'll survive. Nisha rolls in. XM will zip back towards the base, but Mickey cleans him up, gets the double. This game, it's over.
On to the next kill. And on to the next game.
Yeah, well played to Liquid. A very impressive showing from them in this game too. After, what was it? Quite a rough game one, right?
Yeah, a bit of a, especially for Mickey.
Yeah.
A couple fights where he just doesn't even get BKB off, he just dies.
Yeah.
This one, he has a pretty much flawless performance, and it all happens in a quick sequence. First 15 minutes, XG getting some really good timings. They get the storm snowballing, they get the levels on the supports, but one smoke catches XM, slows down momentum. They lose one by one heroes afterwards. And Liquid, yeah, great timings, great team fights.
Yeah.
And good itemization, right? It just makes it really hard from where to play when you are versus a pipe, you're versus this Blade Mail and the Air Spirit that just get on top of you inside every fight.
Yeah, looking fantastic this time round, Liquid. Yeah, it really, really did. And yeah, in particular, Mickey, flawless, as you mentioned.
Yep.
It's just all the stuff all around for Liquid. The draft, it made so much more sense, it felt, this time round in terms of what they were able to do and how they were able to do it. And doing it with some of these heroes, yeah, Mickey in particular, on the Morphling, a hero that a lot of other teams have been struggling with so far. But Liquid, they know how to play it out, they know how to get the win. And Xtreme, yeah, the whole second half of the game, looking and feeling pretty helpless in this game too. They just didn't have anything to do in these team fights. Liquid, they had them sorted. As with this, Liquid, they'll equalize the series. 1-1 here today between Team Liquid and Xtreme Gaming.
Thank you very much, Dirty Pixel and Fogged. And that is a Morphling with a 10-0-8. And that just means stats do lie, Lacoste.
Yeah, he's had a great game compared to the previous one where they did shut him down completely. Mickey had a pretty free reign from the start. He was paired up with Ogre. Ogre with the learning curve fast that once that hero hits level 2, you're basically level 3. 2 points in Ignite plus the Blood Grenade. It's a guaranteed kill. Very difficult to play into that. And also, they got... Nisha got shut down in the mid lane. Like, his net worth throughout the game was always in the middle of the pack. 10 minutes in, XM was staying 2k gold ahead of him, but the impact that he had with such a low net worth afterwards was just insane. It was the last pick Earth Spirit for a good reason. You're playing into Muerta, the spread damage that you have with Magnetize, you build into Blade Mail. Quite a hard of game for Xtreme Gaming. There was a ton of magic damage that PYW from position 4 had to rush pipe to try to mitigate some of that.
He just has to do that at least once every season.
It must be in his contract or something. Maybe once every series that he wins. Let's
yeah.
But it was a very strong series from Liquid.
It was good, yeah. There's
serious.
in terms of Mickey this season, I feel like a lot of the talk surrounding him has been about taking on this new captain role because that's just the most interesting and new thing that's on the docket for him. And I kind of forgot that he's an extremely good player. There have been times.
How can you forget that?
Because
he just won TI.
Because he's such a facet on Liquid that you just forget about him. And I feel like this has happened in other seasons, and then he very quickly reminds us there has been seasons of DreamLeague where he is legitimately the best carry or the best, at the very least, the best player on this team. And this was one of those games. Like on Morph, he was doing the thing where you're at the perfect amount of HP to not die to the combos of the heroes that are not in vision but are directly in front of you. Like just having that read on the map that a Mars plus Storm is not enough to kill you and you can get the stat morph off after there. But so you're at that amount where like you bait them to go on you because you look low enough. You're not just sitting there at like 2,000 health, right? You're at like 800, whereas like at 600, you would die. And then he turns the fight and they kill XM, and then the entire game flips around based off of that. Like these are the really good Morphlings that can do that, and he's only platinum tier.
XM had a great game. He was 7-0, and then El Saber Lido comes to a mid lane, misses a stun, a bit of a face palm there, but they got him the second time. Big streak, and it paid off. And the way Team Liquid comes back into the game is by having massive stacks. 13 minutes into the game, they had 20 stacks. Compared to only 6. So you have Sanking who has been shut down. You also have Earth Spirit who has been shut down. Of course, Sanking is going to be taking those stacks, and suddenly he has a Bloodstone, he has a pipe. There was one situation at top lane like 15 minutes into the game where they're trying to make a move on Sanking. He pops the Bloodstone in the middle of Sandstorm, uses the epicenter, and then survives, and the rest of Team Liquid gives him enough time. Because if this was any other hero, the hero just straight up dies, but Sanking is so tanky that he can survive for a good 25-30 seconds.
Yeah, and I believe, Jenkins, you have a highlight for us as
computer,
well?
can you pull up replay number 69420, please? Yeah. So here we are. This was what gave Xtreme this early game advantage, I think, and it was just these little plays that they do. Ame shoots the dead shot at the Earth Spirit and then hits the Sand King away. And I thought that was really nice where they needed that little bit of extra damage for him, but then also he's like playing to keep the Sand King away because if Saberlight does get in there and hit that stun, then his team's going to survive. I picked that replay when I really thought that Xtreme was going to win because they were playing very well. Liquid ended up turning it around. Yeah. But that's what gives them these little advantages that they get is they're very good at team fighting. This team, like they look very strong. But Liquid, I mean, they won TI. Like this is one of the best teams on the planet.
Yeah, and they proved why in game 2. It does turn into a tie, a 1-1. As both teams are doing quite well on the score, so it's looking good for both to move on to the next round. Before we do anything more, though, before we talk about anything else other than the game we just watched, we're going to check in with Kezu, who's going to talk to us about the Acer Predator head-to-head.
Yeah, and we need to look at the two carries, because Mickey's game 1 performance, it wasn't so great, but this time around, he brought it back. We have to look at the two carries, their KDAs. On one side, you have Ami with the 3-6-3. I think the Muerta, it's a very cool idea into the morph, and in theory, of course, it can work, but look at Mickey's game. 10-0-8, perfect early game, nice itemization with his Vlad's Manta into the Butterfly with the Kanda as well. And this hero, when he gets off to like a good start, I think it's very likely that he can and will end with these type of KDAs. And I think we also have a bonus clip where we can show just like how much a Morph can do. He can always follow up like the Sand King stun from Mr. Saberlight. You have this quick burst. He helps you play the map. He can turn into other people. Like here, he turns into XM. He gives himself like bonus follow-up kills. And just being able, especially for this team that wants to play fast, to set up these plays, be in your opponent's face, and just set up everyone like for this aggressive play all around the map with, whether it's with Mantas or with your own body, honestly just gives my boy Mickey with the 10-0 score, the Ace of Predator for this game number 2.
Thank you very much, Kezu. I will say that, I mean, game 2 was obviously, you see those 2 scores and it's like, well, yeah, wow, Mika did great. But I don't think we should forget how Ame played in game number 1 as well. But maybe we should forget that for now anyway, because we're going to talk to none other than Boxy. Hey, Boxy, how you doing?
Oh, hello.
Yeah, you're live.
I'm doing pretty good. I just had to tell my coach to be quiet.
That's always a good idea in any situation, I think. Boxy, we haven't talked for a long time, so I would like to know how your life has changed since TI. You know, you won TI. That's very big. What happened? What changed?
What changed? Well, I feel like I get flamed less in pubs.
Yeah,
for picking weird heroes. And when I do get flamed, the flame is like, oh, you just got carried in TI. So the flame has changed. I don't know. I mean, I think personally I just feel a bit more accomplished, I guess. And it's nice to feel like you've achieved your goals. And I'm still not like maybe 100% in shape yet. Took a little extra break. Yep. So I felt pretty quickly like, wow, it really hits you being rusty.
So what did you do in the break? Did you, because you know you've had breaks after big tournaments before, but this was a big one. Did you do anything special to celebrate?
Special. I mean, I went out with my friends and we went out for like dinner and we had like a little. Well, we didn't go out for dinner. We had a little surprise party, I guess. So that was really fun. And I went to my grandparents and helped them out a little bit at their cabin. They're getting pretty old, so need some help.
Yeah, that seems like a good thing.
I don't know. And that's the break, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like 3 weeks they go by.
They do fly by. That does happen. Did you buy yourself a present? Sorry, I'll ask about the Dota in a second.
Buy myself a present, like a TI winning present.
Yeah, like a thing, because obviously you'll get a ring, but that's not until next year. And like, did you buy yourself like, oh, that's a memento that I'll have, and for you that reminds you because you bought that after winning TI?
I didn't buy any memento, no, but I think I will. I mean, I keep all the memorabilia or like the tournament badges.
Yeah.
And some like whatever tournament stuff we get in a bag, and I'm for sure gonna save like the TI stuff. Someday I will. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them, but one day they're gonna.
When you're retired, you'll find it on an attic box, and
yeah, my grandkids will be like, "What is this old junk?" Yeah.
All right, let's ask some questions about the game. And since TI also the offlane, or rather the position 4, changed a lot. You don't have to build Gleipnir anymore every game. Do you like that? Because you get a little bit more of a personal flair added to your heroes, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, personally it changed a lot for me because we're playing with a new offlaner, with Saber, and he's obviously different than Free in the heroes he plays and how he plays. So I'm playing like different heroes. I think during TI, was the Gleipnir nerf? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we were playing Gleipnir carries all the time, so that's also changed.
Yeah.
So naturally, like the meta shifts, and it's fun. I think now there's still a few heroes that keep like popping up over and over and over again, and that's his life. That's his Dota. I think you can't really escape it.
No.
But for me, it's pretty fun, and I'm cooking up some new strats.
Good to
Maybe
hear.
we'll pick them. So.
Yeah, good to hear. As you mentioned that, of course, Saberlight is different to 33 just in playstyle alone. How does that change for you?
I would say I'm less of a post 5 player in the offlane. But I'm also maybe a little bit more responsible to make sure that we're like doing the right thing. I think Saber is a lot more aggressive than Free, which is, you know, good and bad. Sometimes you get over aggressive, and sometimes like you handle yourself well. So we need to like find the balance in lanes. And in the beginning it was a little bit tough for us, but I think lately it's been going really well. So I'm very happy.
Yeah, that's a fine line, I would imagine. I'm also going to send you over to Kazu for some more Dota questions.
Hey, Boxy,
Okay.
I have a couple of questions just for you as a progression as a player. I think already around Singapore TI, like where you guys got like third place, you, in my eyes, already looked like an insane Pulse 4 player. Now, of course, you made it and you did end up winning TI. Do you feel like this progression where you like really leveled up, did it come from just you playing naturally? Like, would you attribute it mostly to you, or is it some of your coaches that really helped you with like specific stuff that you feel like really helped you?
Yeah, I mean, Singapore TI, I think I played really well. But I think there was also a big like break for us to go really far in the tournament, and it was very exciting. And I think everyone kind of like fired up in a sense. We also had Jerex on at the time, which, you know, he's a really good post-4 player, or used to be. Now he's like a really good Ludwig tournament player or something. And he helped me personally with some stuff, like a lot of intricate Dota stuff that's kind of hard to just learn on your, or like, I don't know how to explain it.
No,
like a lot
sense.
of stuff that's like intuition more than something you can just put into words. But he helped me with a lot of stuff, and I think that was really cool. So I don't know, maybe Jerex, maybe other coaches, maybe you just got lucky.
Yeah, maybe both, who knows? No, but that makes a lot of sense. And I have a question about the game 1, like that you guys just played into the Medusa, you guys had the Penguin and whatnot. I really liked your draft, but I felt you guys' mid game was maybe a bit slow. Would you agree? Like, should your Pango maybe go blink and you speed up, or were you happier to like just scale and play slow and chill?
I mean, I would agree it was a little bit slow. I think we tried to find some openings, but they were pretty good about it. I mean, I think these guys are like very smart at playing defensively.
Yep.
And we're gonna have to go back and review a little bit on how to amp it up. I think the blink, I don't know. I mean, I think the diff is very good against Medusa and probably Morse and Tiny as well. So it feels a bit bad to not buy it, but I think it has more to do with like the moves you make as a team and not so much individually.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Boxy, for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck in your series against Paravision later this afternoon, and talk to you again another time.
All right, thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, see you later. We're going to move forward with our next series of the day. We're going to go from Group A to Group B, and we are going to watch Heroic taking on Spirit after this.
can feel the rush. Here it comes. The spring is hot, yeah. Ready, set, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I just can't get enough. Can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get Come on, come on, come on. I just can't get enough. I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
Dream League Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, you're still watching DreamLeague Season 24. And I don't know where he went. We're missing our tech analyst, Purge, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I'm sure he'll join us shortly. And are you imitating Boxy there, Jenkins? Oh dear. Oh dear. You're not on! There's another costume! What is that? Hey! Definitely not.
It's Rancid.
You are cosplaying Jenkins!
That's right.
I love it!
Thank you.
That's very apt.
Thank you. Do you like my hair?
Yeah,
Do you
this is
wanna touch
very...
it?
Knew immediately
this
who
is
you
very
were.
Do you want
Jenkins
to touch it?
hair.
It's very soft.
It is. Holy shit. It, sorry, guys. It's actually very,
you like
very,
it?
very soft. Pardon
Do you like my watch? It's $4,000. It's a $4,000 watch.
What about the gloves?
My gloves? Oh, I just picked those up because I like wearing gloves. Oh no, right in the heart.
There can only be one.
Don't worry, you can have the suspenders
Here,
after I'm
drink
done.
this if you.
Oh, that's right. I forgot my monster. Thank you. Totally forgot.
I love it.
One second.
Is
here.
this what is this bit? How long did you prepare this bit for? You actually tricked me, dude. He was like, I have this. Hey, that's not healthy, man. That's too much. Give me that. How much did you have?
Hey, who's your favorite philosopher?
You should know.
It's Nietzsche, of course.
No, it's not Nietzsche. Jesus, don't put that on me.
No, I didn't have much research.
Simone de Beauvoir, I'm a
Got in
feminist.
my mouth. Oh my god. Anyways,
Anyways.
You have a real costume
It's
for
okay.
tomorrow?
no, this is it.
What do you mean this is? How long did this take you?
Not that long, actually. I mean, my girlfriend helped me. Do you like my shoes?
I love
Shoe
your
version
shoes.
2 is a lot better than shoe version 1.
I love the shoes.
Shoe version 1. I don't know what happened there.
What's your problem, man? What's your problem?
Anyways,
Anyways.
I got a segment that I'd like to talk about. But I
yeah,
don't-
but before you talk about that, I do have something else to talk about because I
Okay.
do want to quickly look at the standings, which is pretty important because it's the last day of group stages. We have got Group A standings updated, should be, and we do have 2 teams that are guaranteed already making it through to the next round of group stages, which is Paravision and Team Liquid. Should also now be yellow. We also have 2 teams that are guaranteed eliminated: Enigma Galaxy and Nouns Esports, as they did not win enough in their previous previous series that they played, as it's getting quite spicy in the middle, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not really surprised by Nouns considering the way they played in the last month or so. Nigma Galaxy as well, they need to find their groove. The boys are back, but their boys are back to going to the airport early, which is always shame to see because we want to see more of their games. And it's getting spicy. It also comes down to Avilus overperforming after winning a tournament. They're doing really well in this one as well. Gaming Gladiators still shaky with 6. Same goes for Bet Boom Team. But yeah, Paravision as well. This team, I didn't know what to expect. Would put them probably in the mid tier, but the games that I've seen them play, they looked extremely good.
Yeah, they do very well. As we now move to Group B, where we know Heroic is already eliminated, but Team Spirit still very much has a lot to play for. They want to avoid tiebreakers. They want to make it to that top 4, and it's all very much in the realm of possibility. So with that, we turn towards Jenkins, who's gonna be talking about this upcoming series.
That's right. It is a very big series and a disappointing result so far for Heroic. I mean, they won a previous tournament. You'd think they're going to be doing great, but they started off, they're 2-7 right now, which is very disappointing. But
yeah.
I poured through their replays, and I have some excuses for them, okay? Look, they got 0-2'd by Tundra. Tundra's a wonderful team, very, very good. They got 0-2'd by Falcons. Falcons is also a very good team.
Yeah.
They also lost 0-2 to Waska. That one's a little unexpected, but that team's pretty solid also. So I have some clips that I'd love to show you about their games in these series. They had one game in each of these series where they could have definitely won it. And I want to show you some of those examples. 37 minutes in here. They're down by 22k with a gyro. Watch this gyro. He almost dies. He's got a rapier, he's got a satanic, he's got a silver edge. He shreds the enemy team. They win a later fight here, and they end up being only down by about 8k. They definitely could have won. Sorry, a lot of monster energy in my body, a lot of burps coming out. I'm sure that's something he has to deal with all the time. But he was hard carrying on this gyrocopter. He's 9-1-7. Can't blame Parker for the losses, that's for sure. Here's another game. Aegis going high ground, 26 minutes. They're down by 2k against Falcon Gaming, ready to take a Rax. He loses almost all of his HP here without popping Manta, Hurricane Pipe, BKB, just relying on his allies here.
Where's the Dawnbreaker? Donald is ready.
Are you saying it should have came out?
Yeah.
Oh, you're blaming him?
Donald
Okay.
is in a triangle farming.
Oh no.
It wasn't the right time, okay? Anyways, he ends up using
Where
the
the hell
cliff.
is he? Where's the Vailava?
He's literally farming
What is he
triangle.
doing?
Enemy triangle. You see him on the minimap.
He was waiting for the right moment. He does a little bit of a nightfall here to get out. Look, all of these clips are very centered around Heroic having Aegis. I'm not going to lie. Here's another one. Sven popping, his ulti. He jumps in, doesn't want to press BKB to secure the kill on Sacred. Instead goes on this Lion. He gets double disabled. Lion ends up surviving. Then he gets kited again and kited again. He's like, well, I got to save this for my Aegis. Look, he's doing great, though. He's 4-1-6. So there's all these moments where it looks like they have the option to close the game out, but they actually just mis-execute a little bit when they're in an advantage. It might be sometimes the Dawnbreaker's fault. It might sometimes be Parker's fault. But they had shots at winning a lot of these games. And what I'm trying to say is they have a shot today, despite their records not looking good so far in this tournament.
I will say they don't have a shot of making it out of this group stage, though.
That's a big deal, Schieber.
That is. Oh, sorry, team. That is quite a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a big deal, and I don't think they can change that deal, Jenkins. Which one is Jenkins 1.0, 1.0, and which one is 2.0?
This one's the upgraded version.
Yeah. Okay, 2.0. There we go.
This guy's only got sunglasses.
Those are good suspenders. Where did you get those?
No joke. We went to the Halloween party store and we're like, do you have any suspenders? And she's like, we have pink and black suspenders. So I was like, okay, I'll pick the pink ones. And then I walked up and saw that she meant pink and black. And I was like, this is literally the perfect thing.
Can I buy
You
those
can
from
have you can have those afterwards. Yeah.
They're good.
Yeah.
Very good. What's also interesting for this upcoming series is our US Air Force Wisdom Rune, which actually is regarding the 10 games the two teams have played so far. We're looking at Parker and Satanic and their choices of Tier 1 neutrals, Lacoste.
It does come down to the heroes that they've been playing. These are Tier 1 neutral items. Satanic, he's been playing Shadow Fiend, Medusa, Morphling. You want to get the stats on these heroes compared to Parker, who is playing a lot of melee heroes. Satanic so far has played exclusively the ranged carries, except for TB, who be also considered to be a range hero. But then Parker, he's playing Alchemist, he's playing Sven, he's playing Monkey King. This is why he chooses to go for the gloves instead. He likes to farm once they have that attack speed. Then he also likes to join early on, especially when he plays Monkey. So yeah, kind of hard situation for them considering that they are already out. But this is also a team that I don't think that they are going to be picking like any shenanigans, nothing too crazy. They just want to get more practice in because they understand that this situation that they're in right now is not where they expected themselves to be.
No, there's a very important thing that is happening here in Dream League. It's the the ESL Pro Tour. It means you get points from the event, and the points directly correlate to you getting invited or not to, for example, ESL 1 Bangkok or the next Dream League. So the teams are playing for invites, and even though Heroic will have to play qualifiers, Team Spirit still has the chance to get those invites going if they get enough points. It is important to know that Heroic playing for qualifiers, it's not guaranteed that they'll make it out of the qualifiers every time. The region is very stacked at the moment, as we see proof in the pudding from Waska doing very well as well in the other group. So we'll see how Team Spirit does here in the draft. We have got a Clockwork, we got a Willow. We have the same opener as previous game, actually. And yeah, take it away, gents.
Well, we talked about the Willow yesterday. The general consensus of my panel yesterday was that Willow is bad because of win rates, 25%, and I think we saw it win. I think it depends on the lane that you put it with. I think it depends on the player that's playing it. It's a lot harder of a hero to play than when you could put Bedlam on an ally. It was kind of brainless at that point. You have to get in there now, especially with the facet that people are going for, which is the one where you do more damage when you're in the ethereal form. I like the Centaur with it. I think this is a great pairing. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, this Centaur is a little bit out of the loop for me. This Centaur is just the laning partner for Dark Willow. It doesn't say, oh, this is such a great Centaur game because there's a Doom on the enemy team. We're going to disengage against Medusa. You're also playing into Clockwork, which is not the greatest for you, so he can still trap you inside the cogs, but I think Malik feels pretty comfortable on the hero, and Heroic will pick up Luna straight away. We've seen the power of Luna. This is something that they do really well when they group up together and go for the push, as our boy Jenkins pointed out to Jenkins 2-0. It's just that they were unable to capitalize on some of these pushes. There hasn't been that magic that we've seen during Wallachia Season 2. Didn't have all the Tier 1 teams, but they played out of their freaking minds in that tournament.
And it feels safer to pick the Luna at this point because you don't have to worry about some like Dawnbreaker response that can potentially punish you in lane. Centaur has some potential there, but they're going to feel more than comfortable with the Luna at this point.
I'm excited to see how Heroic is devastating their own games. Because when I watch them in Wallachia, we've not seen them on this mainstream, right? I don't think we've seen them, at least on the morning shift.
No.
So I'm personally surprised to see what their performance was so far. But I guess if truly, as Jenkins 2.0 pointed out, if their games are just kind of like, you know, what can you do sort of scenarios, that does happen sometimes. Sometimes you just have a bad tournament because legitimately, like, you throw a rapier away in a game where otherwise you would have won. And I do agree with what you're saying, Sheev. Like, the points do matter, even for Heroic, because every season, the difference between a team getting invited to something and not is like very few points. So we can see from the draft, like, Heroic's clearly not like picking meme stuff. This is a completely normal draft.
Yeah, the points in the bottom four do also differ depending on where you end. Yeah. So very important.
If you want to round up this draft, there is still Mars available for Heroic because you have enough control. I don't care too much about the control. It's more about keeping them together because I like Mars a lot against the supports. Finding Hoodwink, fighting Dark Willow. If you find these heroes in the arena, they're gonna die from 100 to 0. There is no save that's gonna come out from the Stampede. But I also like this Dragonite as a response to Luna. This hero has shown in the last, I would say, even a year that it's such a great carry. Overall, it gives you pretty much everything.
I was thinking about the Timber for them just because they're already eliminated, and I feel like Devi's just going to play what he wants to play. It's his best hero. It's very good into both the Centaur and the DK. Although I will say, this new DK in lane does not get outlaned by Timbersaw. It's not like that anymore. It's more the Timber will kill him in the game. but the lane is actually DK favored, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think this is naturally the thing to do when your opponents already open up with 2 super hard, like super tanky cores. Like, you're not going to kill those if you have a line and a clockwork. It's not simple without like a spirit vessel. You need some anti-strength hero, and the Timber's going to do that for sure. Luna even is going to have trouble because Centaur's probably going to blade mail this game, especially because there's a Luna in the game. So you need some way to crack those giant eggs. And killing the support backline is a way to do it, but Timber is probably just a lot safer right now.
Look at this, Ben. They think this Dragonite could be going potentially to the mid lane.
Yeah, I guess to dodge the Timber lane. But once again, I think modern day DK versus modern day Timber, the matchup has changed.
5 seconds remaining.
It is definitely DK favored, but Devi is also one of the best Timbers on the planet.
Team spirits turn to
He can
ban.
min-max. Oh, come on, he really gives you.
Do you want to borrow my shoes after too? You want to borrow my shoes
I
after?
don't want those.
What? Why
You
not?
made them out of cardboard.
What?
What? That's an insult.
Like,
People like that.
Did you know you can? Those are very hard to get on
10
StockX.
seconds remaining.
each one is unique too. Unreproducible.
5 seconds
This all sounds very. You're making fun of me. This all sounds very exciting.
You're gonna make a lot of money off of this costume, it seems. He wants the suspenders, he wants the shoes.
I don't want the shoes.
turn to ban.
What about the watch though? I
You
mean,
want
it's
the
also a
duct tape?
collector's item.
You want the colored duct tape that I made them with?
You colored duct tape?
Yes. What do you think I made them out of?
I was using white duct tape for my aluminum costume.
Your sweatsana?
That was not good. That was not good for me.
You look painful. Look like you're in pain there.
Physical discomfort.
My veins and artillery still hurt.
It looks like you're about to pass away. It takes all the color out of your body.
About to pass.
It does look. You just look so pale.
Like I'm in a morgue.
Yeah.
Well, let's focus on what we're going to see here in the game and who's going to put who in some physical discomfort in the game. As we don't know our mid laners yet, we do have Team Spirit focusing solely on banning out mid lanes. Does it tell us anything about where they want to place a DK? Would the Earth Spirit and the Invoker be specifically good against a DK?
It would be good for the game. Like
Okay.
these two heroes. First of all, with Invoker, you would have Alacrity plus some Solar Crest from Clockwork. 4 Protect 1 with Heroic a lot of the times where they're playing around Parker, grouping up and throwing every single buff on him, every single item. And then for Earth Spirit, Analog just plays a really mean Earth Spirit. We've seen Earth Spirit doing amazing things so far in the tournament. Finding the kills, doesn't have, even if he is playing into bad matchup, the hero can still go and gank the side lanes, so doesn't care too much about being picked on 23 as well.
Turn to pick. Team spirits turn to pick.
Yeah, that's Analog's third most played hero in the tournament. They banned out the other two, so this makes sense.
It looks good. They're going to be able to hit the back lines basically, and he can just zip right past the annoying strength heroes and do chaos stuff there. So now they have a really nice mix of initiation, good amount of tanky frontline between Timber and Clockwork, and they can kill every hero on the Spirit lineup right now.
So
What does Lar want? Some Queen of Pain, some Ember.
I was gonna say I think Ember is in Dacha. That was their response pick to Storm. Just get the Ember, you win the lane, good lockdown. I also think the Lion Lion deals well with an Ember, but it can also go both ways. Where if you do get a slight chains on him, it's like half of Lion's HP. And the other heroes I don't think deal very well with an Ember Spirit.
I think, are they going to have single target damage issues with an Ember though? That's what I'm worried about. Like once DK gets farmed, it's good. Yeah, if they commit all of Hoodwink and Bedlam spells to kill a guy, they're good. But I feel like they're going to have damage problems early mid.
That's why I maybe prefer Queen of Pain, because this is the explosive damage, pure damage that can kill Timber. But yeah, this one is also fine. I think Jenkins explained it really well. Jenkins 1.0.
The lockdown is really good, and
Yeah.
you're going to be able to also catch Schofield easier. Maybe give him another like 0-15 4 kind of thing.
Yeah, I like the Ember, honestly. Like, the other heroic heroes do not catch Ember, and I've been on the other side of this Lion-Ember matchup. You kind of, like, waddle in and try to get him, and then he just, like, chains you, and you're 60% HP.
Yeah.
And he's, like, Ember doesn't really play to commit to the fight. He plays to chip in the fight, and Lion doesn't really like that as a squishy support. And it's an easy, like, backline jump also for the Lion if you do want to commit.
Okay. So
I do like Team Spirit. I think they can poke from the distance. Dragonite Luna matchup. This is the hero that also comes online relatively early on. He's playing into Timber, but Dragonite nowadays doesn't care as much. And I feel like this lineup scales really well. If Heroic wants to win it, they also need to play like 120% so far from what they've been playing, because it hasn't been working out for them. They already know that they're eliminated, so it's going to be a tough game mentally for them as well.
I think the stress is going to be off. They're just going to play their hearts out and try to get as many wins as possible to show, like, okay, we just lost like 2 crucial games, and that's the only reason we didn't make it out of group stage.
Okay. Thank you, Jenkins. Thank you, Lacoste. Thank you, Jenkins. As we are moving on to actually watch the game. We saw the draft. Now let's see how the teams are going to play itself out. But first, some Puck Jump Pandas.
It's time to get stuck into the action here of another series of the day here. We've got Team Spirit up against Heroic. It's going to be an interesting series, right? Heroic, they're out. They're done, unfortunately for them. But Spirit, they desperately need these wins, right? If they want to try and solidify themselves a spot moving forward in the next group stage. So let's see how much of a challenge Heroic could give them. Because before this event, I think people would have expected Heroic. They should be quite a formidable opponent. It's just not been the case in a lot of their games, folks.
No, I mean, Purge showed a couple of those clips where they did have some kind of good recovery games. It just, maybe some like macro plays that end up going wrong, some little micro plays with itemization that just ended up going wrong. Teams just playing better and better as the tournament does go on. This will be an interesting one. It's both drafts very skirmish heavy. It's not too much overall like big team fight versus team fight. It's lots of small cooldowns to just constant skirmishes. I'm looking forward to this one. This looks really fun. And a little thing to point out, it is going to be Chain Gang this time around from the Ember.
All right, we'll find the 3 bounty runes to start this one off.
And Malik playing the Centaur, this was a bit of an interesting pick for me, because it just felt like it was, I mean, maybe not like fully forced, but I know they were talking about on the panel how perhaps it's just because they wanted to have that good pairing with the Willow, but it did seem a bit like just kind of putting it out there. It's a good hero, but nothing in particular that he was looking to like reset with Stampede. So yeah, maybe just wanting that strong lane partner, looking for their comfort.
And on the other side of things, we've got Davai Lama on the Timber. So you like Timber pick this game?
Yeah, I mean, when you see what's in the pool, what you're playing against right there, right? It's DK plus that Centaur. That good burst will be there, but he doesn't provide team fight from the offlane is what that means. They might be able to fight with Poshka here. One more hit. It's close. Not quite.
We'll see how they can do in the lane. How much Satanic can get against these 2.
I can't let you have that.
Should be okay as long as he doesn't play near the trees, I think. As long as you don't eat like these Whirling Deaths with a bunch of trees on top of you lately. Nowadays, as this DK, you do a lot better in the matchup versus Timbersaw. And making sure that you don't get 2 stacks of Whirling Death is the other big thing. That's usually when they're able to find some type of kill threat. We'll see how the lanes ends up going. I do think Satanic should be pretty okay down here, though. But yeah, cool to see Devi playing his Timber again. It's one of his best, one of his most played, but it does mean that they don't have, I was saying, no team fight.
I think I'm going to slow start on the CS down bottom.
Yep.
Devi. Only the 2 so far in the first couple of waves.
They went for the kill immediately, but yeah, limited last hits. And speaking of the kill, they've hit 2. Schofield stepped up a bit too far. Who gets it first?
It's going to be Team Spirit.
And the Poshka doesn't even end up going down. Had the stick charges from the spam. Literally getting no CS Devi.
It's very slow farm.
Yeah, 2. He's not getting much of anything. I know DK does reduce your damage and everything with Breathe Fire and does, provide some problems.
Sure, but you just think with the nukes, right, you'd be getting a few
only
more.
3 is kind of criminal.
That's not great.
No. So yeah, Laurel, we've seen him do this matchup versus the Storm a lot. He likes to play it since he can play around the Flame Guard. And yeah, yesterday he did double impact. Today he's going for the Chain Gang, which is pretty interesting. Just wanting to have that extra bit of control, I guess, playing versus that Storm. And Malik's lane, the thing about the Centaur is it should be good. Right? Since they do have that Willow plus Centaur, even though it's a blind kind of pick into the carry, he should have a good time in comparison to Devi, who's just, slowed down here at the start.
Did not catch you littering, bro.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they can get some sort of catch onto Miposhka from Schofield, they can try and get Devi some kills in this lane. And Miposhka playing it smart with the position.
Yeah, he's just been playing far on the side. They both started with sticks, so they're constantly being fed these stacks from Whirling Death usage. He does have level 2 Whirling now, so it is starting to rack up a bit more damage onto Satanic, and he is starting to secure more last hits, as they do have full resources.
Now this mid lane, pretty much dead even.
Dead even.
20-2 against the 19-2 bottom. They'll try and get him from Miposhka. A little bit too far beyond the tower. I can't dive that far quite yet.
He was ready though. He did bring that salve right before they made that go. Schofield has to be careful how far he steps up constantly down here. Whenever there's mana from Satanic to go for a stun, Schofield could also go down. So we are looking for maybe an early water rune secure coming out here from Rue. So the cores just seem to be farming, the trading farm versus each other. The supports just want to start to look to secure the rune early on here. Laurel making his way top. Rue will stack the camp, and they'll be able to secure. Schofield,
Radiant's middle tower
the level 3 on Miposhka. He's got level 2 on the Acorn shot. He just has him.
I usually like my trees to myself.
Oh.
I'll make an exception.
Just kidding.
All right.
Yeah, the Lotus. He's fine.
Get Sal sent out.
That was
Stick out on the map.
That was just Miposhka though, trading with him and pushing him out just by himself. So that was very nice.
Satanic still just getting that little bit more than Devi Lama in the lane.
He did get the second Whirling Death stack. Does have to be a little bit more cautious now. Does hurt quite a bit when you do get those two. He'll be okay though. Still farming pretty well. 24-4. Not bad by any means. Top, they can't slow down the Centaur. They can't go for the kill. 27-10 up on Malik. Double brace is finished. 1300 HP. Laurel.
He's trying to steal some of the neutral camps away from Analog, but Analog gets the backup of Schofield. He's got enough control to chase this down. He's running low on the mana, Analog. He's trying to bottle up to throw around one more round of spells, but Lal will be able to keep his distance.
Too tanky with level 3 Flame Guard. Absorbs a ton of that magic damage. Malik, Parker high-fiving each other. Both of them having fun, just farming versus each other. Rue
Parker
gets the connection.
Pretty far for this.
There's some cogs, but he's inside.
Who stumped onto the two of them? Parker, he's surely going down. Yeah, the Shadow Realm hip will do it.
Baited.
Baited in by the high fives, indeed.
Nice play from Malik. Unable to get the push out, KJ. Unable to remove them from that, getting on top of the Luna with the cogs there.
And Devi's still getting bullied back a bit.
He is still getting. I thought his CS was going to start get a bit better, but
still sort of lagging behind.
Yeah, I guess because Schofield has just started to move around. He is left alone, so he is struggling a bit down there. But Rune will spawn top. Laurel will be able to grab that one. Malik can distance himself again. He's pretty safe up there too with all these stick charges. He'll pop them right now. But Laurel, with the sap damage, can look to make moves early on. Ton of damage he's going to be able to provide. It's scouted from a ward right now.
See where he wants to try and head.
DD Ember is terrifying early on.
For now, he's going to stick around the mid whilst the Recruit Wave gets shoved in. So they've got to keep an eye on those side lanes. Potential reaction if Heroic try and make a play. Lol, he'll be there ready to answer it.
Yeah. I thought maybe he looks to make a move because it's usually like a haste rune or something that allows you to go to steal a rune, like steal the Wisdom in particular, but I guess with the amp, he doesn't feel confident to do so because there's a Storm in the line that can catch him. He's going to look to...
He's going to come for this.
He's going to protect
They've hit the scan, so they knew that someone was coming over to try and contest the Wisdom rune.
And they'll get a free kill out of this and get their Wisdom, it looks like. KJ can't quite get there. He can pass over the bottle to Rue as well, so he can get a refill, so it's very beneficial for Laurel to make that rotation.
Poshka's looking at bottom.
The catch.
The two of them have enough damage.
It's close. They got him.
They just straight up get him.
Miposhka, the 5 position hoodwink.
I mean, it looked like there wasn't going to be enough. I think, you know, Devi probably thought there wasn't going to be enough as well. He still actually had some stick charges on the way down there and was turning to Timberchain in aggressively, so may have had a chance to escape that.
Come on, fight Raycat. Give me the damage. Is it? Who did more? The Hoodwink did an absurd amount with those bounces. There we go. He actually ended up doing more than the DK. I mean, this is the second time we've seen Miposhka do this 5-position Hoodwink, and the lane looks pretty good. Laurel will be okay. Yeah, huge kill. Divide. This is they tried to counterpick these tanky strength cores with it in the lane in particular. It's not doing much of anything. Satanic is at the top.
He's having a really slow start this time.
Yeah, it does mean that since you have gone for this pick, I'm going to reiterate, you don't have big team fight that's going to be coming out from your offlaner. They're going to go for Satanic again. He's got the Chakram, but they've got Stampede to disengage.
He's out of that. And at the same time, up top, Heroic, they're seeing if they can maybe get Rue. Should have him with the 3 of them here. Unless he can do some crazy neutral deny, but that's not going to happen. They get the Cogs to drag him back. They'll kill Rue.
KJ takes the last hit with the Cog. Parker was trying to secure it with Beam, but unlucky.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think this is the other good thing actually about the Centaur. Even though they first 2 picked it, I thought we might see like the old school kind of counter thing versus it was the Mars that we'd see on a lot of times. Since they have this Timber in the offlane, the Stampede is actually very useful to disengage. There's going to be a Clockwork hookshot and Cogs to stop in some situations, but being able to disengage versus Timber is going to be pretty nice. Level 6 on Miposhka's been hit. Divide. Just be careful.
Stupendous.
Laurel. 4v4 down here. They don't want to push forward.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I'm going to try and take the fight.
Laurel is very strong
I mean, you change the pushback onto the 2 of them. I mean, already once again with the Acorn Shop, Miposhka doing a lot of damage.
Very nice Cogs. He actually just burned almost all of Laurel's mana pool. He has to go back and reset.
I'm going to still try and chase King Jungles. Miposhka quite able to get him with any further catch for the Bushwhack. So Heroic will manage to pull back out of this.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy with that one, right? They get to just protect their tier 1. Satanic will just sit back, jungle, while they have Malik playing the lane top versus that Luna in a way, so. Cool plays through. They pulled into the Cogs, but
they're ready to try and contest this power in spot as they're going to end up spawning top. They'll get the kill on towards Rue.
Chain gang, Laurel.
The Hex. What other follow-up lockdown do they have? Not enough. Remnants at the ready, he's out. Laurel's going to be able to get up towards the top and get himself that regen room picked up.
Hoodwink Miposhka. Looks like this time he should go down.
Bushwhack's back up.
Bushwhack again. Is he really going to live?
Chains as well. The Chakram will catch him though.
Laurel still got this regen running. Takes some damage so that it continues running, but Schofield now has the Hex. Do they have enough burst?
It's a lot. It's not quite enough though.
And he keeps the regen running. Pushing the limits of his hero. Divide. Missing the chain on the side versus the tree.
is under attack.
Oops.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
5-3. Things have kind of gotten pretty even across the board here.
Dire are scanning.
Malik is just monstrous. And definitely feel like there could be some damage issues in the game. Yes, they do have a Timber Saw to help, but Divide just keeps on getting picked. He just keeps on dying. This game is getting slowed down. Malik is going to be an issue for him.
Can't really come down here, it seems, against these two. Miposhka and Satanic will kill the Timber very easy at this stage.
Yeah, with the Sharpshooter online so early. This is so cool seeing Miposhka go for this like 5 Hoodwink. I don't think we see anyone else doing it.
I'll see it again here.
Very good. He was unbelievably low.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
Miposhka pretty much had him solo as
Looked
well.
like it, yeah. And to always have that break, of course, it's going to be pretty useful. Not incredible, but definitely useful. Level 6 now finally hit on the supports on the side of Heroic. See what they're going to be able to find with it, with Finger online, with the Cog, with the hookshot. Miposhka is level 7. He's super high level. Rue not 6 yet on the Willow.
Who can they catch here, Heroic? Eyes on Rue. They'll get the setup. Oh. All right.
We have revenge.
If he had Shadow Realm up, that might have got a bit messy.
Oh,
Analog has to use a lot of mana for that. Chains are there as well. Lal won't be able to dive in to look for the runes. Okay, Senna, no, he will. He goes back in. He'll get the pickup on the Arcane rune. They've got a lot of control onto Lal. Lal, he does die for jumping in to get the pickup on that.
He took a ton of burst between those Cogs, as well as the damage from Divide. surprised how fast he actually ended up going down. Very close to getting Analog. Very even game here.
It is a close start.
Analog now having that difference, of course, versus the Laurel Ember Spirit after a couple of these pickoffs. And Laurel is always going to have to watch out for this Lion. The control that can come out from him.
Yeah, we'll see how both carries can keep up with each other in farm. Because we've got the arm into Mask and Madness this game for Satanic.
I saw Pure doing this for a good amount of time, and it looks really good. The speed that you're able to farm is absolutely insane. So we'll start to accelerate massively. I know Luna farms very fast.
This could keep him up at the same pace.
This absolutely can. And he's level 11, so he's got a little bit of XP advantage at the moment versus Parker. How the stack's looking, too. They've actually been clearing the stacks on the side of Heroic with the team. There's a gigantic stack on the side of Team Spirit for Satanic. We're going to start getting some push going as well.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Very ready for a fight around mid. Team Spirit of Heroics turn up for the defense.
Malik has Blink already. This could catch them off guard. Blink and the Blade Mouse.
Yeah, Heroic don't want any part of this.
No.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I would say Spirit overall have just a bit more team fight in particular in majority of these head-on 5v5s that they do kick off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They'll give Rue the 6. He's got it done. They got their tower, and it's time to work on those stacks. Satanic, I believe there's a quad stack Ancient he can now clean up. Cleans it up very fast, double stack, hard camp. He's got that level 12. Yeah, keeping that just that bit ahead of the Luna in particular so far. Yeah, I have concerns for Devi in particular in this game. Does feel like he's still going to be able to get burst down.
Try and get that axe to help out.
Yeah, that'll be pretty necessary just to stop all this high amount of burst damage that they do end up having. Because the Willow, even the Hoodwink, they do provide quite a lot versus a Timbersaw who's been struggling a little bit. That being said, though, also for Laurel, have some concerns because of the control that comes out from Lion for him, but he is close to his Mage Slayer, which will help. He actually does have it finished up. Catch.
Find the hook shot to the side. He's caught Miposhka there in the cogs. They get the finger burst. The Stampede's up. Miposhka tries to bounce away, but won't manage to do so successfully. He'll die to Davai Lama.
Can they get more?
Let's see if he can get the follow-up catch onto Rue. He'll get the slow with the Shakram. Sets up for the stun for Schofield. They burst through another. Double kill for Devi. Team Spirit, they try to fight back. They'll catch Analog in the combo, bursting through the storm. Can they get anything more here, Lal? Running into the three of them. He feels pretty strong, but the Eclipse is out as well as the stun.
Huge damage.
He dies. King Jungles won't get away though because Malik's back in with a two-man Who Stomp and sets up for Satanic to start getting quite a bit of cleanup. He's got a triple kill so far. He's turning towards Davai Lama.
He might get a rampage.
The damage to take him out. Indeed, he's going to hope for more. If Malik can get the blink off in time, he will indeed.
He's
going to be able to set this up. It's a 15-minute rampage here for Satanic.
He just freely attacked the entire fight.
You're getting it 15 minutes in on the DK. Armlet, Mask of Madness just running them down.
Look at the fight recap. He actually did more damage than the entire enemy team.
That's a crazy amount of damage to be doing as a carry at 16 minutes in.
They committed quite a lot to kill the two supports, and then after they use that Eclipse, you can see how much damage he's actually able to do. He's 15 now after that fight.
Yeah, that's
3-level advantage over the Luna.
Good luck against the Dragon Knight. You know, he gets a rampage like that. You got a lot of catching up to do.
They should be able to kill Malik here with the Timber. Schofield, though, might just go down in the meantime, and he will.
Everyone's going to try and chase, but Satanic is here.
He does so much damage.
I mean, he just stands his ground and hits the Timber, and he kills him.
This DK is out of control. BKB done now, too.
Wow.
Crazy timings he's hitting. And for Luna in particular versus DK, not the easiest kind of core-to-core matchup when you are even a little bit behind. That armor is just going to be very innately tanky to get on top of you.
He's massive. This is kind of
farmed.
Stupendous.
One of the most fun carry DKs you'll see. And we've seen a lot of carry DKs.
He's got 700 GPM right now. Pretty crazy. Yeah, great team fight overall from them. Off the back of Malik's Blink, he's quickly able to get these massive kills just to put Satanic in this very comfortable spot. They can look to force another fight. They pretty much have every ulti at the ready again on the side of Spirit. Heroic, they've got everything ready, but it is starting to feel like, in particular, like for Analog and for the Timber, they're just, if they get caught in one stun, they're just dead.
Never refuse gold given.
Analog has 1,300 HP. Compare that to this, DK, 2,500 HP. Centaur, 2,500. Even the Ember in particular, with the Mage Slayer, a bit tankier than you'd expect. Teamfight in particular for Heroic is gonna have to be. It kind of feels like it has to be like these great pickoffs that the Lion's able to find initially before the fight with his Blink Dagger, because as it's getting now, teamfights are just looking very complicated for them in the 5v5.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How are they going to tackle this Dragon Knight?
I don't know. I'm sure Parker's telling his team just farm. Because that's usually what he says in these situations.
They're just avoiding any sort of confrontation right now.
Especially for him, I feel like he needs at least one. He needs 1 or 2 more items. It feels like.
They're going to try and dive in for Lal, but the Stampede's there and TPs are coming in. They're not getting this kill, and they'll lose some heroes for his Schofield's call.
They'll be able to find a support at the least. But it was because Miposhka put a base ward down. I don't know if they are going to be able to find. Okay, they will be able to find it. They did see him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Parker's getting some space. Not quite as much as Satanic, but he is starting to get a bit more since he's pushed out bottom wave with his Manta Illusions. And very interesting to see also, Parker, he is leveling up his passive. Or his W, sorry. So we've seen a lot of the games where they just go 4-0-4. A bit interesting to see that one. Because usually when we've seen people put points in it, it's because you're versus, what, like 4 melee heroes or something, where the collision is very useful. DK is kind of a fake melee. So it's just very interesting. Parker, we mentioned him always doing very odd kind of stuff, or just different type of builds for most players.
Spirit, I mean, could they look for Roshan themselves?
Oh, they sure can. Yeah, Satanic is just so far. He has the full S and Y now, Owen. I feel like they can look to take any fight when he's got that. Maybe he tells him that he wants to wait for the level 18, but Miposhka, they might catch him. Oh, and this is a gem. This could be a pretty big pickoff.
All right, yeah, a couple of kills they managed to get against Miposhka.
He just bought that, literally like seconds ago. Can they get themselves out of here? Schofield.
Satanic.
Brew is cutting him off, but he doesn't actually find Schofield.
Everybody's going to try for the TP, but
he makes it.
Ooh, that was close.
Ooh, Brew
close as he gets there.
Tried for the Bramble first, doesn't connect, and then he has
still
to
a Lion hovering around with a gem.
They don't know he's here, though. Schofield being sneaky. He's got TP up soon again. But they are around the Roche, so they should be able to secure that one. They're smoked up. Looks like they're going to maybe potentially steal the Tormentor. Kind of a trade that they're going to go for here.
Schofield's sticking around here.
Dire are scanning.
Is there anything he's going to look to...
He's throwing flips even for it. I mean, they might just... KJ's going to die. Parker will live, but he might die to Miposhka. Oh my god.
That's not worth it. Yeah. I mean, they're already out of the tournament. They're just trying some stuff. They're just trying some stuff.
Well, how much XP did Miposhka get? I'm waiting to see it. You saw the goal, but the XP is probably insane. He probably got like 2 full levels. It's still not popping up. Where is it? Stupid fight recap. Let me see it.
Oh, well, they got the shard. Yeah, they got the shard. Who got the shard? Who was it in the end? They got it for...
KJ. I mean, jetpack's good.
You guys got jetpack to celebrate.
1,800 XP from Miposhka. So yeah, pretty much 2 levels.
Yeah, definitely one of those don't try it at home moments.
You could see that they were kind of hesitant about it as well, too. They're like, uh-oh. And then he's like, wait, does hookshot hit the Tormentor? It doesn't. Oh my goodness, we're dead. Miposhka, no. They get the Aegis as well. How do you touch Satanic? There's level 18.
Yeah, it's just crazy to be this far ahead of Parker's Luna this early on.
And Laurel now at this point also. He's got through that bit of a tough period that could have been there for him. He's got a BKB also. Feels like they're finding pretty much everything that they need in this game.
Yeah.
Heroic. Yes, you have a Luna that's farmed, but the other 2 cores have really fallen behind. And it's crazy because it's only like a 1k lead, but it feels way bigger for Spirit.
It really does. Most of that's just down to the difference in the carries.
Yeah.
At this stage, and just how much Satanic can do, whilst Parker's still very much in a moment where...
Oh, and Parker
running around trying to find the farm. And here's your carry match. I'm sure he's a bit unfair, a bit outnumbered, but still, you're just seeing how quickly Satanic kills Parker at this point.
Yeah.
He got his purchase, right? Did spend up, managed to buy his BKB at least on Parker, but that's not going to do that much to help you getting destroyed by this dragon.
No, it'll make you survivable. You won't die to the stuns immediately, but your damage is going to be
you have to run.
Quite limited, yeah.
And I think, honestly, kind of seeing this as well kind of begs the question, well, why do you think, into the age of so many DK carries, we just didn't see this build more where you're getting this armlet into the Mask of Madness? Because it looks really good.
I don't know, honestly. Yeah. At Wallachia, we talked about it a ton. We're like, where's the DK? Because we saw almost none of them. And the games it was picked, it actually didn't look. It ended up losing, if I'm not mistaken. But I wanted to see this here. I know Lacoste also, he was asking for it a ton. We wanted to see it more. Yeah. It farms so fast.
Yeah, Armlet Mask of Madness, it's fantastic. Without it as well, he, of course, wouldn't get the Rampage. It was perfect itemization. You're just getting this Armlet, obviously this crazy item in terms of value for how much damage it gives you, and then Mask of Madness, this crazy item in terms of value, the attack speed it gives you, and the sustained cast bonus on top of that.
Satanic, still got Aegis.
So he's just standing slapping into the clockwork. King Jungles will get away just in time, but Malik's in with a Hoostomp. He catches both the supports. He's in with the Hoostomp. Scofield tries to turn with a finger, but the blade mail is up. He kills himself. As he's gone, there'll be a primer for King Jungles. They've got the route on towards Analog. I mean, this really is one of those games, as you said, where it was, what, just a 1k gold difference, but it felt like 10 times that.
Yeah, it literally felt like a 10k
And we're seeing that in practice here. It's just not even close.
He just stands inside versus 2 or 3 heroes, and he's just beating on them.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower.
And now he's got the DK form active. Storm coming back up in 30, but that was his BKB use. They just have no damage.
They might tap out of this one.
Yeah, this is looking pretty done and dusted.
They're losing the barracks here 24 minutes in, and there's seemingly nothing they can do to stop Satanic.
I mean, they attempted to go for this Timber to counter, right, these strength cores.
He's had a really slow start this game.
It just didn't do anything. It didn't threaten him in lane either. He ended up giving up some pretty massive kills as well. We saw him opposed to having a very early level 7. Parker.
They found him. He's got BKB ready to press. He'll pop it. Eclipse as well, but he just
melts.
Cannot stand toe-to-toe with this dragon. No, Satanic, he's eyeing up another Rampage protection. He gets the double kill. See if he can get anything more. They're trying to kill Malik. And they will find him. Big burst actually there for Divike. Just comes swinging in. Gets a triple. I mean, could this be something? Can they deal with the dragon?
I don't think so. He pops the Mask of Madness, so he doesn't have the stun, but he just kills him anyway. Oh my god, and now Scofield.
No, I mean, he's not going to get his Rampage, surely, because Analog's still got mana.
Analog popped BKB to jump in, and he's like, oh, never mind, guys, we're not touching him.
Well, he'll do it on his own, Satanic. He doesn't need a team.
Yep, to the high ground.
Down the mid. There we go.
Truly a raid boss.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a few games of Team Spirit, but with this sort of game and this sort of performance, I'm definitely seeing why a lot of people have been talking up Satanic as a carrier, right?
Yeah.
It's these sort of games that he has that it's like, wow, okay. Can't get much better than this.
Very good performance for him. And it's not even like he's just hitting creeps. He shows up, which is the really cool thing to see.
Nice 16-minute Rampage.
Yep.
You know?
Massive. The reason they tend to play these 4 Protect 1s for him, right? Definitely starting to see that. As Parker, I mean, they also play 4 Protect 1s for him. This one, not so much, but yeah, this game has just been pretty disastrous from quite early on.
It's been a rough one. And understandably a little bit, I mean, obviously with Heroic already out the tournament, they're probably already, as a team, feeling a little bit broken.
Sure.
And we're maybe just seeing that in the play here. It's a rough one.
Satanic, full Moon Shard, baby. Pretty hype.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But they gotta try to full 100 to 0 him.
The opening. Gonna attempt to. It's good burst. He's down to half HP. He's gonna get the BKB off, and now he's ready to start cleaning them up as this one is over. GG is called as Team Spirit take this first game 26 minutes in, and will continue to do their best here, trying to make sure that that top spot in the top half of the group is secured for them. A rough one for Heroic, a great one for Spirit, and fantastic one for Satanic on his carry Dragon Knight.
They made him look so good in this game. And that's why you perhaps do this like opener where you get the Centaur, you just have this very safe, strong lane that's just going to do well versus most matchups.
Yeah.
And then you just save Satanic to make sure that he gets this good matchup. And yeah, he absolutely had that good matchup. They cruised through this one. As you said, look, it was only, what, a 1k gold lead for a very long time? But yeah, it felt
much more than that.
It felt massive.
Yeah, but just how they were doing things. And I guess that's sort of safe lane duo and then a whole
in a whole for Spirit. It's something that works very well with him. What you're liking this position 5 hoodwink when Miposhka brings it out.
It looks really strong. I don't know. He seems to always get his level 6 very early, and he has good impact with his Bushwhack and Acorns. He's doing a lot of damage in the lane. I don't think we saw the damage numbers in the laning phase, but I would say Miposhka was definitely super high up there in the damage just in the first 4 minutes.
Oh, really, really good stuff here from Team Spirit. I mean, they're definitely showing what they can do when everything falls into place.
Absolutely.
And they get this sort of lineup. There we have it. Satanic 15-0-7, and probably one of the first Dragon Knights to get a Rampage as early as he did. Crazy times this game from him, and definitely a reason to believe that, the DK, I feel like, especially for other teams watching this sort of game, this is going to make them kind of reconsider and say, hey, maybe we should be still running this carry Dragon Knight.
I think it's going to, we've already seen it getting much more popular because we're also seeing like the Dawn Breakers in the off lane, and we're seeing more, like maybe not Primal Beast in the off lane, but it's this hero that provides stun in the safe lane and scales insanely hard. So, yeah, I would say we could definitely see it more, but yeah, this one, Spirit.
Yeah, looking
looking
fantastic. Team Spirit, they take this game on.
They do indeed, and quite fast as well. Yeah, 15-16 minute Rampage where you see the start of it almost here. I'm here with Lacoste and Jenkins, and this game was over in a flash. Lacoste, Blinky, you miss it.
Yeah, pretty much. Satanic, to point out his itemization. First of all, to talk about Dragon Knight, we don't see this hero being played as much, which I think it's a shame considering how strong the hero is. It's just super stable. It gives you scaling. You're never going to lack damage. It gives you control, great laning, and he went for Armlet into Mask of Madness, which is the best Pure build. Pretty much. This is something that Pure does. It gives you the most damage, and he's ready to join. 15 minutes into the game, and this was such a funny thing. They smoked,
really
missed the hook shot, and then Miposhka comes in, gets the Bushwhack, gets the kill. It's 720 gold for him. Big smiles, of course.
He had just fed a gem too, so he's like, oh, thank you.
I got the gold back.
Thank God.
Redemption.
Yeah, he redeemed himself. Exactly. Yeah. No, I agree with the DK point. Like, I didn't quite understand why it fell off when it did, because I played the qualifiers with my team, prestigious team, top 5 and A, Fart Studios. And during the qualifiers for this tournament, and also for BB Dota, DK was a menace. Like, every team was playing it. In the qualifiers in the Europe region as well as in NA. Like, every region was playing there, and then it just fell off when the actual tournaments happened, and now it's back, and it looks just as good. Like, you're a hero that can be left alone, you win lane, you are super tanky, but you also scale. Like, the hero's like a Sven. And legit, this late game DK, when you have all of these items, like, you deal a lot of damage.
You do, and one of the best scaling cores, I would say, in the game, what he can provide you with. And when you look at back what the patch was, what the changes were, 50 on his AoE in Splash. That's pretty much it. And also Nature's Prophet. I think we're going to be seeing more.
Oh, yeah.
These are the two heroes that didn't receive as many nerfs in the previous patch, even though we are expecting a new patch anytime soon. We've been expecting it for a while. Might be coming out today, but still, you should use the time and maybe get some dubs with DK and NP as carries.
Yeah, let's be real. We are expecting it in 2 days because we are on the train of the 1st of November. But also, we have no idea. So this is not.
And
not
we are
officially
officially announcing.
No, we're not.
That we don't know when the patch is coming out.
I got an email from Gabe at
we did
Valve
not.
Software.
No, that's not the case. I want to talk a little bit about Centaur because we see a lot of offlaners, and we do see Centaur here and there. But I felt like Jenkins Malik made it look very good.
Honestly, for this whole tournament, Malik has looked like a rock for this team. He's like, why are you laughing?
Why am I laughing? Because he's using your voice line. You gotta hype him up.
No, I think he's great. You know, all the people that say, "Oh, when's Collapse coming back?" Bullshit. This guy, Malik, he's killed it. He was looking like some Collapse level Mars at BB Dota. I enjoyed a lot of his performances. Sure, there's some games here or there, but it takes a little time to fit into a roster. I think after Collapse does come back, if he eventually decides that he's done with his vacation, Malik will get a very solid team.
I will tell you right now, before you continue, the voice lines that he uses are no longer for sale. So Shell is filling it out now.
Have to do this.
It's not going to change anything financially.
Okay, Malik was pretty mediocre in that game. Nah, he's good. He's very stable.
He's good. He has
for this tournament, he's been very stable.
He has. I think normally we do kind of feel like he wasn't the this most stable offlane ever. But this event so far, him and Rue, the lane is actually going
both
really
good.
well.
Yeah,
The lane is good, but even though they won the game, Rue still needs to shape it up a little bit. There was a TP, he missed the Bramble, Yule Scepter misses the Terrorize right after.
Warm-up game.
It is a warm-up game, but it's big shoes to fill, considering who you're replacing in Team Spirit, so might need a little bit of extra time to get in shape.
Yeah, might do. And I do also think that those mistakes, eventually we will not be seeing them again. And maybe it's because they're going up against Heroic, which is already eliminated. I do want to touch upon that for a second, because Heroic being eliminated, we feel like we know they can play for points, and that is very important. But do we feel like they phoned it in a little bit?
I don't think so. I mean, you're talking about the Tormentor play. Let's just put all the cards on the table. They Luna ulted the Tormentor, and then King Jungles misses the hook. I legitimately think that's just a Parker call. Like, this guy does crazy shit. You watch him stream, like, he makes insane calls. He's really trying.
Yeah.
Like, he's just a little psychotic in the head, but that's like why he's so good. And so I don't think they phoned it in. If anything, maybe like the emotions from Devi are a little high because they're out. But once again, Devi just is an emotional player. Even when they're winning, you see it on the cameras.
Yeah.
I think it's probably amplified because they're losing, but that's just Devi. Like, I don't think they phoned it in.
All right. Well, that's good information either way. What is also going to be good information is whatever Purge decide to tell us. No, we don't have Purge. Never mind. Whatever Jenkins decides to tell us about the Kidia award of the game.
Thanks, Cheever, for the Kidia award of the game. What's really important when you're winning the game, but not have a huge lead, what you need to do is you need to get a kill, and wards are important for that because you can spot an opponent, and when you spot that opponent, you can blow them up. Now, what's going to happen here is they're going to see this ward in the dire jungle, and it spots Parker going over to the jungle. So what you do is you go after him, you hit him with a layer of stuns here, give him the trifecta, and this gives your team a great advantage in time to push. They take the tier 2 tower, and then they're like, oh, this guy's still dead because he's a high net worth hard carry, and that's going to give them the opportunity to high ground, eventually find a good initiation, and that kind of just opens up the whole game. This is the chain of the events. That also got them the mid-rack, so this is also Satanic getting those like 4 kills, that ultra kill or whatever, so it's really just a chain of events, all because of that ward. That's why truly it was the ward of the game. They had a 2-3 gold advantage, 2-3k gold advantage, and then they just turned it into so much more after that. No, these are both for me.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Well, we're going to find out how this progresses, but also how the series progresses after a break.
private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
The morning light, it hits my eye. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night.
Well, that first game definitely was a little bit unimpressive coming out from Heroic, and I do hope that game number 2 of this 2-game series will be a little bit more competitive. What needs to happen for that to occur? We're here with Jenkins, and Lacoste. Jenkins 2.0.
Yeah.
I'd like to start with you because
Can you pass me my Jenkins juice?
Why are you sitting like that?
No,
why are you sitting like
Can I have my
that?
Jenkins juice?
Yeah, you can.
Like what?
I don't sit like that.
I sit erect all the time. It's because I work out 6 days a week.
Yeah, but I mean your posture.
Yeah, that's how this is how I
the
sit.
upgraded version.
Yeah,
nobody got that. Okay. Go ahead. Explain your. Do the bit. Yeah, do the bit. Good bit.
What was your question?
How is Heroic gonna do a little better this time, or are they not?
I don't know. I really don't know. I missed a lot of the first 10 minutes making a clip.
Fair. How about you, Lacoste? You got any ideas?
It didn't look too good. I just don't see that magic the way they've been playing, and it seems like the vibes are really down. And Team Spirit, they focus heavily on the laning stage. This Centaur didn't really have a place in the draft. The only thing they saw was Clockwork, and I'm gonna keep talking seriously while Jenkinses are making a fool of themselves. Keep going.
You know, at some point, this is gonna be very unhealthy.
Taking very small sips.
Oh, very good.
I wasn't. I need another one. I'm done.
Thank goodness we have
No, we got drafted. All right.
All right, so we got Heroic on the Radiant side this time around, Spirit on the Dire side.
Okay.
So that means there will be some changes, much needed changes, actually. And this time around, we got Team Spirit with first pick. Heroic with second pick and therefore overall last. Maybe they can get some competitive advantage from that side of things.
Heroic's turn to
Let's see though. We got ourselves a Sand King. First phase picked up. As the DK is respect banned, by the way. That is how it goes. My previous game, Sand King, was ignored. So this is a new thing coming out from Team Spirit. For the side of Heroic, previously they opened up with a Clockwork that they banned out themselves. They will get their hands on the Invoker that we've seen first phase banned a lot. It was last phase banned previous game, but it's refreshing to see it first picked up.
Require a response though. I think you need a Clockwork-like hero. It is banned, but you need some support that can go dive in the first like 6 levels of the game before Invoker really becomes more of a nuisance. So if you get some Enchantress, also banned, like hero, that would be useful to try to pick off that hero in the laning stage so he doesn't get as much of an advantage.
Yeah, keep in mind that for Heroic, and specifically for Parker, it is a flex pick. They could put it on carry. They have done so before.
Yeah, this was one of the rare times where he played it. I believe during TI, there was one game where C9 played it from the carry role as well. You need specific setup. They had Nyx Assassin in that game. They had Bane as a position 5, and they were playing Exort Invoker from the carry role. So you need some kind of a setup if you want to run the safe lane Invoker, which can be done, but I don't think they're going to be experimenting way too much.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in any case, like about a week ago, Invoker was the first phase pick, so it's just that other heroes have kind of risen in value since then.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit is one of those heroes. SF as well. This was like a second phase hero. Now it's a first phase hero. TK, I think that's more of a Heroic was very annoyed by it in the last game. They don't want to bother trying to figure it out because the Timber didn't work. That like traditionally has been a good counter. I personally, like I said during the first draft, I've played this lane a dozen times. It doesn't go like it used to, but I do think there are DK answers. I don't think it's worth a first phase ban right now. But in this series, figuring out what counters you're comfortable with is kind of hard, so I can understand just getting it out.
We'll go with Lion one more time. Skosko did not have a fun time in the previous game. Ember Spirit, Dragonite was killing him from 100 to 0, so quite a tough game for him. This time, if he's paired up with Invoker, we've seen some Exort Invoker. It was Stormstormer who did play it in that tournament that they won from the mid lane, but most of the time it's going to be Quas and Wex, Quas-Wex, I almost said Quas-Wex Exort, which is something that we don't see. We do see it at the later stages of the game, but yeah, you want to have that extra lifesteal, extra regen in the lane. It feels really nice.
And I like it better this game because you're not laning against some super hard to kill tanky hero. Like disables are weaker when it's against really high HP heroes. Ideally it's against like lower middle HP survivability heroes like Sand King. And also it's gonna give some much needed hard duration stuns that Invoker lacks. Invoker has like light disable and he's got a decent amount of damage, but he does need a little bit of hard lockdown against some heroes. So I like the opening for Heroic, it looks fine to me. Tusk could throw a wrench in that plan though by providing some save. And as a whole, the first 3 picks from Team Spirit, they have huge kill potential across the map.
They really do.
He's chilling.
I will tell you that this is the similar posture that they had when they did win Wallachia just a week
I mean, this is what he always looks like.
Yeah.
But I like what Spirit did, because they flexed this Hoodwink to position 5 in the previous game. It looked super strong with the trades. They got early levels, and now you also have Tusk, so they're still not revealing anything. These 2 heroes can go to both lanes, and also Sand King can be played from the mid, can be played from the off lane, and they will decide where the heroes are gonna go. Plus, you also just pick Timbersaw into Tusk, which is one of the better counters. You use 1 Timber Chain with a tag team, you bring in the numbers, the hero is gonna die.
And Spirit has a response pick coming up,
yeah,
the Timber, and they have not picked Satanix Hero yet. So I think there's a lot of good options. You can pick Medusa, that's fine. You'll do well in lane against the Timber. Morph is banned out. Luna's still
You could also
available.
Luna just feels too good against Timber.
Yeah, that traditionally was a counter because you would pretty much just like push the lane and outlane the Timber. You wouldn't really kill him, but you would farm. And
but now it's even better.
But now you farm, and because you're leveling beams, you can kill the Timber at level 6. With support rotation, Hoodwink, Tusk, and a Luna, even pre-6 you can kill a Timber. So I think Heroic is about to get very punished for this pick, unless this next one is something that also has to be answered.
Yeah, it does feel forced. In the previous game, you did see Dragonite, and you also did see Centaur, so there was some reasoning to pick that Timbersaw.
Okay, they go the Omni Knight. That'll protect whatever ultimate carry they go for. I mean, there is a lot of Chain Burst right now, so whatever hero does get caught, like, there's maybe some solutions against Timber, but, like, Timber with an Omni Knight behind him, I don't know how you kill him anymore. If you can't jump on the Omni first.
Yeah, I think Spirit definitely, whenever there's an Omni in the game, like, you need some sort of silence for this hero, or Mars Arena, where you're, you know, preventing the vision, and so Omni can't save. Like, there's got to be some sort of answer. But they picked the Luna. Age-old Timber counter. I don't think the Omni dissuades it too much because Luna's a mixed damage carry.
Yeah. Not an easy
long
pick.
fights too.
This is something similar that they did when they played against Falcons, the game that they almost won. There was a lot of games that they almost won because they had Omni Knight paired up with Luna on their side. You're going to have Alacrity this time, so a lot of buffs that they can throw on a carry. The question is which carry they want to have. Removing some of the bad matchups for Luna, removing Medusa immediately.
Parker's going to be TA because they're about to be eliminated. They're going to ask him, Parker, what do you want to play? And he's going to say, TA. That's all I've got. That's my entire justification.
Well, they get overall last pick, so maybe his decision will also be swayed by what's coming his way. Do we think the Malik will play the Sand King? Because normally he would, I would imagine. But Lara can play it as well, so it's kind of up in the air. Do you have a preference?
I'm not sure I do.
I think put this in the off lane and get a different off laner. Team Spirit, they don't have the overall last pick, so they will have to show. I think for Laurel, Earth Spirit is gone, unfortunately, but they are banning out the off laners inside of Heroic, knowing that this is kind of 4 Protect 1 again. Doom would be a great pickup, removing Parker from the game. I'm just wondering what the Parker is going to play. You did say TA. Maybe there's some reasoning to pick up Gyrocopter as well. We'll have to see. I mean, they have the last pick overall, so they will see the full lineup and then decide what they want to go for.
They can pick Sand King mid and pick still Pango or something like that.
I personally like Invoker versus Sand King just because he's always on the wave. It's really easy to... He's literally asleep.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a hero for Spirit. Ricky. Ricky mid
Ricky
against
mid.
Invoker does well in that matchup. Cloud against all of these heroes. You pick up the shard relatively early on. You can't use abilities from Omni Knight on the hero.
Oh, that does sound really good.
And Ricky's good at finding Lion or Omni by himself. Like, he doesn't even necessarily have to go for the cores first. It sounds really good.
And Spirit is...
They played it.
They're guaranteed top 4, right? So...
No.
After that win, they're not. Well, they're mathematically very likely.
Yeah, it depends on how Talon is doing. I did not check their first game that they played.
Talon
we were
did
very
lose
fast.
to Waska game 1.
Ooh. I think that means it's very much more likely for Spirit because the previous game meant that Spirit was 7-4. Talon losing means that they are 5
and 6.
6, and there's still a chance that they play Talon. No, the Spirit wants to win. It's very simple, especially because they're up against Talon tonight. So they'd rather set it in stone here than play a series to.
Yeah, they want the barrier.
Yeah. We got ourselves a Gyro as our final ban coming out from...
It's been the other popular carry lately, and it pairs well with Omni Knight as well. Just the guy that would effectively have 2 BKBs to do flat cannon damage.
And there's the Ricky. Good call.
Good call.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's so good against Omni.
Once you said it, yeah, it's very clear. Great against the 2 squishy-ish supports, and even good against Timbersaw. Like, that guy doesn't really want to buy a BKB that often, and like Pipe isn't going to solve it either. Like, if he just walks in a smoke cloud, he's just out of the fight for like 3 seconds.
You know who can blink out of a smoke cloud? Templar Assassin.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Wow. That would work.
I will say, there's a lot of smiles on the side of Heroic. They might have some plans.
All right, he's going Nyx Assassin carry. I saw him do it the other night on his stream.
We're so back.
Is this carry Invoker mid-timber? It still could be.
It is
Okay,
Carry
it's
Bristle.
Carry Bristle.
They don't want to overcomplicate anything, but I think this Ricky pick kind of sealed the deal. He's going to have a good time again in the lane against Invoker, and once you pick up your Diffusal Blade, you're going to be ready to go. All these heroes, especially like Mana Burn is such a valuable tool, especially against these heroes. Like you find Omni, you find Lion, the heroes are going to die. And once you pick up the Shard, it's going to be very difficult for them to use the abilities. I think they wanted to have something that doesn't really rely now on having that Guardian Angel and having that repel in the fight. So they went with the Bristleback, something that is more tanky.
I think the Bristle's okay. I like it better than a TA just because he doesn't have to worry as much about Smoke Cloud. He's just going to try to get super farmed, and he's going to run in and create space for his team and make it easy for them to get kills just by surviving and existing. You know.
I'm not feeling the Bristle last pick.
No.
No, it's... I mean, Bristle's a good hero.
You pick Bristle into Ricky, that's the counter. You turn your back, Ricky deals more damage from the back.
No,
it's
it
the old
goes
school
the
counter.
other way around. Ricky deals more damage to your back, and Bristle wants to be hit in the back.
Well, you know what? This is an argument we'll see played out in the game. Thank you for all your input, gents. We're heading over to Pixel and Fog via the PogChamp Pandas.
Time for game 2 here between Heroic and Team Spirit. I'm Pixel, joined by Fog. Hello, how are you doing? Looking forward to seeing what happens in this one. We're getting some fun final picks. We're getting the Bristle on one side, the Ricky coming out on the other. But I saw you doing a little bit of research, Fog. Looking at some of these picks, it's particularly like the Bristleback. The stats aren't great for Parker, right?
Parker's played it once in official 6 months ago, lost. And he's played it 15 times total in pubs, 40% win rate. It does not feel like a Parker hero. I just look at, and that just does not feel like a Parker hero. But it's Bristleback, you press QW, you do lots of damage, eventually you go Ags. Maybe he won't go Ags. Maybe he'll just go full right-click build. Who knows? We'll have to see what Parker wants to do, and we'll see if it ends up working out, because they've gone for the Timber again, which did not have the best game for Divide. They wanted to try it again. And it does look like it's actually a harder, much harder Timber game this time around as well. So we'll see how that all ends up going down. Spirit, of course, wanting this win. They do the switch up also. Vru this time going to be playing that Hoodwink, paired up with the Sand King.
They want to chase him down.
I think with the Goo, they can actually just get him. He's going to just...
the TP, though.
Smart. Nice play there from Rue. Does go all the way back to base, so didn't end up TPing to his tier 1. So we'll take him a little bit of time to get back to the lane. But
And how is sort of the game overall for these kind of last picks? You know, is this a good Bristol game? And on the other side, is this a good Ricky game?
I think Bristol can be played in a lot of games. So he actually got the courier
with the trick of the trade.
With the tricks. So very nicely done. Fantastic Ricky game. I think Bristol also can have pretty much every game be good for him too. So yeah, both last picks look like they do have merit. Schofield
used his stun, so he's got nothing to protect himself. It's first blood for Team Spirit, but Poshka to grab that.
You can't use the stun like that when you're playing versus a Tusk lane. It's suicide. I've seen this so many times. It's a stun to secure a range creep, and then bam, they just go on you instantly with the Blood Grenade tag team. But yeah, the Ricky in particular is going to be something really interesting. Steve Panel was talking about it. The Shard. I feel like I'm going back to TI Finals where we had Quinn playing it. We asked for the Shard, and he ended up not buying it in that game, which was actually really interesting. They ended up losing that one, of course. But this game, definitely wanting to buy it versus the Omni Knight. But we'll see how his lane ends up going, because in the game that Quinn ended up picking it, he played it versus a Puck, which is a very nice matchup for Ricky. I'm not sure how this matchup overall is. First few levels, Analog's doing very well.
Might have the kill. He's got trick.
He actually got him. Yep.
I'd have done that big, underestimation there from Analog.
It's a lot
coming out from, in terms of how much he was expecting to take from Lal, but yeah, Lal just able to easily run him down with his abilities.
Didn't play for the CS, he just played for the kill.
Yeah.
Very cool. He tried to drag the wave to the side to make Analog miss some CS too, but didn't. Okay, cool. I know the melees tend to be very good versus the Invoker in particular, but I just wasn't sure overall for CSing, right? He gets the kill, but now overall for CSing, how's that going to look for him? As Invoker does get better and better as these levels come out. Divide having a very good start this time in terms of CS, though. Very glad to see that he skills react, doesn't skill reactive this time. Last time he did skill reactive instead of having chain plus whirling. And he does go for the fastest too. He goes for the tree one this time rather than going for the extra chakra.
Posher stepping up. Not quite enough burst with these two though to threaten him yet. And yeah, Devi's having a good time, but same to be said for Satanic. He's not really feeling too much pressure top.
And Laro's actually, because of that kill, he's just going to have double Wraith. Bottom. The CS fine under tower. Bottom.
Rue, he might have this. He does.
And Rue's got stick charges.
Now he's going to live Rue.
He might be able to turn too. He's got another bushwhack soon. Oh my goodness, tons of kills all over the place.
Yeah, man, Poshka up top's able to kill off Schofield.
Courier also dies in the mid lane because Laurel was diving the tower to pressure Analog and ends up losing it while he grabs his Wraith Bands.
Spirit finding these early kills. Heroic yet to find themselves anything in return.
Malik's struggling a little bit on the CS department though. He doesn't have a TP. Parker gonna try to run him down with the goo. Not gonna be able to do so. Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes mostly on mid, of course. I wanted to see how it ends up going in CS.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for Lol to get a solo kill again now.
Yeah, he's just going to get his mana burn every single time. But the fact that he gets the kill, he's able to get these double Wraith Bands. Pretty cool.
He's very low, but he's the one charges and the Lotus at the ready.
Yeah, and Parker is also quite low.
I mean, if Rue gets the spells back up, they might just be able to kill him with a bar strike. They get the connection. They're in under the tower, but the heal comes in.
The bounce back from Rue. We'll finish him off, but Rue might just get walked down here from KJ. And he won't.
I pity you.
Very kill-heavy game. 7 already in these first 4 minutes. Malik struggling a lot on the CS department, so really wanting to just push forward for that kill.
Stun gets used top. So straight away they get aggressive. This is there to help out, but Davai Lama taking a lot
good burst
damage from these two. They're trying to chase him for Satanic, but the shards are out. Now they'll kill, and Schofield will survive. He's got the salve at the ready as well.
Satanic steps up. Ooh, he's okay though. Was close to him getting brought down. Night and day difference in this top lane for Devi. Very interesting. And he's playing versus a Luna lane too. Last time he was playing versus the DK lane, you could imagine that it could be a bit better, but this time, I think it's just because of his skill build and the fastness, making him have a much better time.
Trying to chase Malik here, and to keeping it so that Malik is getting very little in terms of farm from this bottom lane.
Oh, Parker's gone for the Arcane Boots, the old way that we've seen the Bristleback played in a lot of situations. Sometimes we do now see the treads since, you know, Arcanes did get nerfed, but I guess because he has the Omni Knight, it is very beneficial to have it too. And he's going to go Ags, so it's not going to be any type of, you know, it's Parker, so I'm always ready for some type of crazy type of build, but he's just going to keep it standard.
Malik still struggling to get near the wave.
Every time he steps up, he just gets hit from either a hammer, purity, plus a goo. He's going to have to catch back up off stacks. We've seen a lot of these Sankings just struggle inside lanes and then just really full catch back up. So we'll have to see if they look to start placing some wards there, or at least look to contest at some point early on. They're going to check the power runes here, Schofield. They will spawn up top. It's a haste. Analog. Careful.
They can go for Analog. They've got the shard trap. Lol, he's in with the damage. Bushwhack to control him. Analog's out.
Those were beautiful shards from Miposhka. Actually just stuck inside of them there. He did not respect the fact that the Tusk was checking the rune.
Buck's trying to dive a bit down bottom.
Okay.
The dust.
They get Malik.
Malik
surrounded. Schofield's here too.
He's got the backup of Rue. Can Rue do anything to help out? He cannot. Malik falls, continuing to really suffer on this bottom lane.
And Wisdom Rune's going to be up soon, so 20 seconds. Someone's got a TP to help or take the opposing one. We might just have a steal for steal. So they are setting up for him. Miposhka running to steal. Same thing with Laurel. Laurel's actually got a TP over. Maybe Miposhka's able to get it on his own.
Schofield's already bailing out. King Jungles is going to stick around.
Laurel gets it.
And Analog will be able to secure his own. He's going to look to turn and get the kill here with the help of Davai Lama and Schofield as they block up Miposhka. Tries to push them back with the shards, but the cold snap's there. As they'll let this one go to Analog.
1 for 1. All things right in the world.
That was, 'twas scarcely worth my notice.
5 to 7. As we said, very kill dominant game here. Parker having a very good farm, but same thing for Satanic. Both kind of neck and neck.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Interesting.
With this sort of start, Parker's going to be quite tough to rotate in towards. It's going to kind of come down to Lal getting that diffusal blade timing.
He's going to be pretty annoying too, right? Like, they mentioned it, right? It is the Bristol versus the Riki that can be kind of funny. I don't think we get to see this very often. But you imagine the Ricky's going to be looking for these backline targets. Yeah, he'll probably throw a Cloud, and if they can full commit to kill the Bristol, once he's got the Shard to stop any type of heal saves, but that's going to take some time. And here come these stacks. Can they look to contest? It doesn't look like they can with their positioning.
Yeah, Team Spirit bringing in pretty much what the 4 members around this area just to stop any chance of Heroic heading here if they were thinking about it.
I mean, they placed the ward, so they see him doing it. So they'll be aware that the Sinking won't be playing in the lane, but they're actually making this heads-up move with 3 heroes to potentially punish Parker. Can't quite find it.
Hard to catch him. A lot of pressure on the top lane, Heroic.
Structures are fortified.
Fortification comes out, but Team Spirit, they won't be putting together any defense around there. They've got their eyes on mid. Maybe Poshka can get a catch with the shards.
Laurel gonna sneak forward.
Let's go for this, playing it safe.
Yeah.
The tier 1 might be a bit too much for them to dive.
This early game is looking much better than last time for Heroic.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Downlight having a much better opening into this game too on his Timber. After a pretty rough start in game 1.
And they're playing versus not a fully out of the meta hero too, but a Riki that we don't know its full potential. Yes, we see it on paper what you can do to be able to stop these omni potential things with the saves, with the shard, and killing backline heroes and diffusal burning mana, but that's on paper.
Parker
steps up.
He's stepping up. He's got a lot of enemies taping in to deal with him. He's got a bit of backup. And he is pretty beefy as this Bristol.
He's getting the quills off.
And they're thinking about going back in on this. They get the opening on towards Lal, but he's able to get the tricks of the trade-off. Shards will block out Parker's escape. Malik goes in with the Burrow Strike. They get the bushwhack in onto the 2 of them. Sets up for Satanic to clean them up.
Nice snowball.
See if they can get more. New comes out here with the heal. King Jungles takes out Lal. Chasing in from Meposhka, but another Acorn Shot comes into play. Satanic's ready to reach back in with the Lucid Beam of the Sharpshooter. They burst down another, but this time Satanic will get blocked off on the attempted escape as Davai Lama and Analog are able to put an end to him. So, unlike the last game where sort of Satanic... Oh, that's a
Analog with the scan!
All right!
That was a scan Sunstrike!
It was. They didn't have anything else given the information there. Analog catching him, and it was bang on target as well. Beautiful shot.
What? That was incredible.
All right.
You do not see that very often at all. Brew also.
He's going to get Brew as well. I mean, this has ended up being a fantastic series of events here for Heroic. They get so many more kills than Spirit got.
A literal 5v5.
Look at this again.
And look at it's literally a scan. I cannot
and just
believe
perfectly placed. It couldn't have been more perfect.
Probably one of the most Pog Sun strikes you will ever see. That's completely delayed.
Under attack.
That was so cool. Wow. And Parker, he ends up dying, but you see he's if he gets that repel onto him, it is insane how much he's able to just stand inside of.
And he'll have the Axe for the next fight.
Yeah, that's going to be
It's going to be out there.
A lot more damage is going to be pumping out.
Not easy for Satanic to turn up and fight into. Not quite a different series, sort of situation than it was when he was on the last game on his DK. He turns up this time, he can absolutely die.
Yeah, and they're feeling very fragile, right? Even Malik, the whole lineup of Spirit is definitely starting to feel quite fragile, and they have quite a lot of burst damage on Heroic, and they are very tanky.
They are.
And that's the Axe. It's going to be done.
Yeah, for Spirit to sort of set the fights up in a way that's going to allow them to go on long enough to just have the damage and time and a chance to kill off Heroic's heroes, it's not going to be easy.
No, they have to prevent KJ from getting the repel off in particular. Like the Riki has to be the one to either silence him or they have to get a form of control if they're going to go for the full commit to try to kill Parker like that. If he gets that repel off, he's going to live. Laurel?
See what he can find here, but Schofield's got backup.
Off the mark.
He's able to get not quite able to get the stun off. The trick to trade's there, but the EMP burst the mana of Lal. He's got enough hit with one charge to jump out, but Davai Lama finds him. As this is going to make the game continuously very hard for the Riki, right? Lal slipping behind at this point. You could become irrelevant pretty quickly as a mid-Ricky if you start to have your game slowed down this early.
It's definitely one of those snowballing heroes. Rue, also likely to drop. Satanic wants to come back in to look for something, but they don't have the numbers. 3 here from Heroic.
Yeah, Damai Llama. It feels like he's sort of having the game that he was dreaming about having in game 1 with the pickup at the Timber Store. I mean, you said it as well. This game doesn't look to be an easier one, but something about Damai Llama's play this time, he's making it look like it is.
Yeah, I just like that he went for this facet instead, to be completely honest. And 0 points in the reactive, he's just playing full-out aggression. It just looks much nicer. And I have worries for Laurel. Like we said, the Ricky on paper has its merits, has its functions, but once you start falling behind versus tanky heroes,
it's so hard.
Yeah, it's a snowball hero.
Yeah, just playing into this lineup from behind as a Ricky seems pretty nightmarish.
Yep. And they're gonna once you start getting ahead too, you start getting more money on the support, so you start being able to buy more wards and sentries to cover, dusts, etc. as well. So Heroic, night and day difference from that game before of how they've been able to set up versus the side of Spirit. And lots of kills here. Still have not 2 kills per minute, but pretty close.
Let's see if they can keep it up. Lose some of their other games. They have had good showings at the beginning, but it slipped away from them.
Oh, it's Schofield. There's, diversion since you're playing versus Ricky. He's gone for 4 staff. And we might even see, I could even see like Analog getting one himself too. We've seen people adapt when you're playing, you don't play versus much, but when you do play versus, you start to see 4-step bot even earlier than other situations. Usually line will want to have Blink first, but having this 4-step early on Schofield. They're gonna look for the Wisdom Steal on both sides again.
Schofield's here to at least protect Heroics.
He can get back up as well.
Yeah, it's coming in straight away. Oh, they get the jump onto Schofield. He will fall. Miposhka's able to the Wisdom go for a TP out. They don't have anything to stop it, so Miposhka gets away with the play.
Nice play. Great shards from Miposhka. Looks like Brew. Look at the sacrifice.
Oh,
yeah, the neutral.
Okay. The Ancient's coming in clutch there.
KJ was able to take the opposing Wisdom room though, so 1-for-1 exchange. All right, Laurel, he's got Diffusal done. So that's the first timing. See if he can start sniping some of these backline heroes. He's super squishy, though. 1,000 HP on this Ricky. Next timing for him is, of course, that Shard, which is going to be pretty huge versus the saves. But needs to get some type of kills to snowball, because this hero, you don't hit creeps. Not too much. Even with this Exterminator facet, you want to start looking for kills ASAP. We'll see Analog. He's got Satanic. They're on the Invoker.
Dire's courier
And
has
they got
been
him.
killed.
Oh, bit of a pause arena.
Toxic. Right after he kills him. Good move. That's perfect for Laurel to start to get him a bit caught back up. Appropriate for him to start to make those moves around, trying to get any type of pickups with this Diffusal. And he can do so. If he finds even the Lion, too, he can definitely snipe him out. Schofield does have Caesar Serenity, so a little bit tankier, but... And Malik, he's got the blink.
He's got the. They can look to try and make a play. I mean, they're already able to do so. Catching out Analog, but dealing with Parker and Davai Llamas.
Yeah, they're going to be the issue.
It's going to be tough. Even if they get this jump on them, might be able to burn all their mana. It's stopping them from being able to walk out the fight and living. Not going to be easy.
It's cool to see, though, that Malik wants to go for the blink, because I've seen a lot of them just rush the Bloodstone in that off lane, but I think this one he's understanding that he wants to be able to access the points of the back lines to jump past the Bristle. And just gives them a real initiation tool rather than just a Ricky initiating the fights, because they do lack initiation.
Oh, he's got his eyes on mid. Analog playing very far underneath the tower. Lyle still might find the chance to set up. Jumping in for Lyle. They get the setup. TPs are coming in. The damage, is it going to be enough to bring him down? It certainly will.
And Laurel gets the last hit. Schofield gets the stun.
Control, does a finger at the ready, but wouldn't quite be enough burst. And Lyle, he's able to jump out.
Really good plays from Laurel, getting himself back into this game completely.
And Parker,
the Invoker.
He's swinging across from the side. Poshka, has he got any way to play out of this? Snowball up.
Nope.
But they'll find him.
He'll buy some time.
See if Schofield wants to save the finger or get himself another stack.
And another
save
kill.
for now. And indeed over in the mid. Action being found. They can maybe look to try and push down
He's
here.
got the Shard now. And this Happy coming
he's
in.
with the jump on to Parker. That's a fair bit of damage, but not enough.
Quite. Guess they didn't have everything up at the ready just yet. Just a limited man.
Milar wants to go in now. Look at the sharpshooter.
Got the break, but not enough. Another stun.
Look at the jump over towards Schofield instead. Clips is out here. Schofield turns, gets the stun off, but he will fall.
Really nice moves from Spirit in these last few moments. Yeah, Shard now is also finished up for the Ricky, so got eyes on him to be able to prevent those repel saves in these next upcoming moments. Satanic, he had broken animation. Gotta love to see it.
Sliding around.
I love when these happen. I don't know why, they just crack me up. Yeah, so just glide to the bottom lane next. And Spirit smoked up looking for, just constantly looking for action with this trio. It is a very potent trio to kill. Might be reading the move as well, too. They have the ward that sees KJ rotating from the left side. They're actually just going to bail out when they see these rotations coming in. I think they saw at least 2 heroes. What are these lines drawn?
Somebody's not happy.
I don't think, is that KJ? He's like,
I think it was KJ.
They're everywhere.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, massive though. Honestly, Laro, after they were getting a bit of a deficit, there's like sentries all over the place, and he still was able to find 2 huge pickoffs on the Invoker, and then onto the Omni Knight afterwards, right after his Diffusal Blade pickup, so keeps his momentum building.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You've got to be careful in your positioning here on KJ. It's gonna be a lot harder for this Omni Knight to have impact in these next few moments.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And fantastic vision from Spirit too. They just see where everybody on the side of Rogue is.
Looking at Malik.
It's just 2 of them down here.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Another pause.
Interesting.
Some mic issues. Malik getting closer and closer to his Bloodstone. He got Vampire Fangs, so he got luck there, of course. Timber, BKB's done. He is still very durable.
Yeah,
they're just kind of they've been ignoring Devi a little bit now. So after he's had this really good start, they've been kind of just playing around him.
Yeah, BKB into the Ags. He's going to be the truly unkillable one this game. Arguably even harder to take down than Parker will be. Spirit, we'll see how they come to deal with these 2 heroes. They're going to be quite a challenge to take down. Farm's still very good for Satanic. Was really able to get his game back on track after that fight that he turned up to. That didn't go too hot for Spirit.
He can go Silver Edge this game on the Luna, though. It's a pretty good one.
Might need to.
Versus the Timber and versus the Barista. In the Timber, you probably want to get a Yule Scepter on somebody. The Nullifier is going to take a long time for you to have this Dispel versus the Reactive when he does get it eventually. So maybe a Yule's after that Bloodstone on the
more
sink.
drawings coming out on the minimap.
Let's see. Oh yeah, look at those, are pretty.
Lost in the woods,
That's Parker.
Yep. What? Just an instant unpause. Didn't even say go? I didn't see it. All right, well, we were going.
But did they not? I guess they didn't.
Maybe I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's ready to go.
It's ready. Devi, BKB does get forced immediately. And they didn't really have to commit too much for it. It was just a bushwhack, so they could look for him again.
Yeah, I guess just worried about being burst with the sharpshooter. Getting caught. I mean, Lal, he's watching. I mean, can they try and punish the fact that this BKB is on cooldown?
They're bringing more.
There's a lot of backup for Heroic.
5 heroes from Heroic clustering. They'll see the ward in the mid lane. Satanic, how close to his BKB? Still not quite there. He probably wants that before he shows up for the next fight.
Feels like he maybe wants that and the Silver Edge really ideally before he turns up, because
yeah, he can shield back.
Radiant's top tower is under
and just
attack.
sort of rely on the rest of the team to kind of hold the pressure off, try and slow down these pushes that Heroic are doing, but it's not easy. You know, Parker's able to hit this tier 2 bottom.
Bloodstone's done now too, so much tankier. And they're set up for Tormentor. Both sides are, but look where Malik is. Malik may be potentially ready to go for a contest.
Yeah.
He might be able to steal/kill some if he gets a good connection. Uh-oh.
It's going to be tempting. They kill it pretty quick here. He's got to make the jump soon. He won't be able to make it in time. Holds back. Obviously hard to do, but didn't have the vision around that area anyway, so would have been blind. But as you say, Team Spirit, at least on the other side of the map, they will be able to take a shard away from Heroic there.
Radiant's top
Alacrity
tower
Bristol,
is under attack.
tier 2. Is forced.
Structures are fortified.
All of Heroic in the area. How's Laurel's progression looking? He's got the Blade of Alacrity.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Malik. Schofield trying to push him away from the tower. He will with the dust.
They're getting the space to do this. Fighting right now for Spirit is still not too appealing whilst they have Satanic just wanting to get the kind of that next item done before he turns up.
You know, he commented how Parker doesn't have that many of the Bristol games, at least that we saw, right? He's actually the player that I've seen use Seeing Red the most already. I see a lot of people not using it that much. He used it, I think, 4 times or 5 times already, just beating all these towers. So. Roche, perhaps on the horizon here, too, for Heroic. They're set up around the bottom side. Spirit are going to be able to look to contest. They have the BKB on Satanic, but I don't know if they make it. It dies very quick.
Yeah, even if he gets up to the Twin Gate, I don't think he gets down there in time.
They're looking perhaps for just maybe a kill instead, but they're not going to find anyone here. Maybe they just don't expect it?
I guess so, with the sort of direction that they've gone with the smoke. They're not heading anywhere close. Now they're starting to swing back over, but it's too late. As this Roshan will be Heroics.
Bloodstone finished up on Malik. They are smoking. Divide shows himself, but now they have no interest in.
Yeah, they're not going to want to take a fight now.
Nope.
I think still ideally, yes, Satanic doesn't want to fight until he has that silver edge on the BKB.
Getting good up. He's got a TP out. Or he's looking for the solo play on Parker. That's a bit crazy there.
That's not going to happen. He's got to go for the BKB TP out now. At the same time, down bottom. Kicking off the fight a little bit. King Jungle's going to look to bail out. He's going to stick around because the GA off. It's Lyle. He's having to jump back to safety. Malik will find the target on towards Schofield with the Burrow Strike Epicenter. But the rest of Heroic, can they deal with a huge burst coming out from Davai Lama? Taking out Maposhka, nearly finding Lyle as well. They'll catch King Jungle's the Sunstrike
again!
He's done it again, Analog!
Wow. That was sick. Now they've got these 2 cores still playing on the bottom corner. Malik does have to back away.
Just fighting into the timber, it's just very messy. Davai Lama's cleaning up, and now he's got the full Aghanims coming out.
Yeah. And does anyone...
Oh, and Rue. Lucky that that tornado missed him just by a slither. We'll see once again on the replay now. They have to expend the Epicenter to just kill off Schofield.
Yeah, that maybe ends up being a little weird, right? Because there's 3 heroes clustered down below here that maybe if Malik goes for them, it could be a bit better for them, but either way.
And they get King Jungles, but bam. Yeah, these Sunstrikes, he don't miss. Analog.
Gem now picked up for Schofield. So looking to control the map, looking to know always where this Ricky is. They're also playing versus the Sand King, of course, with the Sand Shroud, so that's going to be very valuable. And Malik is queuing up the Euls next, so is looking to have that answer, of course, versus that Timber. It does feel like they need it. 7-0 and 2 this time around.
Radiant's bottom
Real?
tower is under attack.
Be able to play it out.
Just a question of whether Satanic's going to be able to carry this.
Yeah, I mean, he has a good position, too, with his net worth right now. He is getting closer and closer to silver.
Down bottom. Schofield's got the setup onto Malik. Malik, he's got Satanic turning up to help him. Misses the Burrow Strike. That allows Schofield to try and get the stun into burst combo with the finger to find him.
And Satanic might just have to BKB out again.
I think he might have to.
He's trying to save it.
He's got to use it. He can't TP out, he can't run, he's got a BKB.
Maybe try to get a kill before the TP.
Nah, it's too dangerous. He has to leave.
2 times now he's had to just BKB TP out. We'll have Shadowblade finished up. Find another pick off Malik, stun off the mark. Schofield able to turn it. Would have been a big kill if they find Schofield too and take the gem. So, Devi threatening Laurel. This is culminating into a pretty fun later stage of the game.
It's a very
game
close
right now.
one.
We're pretty much dead even on net worth.
Yeah.
And it feels very even. Your last one,
yes.
it was between that 1K,
it was kind of similar,
but it did not feel
numbers.
even. This one, it does feel like there's just, good chances for both sides depending on how they can actually get these type of jumps. And now there's more 4 steps, so KJ has a way to bail himself out as well versus Laurel.
I think there's definitely going to be a bit of pressure building up on Heroic to try and close things up sooner than later, though, because the Luna
is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, and in the hands of Satanic, you know, he's been carrying some games pretty solidly. He's got the, just the Demon Edge short of the Silver Edge.
And he's not even going to have that like usual peak timing where it's 20 Conda. He'll have a little bit of a different one. So when that Conda comes out later, could be quite potent. So yeah, I would say heroic. I would imagine that they want to be doing that tempo.
They're hitting the base, hitting the high ground, speeding it up a bit.
Ooh, off the mark with the bushwhack and with the snipe. Through.
So if they can get him the once, they can't. Parker keeping the Aegis safe.
Quite a few whiffs on the spells there.
Get some pressure onto the bottom lane. They've got the creep waves pushing in on the mid as well, so they can go over, take the tier 2.
Trying to get as much as they can out of this Aegis. They still have 45 seconds. Satanic is cutting the mid wave, sent his illusions there, and he is pushing top pretty hard.
Yeah, just maximizing farm.
Yep. He knows they don't want to come back for him too early, so he's trying to push as much as he can forward.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Divide now has I really like this build. When you've got these like 3-4 core items, you can use your blink to even use the Ags to detonate and do tons of damage.
Yep.
Really nice. And you can use the blink, of course, when you have reactive armor to just blink freely always. To block the damage.
Top tower is under attack.
That's a Silver Edge.
Okay.
We'll see now how much Satanic can do when he turns up.
Especially since Aegis is down. Laurel, he almost has his Ags finished. Let's see how these fights end up going. And he'll get switch neutral items, of course, since there are some pretty great ones at the 27-minute here. Paladin Sword in particular.
Schofield. Gets the setup. They've got the burst.
Instant grab.
They're able to delete
Malik's here, though.
Malik's able to jump in, get the setup on towards Schofield at the least, but Davai Lama, he's perfectly fine. He's got a BKB if he does feel threatened. In fact, he's toying around with the idea of going back in. Satanic's going to pop the Eclipse. They're trying to burst with Davai Lama.
KJ was here.
They're not even close. Davai Lama, he's still good to continue to play aggressive. Looks to get in onto Maposhka. He's got the snowball to get away to safety. Satanic trying to move back in, but he knows he's not strong enough right now to do it. This time, the Sunstrike, it will miss and won't get the connection onto Maposhka. And Davai Lama keeping his cool there, doesn't need to even pop the BKB as they make a pretty heavy effort to try and tackle him.
The Schofield sacrifice, well worth it. Jumps, he catches Laurel right before he finishes the Ag. I think he was like 100 gold away from having the Aghanims. And Lion, when he dies, it's not that bad. Back to hell and back. So now 90 seconds, he'll have debuff app. They find the Invoker.
Analog is able to get the pickup on the Wisdom Rune, but he will surely die for it.
Uh-oh.
So they get anything more. They get the sharpshooter hit this time over the wards. Down by Llama, but he's fine, able to get the blink away. Team Spirit, if they get any further catch, they'll try and close the gap with the tricks of the trade. Satanic coming in from the side.
Looking.
They get the Burrow Strike to set up. He's in with the Silver Edge hit, but straight away Parker is ready to turn over towards him. They get the Hex control on towards Malik. Malik just dies immediately. And now with the BKB up, Parker's ready to try and chase him for more. Satanic has to put the BKB and run. Jump back in from Maposhka. They want to try and keep this fight going, Team Spirit, but it's incredibly risky. Heroic, they're definitely stronger right now as Davai Lama's in with a blink over towards Rue. Satanic tries to turn back in with the Lucid Beam, but Maposhka, he bails out of it. They've got to run.
Satanic will be able to get away. Malik just gets deleted when he jumps in. He has to be way more careful.
Schofield, well, you know, he's tempted to try and look for some crazy play. Yeah, it will cost him. Satanic walks back out, kills him very easily.
A bit too crazy. Hero's starting to respawn.
I mean, Lyle's still watching from the side, thinking about going back in on this if he finds an opportunity.
If he can find his support, but there's sentries, this coverage, it's still there. A Defiant Shell pickup, by the way, from Parker. Seeing these neutral items now being grabbed. Schofield takes an Elven Tunic. Okay, don't see that too often on a Lion, but...
That's for me.
Still very close. The kills in particular, neck and neck. Maybe a slight advantage here still for Heroic, but time goes on. This Luna getting scarier and scarier.
If Satanic plays his cards right, he's got his chance of carrying this one, but it's very hard. It's not an easy one to deal with. You know, one more good push from Heroic, a good fight. They can claim the base pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
It really does rest very heavily on the shoulders of the Luna this game for Team Spirit.
The poke is going to start getting a lot stronger, though. He's very close. Well, not very close, but getting closer and closer to Conda.
Sure.
And these fights are a lot about just poking, trying to force these BKBs, as both sides are doing that. Devi has an Arcane Rune. This is a big one. And an amp damage on Parker. The two, in my opinion, best runes. So other people have different opinions. These are strong. And they almost have the AC as well on Parker, on top of afterwards finding that Defiant Shell. So incredibly tanky now. Versus even that physical damage.
Well, they could try hitting the high ground in the mid. I guess the side lanes are in a bit of a bad spot at the moment for Heroic. Spirit have managed to successfully push those both back out onto Heroic's half of the map.
Might look for a catch if Schofield can get a ward down. He does have a blink now finally on this Lion. It's probably the ideal way for them to try to go for a high ground push to get one of these pickoffs.
Divide here to deal with the split push. He's just going to put the BKB
Boom!
To try and kill Rue. And he'll get him.
Beyond godlike.
Yeah, having a phenomenal game this time.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Just needed a bit of a warm-up
with
that game one. But because this game two, it's smooth sailing for Divide.
The Pushka. Getting pulled back in. Satanic looking for the setup onto Divide. He's gonna try for it.
Can't do it solo, can he?
He needs another disable.
Yeah, it's not happening. It's not even close.
If he had the Conda, maybe. Just
I mean,
maybe.
even then, I don't know. I don't know if that's happening solo against this Timber.
Too tanky. He almost has Hex now too. Divide continue to just be an absolute menace. Laurel.
They did see him pass by under the sentry, so I know that he's looking for some sort of setup.
I like that we see Satanic being that, you know, he's bloodthirsty.
He's trying.
You know, he tried for 2 solo kills.
He's got to try and sort of test these sort of plays because it really does rest on him to do something to be able to turn this game around. It's just so hard when you look at sort of the farm that he's up against. They're that close behind him.
And he's really starting to get these really big items.
Yeah.
Said Divide, there's that Hex. And the damage is mostly going to be having to come out of Satanic. And just, you know, for Laurel, difficulty for him to get access into the fights unless he has a target that he can just fully tricks the trade inside of. So far, just not been the case. Now it's done. So Conda finished. Does Spirit want to look for a play? Since Roche is up, Heroic.
It's just going to die so quickly. Smoke will come out, like getting here in time. Unlikely unless Heroic get kind of scared early on and pull back from committing for the Roche. But now Parker is continuing. Yeah, they know now that they're nowhere close. Spirit's Heroic can safely finish this off. Oh. Analog trying to get a little bit of helpful hand there. Maybe the last hit for himself, even though the team had it as a whole.
Got it.
Another banner obtained. Spirit looking to maybe catch stragglers if they don't fully reset together.
And they're all out in time.
But Heroic
through the twin gate they go.
Smart ball.
And Team Spirit not going to be catching anyone there.
They will see that top crave wave just gets deleted, so they should be very well aware of the smoke positioning.
Both teams are kind of collapsing back in on the mid.
How's levels looking like? Satanic still has a level advantage over these cores, so he's still keeping himself in a good position. It's just, the Ricky.
Schofield. As the smoke dispels, they both kind of blink back. Reactively, Heroic, they know where Spirit are now.
Parker leading the charge, Divi's in.
Spirit, I think they got to run. There's no fight to be had here. Man's left behind, but Poshka, he'll be the one to pay the price.
Malik,
I tell you what, indeed, coming in with that Sunstrike, getting the vision, setting up for the setup to put a stop to that TP out.
Analog, just his insane stuff that he's doing. Even just a Sunstrike for vision for the Cold Snap. 3 different times now we've seen it. Beautiful ones from Laurel.
I don't know.
Gonna run into a sentry now.
He can't even go for a solo play in King Jungles with kind of this Force and Ghost Scepter. It's very difficult to kill this Omni. It's very difficult for Lau to kill anyone, unfortunately, with how kind of rough of a game he's ended up having, falling behind.
He's 3, 4, and 8, but it just doesn't feel like he can kick off too much and stop the fights. If he gets caught in one disable, he's just dead as well. Goodbye. Trying to jump a bit further forward. And to the high ground again. They've got Aegis. Spirit. What's your answer?
Yeah, now they can look to push very hard, Heroic.
Still no 25 yet on the Luna. He's getting close. These towers, they're dropping quick.
He's in.
He is very in.
He's diving under the tier 4s, up towards the fountain. They'll try and turn towards him. But he is perfectly fine. Keeping his cool, getting healed up, making the space for Parker to keep the push going onto the barracks. Turn towards Parker.
Tornado.
What the BKB?
Malik's got the back. He's in instant Hex.
see if he's got enough damage on his own. Lar's going to try and help out. They'll get the kill on the support, taking out Schofield. Jumping in over was KJ, but he's able to get the ult off. And King Jungles, he's able to walk away. Satanic is trying to chase him to finish him off. He'll get the kill, and he's able to take the Aegis out of the hands of Parker. And they deal with the Bristol on the round 2, though. Schofield trying to jump in and get the stun set up, but Team Spirit backed off. Get the burst coming out from Davai Lama to take out Malik. Jump back in, but Poshka trying to finish off Davai, though. Do they have the break in?
They got him.
Get him. Okay, it's a big one for Satanic. Slowly but surely picking up the kills in this fight.
More and more buybacks.
If they can set up for anything more to be found by their Luna. Satanic trying to close in over towards Parker. Low on the mana, Satanic. Not a lot to play with. Maposhka in with the jump. They get the sharpshooter in as well.
Parker's the pressure. It's about to be delivered.
Trying to step up.
He just got it.
Comes out. Schofield gets the stun off onto Satanic. Satanic can't close in time as he's out. Lyle to fall as well. Satanic will buy back.
They're all inning for this one. He's 25 now. Refresher was used there, just got delivered from Parker. He used it to be able to fight there.
Parker's back in with the push, but Satanic.
Big beam.
Some of the hit, the heals are there from King Jungles.
Spirit used pretty much every single one of their
used a
buybacks
lot
there.
It was, well, yeah, the 4 of them.
Jumping forward.
Yes, another one for Satanic.
He's dead for a very long time.
They've got to try and snowball this into more. Poshka. And over towards King Jungles. They have to chase this Spirit. They need to get more.
If they keep getting these poke kills, it's pretty huge. KJ Satanic should have him.
He's got another. All right, Satanic. It did cost him the buyback over all this play.
But
doing everything he can to try and keep this game alive for Spirit.
It's 80 seconds without the supports on the side of Heroic. They're going to have Laurel respawning in about 30. Can they look to punish more? Can they find anything else on the map is the question.
It feels like they have to try, because next time round, they won't have the luxury of Satanic having that buyback if he dies. So Heroic, they've got a very clear objective to be able to close this game up if they can kill the Luna.
Parker's hit 25 now also, so his damage is going to ramp up massively. He did spend his gold though, so 1,700 that he doesn't have, and he'll actually take the spell lifesteal. I've seen most of the other ones take the warpath damage, so just really wanting to double down on being able to survive.
Satanic, as we see, these fights can still hit incredibly hard now. One mistake, and it will all be over.
There is always the X factor. It's almost finished, Owen. The Tusk Agonyms.
Oh, that's true.
3/4 of the way there.
Okay, we've seen plenty of a game get turned around off the back of a good kick.
That's the one thing I am looking at that is a bit scary there for Heroic, if they don't notice it, because he literally hasn't shown that he's building it, so they have no idea how much gold he has. Because I was clicking around, I'm like, man, there's no Solar Crest buffs or anything, or any of these auras to be able to help Satanic, but I guess they're just playing this type of game.
I prefer this. In a game where it's this risky, just go for the big item, go for the kick play.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple of times lately from Spirit, even though they do like to play this quote-unquote 4 Protect 1, not always itemizing in that type of style.
Still
Parker just keeps, I mean, he does this a lot. He just spends out his gold. He buys bots too.
Radiant's top tower.
Bots too.
Bots too.
All right. Well, he feels clearly very comfortable with the state of the game.
Sure.
But indeed, if he dies,
it could just be. Yeah, I mean, he's playing versus a lineup that can push very fast, but he's a risk taker. We know Parker.
That's for me.
And he does have quite a bit to survive with, right? He does have an Omni Knight behind him, double BKB. All in on the damage, Satanic, he says. Conda's not enough. Give me a Daedalus as well.
All right. Silver Edge Conda, Daedalus, so this is a hard-hitting Luna.
I thought he might actually go for either a Rapier or the Butter there. But yeah, ends up just going straight damage for Daedalus rather than a risky Rapier. These beams will hurt. Laurel now having a bit of easier access into the back line too. He finally has a BKB.
Radiant's top tower is
How
under
close to the
attack.
Hex on Analog? I think he's got it done. So double Hex is done too. So overall the control on Heroic is very high.
They're going to want to go sooner than later, Rogue. Again, just to sort of punish the fact that these buybacks are on cooldown for Spirit.
Playing in the ninja gear, cutting the creep waves. just trying to prolong to get their time for those buybacks.
I mean, they've been doing a good job of pushing the waves out this game, Spirit. And for all the lead that Heroics had, they've never been able to quite take the tier 2 top.
And he's got the gold, Owen. He's
go.
got the Ags gold, and not only just did he have that, he has the hide band. So he's got the cast
The kick range.
Mm-hmm. Ninja gear plus headband.
Yep, it's the kickbacks are going to be.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, we'll see if they expect it. We'll see if they get the information that he has it.
Rue dies, and I think Rue just spent gold as well, so it does not. I mean, I don't think he get back anyway. But yeah, spent his gold. Satanic, we'll just have to BKB.
Yeah, it's too terrifying. Being out on the map in this sort of position after that sort of play's been made with luscious support like that. Back to the base he goes.
Miposhko back to setting up to cut creep waves to buy time. This is funny, but you can understand why he's doing it. Yeah, just wanting to buy time either for the respawn or for those buybacks.
I mean,
it's good.
If he can sort of farm the gold for buyback and have the money for the agonyms on top of it, that's sort of the dream situation. Because if you catch him and kill him doing this, you're only going to see the point booster in his inventory, and when he buys back, you're not going to expect him to buy back and have an agonyms.
I mean, this is reminding me of the Aoi Vistage creep cutting kind of thing. This is pretty next level, actually. He can do it again. Yeah. Just go again for this bottom or for this top creep wave.
Yeah, he doesn't need to leave this area.
He just keeps pinging for his team. He's like, guys, check it out.
I think he's just going to
he'll TP back now. They might look to contest
I think he could have got away with it again.
Roche is coming up. Roche is up, and they're probably really well aware of that. They probably want to look to fight, and he's got the Ags now. So, see how it messes with the positioning.
With this sort of setup, with having the Ags, do you really care to kind of take the risk to go out and take the Roche fight? I feel like you wait for them to come to the base.
Yeah.
Heroic might, or not, who cares?
Heroic might come to the base.
I mean, I feel like if you're Heroic, you should probably go for the Roshan, right?
They didn't see the Ags, though. I don't know about that. But yes, I would imagine.
But there's no need for them to, I mean, whilst they want to kind of keep the pressure up and not sit back and try and make the most of these buybacks being on cooldown, they've got time to do that still within the scope of getting the Roshan and the Aegis first.
Absolutely. So yeah, in hindsight, you know, it's always hindsight's kind of things. Miposh is probably like, yeah, I kind of probably stayed there a little bit longer, but
it's not going to be a lot of time though, because the buyback's what, a minute and a half until Satanic's back up. He's still about 1,100 gold short of it.
Laurel, he's got his ready though, and Malik as well, so they will have those ready. Roche will get taken out. Parker does have the gold now for buyback, so top two.
Indeed, Spirit won't be heading out anywhere near to the rewards to Roshan.
Just push the waves out. Miposhka back to his area. Parker not having slots for that gem anymore. He's going to have somebody else who can be in the front lines carry it. Does Devi have space for it? They're lacking space for those. Who'd they end up giving the refresher shard to? Parker's just hanging on to it for now, I guess. I mean, he's got his own refresher, so probably wants to give that to someone else. But
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No, who's he going to pass it over to?
I'm cool with either of the two cores. Both have so many activatable items, as we see him at Poshka. In his habitat. Laurel too, in his habitat. Cutting the creep waves. Buying time,
it's getting
closer to Nullifier. It is. And they're getting pretty big items out of this. Nullifier plus a kickback, that's the way to focus fire and just kill a target. Getting pretty close to them.
No, absolutely, yeah, but the damage of Satanic, they can kill any of them if they get the kickback on them.
Absolutely.
Any of these heroes will die now if they get the kickback.
Okay, KJ does have at least a blink. I was pretty sure I did see him pick it up,
save.
so he can jump on and potentially go for save, but if they're under a Ricky Cloud, right? That's the other thing, too. A kickback into a Ricky Cloud, there is no save.
Nice go, Phil. He's going to finally be able to put a stop to Miposhka's gameplay.
You can only do it for so long, my friend.
But he did do it for so long.
It was like 5 minutes of him doing
he got a lot out of this.
And Laurel can potentially go back to that area and do it there, too. Tons of time being able to be bought. Amp damage does spawn bottom. That could be the thing that allows Heroic to go for that high ground. So if they have 40 seconds, no Tusk. Laurel will cut the wave again bottom. And this time he does TP. Schofield not going to be able to hunt him this time.
He spent a bit of time searching the area, just in case he was hanging around. Worth a shot.
I might even consider like having a secondary gem on the side of Heroic. Just have one on Analog, have one on Schofield, and just look for these pesky guys cutting the creeps. Spirit, they're smoking up. Perhaps they know that heroes did reset back to bottom tower, and they could look for someone if they show it. Devi shows.
Got the jump in onto him. Was able to get the BKB off. Weren't quite able to burst through the timber. Parker. He's going for the push. He's going to put the BKB and commit to try and take down the reactor. But the fortification's there.
There's the
Poshka, he gets the kickback. The snowball across, but the BKB continues. Parker turns his back as the quill spray is popping towards them.
Oh my goodness gracious!
There was a timber saw there.
The damage! They were both next to each other for the beam. The 25 plus 20 talent, they just get literally one shot. He just did 4,000 damage in a beam.
And Malik's going to see if he can try and catch more here on the retreat.
He just actually, it was 4,000 damage on him.
We'll be able to get a replay of that. Because you would not be wrong to believe that you didn't see a timber saw there. It just disappeared.
And they're just trying to get more kills out of it.
They might just rule the blink out in time.
They'll be able to reset.
Malik can get any catch? Not quite. But they're going to look to go for the high ground now. At least force out the buyback from Davai.
The damage is just so explosive. You have to be so
They're going to get the kickback. Straight in on a kick jungles. That's the Omni Night Gong.
The push guy.
Agonim's tusk. It really has allowed some games to really turn.
You're gonna try.
Malik thinking about jumping this. Parker's tanky. I say that as he loses half his hit. Never mind. Never mind. He's not tanky at all.
Holy crap. Davai has to buy back. Analog.
And they're backing off for now. And Analog's got to be careful that the BKB comes to an end. They've lost Rue. Analog's going to get punched up, and Poshka's got the control. That's Analog gone. He does not have buyback. He's short the gold, 900 gold.
Oh, Spirit making magic happen with this Ags.
Yep.
And with Satanic just doing this absurd damage.
With this build, with this damage, nobody's tanky.
No.
Nobody's tanky.
It's almost one-shotting them. I mean, the way that this 20 plus 25 talent works is just insane.
Jump with the bow strike.
Don't get the kickback to get the stun.
They're trying to step up this time. Heroic might be able to punish this. The BKB's out from Parker. They look towards Malik. Malik gets the Bloodstone off. He's away. Maposhka will get left behind as he's not got any way out of this one. So this time, Heroic are able to push back the push.
At good time, too, especially since they don't have that Invoker. It was a little bit scary for them for a second if they do get caught again.
I mean, I wonder if there's a little bit of a temptation from Satanic being like, well, imagine how much damage this would do if I had a Rapier on top of it.
I don't think he needs.
He might not need.
I don't think he needs it, Owen.
You know
He's
what?
doing so much deeps. And Aghanims is not bad by any means.
It looks like he's going to go for the Ags. He's sending out the courier as well, just to probably pick up the point booster.
I mean, the Ags does make it so your damage goes up by a significant amount, too, if you hit all the beams. It pretty much is a Rapier. What's 18 times 13? 8 times 3, 24.
Well, you can do that.
204? Whatever. Something like that.
I think it's 224.
224, I think you're right. Yeah, whoops.
I
don't know. I'm not doing the math. Whatever. Who cares? It's almost a Rapier if he hits all the beams. If he does want to commit down it. 15 seconds. Tusk.
I mean, he's not going to wait. He wants to hold for buyback.
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely. You
not
said that.
He's not doing it. No, he's
got 3 pieces.
He's not going to spend out his buyback. There's no way. Not at this point in this sort of game. It's getting crazy.
Davai, remember, he used his buyback, and I'm seeing Analog still not having it either. They're sneaking over here for Schofield. They know he's in this tree. Static cap.
He's got Blink in a second.
No way he gets out of this.
He gets out of this.
He's got a Shadow Blade too.
It's not worth chasing him anymore.
They got the dust on him.
Oh,
they don't see him.
Oh, he's into the trees though. The vision's not there.
Schofield. That's pretty huge. He sees like, what, 3 heroes or information of 3 heroes?
I mean,
See, the
Parker,
line's drawn instantly.
He's going to want to just start hitting the base. But the TP's back. TP back's already coming in.
Aghanim is bought.
Yeah, he's got buyback on top of it, so he's fine.
Parker has 8K or 7,300 gold, has a full Abyssal for the lockdown. Davai, though, as we said, does not have buyback. Analog should. The banner's down.
Hey, Parker's going to try for the push. And this time, we'll get away with it. We'll get the melee axe. Well, will he get out?
Can he get out?
There's the bow strike coming in. Satanic stepping up with the damage. They'll be able to force him back. He's able to put the BKB. He's trying to get back in there, but he gets kicked back into the midst of it. He'll put the refresher for a second round here with the Bloodstone and the BKB, and it's working out. Parker surviving, but now Satanic's ready to go for round 2. The Lucifer Beam comes crashing in. That's Parker out. They've had to use the buybacks here, Spirit, but they're once again managing to push back Heroic, and as long as Satanic can play his position correctly, get these hits in, can still take out these targets despite how much of the buffs and the saves are coming out for the team.
This truly feels like the definition of OS Frog versus OS Frog. 2 heroes just running in and just almost one-shotting people. It's pretty insane. Goodness gracious, Satanic.
2 buybacks though.
It did cost them
from
that.
Spirit on that hold.
They do have 60 seconds, though, where there is no Parker.
Satanic, seeing if he can get a cheeky bit of a catch, maybe, as he pushes out on the bottom. 30 seconds until we'll see when Roshan's back up.
Miposhka is looking to get some vision up, too. He's got this ninja gear to sneak around.
With the way that the game is going, the next Roche, there might be potential for Spirit to take it themselves.
I think either one is going to look to contest for sure. Analog does find himself a timeless relic. He hadn't used chose a neutral item still. Okay, that was a bit surprising. 50 minutes in. A very good one for the Invoker. But finally claim this tier 2.
It's gone.
I can't believe there's still another tier 2 top. It's actually surprising.
They've had that tier 2 top the whole game. Again, it was just the creep cutting and the pushing that they did, Spirit. It made it very difficult for Heroic to really take this to the next level.
Dire's top tower.
Malik is trying to build toward the Shivas for a little bit of that heal reduction in particular versus Parker. Still a bit of time away.
2 minutes for the Roche.
At this point, it's all just up to who can get those catches in those positions. Oh, the Lucid Beams are going to be more and more frequent now. He's got the other talent now, too, at 20. Or 29, if you want to call it. Parker's at 30. So look at that. Nice damage, plus 600.
Okay.
Still does do a ton of damage if he's able to hit the targets. It's just can be difficult. Heroes just dying in an instant all over the place. This has to be such a stressful game to play as KJ, right? You're like, I'm going to blink save. Oh, dead. You just can't. It's so difficult to be able to save pretty much anybody versus the Ricky Cloud and versus the insane burst damage. Amp damage just picked up. This is big for Parker. His refresher's up in 20 seconds.
Oh, they're looking towards the bottom. See how long Miposhka sticks around.
It's a big kill. He does not have the buyback if they find him.
They need Miposhka to live.
Spirit shows himself. He jumps forward.
It's the Hex opening, but Malik's in with the Burrow Strike. The BKB in the epicenter. They're focusing Satanic. They've got him. Satanic's gone. He has got buyback available, but Team Spirit is a team they have to just get out of it, reset.
Miposhka gets out.
And
Malik, though,
he does not have the luxury of buyback. And they're on top of him. They're going to kill him. So Malik will not be here for the defense. Rue, he'll try for the TPI. He makes it. Nothing to stop it. But now, at the most, it's going to be 4 versus 5. And almost certainly the buyback's going to have to come out for Satanic. But they'll have to try and do this hold without Malik.
Very nice initiation there from Devi. The blink hex, they get the follow-up hex and just completely delete Satanic. That's how it's got to be done. You can't just let him constantly beam spam you.
Spirit. And they hold this in Heroic. How hard will they try and push? They're going to know that Malik doesn't have the buyback because it's down to the cooldown. Nile, he's in on the backline. He's been able to kill off Schofield. Kick back onto Parker, but Satanic, he's trying to get away from it. He's trying to get back over towards the fountain. They get the pushback to control it. Satanic turns with the damage, looks to burst through Parker. We'll get the BKB off. He's healing up with the Bloodstone. The GA comes out. Parker's going to get kept safe and alive. We'll find him kick back again, though, into the fountain. And this one, he's not going to be able to walk out of. They've killed off Parker. They'll try for the shard trap on a King Jungles, but he forces back. Satanic ready to close in. The Hex comes out in return.
Bye back to Parker.
The Meteors coming crashing down, but Satanic's able to keep a safe distance. Next jump towards Devi Lama. Rue getting very low on the hook wing. He's kind of dying to the creep. They get the kickback again onto Devi Lama, but the BKB's back up. The Sunstrike down onto Satanic. His own BKB about to come to an end, so has to be cautious. Has to use a second buyback here from Rue.
This game is so chaotic. Parker buys back to go for the Boots of Travel 2-play to instant kill Satanic, but he was not able to get on him immediately, so he has to instant run away because he doesn't want to die.
Each and every time they are holding Spirit. It's costing them the buybacks, but yeah, the fact that Lee Parker using his own there now leaves a bit of an opportunity, a difficult one and a risky one for Spirit, but if they can get out and kill the Bristle, they will likely have the Roshan and the Aegis.
KJ in that fight, he actually got the repel, I believe, as the kick was coming out. So Parker landed and he was actually repelled so he could get the GA thrown on him too afterwards. He ended up going down anyway, but KJ still showing that he can do the job even versus the kick and the repositioning. Cheese on the ground.
Oh, someone's going to take it, right?
I hope so. Devi took it. 10 epicenter pulses, so Malik also getting quite a bit stronger. He has the Shivas, so does have the heal reduction if he survives in the fight. Lincoln's done also to protect the Invoker. Many buybacks available across the board. Just the Timbersaw, just Devi having his. Devi.
They're watching around mid.
He's being safe.
Satanic will show.
Full Lincolns even being picked up on KJ. They're trying to look to just siege this final racks, just throwing the Lincolns buffs to prevent the kickbacks.
So this tier 2 up top, they got to get.
It'll
Parker
die.
will
One
final
attack, pretty much.
be able to finish that one off. After the full 55 minutes. Impressive.
He's close to Wind Waker too for that extra protection for himself. As we see Laurel, he buys out, he goes dataless, so now he is actually doing pretty big damage too if he's forgotten on this Ricky. 2,200, well those on creeps, but yeah, he's gonna be dishing out good damage too.
Radiant are scanning.
Eyes on Parker, eyes on the kickbacks. And overall, I mean, Spirit too, even if this Rax does die, they do have a draft that can kill, can play versus Mega Creeps.
There we go. Heroic, ready to try and give it their all here around their Aegis on Parker.
Throw the Lincolns
first.
Throw all the
buffs. Hex opening straight away over towards Satanic, but Satanic's able to back off. Turn, look at the kickback. It's going to be onto Devi. He's able to put the BKB. Turns in aggressively with the Chakram, but he's caught very deep underneath the tier 4. Parker also falling very low.
He's
I'll put the BKB
objectives.
to try and push for the objectives, but the fortification comes out.
Devi does get the blink out. Banner, hard to hit.
And they go for round 2.
Alec.
He's ready to jump outside the base. They're able to get the catch on Schofield. Schofield's gone.
Devi getting hit
Falling
by a lot
low
of
to the
beams.
beams of the this Eclipse, indeed tearing through him. Has to be cautious now with the second, with the BKB
They
running
gotta
out.
run. They can start getting caught from constant kickbacks.
Spirit's going to chase this big time.
That's for me.
And Poshko, can he get the jump on him?
KJ. The Lincolns.
Poor old Omni Knight might be the one to be found here. Not quite here, finding him. Just for now, Analog able to keep the escape covered as well with the tornadoes. Good back off there from Heroic, minimalizing the casualties.
Yeah, great reset. Just losing that line for that big commitment there from Spirit. But Spirit, they hold. Time bought for those buybacks again to come back up. Satanic getting closer and closer to critical mass. Only really has one thing left that he can purchase is a shard, and I guess that moon shard, or the refresher in particular. Parker. Still has Aegis for 2 minutes. No Schofield for 30. He is pretty crucial. Playing around their vision here. KJ, he jumps in.
Oh, the Lincolns will be popped. He's able to get the spells off though. He'll get kicked back. They can focus the Omni Knight first. As they're in with the snowball and they'll deal with King Jungles. He's out.
He's got no buyback. He spent his gold. Finishing up that Lincoln's earlier. He's got to be very careful. He cannot play in the front line ever. Did want to try to get some ward down, but ends up getting punished heavily from that.
Whether or not they'll try and push this though, Spirit, because as you say, because it's down to money, not time, they might not feel there's a chance to punish this.
This could be a long game, Owen. We might actually get blessed. I shouldn't say it, but we might get 60 minutes. I'm going to say it. We're going to get 60 minutes. We're probably
This one, you don't
This
see
one's
ending
very
necessarily in the next minute.
No.
This one's going to...
And
they're going to get the tier 5s.
And there's some pretty nuts. I mean, always it's the Mirror Shield, right? Especially because now they're having these Lincoln's Lotuses. Throw out the Mirror Shield as well, too.
Sure.
The kickbacks are going to becoming more and more difficult. Ooh, they're looking for this
Parker.
play. They want to try to take advantage of no Omni. Schofield.
Oh, he has been the one to be quite a few times in these last fights, but see if Lol finds him, he will.
They just commit the Eclipse even just to ensure that they get
Parker.
that kill. Parker!
What?
Parker! Uh-oh.
Oh, he did not need to be here.
There's no Omni to save him. He's got Wind Waker.
Get the jump onto it. They're going to get the kickback. I mean, Parker, he is out.
He's got no buyback.
Oh, well. What about this tier 5 items, Fog?
What have I done?
Yeah, you did it again.
It's your fault.
You did it again.
No, it's
the Bristol's dead. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
They're going to look to come and close it up.
I mean, they're going to clean up a lot of this base unless Heroic can work some absolute magic. Analog maybe. Okay, he's pushing mid. He's like, you know what? You guys want to push? I'll go for your tier 4s. They're going to TP back a couple to set up for him.
Radiant's top tower.
Will they catch him?
They will. Malik's able to get him with the jump. They hit the pushback to follow things up. That's going to be Analog going down. He does at least have buyback.
Radiant are scanning.
Spirit with some very nice movements here. Showing that gold lead doesn't matter. No, we're gonna get the tier 5.
We're gonna get at least some.
We're gonna get him.
At least some. They're trying to find some here. Who's gonna grab that? Davai Lama, what's he got?
Mirror shields, and then I think even an Arcanist armor, if he can get one just to reduce some of this damage, is very valuable for the team.
Looks like he didn't get anything crazy because he sent it back into the base maybe for one of the rest of the team to try it out first.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll pass over to Analog, I think. So Analog's going to check what he's got in his tier 5s.
We'll see. 60 seconds, though. Still no Parker.
Yep.
They got that lane dealt with. They're going to look to push mid. Going to look to at least force some buybacks.
I mean, somehow, some way, he has... it looks like he's going to get away with being dead without buyback. Unless this push just completely crumbles the base. Let's see.
Unless Defy
40
shows.
seconds.
Oh my god, Defy. He stepped outside the base for a second there. I got terrified. He just gets booted again.
Radiant's top barracks
Could just go
are
down.
under attack.
Pirate Hat is picked up there for Satanic. Defy.
Try and jump him.
Break the Lincolns.
Got the kick back onto Defy. He's out with the BKB and the Timber Chain. They'll try to get the Hex down on O'Malley. Damage being done here to the top set of racks. They're playing this one.
Radiant's
20
top
seconds.
barracks has fallen.
He's going to get to see. He's going to get one more fight in at least to hear this game, Parker. No doubt about that. But the damage to the base will have already been done. Second set of racks gone.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
I'll look to
Walk the kick from there. They just really want Schofield. He's got 100 again.
He's not got the buyback. See if they can get anything more. They're in on towards Lyle, but Lyle's able to jump away with the Blink Strike. Parker chasing them down.
I think that was Malik. He booked a shadow and Laurel to be able to get out of that there.
They can go again. Once the line's out.
Schofield is so important in these fights.
200 gold short of the buyback.
He's literally all the control. He's been the key factor for the control for them. They're just getting bigger and bigger now on Spirit. That gold lead is going to start shift. This gold's going to start shifting. They've been fighting through a 20k deficit.
Yeah, I mean, who's got the Pirates hat? We've got a Pirates hat on Satanic to be able to dig up some gold. Stygium for long. This is Ricky hitting very hard now.
Oh, yeah. And we saw the Book of Shadows from Malik that he was playing around, which is always an incredible item. Defensively and offensively can be very disruptive. Parker sitting inside of the Ancient on the giant ring.
All right. Okay.
Yawning in his camera as well. This game just now is looking quite difficult for Heroic themselves. Just lost all the control that they had, even though they've got the Raxes. This is definitely looking. I mean, at least
that was a big yawn.
Big one.
That was a big yawn.
I will say he's been staying up late because I've been staying up late watching his streams, and he's been playing till 6 a.m. So. Force boots for Rue. Another save potential. The gold lead will absolutely, just start going because they've got the Pirate Hat. For the side of Heroic, can even get outside to get more of these neutral items. Not looking like they can just yet. Pushka also finding Force boots. Oh, he'll run into Defy. The Pushka.
And he's got the BKB, and we'll be able to run. Kickbacks there. Schofield, though.
Big stun.
Going to find the stun as the BKB comes to an end. They'll get the force on towards him. They're trying to take the Poshka. Can they actually get him out of it? He's got the snowball.
His team's coming.
So they can turn this fight here. Malik ready to enter in from the side as well. They're looking over towards helping Maposhka, but Maposhka's getting burst low by the finger. Still alive. He's still alive. He's able to get another snowball off. Maposhka lives. Lyle gets the jump in over towards Schofield. Is Schofield a fall first?
He lives.
I mean, Lyle dies in return. So the trade does continue to favor Heroic here, finding Lyle, only losing Schofield.
I guess, wait, Laura went in. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even notice that afterwards.
And he does have buyback.
He does. And these Force Boots just end up being such an OP item in the later stages. The Dispel, being able to use them on allies with the speed too. They've reset. Laurel dead. Roche attempt.
I mean, they could try and fight this Roche.
Sure can. They've got
Spirit's heading
buybacks.
over.
Both sides do.
Do they want to put everything into this Roche fight? That's the question.
Malik's epiing.
He's in with the jump. It's a pretty good time to make the jump as well. He's in straight away. Is he able to steal the Roche for the Aegis? Roche will fall to the Radiant. Aegis still on the ground.
No one grabbed
Nobody's able to pick up that, but now Satanic cleans them up here big time with the Eclipse, and indeed no one picked up anything. Everything's still on the floor here. Satanic's able to grab it. Turns towards Davai Lama. They've used the triple buyback here. looking to try and deal with this Luna. They've caught them with the Hex. They'll burst through Satanic the once, and he's losing the backup around him, but the buybacks are coming in from Spirit. They need to get back over and help Satanic out. But the bash comes in from Parker. The Hex to follow. They're controlling the Luna. They take Satanic out.
Laurel.
And now they can turn to try and get Lyle here on his second life first. They've caught him with the burst.
Gone.
Lyle's out for good. Satanic, he's come back into the action, but again, they've caught him with the Hex. They're locking down the Luna. He'll slide away with the Hurricane Pike. He's got the Invis here with the Silver Edge. Tries to turn towards the Vile Armor, and he's got it. And they've done it. They've killed off the three of them, and now he's ready to go for the Bristol as well. Parker left alone. Team Spirit with the buybacks. They're making it work, Fog.
They've done it. After 65 minutes, they've got a buyback. Parker's coming back in. He's going to try.
I mean, can he do it alone? I don't think he can. The last one left standing here for Heroic. Parker.
They're booting him away.
He's getting played around with.
They don't actually have enough to commit
I mean,
for
it's him against the world. Okay.
It's going to work for now. They're too unhealthy. Rue?
I mean, they kill the Bristol.
Oh, they're going to delay him while Luna ends.
And the game is over.
Yep, look, Satanic's going for the push while they're just stopping Parker.
He can't get back to the base. Even if he had a TP, he would never have a chance to use it. Satanic is very, very low, but you're right.
This is such a heads-up
If Parker
fight.
can't get over here,
Oh, they're tipping him.
there's nothing he can do to stop the inevitable as Satanic onto the base. The tier 4 gone, the Ancient exposed. This game, it's over, and it's all Team Spirits as they'll take both games this series 2-0 against Heroic.
Unbelievable. What a performance from them, in Satanic in particular. 1100 CS on this Luna. They enabled him beautifully. I mean, his high ground holds, you can see it. Yep. He's elated with how this one ended up going. A very back and forth one, but my goodness, they ended up winning, and the win probability was still saying it was going to be Heroic.
Look at that. Now this team, I feel like we're really seeing them kind of develop throughout the series that we've had from them so far in this first group stage. They have had some rough times, but it feels like they're really kind of ironing out the issues they've had in those games. And especially these wins, and they're just playing that much better around Satanic as a team. It's getting to the point where it feels like they really know how to get the job done, even in the tougher of times.
Yeah, and a lot of these times, like it's like Maposhka, this is where you start to see like these TI level maybe shot calling things where he's cutting the creep waves after they use the buybacks. He's doing these really clever things to prolong the game till it gets to this point where they can take these fights. He saves the goal to be able to get that Aghanims too, which is very clutch. This was a really close game, but a super exciting one. Damage numbers were crazy. Some of the highest ones I think we've seen across the board. Almost 100,000 from Satanic, but Parker getting close as well.
Yeah, Satanic he's certainly seeming to be the carry to watch this tournament. Some phenomenal games. And with that performance and the team around him, Team Spirit, they'll get the 2 wins here against Heroic.
I'll be very honest, after game 1 of this series, I did not expect this second game to be such a hype match to watch. Congratulations to Team Spirit for not only taking this 2-0, but with that also securing themselves a space in the next group stage. And Group B will now officially have no tiebreakers. Could still be tiebreakers for Group A, but Group B is all set and sorted because of this victory. But Wally, what I want to break down here, Jenkins Lacoste.
Yeah, easy game, quick one before going to bed. I think Miposhka is my MVP of this game, considering how well he played. He was the one buying time when there were 15k gold down, creep skipping multiple times, knowing that this Aghanim Scepter is going to change the game eventually. It was one of the biggest factors, kicking this Bristle back into the fountain, as we're going to see right here. Just the ability, this is one of the best Aghanim Scepter upgrades in the game with the Disruptor probably. It changes the game so much. It allows you to choose the target which you want to go for, but we got to give him credit for his positioning as well, his great itemization. Ricky, he was not really a factor in most of these fights. I was getting the same vibes when Quinn won the game on his puck, where he was getting demolished by Earthshaker. You could see Laurel on camera, pretty much the same vibes, knows that the team kind of carried him pretty hard because he did well in the lane. If we go back, I don't know, 70 minutes ago, he was the one who solo killed the mid.
Yeah, mid laners don't like that. They want to be they want to be the guy. They want to be him that carries the game. Satanic is him though. That's the problem. There's 2 elements to this game, in my opinion. What you said, which is Maposhka, Daddy Maposhka teaching the boys, like, boys, this is how we do it on Spirit. We have these comebacks, 68 minutes into the game. That's when the game really starts. We're good to go. Here's what you do to delay the game. I'm going to cut waves. I'm going to use smokes to cut the next wave. We're going to kick people back. He's showing them how Team Spirit likes to play. And then you have Satanic, who proves that he can actually clutch in those moments. That last play where they were distracting Parker while he was going for throne is the most team spirit shit that I've ever seen. And it's so exciting to see this new roster still keep the same identity of that old team.
No, absolutely. And he was so low HP. He was literally 300 HP hitting the throne. They have the glyph, but very nice usage of the buybacks. This game pretty much breaks if Satanic is caught out of position once and then he dies after not having a buyback. But the team is playing around him, and every single time I watch this guy play, he's playing with much more confidence, understanding. It's just time. Like, they needed a little bit of extra time, and this team is clutching pretty hard. Also, damage department, something that Fog mentioned, almost 100,000 damage being dealt by him. I didn't see the numbers, but I would also love to see how much damage Parker tanked on the Bristleback. He was so close to dying. These two carries are really insane. Like, we talk about best carries, you know, Pure. We talk about Parker as well with his performances. Satanic, he's a young lad, but he's also type of a player that is going to risk a lot, which I really like, being not giving a damn what's going to happen.
Fearless.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, this series, or this game in particular, makes me sad that Heroic is already eliminated from the group stages. They will still play a series later today, but I mean, if only they could get their stuff together a little faster. It didn't happen this time around, but potentially next time around. We're going to check in with Jenkins 2.0 to see what is happening on the Acer Predator head-to-head department.
Thanks, Shiver. Yeah, for the Acer Predator head-to-head, I wanted to look at the mid players because they had pretty fantastic games. That's the Invoker. Analog played that one. On the other side, it's Laurel playing the Ricky. Now, the hero damage didn't quite compare towards the carries damage. Both of those guys were sitting around 75 to 100k damage, but they both dished out a pretty decent amount at 30k. And this could be one of the issues with Invoker, is that as the game continues, his overall damage impact isn't quite as high as some kind of hard carries. And frankly, I think the Rickies would have been a lot higher if he wasn't playing against a Timbersaw, a Bristleback, and an Omni Knight, who's basically nullifying his damage a bunch of times. But here's that laning stage advantage that Ricky gets to take benefit of. Lots of physical damage. Hard for Analog to stop that pressure from coming. Did a great job getting these kills, especially with rotations, just all this great backstab damage. It transitioned him into a nice early game pressure potential, hitting those supports, using Smoke Cloud, but on the other side, Analog got some great Sunstrike kills as well. And on the other side, you really don't want to get chain disabled by Ricky. He is vulnerable to disable like that. But yeah, Analog pulled his weight, Ricky pulled his weight. Truly an excellent game of Dota, and both players just having to deal with the cards they were dealt, which is a lot of counters. So, and you know, a lot of this was Glaives bouncing, but the Ricky backstab really did matter in moments too.
It really did. Thank you very much.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry.
Yeah, have a drink. Take a swig.
That's the issues with long hair. Sometimes that does tend to happen. But thank you very much, Jenkins 2.0. I will say that this was, I mean, the mid matchup obviously was very exciting. The whole game was very exciting. I'm also curious to hear how Lar feels about a game like that. Congratulations on the series, first of all, Laurel. How are you doing?
It's good. Good. Win always good.
Win always good. That was a long one. It was an intense one. And I'm just curious, like, was the Ricky call, was that your call? Did you already know you were going to want to play it when the Invoker was picked, considering it was picked up so early for Heroic? Did you want that, Ricky, early on?
Yeah, of course. But first, maybe we choose to put Sun King mid, and maybe we didn't find some good offlaners against Bristleback. I mean, yeah. And then I just say they have Omni, Invoker, like Lion, and Ricky maybe can be good at this game. Like this small screen, Omni cannot like use spells, and it's really annoying. So yeah, when I see Invoker, Omni, Pugna, maybe some these heroes, maybe Shadow Demon, you always wanna get Ricky. So these safe heroes cannot be like that impact in the game.
Yeah, it worked out well. Looked good in that mid lane for sure. Laurel, congratulations also on making it forward to the next group stage, because you guys 2-0'd, and I don't know if you are aware, but the other stream, Talon, got 0-2'd, so I know you're still playing them later today, but you're already guaranteed to the next group stage. What is the biggest lesson you feel like you've learned with the team over these last 4 days of games? Because we do see you as a squad constantly still improving and working on things as a team. What do you think the biggest lesson was?
Biggest lesson. Yeah. Just try to maybe give some more information to like my new players. Maybe this one, like more, give them more like to think about the game, like how we can play the game. Maybe this. I don't know.
No, that's a good answer because. I feel like it wasn't too long ago that you were the new guy on Team Spirit, and now you all of a sudden got other new guys. So you're the veteran, together with Miparshka on the squad. How are you dealing with your newfound Big Brother role?
I don't know. Just sometimes maybe I cannot answer this question. I know what to answer. It's just like maybe it's some hard to deal with Satanic sometimes because he like very young and in game like he wanna do some crazy stuff. So sometimes we have some problem with Satanic, but we can handle him. So and use him like as our biggest weapon.
Yeah, well, it's paying off very well. I also have Urge here who would like to ask you some questions.
Hey, Laurel. I was curious about your decision making in that last game in the late game. What was like the top priority that you're like the first hero you're trying to kill in fights in the late game?
Of course, I tried to kill Lion whole game. Like after this, because if I don't kill Lion, he hacks and use stun. It's really annoying. So and also he don't have some save. He have only first stuff. But when I get nullifier, I always try to find Lion, even if I'm dead. I guess it's a good trade because I make some pressure in the fight. So I guess it's Lion, maybe second one Omni. But Lion is more annoying because they don't have control like on heroes. Yeah, they have hacks, but it's not like Lion who can always hacks, use stun, and they're very annoying. So I guess, yeah, it's just Lion because it's easy to kill.
That makes sense. Were you also trying to break Lincoln's Sphere on any heroes you could with Blink Strike, or was that someone else's job?
I guess someone else. I try, but it's not my job. Like maybe Hoodwink can do it, or I know Luna with Beam. So it's not for me. I need my Blink Strike to just kill heroes and connect to them. Like,
okay, that makes sense.
Just do Blink Strike and kill Lion like this.
Okay, and then in game 1 you bought Mage Slayer on Ember Spirit. Is that item good again, or is it just situational based on the hero?
Mage Slayer on Ember, like you buy always because it's like early item you need, like reduce damage by team. Storm, Lion, like we always buy this item. So maybe you can play some games without it, but I think it's not that impact in the game. It's you like very strong in early, so you need to use it like as much as you can. So Mage Slayer just make you more pressure on enemies. Yes.
Okay.
Basic item.
All right, great. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Laura, for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck and have fun, mostly in your game against Talon later today. And we'll see you in the next group stage.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to walk over to Kezu, who is our social media expert this afternoon.
Let's go, guys. Can I have a round of applause, Andrew and Lacoste? Thank you. And Andrew number 2. So, of course, Shiva, in the downtime, we all look at our, Twitters, MySpace, LinkedIn, Reddit, and we found something nice. And for once, maybe we can do something nice as well. So when Alexis, Gaben, if you could pull up the first slide, please.
First slide, please.
We're going to have a Reddit thread. So this is someone that lost his credit card.
Oh, no.
So the person said, found this while walking my dogs. 1v1 me if you want it back. Zach. So the person who owns this credit card, it says Zach Dota on it. And I believe this person has not yet contacted the thread creator. So we need to help this person to get his credit card back.
There's a professional player called Zach, isn't that him? Z-Freak? Z-Freak is called Zach,
I believe Zachary Friedman did not lose this credit card. But whoever lost this credit card, please go to Reddit Dota 2 and type in the chat. Do you know all the verification?
Can you make a credit card with the name of your choosing? Doesn't it have to be your name? Does someone actually have the last name Dota?
I didn't make this credit card, Shiva. I'm not sure. Jenkins, any input?
It's just a custom card. You can change the front.
The guy's name's $sign Zach Dota.
Yeah, it's $sign Zach Dota, my bad.
Can't see.
But okay, we're gonna move on to the next one. Next slide, please. So, I don't know why. I was looking at Reddit and there's a picture of, Jenkins with some philosophers, which of course, it's on theme for him, but we thought we would spice up the picture a little bit. So please, next slide. And I learned today that this is from a TV show that apparently Shiva, is that correct? Better Call Saul,
That's
I
Better
believe.
Call Saul.
No, I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know it, but you know, apparently this guy is a big maniac. He puts on like this tin foil to not get hit by like frequencies from electricity and stuff. So it also makes sense with Jenkins. And,
That's a good character.
Yeah, it is a good character, so he fits you very well. And last slide, please, for the day. This is a big brain build. I don't know if any of you guys can see it, but basically it is called Drop Act 4, or I will try this build in my rank game. So it is a big brain build. You're Ricky with another set of Invis and the Orchid. But I think we all should do this build. We all should play this build and make Valve drop Act 4. And we have a call to action, Shiver.
Okay, first of all, I will not play rank for a little bit. I know what.
No, whatever. We don't need Shiver, guys. I need you. You guys need to play this build and send in your best stuff, and whether you win or not, down here.
No way!
No, the best people
You're
that
gonna,
do this.
You're gonna ask people to sabotage for content?
We will make. Be quiet. We will make a highlight reel. We will air it here, and most importantly, you guys will help me beat BSJ. BSJ did this last season.
Oh, yeah?
Some shit build. People should play it, and only one person send in an email. So I need at least 2 people out there, so I don't lose to this idiot.
Okay, can we then once again reiterate the build, because now people are paying attention? You're gonna play Ricky.
Yeah. With treads. Magic Wand. Silver Edge into Orchid. Or Orchid into Silver Edge, up to you.
Orchid and Silver
And after
Edge.
that, you can build what you want. Divine Rapier, Conda,
You got 2
Blink
slots
Dagger.
left only. It's not
that bad.
Midas.
You
make
got
it
2
happen.
slots left only.
Yeah, make it happen. Double Invis, double
Extra
silence.
damage.
Is any of you two gonna try it?
Yeah, no, that actually sounds like a decent build.
It's really good, yeah.
I feel like the heroes that counter Ricky, also you need to break against them.
Yeah, I think Laurel needed to have that item build in the previous game.
Against
Silence
Bristle.
Lion and break Bristleback, yeah.
We'll ask him next time. But that's all for me. I didn't find anything on the MySpace, but this is good.
All right.
Yeah.
I am looking forward to the reactions and the results of that one. We're going to also move forward with our next half of the day. There's 2 more series coming your way, and the upcoming one is Gaming Gladiators taking on Xtreme Gaming after this.
Dream League Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Gentlemen, it's time for the last full day of group stage here at Dream League Season 24, featuring our players. It's Purge! You know him, you love him, and he's playing as Jenkins! Next up, we've got Effie! Can you guess it? She's Kiki from the critically acclaimed Studio Ghibli masterpiece, Kiki's Delivery Service. Next up, we've got Pyrian Flex! Can you guess it? He's also from Kiki's Delivery Service. He's Gigi the cat. After that, we've got BSJ. You guys are so smart. That's right, he's HDSJ right now. He's a hot dog. That's right, friends. It's time for the last full day here at Dream League Season 24 Group Stage 1. And it's me, Tsunami, your host, guiding you through it, as I'm sure everyone knows this. It's Kiryu from Yakuza 3. Just stand up. Pandas, thank you very much for treating us to this little fashion show on this Halloween's Eve as we get ready for the third two-game series of the night. And you're out here double fisting still, Jenkins.
Always ready to go.
Always ready to go. I see you're amped up on that energy.
Yes. It ain't a Panera Bread in here, but it's a lot.
I feel that, the electricity coursing through your veins.
Yep.
Purge, thank you very much for joining me. Kiki for delivering some expert analysis.
Naturally.
And my boy, straight from Costco, he got the combo. And I'm here with BSJ
Only
HDSJ.
$2.49.
$1.49. And if you ever change the price, violence will occur.
I know. Don't worry, I'm cheap.
You look very comfortable right now, Brian.
Thank you.
Don't worry, I'm cheap.
Is his audio coming through properly? Because that's actually quite impressive. Oh,
is it?
Maybe don't rustle around so much.
Okay,
You're
sorry.
stuck like that.
Well,
right
you
now.
worried me that it wasn't. Is it coming through?
I hear you.
Okay, because they
clear.
mic checked me. And
Yeah, I hear you.
There is no hot dog water whatsoever in that communication.
Not even a little?
Not even a little.
Nice little snack. What is your favorite hot dog, though?
Usually it's like the jalapeno, like Texas style one.
Texas style.
No?
The Chicago dog is the correct answer, Neil.
I don't know if that's a common sentiment.
Then everyone's wrong.
Don't you put like cabbage or something on that?
Cabbage? No, it's just like you put a pickle slice. There's like hot peppers. You have like
That
little
does sound pretty good,
onions.
actually.
Like it's the
Okay.
best. The Chicago dog.
It's a very American
It is
conversation.
the best hot dog in the world. I'll say it.
He said it.
He said
Well,
it.
but he's Canadian. You can't forget.
That's not true. I'm the Canadian of America, Wisconsin.
You're not in character right now,
Oh,
Jenkins.
that's right. Yeah, I'm
He was rattled
Canadian.
for a second.
Hey,
It's okay.
pasta.
Okay, if we can actually bring you back to Purge, because I need tech analysis from you. I need intelligent tech analysis from you. So slip back into Purge momentarily as we focus on the remainder of our Group A games. Extreme Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators. Purge, what do you got for me?
Well, look, to win the games today, you're going to need the Purge-fict play, I think. It's very important. Maybe not the best day to brand it as the Purge-fict play when I'm wearing this costume, but...
The Jenkerfict play.
The Purge-fict play, they can execute. I think Xtreme Gaming has been executing more Purge-fict plays. Let's take a look at the play in question here. Very high skill. Check this out. It was a close game versus Enigma Galaxy. Xtreme Gaming is a mere 2k gold ahead of it. But Ame, he's showing up to fights. He's got the great farming patterns. He's picking carries that nobody else is picking. This waveform in comes in, and Ame's like, okay, this is my moment. He's got Omni Slash. They're going to group together thinking this is wonderful. The Waning Rift into the Centaur stun, into the entire team dies. That is the Purge-fict play, if there ever was one. So Gaming Gladiators needs to be careful that they don't let them do that at all. No Purge-fict play is allowed, or you are going to lose the game. That was the Purge-fict play.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I was treated to a Purge-fict play of Juggernaut of all heroes. I thought that hero would have been far removed from anything that's even remotely Purge-fict, but Jug, Ame, what the hell is going on here?
I mean, it's Ame. You know, he calls for his heroes. He doesn't care about the meta. They've also played some Spectre, too. I mean, if there's a team that's going to pick carries that aren't as popular, like the PA, the Spec, the Jug, it's going to be this one. I will say, though, very hard to pull off, very hard to make it work. You need some Purge-fict plays for the entire game. So I don't want to see too much variety today, you know, of X3 going into GG, because they're going to need to play a little bit more traditional so they don't get run over by GG's formerly aggressive playstyle.
But it was also GG's formerly consistent playstyle, and Brian, they have been far removed from consistent throughout this tournament, which, no slight to them, they have undergone roster changes, but we are seeing the result of those roster changes right now.
Yeah, I remember watching or seeing all the Reddit threads about Yatoro like critiquing the fact that they replaced Duraccio with like a hard farming carry, and you definitely feel that it's thrown a wrench in their like flow, you know? Like they're usually like a very timing-based team when Duraccio used to be like a CK or an Alk, and he'd be, you know, stunning people at minute 10. And I feel like Watson, yeah, every carry to some extent can do this, but he doesn't, that's not the way he prefers to play. We know him more of like a Terrorblade type of carry player, so it's gonna, you know, they take him a little bit to get off the ground running, but it's like they started off 0-2 in this group stage against Liquid, and I did not expect to see them go 6-6 into this, like getting 0-2 by Avulus earlier today. So both these teams, they're on the chopping block in terms of making it to group stage 2.
Yeah, Group A is still very much up in the air right now. We've got teams still fighting for the remaining slots, which I think we only have 2 slots still up for grabs right now and 4 teams competing for them. So every single team still has a shot, still may even have tiebreakers tomorrow. But among other roster changes, Xtreme also underwent roster changes, Purge. So they got rid of Jinkyu, critically acclaimed, would be one of the best support players out of China. How are they acclimating to a new roster swap?
Jinkyu is definitely an extremely unique player. He's well lauded. He's very, very talented. But I'm really happy with PYW as being the substitution. He was a player that was, you know, we knew he was around, but he really had an amazing last few months of the season. He really impressed me on LGD. They went from like they barely qualifying for TI to like almost getting illuminated in the first phase, making it through there. Then they got through groups. Like he was playing so good that my stock of him just rose massively. So I think he's a great substitution, all things considered. So, and then Tianming has also been playing really good. So I think the subs have been great. I don't think they've dropped stature at all.
I agree with that sentiment. I think maybe the whole Tianming aspect to me is still a little bit undecided, because a lot of the ways that we saw Xtreme Gaming dominate last year was through the synergy of DY and Ame's lane. And Tianming, I wouldn't quite put him on the level of DY yet, whereas for PYW, I do think he's world class. He is a different style of 4-player than Xingqiu. I mean, that guy was one of a kind, to be fair, but he is just as good and just as impactful, and actually takes less farm, which is pretty good for a carry like Ame. My concern is just the Tianming plus Ame synergy, but they have an entire season to build that through the safe lane.
Is that at all having an influence on heroes like Jug showing up here, that maybe now that you have a different style of support in your safe lane, then you can go for more off-meta picks.
I don't know about Jug specifically. I do think of him as a carry that's either going to go Battle Fury or Mjolnir and hit a bunch of creeps. And like when you're talking about Q, and I think of him and Baboka kind of similarly, like you're not going to see what I look at PYW's items from last game, which was Tranquil's Pipe in the 4 position.
Where's the Gleipnir?
Yeah, where's the Daedalus? So on the Clockwork, of course. But yeah, I mean, that's most likely going to cater to Ame playing more farm-heavy carries, and those don't necessarily have to be the range carries. Like, Jug in particular is pretty good against the likes of multi-target heroes like Medusa, Luna, Gyro. He's generally good against that, so maybe that's why they're leaning towards spicing it up a little bit, but I think it does benefit his playstyle.
Also, it's part of Ame's contract to play what he wants.
True.
That is true.
Like, he gets to play what he wants.
It's in the fine print.
That was part of it. But I would hope that PYW would carry DY's spirit with him, because I don't know if you guys remember, but PYW and DY were the support duo of VT Gaming and they were
inextricably linked.
They were so good together. Like, they were my favorite support duo of all time, and I was very sad when that team disbanded. So you lose DY, you get his soulmate somehow. I don't know what their personal relationship is like now, but in Dota, those two are meant to play together.
Spiritual successors.
Mm-hmm.
And does that mean that we will be able to see Xtreme continue on into Group Stage 1? Because it's do or die time right now, Purge. So do you have a favorite when we look at these two matchups?
It's really hard to make it through. All 4 of these teams have been playing amazing lately and have very, very talented players. I really don't know who's going to be able to make it through here. But Gaming Gladiators needs to win more points than Xtreme Gaming does. So if they even just won 1, it gives Xtreme a really solid chance.
Yeah, because the 6-6 teams right now are them, Gaming Gladiators and Azure.
No, it's BetBoom, Gaming, and Avalus are all 6-6. Xtreme is 7-5. So they have a pretty good advantage here that they really are probably pretty safe just getting 1 win here, I feel like. They could get knocked down, though. If they just get 1, I think they're safe. If they win 1, they're fine.
Hypothetically, they'll be safe from tiebreakers, because all these other teams that are floating around in 6-6 territory may have to play a best of 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think if they would just win 1 game, they're through, but I'm not 100%.
So let's think, if they win 1 game, they are definitely through, because only one of the other 2 teams could tie them, because Avalus and BB team are playing each other. So yeah.
And then the other
if
2
Xtreme gets 1, they definitely go through.
They're in a good spot.
That makes it quite simple then.
Yeah. And if Gaming goes 2-0, they also go through. So that's how we know.
That's disappointing. Usually I'm hype up for calling up Dr. Neustadel and figuring out all of these different permutations and combinations for game score advantages.
Have you considered calling Dr. Neustadel and just asking him how his day is sometime? You could just do that instead. Ask him how he is.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of how are you?
He's more than the math.
It's always what instead of how.
That's true. Yeah.
That's why he never shows himself around here.
He's just hidden behind the curtain where we can't ask questions.
He's back there somewhere.
And then Group B completely decided already, which we will cover a Group B game later today, which will matter in regards to prize money, because Azure and Tundra is going to be the match that we're covering for Group B in this stream, and there's $5,000 on the line depending on how high they place. So it's not nothing. It's money.
Always nice.
Always nice. And EPT points, which also matters a little bit because, as we see, every single team here is attempting to grind out every slight advantage they can in terms of seeding for Bangkok qualifiers and onwards.
Has the difference between like 12th and 11th ever, like in the first event of the season, ever really made the difference? Like, has that ever been the tiebreaker? You know, they come back down in June and like we're final Dream League of the season. They're like, since they got 11th in that best of 3.
I could see it being relevant for Western Europe, where so many teams are on like a razor's edge for being like, well, we can only invite 4 teams. Everyone else got to go through closed qualifiers or opens. So in that region, maybe. For Azure and China, I would assume probably not.
Well, we're going to keep an eye out for it.
We're going to keep an eye out for it.
In 9 months.
Bangkok's in like 2 months.
I mean, like at the end of the season.
Oh yes, at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Where we're in like a what was the name of the team that like almost qualified through Arlington? They had the Panther as their logo or whatever.
Huh?
It was like the VP replacement team.
The Panthers.
I don't remember.
You guys not remember this?
No.
Remember it was like they almost had enough points to go through to TI.
Oh, I do remember this.
And then Fnatic ended up like having more stand-ins or something like that.
Yeah,
it was like a 1-point difference.
I remember
it was a fractional difference.
Was it the rounding?
It was the rounding one.
Oh, okay.
Because Liquipedia gave.
Wasn't that just Virtus Pro?
Yes, but it was outsiders is what it was.
Oh yeah, they were
okay.
formerly Virtus Pro, but
Yes.
they weren't like allowed to be at the time.
Right. And so, yeah, they were not able to go to TI based off of not just 1 point, but like
Didn't they
3
tell them they
quarters.
were going to TI and then like because the preemptive
Liquipedia had calculated it because there was no rule book, so we didn't know that partial points were not awarded.
Oh.
And so Liquipedia rounded up and Valve rounded down.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
So that's how slim the margins can get.
Okay. That's what's on the line.
That's what's on the line.
In the next series.
In the next
Not this
series.
one. This one's more cut and dry.
But I'm glad we sorted that.
I'm glad we did too.
Very good.
This one we can sort out the heroes as we get ready for our Game 1 draft. Gaming Gladiators, they ban out the Naga Siren, the Shadow Demon, the Storm Spirit, the Clockwork, and Xtreme take out a Chen, Enchantress, and Doom, and first pick up a Sand King.
Yeah, Sand King first pick is getting more and more popular here, it seems like. Just because it's just a safe opener. It gives you flex potential between mid and off lane. It's able to catch up even if it has bad laning stages, and it's a hard stun. It scales well. I don't know, it just feels like an all-around safe pick.
And a lot of teams, in response to Sand King, have been going for the SF because it can follow his flex to either mid or the off lane and just crush him in lane. So that is something we might see in this first pick here. We also just might see it in second phase if it doesn't get banned out.
Does that mean that we'll see Invoker quietly pass through? Looks like it, as the Monkey King gets picked up.
It's the same concept with Monkey King, right? It also follows the flex to mid or off lane if Sand King is being played there and should theoretically be a one lane.
And since they have overall, or wait, no, Gaiman does have overall last pick, so that means they'll know by the time they have to reveal which role this Monkey King's in. They'll know where that Sand King's going.
A lot of roaming supports being banned so far. Actually, a lot of supports. This is like the most supports I've seen banned first phase in a couple drafts. But almost all the good ones are gone. We might see some atypical heroes. One small advantage that Xtreme Gaming does have, if you can call it that, is that because they've been so wide with their hero pool, in terms of carries, like banning out what Ame wants to play is going to be a little bit harder because he's willing to pick some weird stuff.
That is true, but I think Ame has looked so good on his Medusa that if Xtreme Gaming tried to build around it here, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, they could even pick it early on. Earlier today, it was, I believe, second picked in their draft, and it went unpunished by Liquid. He just popped off. I also remember in their game versus Betboom a few days ago, he had this ridiculous 1v5 situation where Betboom thought they isolated him, and they got his first life, but he actually just clutched it and won the team fight by himself.
He's a monster.
What would you consider targeting the Medusa in terms of draft picks? Because we saw Nyx as one of the approaches on day 1 of the group stage. What other anti-Medusa heroes do you encourage?
I like Nyx. I like Diffusal Blade Pango from mid, potentially, as something that can like follow him around early, hunt him early, and just any carry that can potentially outrange the Medusa.
I'd like to say that Xtreme Gaming did pick Medusa twice. Second, you mentioned it happened earlier against Liquid. They picked Pango as a response, and they also did it the first series of the group stage, or sorry, second series of the group stage against BB Team, and they also responded with Pango. So clearly, one counter is not enough. Maybe they'll need maybe like also a carry or like a Nyx plus the Pango. Because so far they are 2-0 with it, picking it that early, so that's pretty impressive.
More supports getting targeted in the second phase. Muerta and Phoenix get taken out, along with an Invoker. Gaming Gladiators pick up, a pretty good remaining support in Pugna, and Tusk, Hoodwink, they're also still sticking around.
Yeah, the Pugna's just solid in laning stage for basically regen trading. You put the ward down, you go on your opponent. They use spells, you basically get all of your mana back that you use for Nether Ward, and it helps just deal more damage, essentially. It also gives you a good matchup against Bristleback. So it kind of dissuades Xtreme Gaming from picking that hero and getting a potential lane solution against the Monkey King.
Yeah, it also enables Spirit picks in the draft as a means of sustain. So Spirit is taken out, but I've seen things like Pugna plus Earth Spirit as a potential solution. It's also just very disruptive versus Blink heroes like Sand King because of the Nether Ward.
Xtreme Gaming. I don't see any Pugna picks from Gaiman so far, so that's pretty interesting that they've mixed it up going into their final series, such a decisive one. Wonder what they haven't really been losing to Pugna either.
It could be that they want the Pugna themselves to potentially pick Medusa on 18 for.
Yeah, because maybe they think
Yeah.
Xtreme might do the same. Yeah, okay, I'm down for that.
So if they think they can take the Medusa for themselves, they're setting it up for a good partner in Pugna. That could be a layer to it.
Yeah, it's definitely something teams will prioritize heroes that are good with heroes that the enemy team prioritizes. Yeah, there's layers to this shit.
And even if they don't get those combos, Pugna is still relatively good. Like, you're still giving some save potential. The Netherward's still going to do good damage. Decrypt saves makes your opponent's game a little bit hard.
Yeah, we were just talking about, like, theory crafting. What would you do to respond to Medusa? And it's like, well, if you give them Medusa, you need to at least be prepared that it's not the perfect Medusa game. So that is one of the best, like, gotcha picks on 18, which... you know, it's one of those where you're just covering your bases. It makes it easier to draft from your side, and making sure you don't lose the draft in that one pick is really essential as second pick.
And Xtreme Gaming secure a very aggressive support duo for themselves in Tusk plus Batrider. Batrider is also very good at repositioning the enemy carry-on lane if it is a ranged turret type like Medusa or Luna. Gives you a means to kill them. Also, it just synergizes well with Sand King as a lane partner because, you know, with your Napalm, you can stack the triangle pretty easily. You know, have your impact there and just start roaming.
I found Pugna against Batrider in lane is decent as well with the Netherward because Batrider has to spend a lot of mana. And the Netherward's going to do, I think it does about 75 damage per sticky Napalm that they use. So, like, once you put the Netherward down, the Batrider's fight is basically over, and it is the hero is pretty reliant on right-clicking and napalming and flame breaking right now. So it's kind of a stop fighting situation where normally Batrider wants to fight for like a good 20 seconds kind of thing. So that could also be a decent solution there. Later on in the game, it's not going to be the best because Batrider can pull somebody away from the Netherward, away from the heals of Pugna. But in the lane, at least, I feel like Gaming Gladiators has a good foundation.
Yeah, it's interesting because Gaimin wants to hold their flex of the monkey, so they have to pick their offlaner as opposed to their carrier mid here. And so Xtreme Gaming knows that they have to pick, like, they don't want to give too much away, so they only pick the support so that they get to see one of their matchups. So Ame's going to get to pick and choose what he picks against Ace in lane, which just a little bit of 5D chess from these guys.
Well, at least now he knows that he's going to be laning into a Beastmaster as Gaimin picked that one up.
Medusa's pretty good against that.
It has to be on their minds.
I mean, no matter what I'm picking to pair with the other three gaming heroes, I'm already pretty happy. Like, Beastmaster is going to make the Monkey King much stronger, faster Jingu pickups, nice auras to make his oomph a little bit harder. He can pivot to like a pipe since it's pretty magic damage heavy on Xtreme Gaming right now. So whatever carry they pair this with, whether it's a semi or a super hard carry for Watson, I think they're content. And there is a lot left in the pool. Remember, if you don't know what heroes that Ame's going to pick and you don't end up banning that many heroes, there's like a lot of carries that Gaming's going to be comfortable with going into this last phase.
They pick it anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's looked like their best hero by far, as mentioned. I am sure Gaimin saw this coming. We were talking with the Medusa for the entire draft. Maybe they think that this Beastmaster plus Lion Lane is enough to pressure Medusa, because honestly, with 2 boars and a stun on top of you as this lane, your Medusa's going to run out of mana very quickly as Beastmaster gets levels. Even if her first few levels are good, it's going to be very hard to defend her without TP rotations. I think it was Nigma yesterday that played Medusa versus a Beastmaster lane, and they had the Medusa with the Coddle, and that's the only reason why Medusa was able to survive the onslaught of the Beastmaster +1 later on, because they were just refilling her mana pool. But something like that doesn't exist for XG right now, so I want for the Batrider to always be conscious of this top lane and watch out for those dives when Beastmaster is level 5, because it's bound to happen.
Now that the Medusa's on the field, do you have any preference where the Sand King goes? Off lane or mid?
So I think ideally they put it away from this Monkey King, and Monkey King has looked best from the mid lane. In my opinion, like, we have seen him played as carry sometimes, but it's going to be hard for Xtreme Gaming here because Gaming do have the overall decision where to put the Monkey King, because they have the last pick to close out the entire draft.
Is there ever a world where you pick something like Razor that can also go mid or off, you know?
I would not mind that. It is an XM specialty hero too.
What if they... Do you think it's crazy to go more core potential for Xtreme
Or
by
Viper.
picking a sniper?
Yeah, they banned the
did ban
Viper. That's why I
already.
was thinking about it, because I'm like, maybe they want something that, like, maybe Xtreme can hold on to the flex until they see Gaimin's last pick.
But ideally, Xtreme Gaming's pick here can play both lanes
Yeah.
and is ranged.
That's why I'm
Good luck
surprised
for
they
you.
banned out the puck as opposed to that Razor suggestion you had, Brian. But
Yeah, they even have Lions, so like they have a way to deal with puck, and I think Monkey King's pretty good in lane versus puck, is it not? So, interesting ban. Maybe it's just comfort there.
All right, they did do the sniper.
Could be the offlane sniper. They're keeping the ranged flex hero in there.
It's XM.
I mean, it's. I like sniper against these two supports. They don't have the best gap close necessarily, and if they do commit, then sniper can make quick work of them outside of them defensively decrepping. So, and it makes it a little bit harder for them to engage in the extreme lineup.
I agree, it's a very good sniper game. He's not threatened by anything. Like, sure, later Beastmaster will get a Blink Dagger and roar him, and Monkey with levels can try to set up for him with Wukong, but he does seem very unthreatened by the supports. And as sniper, if you can get through that laning stage with the win that the hero does give you, then you're already in a really good place. Usually sniper picks fail if they're ganked a few times, like pre-minute 10, but it doesn't seem like anyone's gonna kill him here.
Morphling, eh?
That's a classic. I feel like the sniper, we saw some Medusa drafts where I felt like they had too many tanky cores, like too many people that wanted to play in front, and then at some point you just don't fight them. And with sniper, I like having a backline damage dealer with Medusa because it makes Ame's job easier in fights in terms of itemization. You have heroes like Pugna to just decrep the Medusa and be annoying and like poke him around, but that's not going to work if sniper's in the back. Peep, peep, peep. So
She also just soaks up a lot of attention within fights, so that Sniper himself can go ham. Because she is a backliner, but she's also a damage soaker. She absorbs so much damage, and she can be considered a frontline body later on. Like, you can choose to just itemize for survivability on Ame and not build the DPS items and just let XM do all of the damage, and that could be a really cool approach.
And the downside, though, is that they don't have great initiators until either Sand King gets good mobility to initiate, or either the Tusk, I believe the 5 position gets a blink, or PYW on the back gets a blink. So before those blink daggers come out, they're gonna have initiation problems by also having Deuce a sniper as their core.
the laning stage there are very passive in comparison to Gaming Gladiators. Like, you have Monkey King who's going to be very mobile very early, and Morphling is going to chill on his own lane. So I'm thinking first 10 minutes, Gaming's going to be the more aggressive team, and then it's going to ramp up in pace for Xtreme Gaming very quickly. So around the 12 to 15 minute mark, this game's going to get off the ground running.
But that's aggression in terms of the cores. I would have thought that the supports on Xtreme are more aggressive because they've got Tusk and Bat.
I just think they're on the defensive for based on the cores they have. All 3 of these cores, Sniper, Medusa, and Sand King, are farm heavy, and they need to be protected for the early game.
They can't really make any big moves until Sand King gets his blink, but if they get to that point, I think Xtreme Gaming have a really solid draft for the game, whereas Gaming do feel like they're on a timer. So their Morphling should win lane versus Sand King, should have a good game. If Beastmaster hits his timings and they, get that first Aegis play around minute 25, they'll be good. But if the game goes late, I don't see how these heroes are going to fight into Medusa plus Sniper.
Jenkins?
Well, I mean, if the sniper gets that nice shard, the Hurricane Pike, he'll be able to defend himself well. And on the other side, all they got to do is take first Roshan and go for team fights afterwards.
I think what you meant to say, if the sniper had a Pudge on his team, then they would have won for sure. Let's find out what happens in game number 1 with Cap and Cinderin.
It's the XM Sniper running it back, Cinderin.
Yeah, but this time around, it's not. I say this time around like we just cast them already, which we didn't. But he's not the lone artillery. This time he's playing it together with a Medusa. You did a little bit of digging. This was played by Nigma, you said. This tournament. Did they win?
They did, which means the draft must be really good because Nigma won with it, right?
That's not the angle I was going for, but...
You know what's funny is that Nigma also picked Sniper in a different match, and it was against Xtreme.
Oh, did they win?
XM was probably like, bros, these guys are playing Sniper, why aren't we doing it? And they also won that game.
Oh, Nigma won that too?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe Sniper is just first pickable.
Maybe.
Well, they picked it 5th this time around, Xtreme did. We'll be playing it into Quinn's Monkey King. This, on paper, is a very bad lane for Monkey. See how it works out for him if Sniper wins again.
If he does, he will continue to have a 100% win rate in Dream League.
Oh, the hero hasn't lost yet.
Yeah, it's just 2 games.
Oh, those are the only 2 games that was picked was Nigma.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really surprising to me.
Yeah, I thought so too. And that'll also be Xtreme guaranteed into the next round of group stages. They only need to be able to win 1 game out of this series. Game of Gladiators, obviously, they would love to have a 2-0. If they end up going 1-1 here, then they will very likely either be out or end up in a 3-way tiebreaker.
If they don't 2-0, tiebreaker is minimum, or maximum, right? They can't go through directly unless they 2-0.
Yes, correct. Because there is the 2 other teams that are tied with them that are 6-6 are Avulus and BetBoom, and they're playing against each other right now. So we basically have the 4 different teams are all in contention for 2 slots, and they're all playing against each other right now.
So can Gaiman even guarantee themselves going through with a 2-0, or is that only a tie then?
If they get a 2-0, they will jump over Xtreme, and then, yes, I believe they guarantee themselves.
Okay. Damn, there's everything to play for in each game then.
Yeah.
All right. Tianming takes some decent harass here, but he will be healing up in no time with that Salve plus Tango. So far, so good in mid for Quinn as well, by the way. I think this is when the lane starts getting trickiest, when Sniper hits 3. That's when you really start bullying with level 2 Shrapnel, with 1 point headshot, and just sit on the Monkey King as much as possible.
But this isn't a lane that is bad enough that we're going to see Malrine shenanigans.
No.
Just like abandons the lane. Should be able to get something out of it.
It's not Huskar.
True.
And it's not Viper. It's Sniper. And he can take 3rd place. I actually don't know where this ranks on Monkey King's worst matchups mid, but it's got to be one of the worst ones.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I would think so, but I mean, seeing how Quinn is managing so far, he seems unfazed by that.
Yeah, he's even getting a good to nice. Nice Gorgon's Grasp. That was beautiful. Hit both Ace and Tofu there. The Lion Beastmaster lane. Lion's been making a bit of a comeback.
Yeah.
I like it here because, you know, it's matched up against Adusa, but why do you think it's being picked so much in general?
That's a good question. I've been wondering myself why the teams are suddenly favoring as much as they are. If there's some sort of underlying meta change with what heroes are popular in line just fares better. Obviously, when we say the most recent patch, when was that? It's weeks ago by now, right? It was before Vlachia. So like, I want to say 3 to 4 weeks ago that we had the letter patch. Obviously, some other forests were nerfed a bit, which will in turn make Lion's relative strength higher.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't say for sure. There's nothing that stands out to me as like obvious as to why this hero would suddenly be rated that much higher than before.
I would say all the bids are it's just a bunch of spirit heroes and Puck, right? And so that for me makes any instant disable a lot more value.
Yeah, but how different is that from 2 weeks ago?
I don't know. Maybe that's just more of a natural adaptation.
I guess I just haven't seen very much change in the mid-hero pool in this tournament compared to 2 weeks ago. I feel like those more or less the same heroes that were being prioritized for the most part.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's interesting. And sometimes, sometimes it just is that things take time. Sometimes there's something that's obvious to pub players that takes a while. Oh my god, that's a good snake.
That was a very good snake. Almost got blocked in there, Tofu. They were trying to chase after Tianming, didn't get it.
Ace will call his entire family. Just deny his boar and the hawk back to back.
I'm your master. I determine whether you live or die.
Well, it was their time. Such is nature's way.
And maybe he treats his animals less like an owner and more like a farmer, you know?
Jesus. Am I wrong about this mid matchup? Is this supposed to happen? I feel like it's not supposed to happen.
I mean, he is destroying in the mid lane. Apparently, this is a winning matchup.
I feel like if Monkey King is even with Sniper, I feel like that's already a relative win, but he's ahead. I don't know. Maybe I've lost it. Good rotation here from Celery. Should give them their first kill on the board. On to Tianming.
He was waiting a while for that opportunity, and Tianming did oblige.
I think Ace has killed all of his pets. I think they've all been denied. No, wait, Deuce killed 1 bird. He's been on top of denying the rest of them, though. Going to be a bit of a response here as Quinn will turn into a siege creep. PYW looking for the play.
Bump it back with a flame break, but not really a whole lot of damage threat being done here. Even Tofu is just kind of shrugging off a lot of this. Blood grenade slowing him down, maybe kiting him around. Oh, he does manage to get the lifesteal. He turns back and starts hitting XM. He's going to be slowed down a bit, but XM is trying to push him away. He's not going to be able to get the kill on Quinn. PYW can't do anything about it either. He killed himself on the Nether Ward. Oh no. Was that a stick? Was that another flame?
I think it was a sticky, even.
He killed himself with a sticky napalm?
I mean, it's hard to say if it was the flame break, because you take the damage before the spell gets cast, right?
Yeah.
So it might have been a flame break and he just took the damage first.
Cooldown is 22 seconds. That feels a little
It was
long.
a pretty long fight. He might have had it again. But yeah, if PYW doesn't barely give Quinn his stacks here, that's a kill on the Monkey King. It would have still cost them their sniper for sure with this rotation in from Gaiman, but... Oh, the classic Quinn laugh, yeah.
Got a good laugh out of that one. Burst strike away. XXS left alone by the Bat Rider. Is trying to pull some funky shenanigans here. Got your courier. And he's got another burst strike coming up soon.
This is actually super awkward for Gaiman. They're spending so much time on the Monkey King that he just gives up on it, because even if he finds XXS again, he actually can't kill him. So effectively just wasting a ton of time here.
Sniper got some good damage on the mid tower in the meanwhile.
Yeah, exactly. They kind of can't let this happen.
Ace blocked in. Nice shards, slowed him down with the tag team. This combination is so nice to allow the Gorgon's Grasp to land, but it's, doesn't really add a disable, I guess, if you're still trapped by the ice shards anyway.
I don't know why it makes me chuckle every time he kills his Hawk. He's done it so many times. He's killed it again. He was under pressure by two heroes like, oh, my bird's low. Gotta do things in order.
Give them absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
16 denies. Ace is just massacring pets.
Yeah, I think out of these 16, almost half of them are his own.
And there's another one.
Yep. Just a matter of seconds here before he... Yep, there it goes. All right. Call the boar as well.
Goodbye, little boar. Good time has come. 3 pets have been killed by the enemy team. Like 20 of them have died.
Yeah. Yeah, Dusa has killed, I think, 2 birds and 1 boar or something. And Ace has killed 12, maybe.
Illusion.
Well, it's good, though. I mean, I'm chuckling, but it's the right play. It's just, there's something about it. I don't know. Anyway, Ace will find his level 6, and he will try to put it to use here, maybe? Didn't get it off, though.
Primal Roar is still going to go down, but he's slowed down but so much by the tag team. He's going to start backing away. Quinn jumps in for the kill, but now he's going to be exposed as the sniper followed his rotation, so we'll get the counter kill.
Can't really be happy about that if you're gaming. You use Roar and a Monkey King rotation to trade 1 for 1. The Bat getting the kill over the sniper I actually think might end up being a good thing for Xtreme, because like the panel was talking about, I believe it was Purge mainly bringing it up, Xtreme are going to have a little bit of a tough time finding initiations until they get blinks. So getting the gold on Bat could prove to be very useful later down the line here. XXS farming up a fat stack there. The Sand Shroud. One of the upsides to Sand Shroud over Dust Devil, the ability to take ancient stacks early.
Yeah, very nice. I was trying to think the last time we actually saw Dust Devil.
It's been
a long time.
I think it has been played this tournament in one of our games.
Really?
I'm actually sure somebody had Dust Devil, or at least one that we watched.
Did they win?
That is a good question. But even if they lost, it's not the Facet's fault. I still think I mean, you can't say hand on heart Dust Devil isn't good, right? It is good.
No, it definitely...
Sand Shroud is just also good.
Yeah. It's so good for moving around the map, farming neutrals. And
yeah. Oh, Chenming, hello. He had no idea. This is probably going to give this lane ward away.
Nice use of the shards to give it vision. Now he's still dead. He's going to get waveforms immediately, but it does cause Watson to kind of show himself. And Xtreme are going to call in some reinforcements to help out Ame. Somebody's got to get here to help out this guy. He doesn't have Stone Gaze leveled up, so he has no defensive measures himself. This was XXS now coming in with the epicenter burrow strike that's only going to catch the Lion. Can't even kill him. The light train is going up. Okay, they do manage to get him inside the sandstorm. That's good enough. Watson turns back in to try and kill XXS here with the help of Quinn. Might just have a shot at it. Found the strike on 2. Waveform through. Finishes them off underneath the tower, but he's got Decrepify and Strength Morph, and he's got another round of burrow strike coming in. That'll hit Tianming. What a disaster for Xtreme as they try and mount a response to defend their carry, and it costs every single one of their lives.
I don't know, I feel like this is something I've seen Xtreme fall into multiple times, that at this point it's starting to become a bit of a pattern for me. Tianming gets killed behind the tower. It's not like Gaming aren't making it obvious what their move is.
Yeah.
When they go for that kill, surely the heroes are still there and they're going to go on the Dusa. And they just disrespected it. Ame just went and farmed, maybe overestimated how tanky he was before the response from his teammates could come in, but that right there to me is game-losing stuff. You lost your 5 Tusk to discover the gank, and then you just gave them 4 more kills and the tower for free in a Beastmaster lane. So Gaming are going to take absolutely everything from there and now start snowballing the game mega hard.
This was an even game, basically.
Yeah.
Game of Gladiators is very slightly ahead. Now it's a 4,000 net worth in just the space of like 60 seconds.
And it's not just the goal, it's where it's at, right? Having a farmed Beast and a farmed Morph here is super good.
What a pickup. Put him on the high ground, and he's going to TP away. Oh, he bumped him down so the snowball would get there just a little bit quicker, and they stopped the TP out from Quinn. Very smooth move from TYW.
The good news for Quinn is he doesn't have to have a good game here. So
true.
It's definitely a major silver lining for him here that he can trust in his teammates to get the job done. Beastmaster and Morph are way ahead of the field, and these 2 heroes can carry a game. So if Monkey King falls a little bit behind, it's okay as long as he can find some moment of opportunity for his teammates. He doesn't have to be a carry from mid in this game. He can be like a good setup. He can be a semi-scout, get a decent ult, and eventually maybe buy Diffusal against Medusa.
Yeah.
And then I think his job is done.
Do you think this is a game where he goes like Gleipnir build just be more of a disabler for his team than
I would like that.
Damage dealer?
I think Gleipnir, Diffusal. Sounds good to me, and then maybe a BKB in between if he needs it, but I don't know if he does actually. So, yeah, those 2 items I think would be very good.
Well, XXS was on track for a very fast Bloodstone. It is still going to be very fast. It's just the fact that as much farm as he has, he's still 1,000 net worth behind both the Beastmaster and the Morphling.
Yeah. If the fight bottom hadn't happened, he would have had it by now, probably. So, definitely did delay things a little bit.
Helm of the Overlord is done for Ace. That's going to be coming out fairly soon. So we'll see what they do with this window where they've got this massive upgrade.
Yeah, you'd imagine a smoke move to mid-tier 1 is relatively obvious. You also have Pugna, so this hero wants that to happen. Celery's very high level. He's level 8, minute 13. Mid Sniper's level 9. He's actually kind of... And both Celery and Tofu are having extremely good levels here. So I'm actually surprised to see PYW be 8 as well, but I guess he did get that kill on the Monkey King, which helped a lot. But still, this is very, very healthy looking level chart for the Dire.
Oh, PYW, what was that?
He didn't press ult?
Yeah, he could have lassoed. There was opportunity there. Very awkward, but either way, I guess it works out. He doesn't die. They still get a kill. They're going to take the mid-tower. Watson and Ace, they're going to use this opportunity of the Helm of the Overlord to just force Roshan.
Oh, is that a Radiant ping? Oh, I think they might Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, even if they know about it, they're moving across the map.
Possibly get a fight out of this.
They could get a fight, but I don't think they're going to get there in time to stop Roche.
There's no TP on Watson, so he has to walk to the gate. Let's see here, PYW with good positioning here from Quinn to break any smoking division, and as a matter of fact, they're just going to call off the play. They don't feel comfortable, they don't have enough information about the whereabouts of the Dire heroes, but
Go
Quinn is
for
going to show him.
Oh, no
Holy,
way.
How on earth did he not get burrow struck there?
That was so close. Now Watson uses his own burrow strike to try and stop the retreat of XXS. Doesn't work though. Xtreme, for this little exchange between mid and bottom, they do manage to get some net worth back into their coffers, but they are going to be battling up against an Aegis for the next 4.5 minutes.
Still feels like the type of game where the Radiant lineup with any sort of good initiation can just wipe them.
Yeah.
It's not like this 2K lead for Gaimin at this point. It looked way scarier a few minutes ago when it was 4,000 and it was that time in the game. But since Gaimin haven't been able to convert this to a mid-tier 1 yet,
Instant Stone Gaze going out, trying to help out the Sand King as XXS waiting for the initiation. He's got his Bloodstone heal going up now, and he's going to be fine. Watson is actually going to lose the Aegis here. So it's not just a support. It's the Aegis and maybe a lasso. Okay, they don't go for the Morphling. Nice burrow on top of Watson and connects with Celery to finish him off. Watson has the more full strength here and run away. They're dealing with the help of the Overlord creep. That's going to be an extra 252 gold. Thank you very much. And they'll take Ace as well. What? I mean, Syndred, you set it up, man. You said you get the right initiation and they can wipe Gaming Gladiators.
yeah, it's so hard for them to fight back if you get the wrong heroes caught in the beginning, so you don't get to use your abilities correctly. They had to use Roar defensively. They didn't. I mean, they don't even have Wukong's command skilled, which is interesting to say the least.
Yeah, that's very curious.
Is that a Midas for Quinn? Wait, hang on. Okay, all right, never mind. For a moment, I thought the gloves were being used for Midas. I got really worried there for a second, but it is for the Maelstrom, so we're okay. Yeah, definitely some room to grow for the Monkey King, and that right there is Xtreme Gaming recovering the game entirely. Sure, they don't kill the Morph twice, but they found 3 kills plus an Aegis for nothing, and this is what their lineup is really good at in this phase of the game. Sand King with a blink, he had both the. Sorry, just the Bloodstone. The Batrider blinked to set things up together with the Tusk, and then the Bloodstone kept Sand King alive and got a nice 2-hero Burrow Strike to finish off the fight together with the Epi. So,
yeah, if you're able to find those kind of fights without Blink Dagger on Sand King, just think about what the next team fight is going to look like when you do have that extra mobility.
I mean, the way it did break out, they did go on the Sand King to start, right? So he was just too tanky because of the Bloodstone, and they got the turnaround play.
Yep.
And ultimately, that does come back to Gaming Gladiators a little bit, maybe having not quite enough heroes in the initial play or missing that little bit of damage from the Monkey King.
I would also say it was really heads up from Ame to instantly pop this.
Yeah, for sure.
Like knowing that his Sand King was going to be in trouble.
Oh, this is probably a dead bat.
Yeah, PYW can't really do much to stop this. And he rotated a fair number of heroes here from Xtreme.
I guess this is the type of game now where we need to start considering how do Gaming Gladiators deal with these 2 mega ranged heroes when they actually get items, because the Morph matchup, I saw a similar game to, I say similar, that draft-wise it had some similarities. It was at Valachia between Nouns and Avulus, which was one of the most grotesque games I've ever cast in my life, where both teams did nothing for 30 minutes, and then the team with Deuce Sniper got Roche and ended the game.
I've never heard you sound so frustrated.
that was something special. But that does mean I have a little bit of experience with these hero-to-hero matchups, and what Nouns tried to do in that game was farm up the Storm on their Morphling, and he just couldn't do anything against the Deuce Sniper later down the line. So I do worry a little bit for Game in here that the Monkey King is going to end up being too important, and I did say earlier that he could have a little bit of an off game, but that's why these few minutes that just happened were so important. Those were the minutes where he didn't need to be that much of a factor if everything else came together, but now that it didn't, he's a liability, flat out. And he will be needed to kill the Dusa later in the game. They're going to need his damage, they're going to need the mana burn, probably, from a Diffusal. Because Morph is not going to kill the Dusa alone, I just don't see it.
Found the initiation on the Beastmaster. What a great catch. Perfect for Xtreme. And they can use this momentum however they want. They can spread out and farm. They can try and take that tier 2 top if they wanted to.
I wouldn't mind the tier 2 play, but I guess maybe the mid wave is a bit too important to push back out to maintain map control.
And that gold will also get him to his Aghanim Scepter.
That gold might get him killed.
Intercepted by XXS, but is it enough to save the Sniper? Not with a finger of death, putting him down. Still though, good burst strike, Epicenter gets some good damage out, and looks like they may catch 2. Supports are going after Morphling actually. They somehow managed to get him on a Stone Gaze, and now chaining up the stuns. Quinn's trying to stop him. The 3-man Boundless Strike will not do it. Ame's able to help deliver the final blow with PYW, and push through the Wukong's command, looking for more. See if they can keep Quinn from being able to hop away into the trees, and it looks like the Illusions are doing a good job keeping damage on him. He does have his shard though, so a Boundless Strike out of there. is good enough. Celery, he'll be the third victim of that move. What a response, though, from Xtreme.
That actually looked scary for a moment for Xtreme with the flame break. I thought his intentions was to knock the Monkey King out of the ring, but he pushed him further toward the center of the ring. So 3 of their heroes were dropping really low on the Wukong's command, but ultimately they were tanky enough to survive. And the play from Gaming Gladiators unsuccessful.
Been a number of unsuccessful plays for them, and that is before key items for Xtreme are picked up. We now have a Scotty, massive upgrade. We're now going to have an Aghanim Scepter coming in for the Sniper as well. I mean, this poke and frontline is going to be really annoying for Gaming Gladiators.
If you go back 5 minutes in this game, I think Morph was top net worth.
Yeah.
So he has lost about 3,000 gold to Medusa in the span of 5 minutes, and it's worrisome because, I mean, as we've already talked about, Medusa is generally the centerpiece of any lineup when it's played as the carry. If she has good core matchups and she's ahead on items, she often reaches a point of immortality even without Aegis. And now that she has the Skadi advantage, she also has the offensive leg up against the Morphling. Because now they have the anti-healing against Morph and Pugna and Monkey King, so triple value out of Skadi in this game, as a matter of fact. And you would imagine for that reason that Sand King will absolutely want to get a Shiva's that he is already halfway to almost. With the Veil complete, he's missing the plate mail and the recipe. I feel like this upcoming 10 minutes for Gaming are so hard.
Yeah.
Quinn is working on the BKB so he can have some staying power in the fight, but it's not even guaranteed because he could get lassoed and just pulled out of the ring with the BKB piercing stun. He has to deal with the Medusa Stone Gaze as well. So even when you're BKB'd, there's 2 pierces, actually 3 if you want to count Tusk Punch.
I'll take that.
So
this upcoming combination of like frontline from this Immortal Dusa and the double initiation of Sand King Batrider, that is one of those like high ground pushing combos that is not easy to defend.
For sure.
You have to put some damage on Dusa, but you can't actually threaten her. And once you show yourself, then the Sand King or the Batrider are gonna jump you. They're gonna get that catch, just like they get on Tofu as they start barreling down the mid lane. Good D-warding also being done by Xtreme. They are finding a lot of vision on the map.
Yeah, it's going to be very telling what they do after this tier 2. Oh, they finally
got more. First it's the Blink Burrow, now it's the Blink the Lasso.
They're just getting everything they want. They're going to kill off his Zoo as well. They get the mid tier 2. Actually, maybe not. Now Ame moved over for the kill, so I guess he conceded on getting the mid tower. So that's at least something for the side of Gaimin, but kind of looking for the thinnest silver lining for them right now as kind of nothing good has happened for the last 10 minutes. And it's by no means an astronomical lead, like 3k, it doesn't look that bad, but it's the big picture of the flow in the game and how the lineups function, where I just feel like... Would you agree that this feels more like almost a 10k lead in a way?
Yes. Momentum-wise, it has been a pretty heavy shift, and I feel like Xtreme has hit a very big power spike. They're going to do a lot with it, right?
Yeah, and it's also about how does Gaimin use the net worth that they have. Because I feel like a lot of Monkey's net worth is just dead gold right now, because his hero can't perform anything in the fight. He's sitting on 3/4 of a BKB, but that's nothing, right? It's just empty stats. Yeah. And we've seen that the Morphling, despite being relatively farmed, does not have staying power to actually go in and commit. So even if you're only 4k gold behind, it doesn't really matter if structuring a fight where you can realize the value of your items is hard to find, then...
Yeah, if you can't burst somebody down with the Conda that he's going to go for, then what are you doing as a Morphling, right?
Yep.
And these heroes from Xtreme look pretty damn tanky. You've got a Sand King with 2k HP, a Sniper with almost 2k HP,
Tusk with 2k, Bat almost
Tusk is 2k, Batrider is extremely mobile and still has 1700. Yeah. It's not going to be easy for Gaming Gladiators.
I think you've effectively have to accept the state of the game now, and as much as I don't like saying it, I think you need to avoid fighting. And it feels really bad to not fight when you have a Beastmaster Pugna mid-game, but I think the fights are just so unlikely to go your way that you have to hit the next item timing that really swings things. To me, it's maybe the Monkey King BKB, but more likely it's Monkey King getting a next item. I don't know if they will feel comfortable just splitting for that long. Dusa gets an Ag still as well, by the way. I mean, it feels like I'm shitting out a new item every 3 minutes.
Seriously.
So. That's Medusa in a nutshell for you.
He's gonna go Kaya Sanj as his next item. Have you seen that before? I have not.
For some reason, I feel like I might have seen this
Radiant
one
are
time, this
scanning.
build, but I
would have thought if
say
it was going to be built like that, it would have been Yasha Kaya, right?
Yeah. He can still change it up.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, Vision versus Vision. PYW is going to get jump first. Still the Burrow Strike jump in from XXS. He's on the high ground with the Bloodstone. They're trying to target him, but he is king of the hill right now. And it's going to be Gaming Gladiators that have to back away. A 1-for-1 trade-off, but looking for more. The Assassinate trying to slow down Celery on his retreat. And Ame just does the thing where he puts himself on the front line and say, what are you going to do about it?
Yep. I guess Ame feels comfortable going a build like this because they also have Sniper as secondary damage. Otherwise, he might have gone more of a true carry build. Jinming will walk into Quinn.
In some vision, they're going for the Tusk. Can't burst him down. Got off the snowball. Burrow Strike interception, and Quinn is dying fast. He's already gone.
All right, that went miserably wrong. Oh my god, that was a total mess up. They didn't get BKB off. They just got counter-stunned. He threw out his stun, didn't really know what he wanted to do, got Burrow Struck, and just killed. That felt like a desperation play, but they didn't really commit for it anyway. And this is a dead Roche.
I think,
sure,
as you said, this kind of situation, like 5v5, I think it was kind of doomed.
Yeah, but it's also difficult for you to set up reliably forced skirmishes because a lot of the enemy heroes, if you're catching a support that's split pushing a wave, that's not very meaningful.
No.
And you're struggling to kill the Sand King with any two heroes together because he's that tanky and has the Bloodstone. You can't kill the Medusa with any two because you don't have any mana burn. So like, what's your... It's like, if it's difficult for us from a spectating point of view to imagine what type of play gaming can make, imagine what it's like when you're in the game and you have half the vision.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
it's
attack.
just very difficult to find an obvious play that you want to make, and these teams are very experienced and they can dig really deep and come up with something genius sometimes and find a play that you couldn't even imagine, but yeah, I need to see it before I believe it in this one. It's definitely tough times ahead. Now, Dusa with Aegis will take the bottom two towers. I don't think Gaimin will mount much of a defense here. They don't have any displacement against Dusa Aegis. Usually that's how you can kill her twice, is get her totally out of position, but you can just stand her ground and you're not going to kill her.
Yeah. I think at this point, Gaming Gladiators, their best option is just splitting and waiting for the high ground push, because that is maybe where you can make a better hold, a better setup for your Wukong's command and such. Because I do think Xtreme has the opportunity to maybe just force an end game conclusion here really quickly.
They got him.
Jumps, got him on the flame break and the assassinate. Tofu's still going to try and bail him out here. Quinn knows he can't really run, so he's going to turn around and get the Bat Rider kill, and now try and make a break for it. Slowed down by the shrapnel. Anybody else coming in? No. It looks like the rest of the Xtreme have stayed on the other side of the map.
That was a heads-up save.
Nice pick. They almost got XM. Would have been sick if they could have gotten 2 kills out of this. But they do manage to force the Dusa back.
Yeah.
So now go to the other side of the map.
That's surprising that Ame didn't finish the tower. I don't really think he had much reason to come back right now, but... Alright, job well done by Gaimin. They protect their Monkey King, they get the turnaround kill, and they force a rotation, and it costs them effectively nothing because these towers bottom were doomed. So, if anything, they saved a tower too, so that's actually a mega play, right? Save an ally, kill an enemy hero, and protect a tower in one swoop there.
And look at this. Tofu draws some attention, but they cut the next wave that's coming in, so Ame can't even just go, okay, let's take the tier 2 top. Instead, now he goes to the other side of the map through the gate.
And they're trying to find Quinn, but he left. So, good macro plays here from Gaimin.
Yeah, they are outmaneuvering Xtreme. Like, they really haven't gotten a whole lot with this Aegis.
What do you think Ame buys next with this build?
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, when you have Ags, I always feel like the Shard is really nice.
He has that too.
Oh, does he?
He has Ag, Shard, and Kaya Sanj. I'm just like, okay, where do you go from here? Because my frame of reference for Medusa builds is, you know, the carry route, or the time we had with support Dusa was the thing, or offlane Dusa, because they could go for like different approaches. And a lot of the time it was actually the support and the 3 Dusa that went the Ags.
Yeah.
But when you're going out and carry, all right, this is just going to be the butter. No, he's changing it up to Disperser. Okay.
I kind of feel like you just want raw damage now. Like, you have tanked up so much, and the most damage efficient item would be Daedalus, right?
Yeah, you'd think so. Quinn
Jump onto Quinn.
BKB.
Nice. Got BKB to be used. And Game of Gladiators continue to cut waves. Say a minute and a half left on Aegis.
They want to find Sniper here with this wraparound. That's the dream, but PYW might be breaking. No, he went off to the right. XM has a shield rune. That can't kill him, I think.
There's no way.
He's next to a Tusk as well, so absolutely no way here. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. It is a little bit surprising to see both Dusa and Sniper, when played together, kind of both going hybrid builds instead of at least one of them really committing for that big deep.
They get a lot of vision on heroes. They go for the Tusk.
Oh, they don't go for him.
Okay, never mind.
They just roar him.
Solar Crest, so they're still going for it, but the jumping from XXS caught Ace. That's all he got out of it. They do manage to bring down the Lion thanks to Peak from XM. Sit in the back line. Zami's trying to slow him down. The Stone Case, nice. Got him on the lasso. That's going to be Quinn pulled back into his doom, and Ame's just looking for any hero he can. He knows that Quinn's already dead. He wants Celery's life as well. Celery. Doom. 25 seconds left on the Aegis. 3 people dead. Looks like it's time to hit high ground.
That's so uncharacteristic for Gaming. I mean, this tournament definitely hasn't been their best, right? They're clearly not playing at their A level, but when's the last time you saw them go for a team play like that and then roar and immediately hesitate? They like roared and then they kind of got cold feet, but then, we kind of got to do it. And those couple of extra seconds where things are getting delayed killed their Lion, right? He got totally out of position to get that finger kill onto the Tusk. And I don't think that's a good trade even to begin with, but more importantly, you completely compromised your position, you ruined your formation, and that is just so easy for Sandpeak, Dusa, and Sniper to turn around on you. Absolutely no problem. And this is the first lane. Aegis has expired, but can you kill Dusa once even with your heroes? I don't know. All right, there it goes.
He's going to keep going. They've already pinged second lane.
And just keep placing him in the middle of the Sand Shroud, right? It's just such a nice combination. It's effectively an extra defensive layer for Medusa in a way.
Yeah.
Because you have to fight into more or less a constant Radiance worth of damage. Nice Manta.
PYW finds his initiation. It's Tofu. He is... Ghost Scepter going off. Okay, Burrow Strike does manage to finish him off. XXS is trying to heal up through the Bloodstone. This time, he will go down. They barely had enough damage. But what about Ame? He has just charged into the base, trying to disable any heroes he can to finish him off. They're all being very elusive. Finally gets his hold onto Quid, though. The Scotty slows him down enough, and they get that kill. Watson, chased away by the Sniper. Would love to have been cut the wave or something. Can't really do it. He just can't handle Ame.
He's getting his 25 talent in 2 creeps.
Oh no! XF didn't bump himself to the other side. They have the dust. Do they have damage? Watson comes in. Wait for him through the 2 of them. And will manage to kill XM and Tianming with that. And this is the situation they were looking for. Game of Gladiators, they want to be able to ignore the Dusa, save him for last. And then once he is entirely alone, maybe they can't deal with him, but a buyback. Xtreme Gaming, they're going to try and mount a response, something to save him. A snowball through, hit onto the Morphling. He's burned out of his mana. He's done.
I don't even know if he needed help. I think he could have won that 1v4. He just cracked level 25, got the split shot modifiers, scottied all of them, and just won it. He just stood still.
Sick stuff.
It's rare that we see a smile like that from Ame on the camera. That was nice. I mean, yeah, that's not Ame, just for reference, but I was looking at the little one down there.
Yeah.
Usually Ame very, very stoic and unanimated, but he was cracking a big smile at that fight. Must feel good to be God mode 30 minutes in on Dusa and just feel like nobody can touch you.
Yeah, he's still missing good 6,000 worth of items.
Yeah. All right, well, I mean, the good news for Gaimin is they have a tier 2 top, so you can't get megaed, but the bad news is I think Xtreme just live here now.
Yeah, they just had the game.
Quinn doesn't have buyback, and they know that. He bought back for that previous fight where they got the 4 kills and started chasing the Dusa to begin with. So Xtreme know that this is a 5-on-4 power play they have for another 30 seconds. They have the banner. Nobody really to destroy that banner either. Like, who's going to go in for this?
Yeah, who's going to get close to this Medusa, which Xtreme Gaming is using as a shield all behind him. They go for the Sand King, and they do manage to burst him down.
Didn't actually save him in time with the snowball there. Tianming a little bit slow.
A little bit slow. They still managed to get the lasso onto the board flank plus the... Yeah, it's over. It's done so. They can get 1 kill. They can't get 5.
He doesn't even have a carry build. You know? He has Kaya, Sanj, and Ags instead of actual right-click items.
Yeah, he just says, I'm going to outlast.
He killed them anyway. That looked like a Dusa that could have had Daedalus Butter, but he's just that far ahead and that much richer than everyone. So even those items make him look like a hyper carry. Nice game from Xtreme. It felt like Gaming were in the driver's seat and then made 1 or 2 critical errors in the mid-game, and then that kind of just ruined all of their momentum. They look unpleased with themselves, to say the least. That definitely was one of those games where Prime Gaming would keep rolling with that 4K lead and build it into 5 and 6 and 10 and then take control of the map. But they got counterplayed in 2 team fights and couldn't really structure the game after that.
A rough game for Gaming Gladiators as they just lose control of the game. And I guess once you're a little bit behind a lineup like this, the combination of Sniper Dusa, it's like the front line and the back line in extremely long range and poke. They just combine that with some initiation, you're kind of sitting in a golden position. Very well structured lineup. This looks a lot like, again, what Nigma did with this. I think they had Primal Beast instead of Sand King.
Yeah.
But yeah, same concept, right?
Yeah,
Another tanky hero that gives you initiation.
That archetype of lineup, if there's one thing Sniper and Dusa want, it's vision in the fight, right? They just want information so that they can place their heroes correctly and take advantage of their range. And what Sand King offers in addition, he locks heroes down so you can keep hitting them, similar to Primal Beast. But then Sand King also arguably is tankier than Primal in a game like this because of that Bloodstone early build.
Good stuff from Xtreme, and I believe that locks them into the next round of the group stage and puts Gaming Gladiators in the hold. They need to be able to even out this series just to have a chance to make it into the next round.
That is correct indeed, and it's possible that their own fate might not even be in their own hands anymore, because if the other matchup that's going on right now in this group, which is Avalis versus BetBoom team, goes 2-0 to either of the teams, that means that Gaming Gladiators will be eliminated from DreamLeague Season 24, but that's not quite in the cards quite yet. For right now, the only thing we can confirm is that Xtreme Gaming will be moving on in this group, along with Party Vision and Team Liquid out of Group A. And a well-deserved way to get into Group Stage 2 confirmation, because, I mean, this is just Xtreme at its peak. XM on Sniper, Ame playing as Medusa, what more could you ask for?
Were you worried you wouldn't see the flavor of Xtreme Gaming with 2 players changing?
I did, actually. The slightest in the back of my head.
They're the same team, but Xtreme Gaming just play around their Medusa so well that I question Gaming's plan that they had for it, with the Lion Beastmaster lane, giving it away, maybe not, securing something like even an anti-mage earlier in that draft than their picks. They were in a position where they could have taken it for themselves too. But this was their plan. They thought that they had it addressed, that they could out-tempo it, but Xtreme Gaming just played so well. They were very formation-heavy. Even when they had the Aegis, they were running around together. All it took was one fight where, Sand King in the jungle sees the dump, gets the dump, doesn't die, pops his Bloodstone. They turned the fight on Xtreme Gaming, and after that, it felt like Gaming Gladiators just didn't have a tempo to play on.
Yeah, that's the part that kind of scares me, is it's not like they were like, whoa, we got Medusa. You could tell we were talking about the whole draft. They were clearly preparing for it, and they still got the best of them with that Ame Medusa. And I mentioned the sniper pick really allowing the Medusa to be able to play differently. It gives them options for items. I'd never personally seen somebody go for the Sanj and Kaya. The mana reduction, the way it works, makes you so tanky. But that was a really cool adjustment from Ame, and that's part of what makes him a special Medusa player. And this team playing around Medusa, they don't only understand individually how to play it, but how do we enable this? How does the whole picture come together? It just seemed like their draft was more cohesive, past 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I feel that Gaiman were banking on Ame being a traditional carry Medusa as opposed to the frontline wall Medusa. And as a result, whatever the idea was with the Lion, the Pugna, the Beastmaster was predicated purely on one type of Medusa. But we've seen other Medusas be this utility-oriented one, so it shouldn't have been that out of left field.
I would assume that they thought that they would hit their timings with Beast and Morphling and get a lot out of the map with that first Aegis, also play for that second Aegis and maybe end around then. But that wasn't the case. Xtreme Gaming came out of lanes with even net worth. There was this one really good play that Gaimin did when they brought Watson bottom to Medusa's lane. They got like 3 kills, got the tower, kicked everybody out of that lane. But after that, it still didn't feel like enough at that state of the game because Xtreme Gaming always had a means to fight back. We saw that even when they got the Aegis. XXS on the Sand King was looking for initiations. He didn't care. He saw Quinn on that bot lane. He was like, I'm burrow striking him, even though it didn't work. But they knew that they weren't behind to the point where they couldn't fight into an Aegis.
And now I'm wondering, do you respect ban the Medusa in stage 2? Or, because like, this game does not matter as much for Xtreme anymore. They are now locked, but Gaimin are surviving for their dear life right now. So if you had this strategy and it didn't work out, do you now recalibrate to be like, okay, let's prepare for both kind of Medusas, or you just say, screw it, we had an idea, it didn't work?
I interviewed Snake King early on in this tournament. I asked him, like, how quickly do you give up on, like, experimenting with strategies? And he's like, pretty quick. You don't have time in most of these tournaments. So, like, in this case, they definitely were planning for that. It didn't work. You don't have enough time to plan for something. There's no way they went into the series with, we're going to plan this, and if it doesn't work, we got this. No, they're definitely going to ban it in Game 2.
I come into all my 2-game series with a plan A and a plan B. You know, that's a real winning mentality to know. Game 2, that's when it'll really matter.
That's the least confident approach to a best of 2.
Yeah, I fear for Gaimin in this because they are, in fact, I think this would be unprecedented in post-DPC Dream Leagues to not make it into Group Stage 2.
For Halloween, they're dressing up as Team Liquid.
That's true. They have assumed the crown from them.
Very well done.
Well, I am curious to see what Purge got for his Kadee Award of the game in this game number 1.
Thanks, Neil, for the Kadee Award of the game. I wanted to talk more about Pugna. The Nether Ward is a crucial aspect to why the hero gets picked, but in this game, he got picked 2nd overall without any obvious counters here, and let's take a look to see how much damage he did with the wards. He puts the ward down. Look at this. PYW from the left side, trying to contribute.
Wait, he's fine. Oh no!
He was trying to throw Flame Break to kill the Monkey King, and it just didn't work here. And then when the ward's down, PYW again wants to defend himself, but he can't, because if he casts spells, he's taking like 35 or 70 damage from a Napalm and like 170 damage from his Flame Break. And it's a little bit hard to pay attention in the Nether Ward as an observer, number 1, but also as a game player. This is just a little buff. You get that little zap.
You see a tiny red circle at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah.
You see a little green like spiral in there, and you're like, I don't need to worry about that.
It doesn't have to zap a lot for it to make a big difference. Like, Pugna is a pretty good damage support. With that said, though, it didn't really solve the problems that they had to address in that game, unfortunately. Didn't really do that much against Medusa. Medusa doesn't care. She's very tanky. She's a great candidate for hitting the Nether Ward, and frankly, making it not the ward of the game.
And that's
I don't even know why I'm here. It wasn't the ward of the game.
That's the Kadee Award of the game right there.
That's right.
The Nether Ward of the game, my friends. And I hope you're ready for game number 2 of Xtreme Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators after the break.
little super drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
We're getting close to the end of Group Stage 1 here, friends. This means that we are getting close to the end of the 2-game series. In fact, it may be that this is probably one of the last 2-game series that we'll see, aside from the next one, because if we have tiebreakers, it's probably just going to be between 2 teams. And if that happens, it's going to be a best of 3. And that's when the real Dream League starts. This is the preliminary phase. We're just getting these formalities out of the way.
That's right, and games do matter, and that's why that game was such a big deal for Xtreme Gaming. It didn't even look that close as the game continued. The Dusa just looked unstoppable as a damage source, and the Sniper was just peeping. That hybrid, like, I'm going to be tanky, but assassinate effectively build just helps you help. Oh my god, they just get. How do you guys do this? It just helps you contribute without being squishy and like you're having 2 carries. It was really well done. You okay, Kiki?
It's good.
Okay, great.
So they should
deliver her health.
They're pretty much comfortable. They're locked in on Xtreme Gaming now, right?
Oh yes, they are.
Because they had 7 wins before this. Now this was their 8th.
They are confirmed to be moving forward to a Group Stage 1, Group Stage 2, but there are still some things left on the line, even if all of the games are not played yet, because you can still get EPT points, which do matter even in Group Stage 1, because we have a new feature this Dream League, and I am assuming other events upcoming in this EPT, which is, depending on how well you do in Group Stage 1, you get bonus points.
Oh, they're called stage points, I believe.
They're called stage points. So it's not just good enough to make it through in Group Stage 1 and be like, I'm top 4, life's grand. If you get first place in your group, you get 300 extra points. And while that number may not make any sense to you yet, it's effectively like getting 1 extra placement at Dream League.
It's a big deal. And it's not just first place. I think depending on second and third as well, it actually matters for seeding. So every game is a big deal now in the first stage of Dream League.
So Brian, do you think that Xtreme will be grinding out these stage points? Do you think that they'll be able to dethrone Pari Vision and Liquid? They can't dethrone Pari Vision.
I mean, the question... I can't even do this. I
tried to give you a very, very straightforward question.
Very straightforward question. I feel like when so I was wondering why Falcons was taking the series so seriously against Palanitsa yesterday, and Skeeter on the interview said that it was out of sportsmanship.
Correct.
But now I'm understanding, based on these stage points, that was a load of baloney, a load of bratwurst, one might say, guys.
Oh man, that was an ASMR bite.
It was really good.
That was good.
That was savory.
Oh, I could. There's a crunch on the outside.
Are you technically a cannibal?
Temporarily.
Temporarily. Is that the costume then?
That's part of the
This is
costume,
part
yeah.
2.
I'm a cannibalistic hot dog.
Because we have seen Banana Slam Jamma eat bananas on camera, but Hot Dog Slam Jamma eating hot dogs.
Keeping it consistent, Neil.
This is new.
What kind of mustard is that?
It seems like the Dijon mustard, you know?
I love a good Dijon.
What is your favorite kind of mustard?
Honey mustard.
I don't think that counts.
We don't count honey
How many
guys
different mustard varieties are there?
I mean, the big question is like yellow hot dog mustard or like a brown mustard or like a Dijon mustard. Those are like
Dijon is brown.
Yeah, I mean, it's yellow or the other stuff, okay? That's really what my question was.
I like the yellow stuff better.
Okay.
Mustard preferences.
Mustard preferences. I like honey mustard.
Good.
I think that's
It doesn't count for this question. That's a dipping sauce for French fries and chicken.
It's really
tenders.
good. It makes everything better.
You don't put it on hot dogs though. This is a hot dog panel.
What is your favorite condiment?
My favorite condiment? Ooh, sour cream. Easy.
Is that a condiment?
Yes.
Is that a condiment?
You put it on tacos.
Yeah, but I wouldn't
Thank you.
You don't
Discussion ended.
You don't put mustard on tacos.
Yeah, you don't. Correct.
But isn't it more of a...
So why would you give an example of what you put on tacos as an example of a condiment?
You said condiment. Say condiment for hot dogs then. Go ahead, say it.
Generic
Pickles.
condiment.
Pickles, Neil.
These aren't even like sauces or liquids.
It's a condiment. You added it. It's
Do you
an
like
accessory.
relish?
Yeah, I like relish.
The real question is, do you guys put your mustard and your ketchup in the fridge? Or do you put it in the pantry?
Yes, I put it in the fridge.
I put it in the fridge.
I follow written instructions by food advertisers unless the expiration dates. I ignore that shit. It's a lie. Keep on eating it. You're probably fine.
I can't tell if you're in Jenkins mode or purge mode right
Just
now.
saying what I really believe for the first time in my whole fucking life.
You're
Neil.
liberated.
How does it feel?
It's wonderful.
This new character
I can
is...
really just be myself.
What's your thoughts on washing chicken?
Washing chicken? Just eat it. What's the big deal?
Oh, man.
You should wash your chicken.
You should not wash your chicken.
Oh,
it's
no,
unnecessary.
no.
You should wash it.
You're cooking it. It's going to be fine anyways. You don't need to wash it. You can rinse it, maybe. But washing, what?
Rinse your chicken.
You probably shouldn't do that either, honestly. Just cook it.
Do you not rinse your potatoes also?
I rinse my potatoes because there's dirt on it. Because potatoes come out of the ground.
They do.
Where's the chicken come from? A meat processing
egg.
facility. You just cook that shit off. It's not a big deal.
Which one came first, though, Brian?
The meat processing facility or
the
We'll never know that answer, that's for sure.
Well, it came before I made this hot dog, or before I got this hot dog.
I like that you also came with a very cultured way to eat hot dogs.
Yeah, got a second hot dog.
Why and the fork?
They gave me the fork because I was worried about the temperature, but they're not very hot. So
Brian, what's your favorite condiment
So
to
it's
have
just a
on your
dog
fingers?
gun?
it looks like the ketchup is underneath the mustard, so it's probably mustard.
Okay. He likes mustard on his hands.
Oh my god.
Have you ever seen the?
Dota.
Was it the Anywhere Everywhere at Once where they had the hot dog fingers?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, it was.
I need to get 4 more hot dogs.
You can buy those gloves actually.
From the movie.
Yeah.
That
They
was
sell them on the website.
That
It's
was
like
a great
paid by
movie.
the wonderful movie.
But that scene did make me feel a little bit weird.
That was uncomfortable for sure.
That was just one of many scenes that made me feel weird. In
The
that
hot dog
movie.
fingers?
What's your favorite condiment to use during sex, Neil?
Whoa, Dota 2. Whoa.
That's what happens.
I'm a honey mustard guy.
Wait, Jenkins?
Not for sex.
Calm down. You know what's really exciting in bed? Medusa. Guess what? Taken out, banned. They couldn't deal with it. Game 1.
Is it that exciting in bed? You can't even look at her face.
Medusa.
Yeah.
I was gonna make a really bad joke.
Yeah,
I was like, if you look at her
So,
face, you turn.
You know, Game 1, we're like, we couldn't beat it. Let's just take it out. We
What
don't want
turns to stone?
Oh, no.
Nothing.
Stop!
All right, go ahead.
Kiki's uncomfortable right now. Storm Spirit, Medusa, Doom indeed banned out. Gaming Gladiators don't want to deal with it. They figured they had one strategy up their sleeve, and now that their tournament lives are on the line, why risk it? They take it out. Xtreme ban out the Naga, the Shadow Demon, the Chen, and the Enchantress, and Gaimin take that first pick Sand King.
Sand King gets taken by Gaimin here. It looked just really good as an opener for XG. We talked about potential responses to Sand King being popular in Monkey King and Shadow Fiend because that hero can be flexed to the lanes that Sand King is playing on. But also Clock is still in the pool, which is the support of the patch, honestly, because you can pair it with so many of these ranged carries. So I'm expecting something like a Clock or an SF here.
So the thing about mustard is...
Yeah.
No.
I know.
Oh, Bristleback, something completely different.
Never seen that before.
That seems fine as a response to me. I mean, a lot of teams are pretty safe playing the hero. They have break solutions. Basically, you just press BKB or you get a Yule Scepter. So the counters to Bristle just don't seem that heavy right now. And the anti-lifesteal items that you want to beat the hero just don't really do enough with the BKB and Yule solutions anyway. So it just feels like the hero is safe in almost all circumstances. He's difficult to burst. You can't really stop the Bloodstone build. The Eggs build comes really, really fast. It's been nerfed a little bit with like Arcane Boots being nerfed, but like the hero's just still really safe right now.
Also, XG yesterday versus Avulus played Bristleback. It wasn't this early in the phase. I think they opened a Shadow Demon, but they ended up running him offlane, and then they picked Nature's Prophet carry for Ame from the safe lane, and they won, and it looked really cool. So if this opens up, because he has so much core potential from the offlane, if it opens up for more unusual picks from the safe lane, I would be very excited to see that.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are just talking about how much you have to worry about. That's all I heard. That was like 10 different things when you see Bristleback. Could be flex, buy a bunch of different items, it can just do this. I think that about sums it up for me. That's a lot of things to consider with one hero in the draft.
Mm-hmm. And you don't even have to right-click. You can just stand there pressing your quills and your Ags quill spray.
And the one time you do right click, you can push that seeing red button, and you do like 700 damage or something for 5 seconds.
So there's actually a lot of approaches to like Bristleback that teams are taking. I like the concept of Alchemist as a hero versus Bristleback because it comes online around the same time that Bristle does, so that both teams are ready to fight and they're not getting overwhelmed by that, minute 15 Aghanims plus Shard from Core Bristle.
Now, Bristle doesn't generally pressure much before that either, so you're kind of like trading a free farming window, and Alchemist really loves that. One of the few heroes, like you said, that actually matches that timing when he's farming. Most of the time, Bristle will overwhelmingly take over the map. Sand King, he's going to offer you the lockdown, but he's definitely not going to supply you with the threat to the Bristle that's relevant. Right now, like, you have to think he can just stand in that sandstorm. The Viper would have definitely made him have to walk away. Is there anything else?
Probably just gonna go for one of the available supports. We
Hoodwink,
mentioned
maybe?
Fox still, Tuska's still in the pool. Hoodwink would be good.
Nyx with the Shard.
Are any of these supports able to leave Sand King alone with Bristleback? Or maybe not Bristleback, because maybe Shadow Fiend might be safe lane now?
They revealed that right away.
So that's one. Doesn't this kill a lot of their flex potential though?
So I mentioned earlier that SF, you always pick it versus Sand King, or very often, because it doesn't matter. You can always follow SF. You can always follow Sand King with the Shadow Fiend. You can follow mid, and you can follow him to the side lane that he's playing on, and you're always going to be fine.
So I guess you can flex SF either mid or safe lane, and the Bristle can be flexed either safe lane or off lane.
Yeah. Honestly, Bristleback as a flex doesn't even need to exist. He's so strong independently as a timing-based offlaner that it doesn't matter if your flex is there or not.
Okay.
That's my perception of it, at least.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go the Alchemist here. Seems like the best carry in the left in the pool. I'd love to check out what they've done with their drafts, but I've got mustard on my fingers, so can't do that.
Now. The other cool thing about Alk is the acid spray giving armor to allies. It's really good this game. It's kind of like a undersung talent in some ways, but if you're against an SF and a Bristle, there's gonna be a lot of minus armor, so every little bit of extra can help keep a hero like Sand King alive.
You would want a core hero to be picked right now, because we have a lot of supports on the table. Muerta being one of them, most likely going to be Tofu's hero.
It's another good example of a solution against all this physical damage. When you press your ulti, you just don't die against these heroes for 8 seconds. So it's a cool idea. If it can scale a little bit, that can be helpful. And you can also keep Bristle away from your teammates a little bit. Deadshot's great for that, and as is the calling, just by slowing movement and attack speed.
It's also a flex hero for them. Watson did play it as carry. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but he had a really incredible performance on Muerta. The game went to like 50+ minutes, and he put it on his back.
I'm kind of leaning towards it being more of a carry with that Pugna pick, just because you amp up the damage. That Decrep makes them take the extra damage from the Muerta ulti. So now you've got 2 forms of ethereal, effectively. You're immune to physical damage. I do like it. Shadow Fiend is kind of a mixed damage hero early on, though.
He is.
With the Requiem and the triple raise combo, so more of a late game solution, if anything.
It's a cool draft, yeah, and the Pugna in lane against Bristle just feels good. You need to pressure a lot level 1 and level 2. Utilize your mana to Nether Blast the Bristle a lot. The second you hit 2, drop the ward, force another fight. That's going to give you a bunch of mana back, and you have a magic stick, of course. So like you're getting double mana whenever you cast spells between the ward and the magic stick. Clockwork will help stabilize one of these lanes at least. He is a good hero against the Muerta.
This is a great lane partner for Shadow Fiend as well. Also, a nice hero to get the initiation on someone like a Sand King, who you do want to see to be able to take these fights. Also, these 2 heroes, and Muerta and Pugna, are very susceptible to getting killed by Clockwork. They don't have any, means to get out of the cogs naturally. They're going to have to itemize for it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You still have a preference to what you want this Muerta to be now that Clockwork's out on the field? Or, better question even, do you have a preference on where you want this Bristleback to be? Because we still don't know.
Gaming Gladiators turn to pick.
If he goes offlane, you'll have a Hoodwink as a partner.
They did need some setup, because their first 2 core picks are not very good for locking heroes down in major ways, so Clockwork plus Hoodwink gives them some counterplay there, especially if they catch one of the supports who already had weak times getting out of danger.
And just as a support duo, you know that they'll be able to get a kill by themselves without the need to bring a core, which always helps the way that you play the post-laning stage of the game.
I would like this to be a Muerta carry, probably. I think it should lane pretty well against that. And Hurricane Pike feels really good as a carry right now in this game. They don't have the hard lockdown. You get out of the cogs, you get able to disengage from the Acorn Shot Bushwhack combo. No reliable lockdown, so...
Well, are there any offlaners that you would be afraid of as a safe lane Muerta? Because Xtreme are going to get last pick, so
did they ever put that Bristle mid? Or you're saying the Shadow Fiend mid Bristle carry?
Correct, yeah. Which would also depend on the Sand King going mid, so there's a lot of variables.
And then that TA could go mid, but probably safe lane. Almost certainly safe lane for Watson, right?
Yeah.
That's okay, though. The Hurricane Pike carry is what I wanted them to have. I wasn't sure if they were going to go the route of another ranged carry, just because Pugna's not like the standard melee 5 that we're seeing a lot with these ranged carries, like the Clockwork, so... yeah, TA's fine too. Should have no problem getting to pick and choose and navigate fights.
I think if she's laning versus Bristle, that's actually a very favorable lane for Gaimin, because the way that people are playing TA now with max meld in the meld facet, like with their support just right-clicking whoever gets the meld hit, they can bully out any kind of melee.
What does the meld facet do again?
So it makes it so that the meld ricochets, the meld hit ricochets,
oh, yeah.
behind it. So you're basically just like flash farming every wave, and in team fights, if you can like line it up so that you're melding multiple targets, it's a lot of damage.
And Insania really liked it because he's like, if my carry hits a meld strike on 2 heroes, I'm doing 20% more damage with my right clicks, which means your lane is just going even better. And last time when I saw Liquid play, he was just hitting that. He would hit the off laner with the meld, and it would splash to the support, and it's like, oh my god, that's so much extra damage.
So the new way TA is being played, it feels more timing based than the old TA that could like, comfortably scale to late game.
Yeah, that one had a lot more... You lose the damage instances on your refraction, right? That's the other facet?
So this one does feel like you're playing for an earlier timing, which can be very good, but it also puts you on a bit of a timer.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm just like, I used to assume... Like, ever since the facet patch came out, I just assumed TA's got those extra damage instances. But yeah, that definitely would make you scale a bit worse. Or a lot worse.
And it's not even like he has other sources of physical damage on his team to benefit from the meld splashing, so...
So XG cover their bases by banning out Invoker potentially for mid and Beastmaster potentially for offlane.
It's the best 2 heroes probably left in the pool at this phase.
That would help their physical damage problem, the Alacrity and the Beastmaster Aura.
Yeah, that's true.
Were you gonna say, Mira?
I think it would be nice to have a hero that more comfortably benefits from this Pugna. Like as a sustain hero, you know, something beefy like Earth Spirit.
I really like the Dazzle ban. I was thinking about that being good for both teams, actually. Neither team has amazing backline jump. Like, you have pretty much Clockwork, Sand King on both sides, like that 1 hero each. And Dazzle's like the best armor balance tipper. Like, whatever team has Dazzle will win that fight. So, and both teams are kind of representing threat there. So, yeah, that would have been a cool pick.
Alright, and they go for the Monkey King. Gives them some lane advantage against a possible... whoever the mid hero is.
This is a much better Monkey King game than the one before. They first picked it overall last game, and he was against the likes of Batrider, which already alone made his game really hard. Especially that Invis-Rune play.
We'll see what Xtreme Gaming ends up responding with here. Last game it was Sniper, that's banned. There is, what, Tiny...
And there's Razor also, but it might be a little bit too greedy with Bristle, SF, and Razor tricores, but it is something that would punish Monkey King, and then also play well versus TA.
Ember, Void Spirit maybe, but...
I don't think you go the Spirit Bros against Monkey King. Usually that's what he's for, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Queen of Pain maybe, but I feel like they need more Disable. They need like a setup catch hero.
I understand what you mean. Maybe that's why the Monkey King pick was gone for here.
Ooh. 3 cores.
Now do you ever put TA... Actually, TA gets dumpstered by Huskar as well.
I like it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's greedy because you just want to punish this Monkey King mid. If you can take Monkey King out of the game by giving him an extremely hard lane, then a lot of the tempo that Gaimin are dependent on is just not going to exist until, you know, the 2 supports can smoke with the Monkey King and make a play themselves. If Monkey King is losing mid, he can't just comfortably rotate to a side lane by himself. That doesn't work for him.
I will say, I think Ace, as long as he comes out of the lane decently, which usually the Invis facet kind of helps you do that because you can farm stacks without taking as much damage. I think he's going to have a really free game on Sand King, assuming he doesn't get dumpstered early, because they have just no reliable lockdown on the side of Xtreme Gaming, and I think Sand King is one of the best heroes in the game to punish that, because not only is he elusive, but he also jumps you. So I think if it's almost the opposite this game, where if Xtreme plays or gets like a clean, nothing's really going on, they're just going to eventually steamroll them with timings, because all their heroes come online very soon. But for Gaming, I think if the game goes late, they'll be favored here.
I would agree with that. I think that in the ultra late, Gaimin are favored, but I also think that there isn't really that strong timing hero for Gaimin that's going to play into Bristleback. So there's just going to be this window where there's this incredibly farmed Bristleback. Your TA got kicked out of the lane early, and your Monkey King should get shut down mid. What do you do to make your way back into the game at that point? That's what I'm concerned about for Gaimin.
I'm worried about the fact that on the Xtreme Gaming side, they don't really have too many heroes that are good at initiating. It's basically Clockwork and their other support,
Hoodwink.
I believe, and the Hoodwink. Those are your jumpers. You've got a Huskar, you've got a Shadowfang, you have a Bristle. Those aren't great heroes for starting fights. They're okay at like being in the front line. They get gone on and they take the fight. But if Gaming Gladiators can spread them out and do like pick-off engagements or spread the fights out or delay them a little bit, then I think they can win this game. But it's going to be a little bit scary going late game against Triple Core.
It's going to be scary going early game against a Huskar as well. Well, sometimes you really are fully equipped for it. Gaming Gladiators are playing for their tournament lives right now. If they lose this game, they are no longer going to be in Dream League Season 24, and that 4th slot in Group A is going to go between either Avalis or BetBoom team, but let's see if they can do it in game number 2.
Poetic about seeing Quinn turn tournament life on the line, having to play against a last pick Huskar, Syndrin.
Isn't it nice?
What's poetic about that?
I mean, for a man who has eliminated so many other teams and players off of a dirty Huskar pick, it's nice to see that he's on the receiving end.
Oh, you mean that angle? I don't know. For some reason, a lot of Gaimin's Huskar games that I remember Quinn on did not go great. But maybe I just have selective memory, and he has been eliminating a lot of teams over the years with that. But
he did lose the game earlier today on a Huskar. But
that was not the one I was referencing, but yeah.
He does have a 69% win rate on
Wow, it's really that good.
Yeah.
Damn, okay. I must have been watching the wrong games. I mean, I know for a fact that he did win a decent chunk. It's not that, but some games are just more memorable than others for whatever reason. And let's see if this one will be memorable, because for Quinn, we've seen, not exactly this matchup, but we saw Malrine play the Monkey King against Viper yesterday. And he just left lane at level 3 and went to gank the sides.
Yeah.
Let's see if Quinn can put up some similar playstyle and similar performance. We were both very impressed with Malrine's impact in that game, given that his lane was atrocious. Quinn has chosen to start Boots, though. And
I assume that means he's going to be doing like lane cutting at some point, do you think?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe he's doesn't feel as prepared or as geared to do what Malrine was doing. Or maybe he thinks he can just head-on play this lane for a bit against the Huskar. There's actually a funny matchup, because it used to be playable for Monkey King, if you go back far enough. But nowadays, it's just not a thing. I think, first of all, the players have got better at playing Huskar, and also changes to Inner Fire. And, well, actually, all of his abilities, including the Facet, just makes it worse and worse over time for the Monkey King.
Yeah.
But similar to Game 1, Quinn's having a good couple of first waves, so they'll be all right for now, at the very least. Last game, he also did well in lane.
True. Still lost that game. But Quinn, I do feel like Quinn has probably had one of the worst tournaments that I've seen in a long time. So if he's going to step it up, now is the time. It's do or die for him.
Yep.
And even then, it might still be do and die, just because on the other side, BetBoom, who won Game 1 in their matchup against
Avalos?
Avalos. Yep. If they 2-0, then, you know, it's out of Game and Gladiator's hand.
Quinn is really
got the stacks.
Is there a world where you go 1-1-1 on Huskar here when the first few waves don't go ideal? So that you can at least prevent this from happening?
Well,
I'm not a Huskar player.
The inner fire no longer, now that it silences, I don't think so.
It doesn't disarm, but the knockback prevents him from getting the stacks, right?
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, maybe.
I'm assuming he will skill that on level 4, but I mean, already Quinn just having 9 and 4 here against the 8 and 4, I honestly think is already a good result. Now the question is what he's going to do with it. He seems to be rushing treads. He's playing aggressively onto XM, just really getting in there and getting that Jingu up and running. It's going to cost him 2/3 of his health.
Dead shot goes out. Tianming gets a little bit of action there, just trying to set Ame up for some raises. Doesn't work. I want to see how many games XM has played of Huskar. Can't imagine it's too many.
Not as many as Quinn, at least.
I do wonder if it's like, if some of this is just some hero proficiency from the Huskar side, and how much of it is the...
Okay, he did not go inner fire. I mean, this is where, theoretically speaking, the lane gets ridiculously hard for Monkey King, right? So Quinn is just going to be a banana here. He's just surfing as a banana. He's still a banana. Now the banana leveled up. Oh, he got hit. Now he's no longer a banana. He was a banana for a good 15 seconds there. He hasn't looked at a creep for a while. What do? You know? Like, are you going to just sit here and be dominated, or are you going to do the Malrine thing and look for plays?
With XXS diving, or, you know, like cutting the wave, this is a great opportunity for him to rotate, for sure.
Perfect timing.
And he's coming in, doesn't land the pounce, misses that bit of damage, but I think XXS is still stuck. Quinn gets first blood.
Yeah, that's big for him. This is how he gives himself a game, is by getting involved in something. I mean, it's still rough because he has to keep this ball rolling. That was what was so impressive about the 2 Malrine games of being... I'm referencing the one this tournament on the Monkey King, but also one in Valachia where he was playing Earth Spirit. He just did such a good job finding consistent moves around the map. It's one thing to do it once and get first blood and be like, nice, that was good. But this is what we want to see, right? He has to already be moving toward bottom now, turning into a wolf.
Okay, he has played effectively. There's some other matches where he played for, you know, some random tournaments and random teams. This is effectively his second Huskar game on XM. He lost his first one, which was in DreamLeague 8 months ago.
All right.
So definitely not the most experienced Huskar player in the world, but he's still getting a 1 lane, 25 and 15.
Yeah, that's the good news. If you're not a Huskar specialist, you just pick it when you have an unlosable lane, right?
Sure.
You can at least have a game. And that's what we're seeing here. So Quinn's secondary move to bottom has not been successful, which means he lost a full wave and a half of experience mid, where he could have at least got some of it from deny experience. Now he's going to try for top, but the ward already placed here. Wait, that was his own, right? Hang on, I actually can't see on the minimap whether that's Radiant or Dire. Oh, it's planted by PYW. All right, so it's a Radiant ward. So they're already preparing. They know that Quinn is going to be desperate for side lane moves, so they're actually warding their own lanes.
Tofu fighting his way out of the cogs. Ace actually taking the time to kill a courier. Ame does have some more raises, but with stick charges should be fine. PYW still getting caught. Despite that, Tianming does manage to get their little Tofu, so they trade out 1 for 1 in the bottom lane, but at the same time, Quinn's rotation does manage to net a kill.
Yep. He's level 4. Huskar is level 6. This lane is no longer inhabitable by him. Now the question is, do you put anyone here? Do you put Pugna mid? Somebody should be taking all this experience, right? And right now it's just Monkey King in the form of a tree.
Yeah, what do you do about the siege wagon wave that's going to push into you?
Yeah.
Right?
All right, they're going to bring Muerta. Definitely a bit of an awkward situation here for the side of Gaiman.
Meanwhile, looks like Bristleback is clearing through some ancients nice and early.
Rocket Flare is going to see Tofu here. Nice read coming out from Tianming. And now they're bringing more heroes. So it seems like Gaiman's response to this push is to at the very least make sure the siege wave dies, and that is unsuccessful so far because the glyph Maybe Celery was also making his way over. So they had 3 heroes mid and none of them really did anything. Except just show presence to stop Huskar from running the show. But no kill, no experience gained. We'll get the Wisdom Rune, speaking of experience. One trade there.
At the same time, it didn't really seem like Xtreme were able to take advantage of the solo side lanes.
That's fair.
Bushwhack.
Damage, but Celery has Stick and Lotus if things get tight. And, all right, Quinn's going for it.
This is
this
maybe a
better
hard one
not
to go
fail.
underneath the tower, man.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he is super dead. That was crazy aggro from Quinn. Celery, nice to use Decrepify, but he's still screwed. What can you do about that? Nicely done by XM to try and match Quinn's rotation. You don't want to let him just get away with these side lane ganks.
Yeah. It's just that there's too few of them. He's found 2 kills in 8 minutes. And usually that would be fine. You know, mid-hero killed 2 heroes, nice. But he has 15 CS. The Monkey King has absolutely no game if this continues. So Quinn is currently 6th on net worth, so lowest among all of the cores. Even below his offlane Sand King, who isn't having the greatest time against Shadow Fiend.
The upside is Watson is doing very well in the safe lane. 59-7, has killed, been a part of a couple kills now in this top lane.
They definitely need Watson to come up big in this game. The matchup against Huskar is interesting too. It's kind of double-edged. The Huskar has the knockback, which TA struggles against. Oh, Quinn got jumped mid.
He's gonna find out with the Wukong.
That's
Man,
big.
he's actually gonna be fine. They're gonna get both the kills. Oh!
Tianming, with the expanded armature, he couldn't get the knockback on Quinn's cast of the ult. If he had the regular cogs, that would have been a combo breaker completely, and that would have been fine, but he pulled him into the cogs, the Wukongs goes off. They get a really important counterplay there. Huskar's game, every time this fails, it was also right before he had Armlet that they made this move. Now he has it, but...
Oh, what a world of different, like HP plus the armor that you get off
he
that
wouldn't have
one.
died there.
Yeah.
So that's such a big difference, just these few seconds.
Oh,
here.
nice Bushwhack. Catches him on the edge, pulls him back in. Awkward stuff as a result.
Now, this game is not following the usual recipe of games.
No. XM and Tianming are going to keep up the pressure on mid. Oh, he's got the shield now. So last time the Rocket Flare was trying to prevent him from tree dancing away right away, but he's got safety bubble now, so it blocks the damage. It allows him to still tree dance out. Ace came in.
This is not going to work, I think. No, even with the dead shot. That's 4 heroes again. I mean, they're definitely putting a lot of resources into making sure XM does not take this mid tower. And I guess it's kind of worth it because TA is free farming and Sand King is also getting okay farm at the very least. Sure, Ame's Shadow Fiend will be completely free, but I guess Gaiman's rationalization here is that, well, TA has a good matchup against SF. If her game is good enough and we give Monkey King something and we don't lose map control, then all it takes is one good fight where we kill that Huskar and stop their momentum.
Sure.
And it'll probably be fine. And I don't mind it. I think this is a decent way of handling the game from their side, delaying this mid push as much as possible.
What about the Bristleback, though? I am always concerned about a Bristleback who seems to be getting stacks and stuff, not being interrupted whatsoever. Ace is going to be slowed down just a tad bit. Nice shot.
I think they have decent heroes against Bristle, actually. Okay. They have TA, who's one of the better carries against Bristle. They have Decrepify, which is one of the best spells in the game against that hero. And if Monkey King gets a game, I think he also fares fairly well against the Bristleback.
Radiant's middle tower is
but yeah,
under
that's a
attack.
big if. Quinn's game, they've definitely made his life difficult here.
I have seen this exact same support duo against Bristleback, and it looked really good going into the mid and late game. When the Bristleback just cannot kill the supports like he normally just terrorizes the back line.
Yes.
Right? He can just run
Marta
forward,
can save herself, and Pugna can save anyone.
Yeah.
So that's very true. I do think Huskar is going to be a very important part of this game for more than just crushing the mid lane and trying to snowball the game, because I think he has a big responsibility with dealing with TA. by just keeping her in place and probably maybe getting access somewhere. Nice
Hook shots
out.
go down,
Oh,
and
nice dodge.
Quinn dodged the damage, which is very important because he's still in trouble here. Ame is going in for the kill. Wukong's commanding does manage to hop away into the trees. Gave himself just enough time with no damage. He was able to escape.
Watson with the blink. Maybe he wants to play aggressive and get involved. Usually, a lot of the time carry TAs will not go dagger in the slot. After getting Dragonlance, you will get a secondary farming item, scaling item, but he went for the dagger, and that's telling me that Gaimin want to look for kills on the Huskar sometime soon. You do have the pairing of Sand King TA. It can be quite lethal. You land all your stuff. Huskar a lot of the time floats the game on half health, so a Blink Barrow Strike plus a meld hit can almost take him down if the TA is strong enough. Is this a full Axe? It is.
Yep.
This is pretty much
13-minute Axe for X6.
This is pretty much the pace that we've come to expect from Amar when he's playing Bristol. So if that's the benchmark, I think you're doing very well.
Considering the, what, he had like 1 death in lane as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
He actually has 2 deaths now. But yeah, one of them might have been I mean, one of them was the first blood where Quinn rotated over and killed him in the jungle, right?
Yeah, true.
But yeah, now he's going to ramp up a lot faster with that Aghanims. He's going to be able to farm Ancients way quicker.
Wait. Did I say that right? Ame is going to go a Kaya. He's got a Kaya queued up.
Yep.
He's going to go the ult build on carry Shadow Fiend? Why?
Well, he has both Huskar and Bristle to fall back on for some physical damage.
Huh.
Maybe this is just a thing that Xtreme have going in this patch. I mean, we were also a little bit confused by the Medusa build last game. I think that was more obvious.
Yeah.
Why he went for that, but...
Yeah, he's definitely building way more as less of a hard carry.
So perhaps, okay, so we were talking about Pugna and Muerta, right?
Yeah.
These 2 heroes are very good against physical damage sources, and so is Monkey King when he's in ult. So maybe Ame just wants to diversify their damage portfolio.
Here's that jump on XM. Burrow Strike and TA, it's easily enough to kill a Huskar.
I actually kind of like it when I'm looking at it now, the SF build this game. Specifically because if you go regular carry SF, you just have way too much in the physical way. Let's see if Chen Ming can somehow find a way out of this one.
They're going to run for it. Scott walking into Ame here. Good damage onto the Sand King. Couldn't get a double raise, but they have slowed him down enough. They'll get the kill anyway. And they'll catch up to Celery as well to Crepify, but Requiem was already prepared. Ame was really quick on that one. Recognized the situation right away and helps XXS get the double.
Do you like it?
I'm definitely warming up to it. The way you just talked about like over-relying on physical damage against some heroes that deal pretty well with it.
If nothing else, I love when players think outside the box contextually to the individual game.
Yes.
Because it's one thing to have like a new build prepared for a tournament. You're like, hey, I'm going to do this, that I have figured out this new tech. Let's see here, Tofu will.
Got 2 heroes inside of the cogs, but no follow-up to it. Still trying to get the kill on Tofu. Does manage to shoot him down. PYW. He's not missing any of these shots so far.
So again, there's a difference between making a cool adaptation to an individual game versus having tech. You know, one of the most famous ones was Thompson's Gyrocopter buying Diffusal Blade at TI against Bristleback, right? Because that wasn't like a prepared idea. I think it was, either it was in TrueSight or it was in some sort of interview that his teammates were not aware of that as a solution. He just presented the idea in the individual game. I think it's super cool because it shows like a deeper level of understanding and mastery of the game and the hero you're playing to be able to make that call on the spot. And this build from Ame shows, I mean, we'll see if it works or not. You know, it's going to be easy to criticize it if it fails, but I think it shows a line of thinking here that I really like. So I vouch.
Dire's top tower is under
Let's hope he
attack.
doesn't lose horribly. In a good spot. They're 4K up.
They are doing very, very well. And
Radiant's middle tower is under
both
attack.
sides do have some great heroes to take Roshan, but I think the biggest thing is Templar Assassin Blink Dagger pickup has only netted 1 kill, right, on the Huskar.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's enough to warrant the early Blink pickup.
That's fair. He could have been top net worth in the game for sure if he was more farm focused here on Watson. And I say that even though he has almost 200 CS, but obviously he could have had a Deso by now. And, well, this is how every Huskar game wants to go. Win your lane and get the Roche. Unfortunately for Gaming Gladiators, this is also how TA games are supposed to be.
Yeah.
So not only are you getting the Aegis on your Huskar, you're also taking it away from TA, who is one of the best carries in the game at utilizing this part of the game. She will not be able to. Now, XM has a Blink Dagger, so with this Aegis, maybe he can get a little bit aggressive. Nice find here from Tofu and Quinn. Should be an easy kill into Champing.
Grow bows all around for the Shadow Fiend and the Templar Assassins. We're going to see that exhibitor range also just increasing. Potential magic burst of Ame.
Yeah, it's nice for Ame.
Yeah.
With this build, actually. If he just gets an attack in first before he winds up his races in his Requiem, 15% more magic damage. Or rather, they lose 15% magic resist.
And we are about to see this build come up. All he needs is a Blink Dagger, and then we'll see some quick Blink Requiems going off with the Kaya Yasha.
On the other side, what's next? This one, no one's here. Quinn has finished the Maelstrom and almost the Shard, so this is similar to his Starving build from last game. When things aren't going well, this seems to be his path. Sand King Bloodstone on Ace, almost got the Blink. Oh,
shot lands.
Chen Ming.
And XM to follow it up. There's still the Wukong's command, though. XM, is he going to lose this Aegis here? Yeah, he is. Ace especially coming in with the Epicenter Burrow Strike, hitting onto XXS. He doesn't want to be near this Bristleback for long, though. He's going to try and TP out. The burst damage is too much, though. Overwhelming amount of damage coming from that Aghanim Scepter on the Bristleback. A very broken up team fight, but not the worst for Gaming Gladiators. They got 2 hero kills off of it.
That's not bad. They got rid of the Aegis against the Huskar basically for free, since they were killing the Clockwork for the Sand King trade, which isn't great, but it's good enough. Yeah, this is a lot of the time you got to take this trade when you're against Huskar and be happy with it. And I definitely think they should be, given the circumstances here. That was a good result. They had a nice setup with the Wukong as well. And now Quinn will finish his Shard in a moment. And they also get the Deso on TA. These damage items, or rather this progression that Gaimin are finding right now, could prove to be very useful in the upcoming fight, especially now that they don't have to worry about the Aegis for a while. Wait, Ami's going for Pike now. Oh, okay, he did buy the Blink. He queued up Pike, but bought the Dagger. I was like, okay, if you're going Yashikai and not Pike Blink, then I don't know if I vouch for your build anymore, bro.
Now you're innovating too much.
Yeah, that's maybe a little bit too crazy. He's just playing, what's it called? What was that challenge where you rolled your item build in a pub? You had to play the hero and the items that you rolled. It's called Ultimate Bravery or something. Do you know what I mean? Did you ever play that?
No, I didn't.
I played that a little bit. It was actually very fun, but you obviously can't play it in ranked. But if you're playing with friends or whatever and you're playing unranked or as a 5-stack and you're all in on it, there was some sort of homepage where you could full-on just randomize.
Oh, I do
rolled a
remember
hero
this,
and you rolled 6 items and you had to go them in order. And then there was like a subset of items that you were allowed to buy regardless, which was like boots, stick, TP scrolls, bottle, I think you were always allowed to buy as well. But otherwise you had to follow your build and try to win with these like bizarre lineups and item builds that you got.
That sounds good.
That was pretty fun. Don't do it in ranked.
Don't do well. I mean, if you saw that segment with Kezu earlier, apparently we're trying to grief the game right now.
Yeah, we're different people.
You and Kezu are different?
I'm one of the good guys.
Oh.
Okay?
That's not what he told me.
Oh, that's what a bad guy would say. All right, he's in trouble on Quinn.
Yeah.
He is very calm.
Super lockdown, and Ace used the Epicenter trying to jump in, but...
Got clipped by the Requiem, I think. Oh, good blink from Watson. Clutch.
Barely got out in time. Celery also decrepify. TP's away. Next success. Don't think you're diving any tier 2s for this. So.
I guess Ame going for this build, maybe he would wish he had Shadowmire instead of the Lasting Presence. Because he can very reliably hit these raise combos and get the slows off and give his teammates the ability to connect, but once again, this might have been a spur-of-the-moment kind of change with his build that wasn't premeditated when the game began. He might have thought about it 10 minutes in.
Called inaudible.
I mean, it's not like this is bad regardless. I mean, Lasting Presence is an insane facet, so... Oh, they're on him.
He is pretty alone here.
Oh, this is big.
Yeah. Yeah. Ame. That is not the first time that we've seen him out of position. The series he played this morning, the earlier series, he also had like a pretty rough death where he was entirely alone.
Such a huge kill. Wait, what happened to the goal? Weren't they 8K up just a minute ago? And now it's 4? I could swear it said it did. There was 8K for a second there.
I could do this all day.
Is that one SF? How many bounty runes were there? 0. Did they kill? Oh, they killed the Tormentor. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Right, I was like, am I tripping? No, the Radiant just had the first Tormentor kill and then he died.
So they're pushing forward while the Shadow Fiend is dead, but XM just picked up his BKB and he's trying to put it to work. The Bloodstone is keeping Ace alive alongside Celery, the Crepify, the heals, all going off to try and bail him out, but the tick damage of XM, it's not enough. More life drains going in. Acorn shot going out is not enough either.
Yeah, that Pugna Drain is nice against the Huskar burn. He can offset it for the majority of the game. Even with the Incendiary facet, you're still going to be able to out-heal it with a level 2 life drain coming up later down the line on the Pugna.
What do you think about this facet, by the way? When it was first introduced, it seemed pretty garbage. They built up a little bit. Now it's the go-to.
Incendiary, you mean?
Yeah. I mean, it gives Huskar, he's got to be much better late game with this build, right? While still being just as strong in the mid game, it feels like.
I like it conceptually because effectively you're amplifying an aspect of the hero. So you're saying, I will damage myself more, but I will damage you more in turn. So it's like a double-edged facet, and then it's just a matter of finding the right numbers. It's in a way it's similar to Queen of Pain's Masochist facet. That's also the go-to, where you take more damage but you deal more. And then when that was introduced, it wasn't that great, so they bumped up the numbers, and now it's very good. So it's just about finding the sweet spot. But conceptually, I like facets like that, where it's a trade-off. Not your hero just does this new thing that it didn't used to do, and it's great.
Sure.
I'm also a fan of that they did that with a couple of the neutral items, where they got drawbacks.
Yeah.
So not
put in that
positive.
new armor one where you can activate it. It slows you down, but you get more armor.
Philosopher's Stone gives minus damage. That's always been the case, but I think there's another one. There's like a tier 1 item as well that has a drawback, right? Or at least there was.
XM keeps on pushing forward. Every single time his BKB is off cooldown, he feels very strong. The Vessel put onto him. He doesn't want to use his BKB, but it looks like he won't have to.
Very patient. Rocket Flare onto Ace. All right, they're
got
going
the hook
for it.
shot into the Requiem. He still managed to get a burst strike away, though. Ace.
Nice force staff.
The distance is enough. The Requiem. Oh, it's a force staff that went up. Good save. BYW, meanwhile, tried to cut in from behind, just left in the muck and mire of a sandstorm. And meanwhile, Watson chasing down Ame. Ame almost dies again. Oh, that stick just barely kept him alive.
That armor from Yasha Kaya, I told you.
Of course.
Build is going to be amazing.
Right, if he had Mask of Madness, he would have easily died.
And he probably wouldn't have had a Blink Dagger, though. So then he might have had stat items. But, yeah, just barely escapes that. That would have been a huge kill for Watson, but I mean, as much as this it wasn't looking too great for gaming, I feel like they've recovered the game quite well now. Monkey King is starting to get somewhere, almost has the BKB completed. Watson is still ahead of the curve. Sand King is, with the Blink, Veil, as well as Bloodstone, a serious threat, as we've already seen. And both of their supports of game and also scale really well into the late game. So if this Huskar doesn't pay off sometime soon, it's not like the hero is the Huskar of old where, okay, win minute 40 or GG. But I definitely think Xtreme did not get as much value out of this pick as they would have hoped already.
You're also getting to the peak of the Shadow Fiend. Like, you could still get more items, but it feels like the Kaya Yasha Aghanim Scepter is like the biggest damage spike.
Yeah, he needs
for the
BKB
hero.
and then he's fully ready, right?
Yeah. I remember, like, when we were having this SF build, when it was all the rage, there were so many games where the SF looked like it was just dominating the mid game, but then the game started creeping past, you know, like 40 minutes, and the hero just did not have the same kind of staying power.
For sure.
I do wonder if Ame, if we get to that point, if Ame ever starts going like back to the right-click build or something.
Probably go refresher. Just do more of it.
Well, there's the BKB for Quinn. So if they can be quick enough on their fingers, they might be able to deal with Ame's initiation. They spot him, jumps away into the trees. Quinn getting more information, hits a bound the strike onto the bristleback. Not the hero you want to go on.
Oh, good BKB.
Got the BKB out of him, otherwise been caught in the bushwhack and an epicenter hit from Ace. A burrow strike through 2 of them, and now they're surrounded by the Wukong's command. They're trying to finish up their bristleback. The Bloodstone is not going to be enough heal, and Quinn is kept alive once again. The Decrepify heals coming in from the Pugna. Gold clutch. XM joins in the fight next to a dead Shadow Fiend corpse, and he'll die right alongside him. PYW's dead shot out of this, and it's a wipe. Ace is the only one lost there from Gaming Gladiators. They get 5 in return.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that went right there. They get the... Quinn does so much in that fight despite not doing that much damage. So we're past that point in the fight already here, but he found the Shadow Fiend and forced him out on the blink. Then he gets the BKB off against the Bushwhack and gets an entry into the fight and gets the ring off to completely separate the fight. And Ame can't play this fight at all. His blink got used already, and he doesn't have BKB. So Quinn choosing to jump on that tree and adjusting as he did during that fight was enormous. And then, of course, Ace will take full advantage of the vision he's given to get in there and find a nice combination. And Gaming Gladiators will also find themselves a Roche now. And this is a big one. This is generally the one that Huskar cements the lead with, Roche number 2.
Right.
And he does not have access to it. And Ame's build, this was when it was supposed to really give a big payoff, but with that Monkey King finding him on the side, Ame has to be so careful with how he finds an entry into the fight to actually get value out of this item build. So you could tell the idea from Xtreme Gaming was sound there, right? They're sending the Bristleback in front, they're hoping that the Gaming Gladiators squad go on him, but they're aware of that and they find a way to wrap around. So Ame needs to be far off to some sort of side where he's ideally not too close to Monkey King giving vision, and then ultimately come in later in the fight and get that big Requiem.
Never found that opportunity. Nice dead shot back into them. These face the wrong direction. And that TA's damage built up nicely. But the Bushwhack Requiem is the response for Xtreme Gaming without Hookshot getting these 2 heroes inside the cogs. Ame's trying to go to town here. Ace, he bro strike, he heals up off the Bloodstone, and the Decrepify goes out as well. Ame, he couldn't finish the job, and Gaming Gladiators will find themselves another big team fight win. Again, not losing any heroes for it. They are just dominating these team fights. They may get low, but ultimately they are outplaying Xtreme Gaming in these fights.
This is getting out of control now. 8,000 suddenly. The Huskar's timing is completely over. It feels like that window of opportunity was missed. Considering he was ahead of the Monkey King by as much as he was early, now he's 2,000 behind 30 minutes in. Huskar in 6th is a recipe for disaster. Not in any danger
Radiant's
here.
middle tower is under attack.
And Watson will be more than likely, with how this is going, remain king of the hill with that Silver Edge as well. He can pose a serious threat to the Bristleback. He does have the Yule, but if they can force that some other way, Watson, Bat Chest.
Thinking of that diffuser blade.
Yeah, it's coming back. He should be able to just take him down almost on his own zone with that TA. Big moment coming up from Xtreme. If this next fight fails, I think it's almost curtains on this game. The Shadow Fiends. Like I said, I like the build, I like the idea, but it is under the condition that certain things do go correctly, and Gaming Gladiators have just had their number the last 2 or 3 fights where Shadow Fiend was meant to be the king of the game. He's going to get opened on again. Dead shot. Okay. Interesting pathing.
Slams himself into a tree over and over again, but will survive.
Disengage.
The Shivas. Even more magic damage coming out for the Sand King initiation. Ace has just hit some great Burrow Strike epicenters.
And it feels like he can go in with a lot of confidence because of the Pugna.
Yes.
It's been a lifesaver for him, I want to say at least twice this game, and just feel a lot freer there.
Oh, missed the hook shot. Good jump down from Quinn. XM is going to jump on the Sand King, see if they can blow him up, but again, the Decrepify heals. He's back up to full, and XM is almost dead. The Pugna is way too good at keeping these frontliners alive. Even Tofu. He may be a bit squishier, but easily gets away thanks to the Pugna. Decrepify heal. Xtreme gotta find a solution to this man right here. Celery's doing way too much.
What just happened is actually kind of good news for Xtreme, though, if they can find a smoke move of their own now, because they know there's no Wukong. And you also forced... I think Pugna had to go back to base for a refill. Somebody TP back to base at least.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a little moment of opportunity here, but doesn't look like they're likely to find anything with it.
Yeah, they are pretty split up. The Pugna did indeed go back, and Game of Gladiators is pushing 2 lanes at once. The problem is they had high ground vision of Xtreme trying to wrap through the triangle area.
Yeah. Not being smoked there just isn't a thing when the enemy team has this map control.
Are they going to get double silver edges? I think they are. Templar has Assassin, already has his. Tianjin's going to die. But Tofu also has a Shadow Blade.
This is another thing TA is good at. They're going to take that away. Tofu will get Shard. Uh-oh.
And Quinn? Is he strong enough to actually get the kill on Ame? Oh, he may just be. Ame gets a big heal as the Requiem comes back to him. But Quinn is doing some big damage. Trickery dodging a bit of damage there as XM tries to enter into the engagement with his ult, but has to run away. Again, Celery is the difference maker here in any of these 1v1s, and they've got the physical damage to put XM down despite the BKB TP out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And now they can probably go high ground. There's no Requiem. So what does this Shadow Fiend offer? When you go for this build and you don't have your ult for the team fight, it can be very lackluster. You're like 3 raises now and a couple of right clicks, but not that very scary Shadow Fiend that just chunks.
Well, that's a power play for you. 15k swing during this Aegis.
Oh, they killed Tofu with the boomerang? Okay.
A little bit of surprise bit of burst damage. Celery couldn't cover that.
Yeah, it was actually a cute engage they got off on the Bristleback there, but TA wasn't near. So they were lacking that final bit of burst from the Meld Strike.
Well, even more heals, this time for the right clickers of Lads picked up for Celery. It's a cool idea.
Yeah, when you're playing Pugna in these late game scenarios, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't get the lens, but I guess he has the Eye of the Vizier, so that's gonna perhaps cover that need. But yeah, Pugna is one of the heroes that once it has cast range, it can buy anything the team wants. There's no item that you have to get for yourself. So whether it's a Lotus that your team needs, or a Linken's, or
Radiant
Aura,
scanning.
all the utility
I'm
items
surprised
will go.
Holy Locket isn't picked up more on the hero, considering it's all about the saves with the way it's played right now.
That's true. It could definitely be a thing. Maybe a little bit too unexplored.
All right, Ame's got BKB, but Watson has Daedalus. Big improve on the physical damage side of Gaming Gladiators.
There's a Scotty now too on the Monkey King. Quinn suddenly has second net worth in the game.
How does he have all that?
I mean, when you look at Xtreme's lineup right now, I think the only solution to a team fight coming up is they need to hookshot the TA and burst her with SF. I think that's the only realistic win. If you kill any of the other heroes, I don't even know if you win the fight. But TA is playing without BKB, so she is vulnerable if you can find her in a moment of weakness. Somehow get the jump when Refraction is down, or at the very least do enough damage to prevent her from blinking out.
Which means Watson needs to make sure that Ace and Quinn give him some information first. Beautiful dead shot. Just funnels the Bristleback right into the Templar Assassin.
Did that hit him after the Force Staff? Was it that good? Or did it hit him during? Because if he anticipated the Force Staff and then hit the dead shot, that's legit. That is really difficult to do if that's what he did. But either way, results the same. Turn Bristleback around, force him to run into your team.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
High ground we go. No Aegis.
Get a quick pickup. Abe goes in. Requiem goes out. They're going for the Templar Assassin, and Cinderin, they got him. They lose heroes for it, and they may still lose the fight overall, but they prove they can kill the enemy carry. As again, lacking that BKB gives an opportunity for the Shadow Fiend to get that one shot.
This is the exact thing they need to do, but it was a 4-on-5. So imagine you have the 5th hero there. You're going to turn this into an actual fight, but Gaming Gladiators with the man advantage and the good positioning from the Sand King is going to quickly turn that into a counter kill. How did they kill the Huskar so fast when TA couldn't even attack, by the way? I feel like XM must have messed up somehow. Like, that's crazy that he just dies in the blink of an eye there. And he did BKB.
I mean, Quinn is doing some decent right-click damage now. All right, the Bristleback is back into play. Trying to slow him down, get the hairball on all these heroes with a hook shot onto Celery, which would be a great hero to kill, but the Glimmer came to Decrepify. It's making it difficult, and he got the Decrepify to dodge the last bit of damage from the Shadow Fiend. XXS goes in, a Vessel scares him back, tries to hairball to slow down these heroes again. They actually spotted Quinn in the trees, but they're going to go for Tofu, bushwhack on him, and that will be the death of him.
So they get a little bit back. It cost them a Clockwork buyback. A couple of kills here. Only one core though, as TA was already dead.
Whoa, whoa.
Okay, E-Blade for PYW, BKB on Bristle. I mean, you're still 20k down, but you're getting a couple of the items that could potentially solve some problems for Xtreme. The BKB in particular on Bristle is very important. He's just getting eaten alive in these fights by the Vessel plus focus fire of all of these heroes at the same time. Now with the BKB, he can freely walk in and try to isolate a target. But again, how good of a Bristle game is it? Like, who are you going to go on? TA, difficult kill. Pugna, not possible. Muerta, she's going to ult. So you still got to be very careful with your entry, even with a BKB. But without it, it's just hopeless. So
And multiple breaks. There's
the double silver.
So many problems for him. Watson's going to work on BKB, and I don't think Gaming Gladiators should fight until they have that, because this combination of Boomerang plus E-Blade and all the magic damage that Shadow Fiend does, it hurts.
Xtreme were checking to see if Roche spawns, and then they realized there's a banner. So, Gaiman never picked it up, so banner advantage for Xtreme Gaming. Doesn't seem overwhelmingly likely that they get to use it, though, since they haven't even taken a tier 2 tower yet. But if they were to get a Roche, you never know. Maybe they could somehow go high ground. Smoke play coming out from both teams. This is the game-deciding fight.
Oh, and they just picked up a couple of tier 4 neutral items, too. An extra 50 damage for the Templar Assassin with this Daedalus. They're going to fight for this Roshan, but it gives an opportunity. With no BKB on Watson, he's got to really be careful and pick and choose when he wants to go into this fight. They lose him again. Nice boundless strike on 2 with a Gleipnir on 2. Do not jump that. Ace is not prepared to go for that. XM looping up the side here. They try and go for the initiation onto Quinn. 2 minutes to get the taunt while Ame hits the Requiem. It blows up Celery. Immediately goes for the buyback. Still trying to finish off Quinn. Finally managed to get him as the Wukong come out. Epicenter hit. Burrow strike on 2. And with the Templar Assassin joining into the fight lane, it is clean for Gaming Gladiators in the second half of it. They take out the SF. Now they're chasing after the Bristleback as well as PYW's Hoodwink. The buyback from Ame. But what can he do with a Shadow Fiend that no longer has Requiem? The answer is push out lanes.
Yep.
Can't get to the fight.
They popped everything to kill Pug. He just jumped him and Requiem Celery, and he just buys back. He comes back in the fight. And sure, they also got the Monkey King out of that, but this time around, Watson has a totally free fight. And again, I feel like if you want any chance of winning, this TA has to be accounted for in your initiation strategy. But that time, Watson did not make the misstep of getting caught first. He waited a little bit longer, the fight develops, he comes in, and then easy fight for him.
Is Ace actually going to save the Aghanim Scepter for Quinn? What a nice guy. He's saying, don't worry about it, buddy. I'll buy my own Aghanim Scepter.
Well, at least they picked this one up.
That's true. Didn't leave anything left in the pit this time around. Oh, Tofu! Got the dead shot! Pushed him into Watson, and it's a kickoff on Ame. That's just the end of the game right there.
That's game, yeah. Oh, I was looking forward to this final last stand from Xtreme Gaming in this game, but looks like it's going to be nothing. Like, how on earth are you going to take this fight 4-on-5? 100 seconds. There's an Aegis on the TA, and they know there's no buyback, so... Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, and Stellary's about to do some sucking here as...
the crit!
1,300 damage from Watson. Popping their own Ghost Scepters, trying to get away from this monster that is the Templar Assassin. Quinn hops in, helps get a kill on a support. Now it is 3 heroes dead for a full minute. And GG is called. Gaming Gladiators, well done. Well fought. Hard-fought victory for them and getting this little bit of a comeback over Xtreme and pushing it to a tie series. But unfortunately, Synderen, it's all for naught.
Oh, did BetBoom 2-0?
They did.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So smiles on their faces. They're probably going to go and check right now, how did the other series go? And they're like, oh no. Yeah. And on the flip side for Xtreme Gaming, the silver lining, despite this game not going according to plan, they are already through to the top 4 of their group, so they will be going to group stage 2, and therefore for them, this last game was about placement points, but there was nothing about progression in the tournament. That was already secured. And maybe they can learn some lessons from this game about the strategy that they ran. It was a bit creative. You know, we talked about the Shadowfiend build. We both liked it for similar reasons, I feel like, but they missed a bit of a timing, and the XM Huskar left something to be desired, I think is fair to say, compared to the masters of the hero that we see played by other teams. But a good game from Gaimin. Sucks to go out, but it hasn't been the greatest tournament for them, so even just getting a little bit of a...
Sure. I mean, not many tournaments that you don't get first, you end on a win, right? Think about it that way.
Yeah. Wow, that's such a positive outlook. Thank you very much, Lyrical, for that.
Yeah, no problem. All right. Gaimin Gladiators, they ultimately get the tie, and I believe that also means that we are settled on who's going to be moving on to the next round for both groups. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No
we
ties.
actually know exactly what's going to be happening. So, well, let's get into a little bit of post-game discussion, shall we?
We can do that, because I can just verify indeed all the information that Cap shared with you in regards to the state of the tournament are indeed accurate. There will be no tiebreakers because Group A and Group B are all clearly determined, and also Gaimin Gladiators winning this game ultimately proved to be irrelevant as to their survival in this Group Stage 1, because BetBoom team got a quick 2-0 over Avalis, which means that BetBoom team got a little too many wins for Avalis and Gaimin Gladiators to stay around in this tournament. But at least it is a high note of sorts that Gaimin Gladiators end things on.
Who's gonna break it to them? Because they're probably just, chilling. They're happy. They won the game. They check Wikipedia and.
What? Oh no!
That's not my job. I'm not doing it.
It's probably CY.
Thankfully, it's you who has to talk to them,
No,
not us.
they will have the information by the time I talk to them. I would hope so. Otherwise, this is going to be a very awkward winners interview. But I would imagine that CY is probably having, the other game on the other stream and being like, shucks.
Well, on a positive note, that was a great game by Gaimin.
It was.
I think that all they really had to do was withstand the early pressure, and they found moments that really worked for them. Monkey King had a really difficult lane, salvaged it where he could, found first blood somewhere near the top lane, went back mid, got what he could, but mostly the key moment in this game for Gaimin where they were able to switch the momentum was getting that pick off on Almei's SF, with Ace, beautiful with the stuns, into an instant smoke where they then get the kill on Bristle. So at that point, they were like down 7k net worth, and they managed to just flip it to 2k off of 2 really great plays. And those are the kind of plays that are reminiscent of Gaimin, the clutch Gaimin that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I think this game is a good example of how the meta shifted in the last few months, because I think with aura items, this game would have looked very different. Like, XG would have that lead, and it wouldn't really have much chance for playmaking potential, as Mira was mentioning, from Gaimin there, because they just wouldn't be able to kill the Huskar. But because there's no significant auras, like he's just dealing with a BKB, they have a Vessel, they can kite the BKB or burst him beforehand, and just looks like a very different game.
I feel like these Huskar pocket picks are not proving to be as terrifying as they once were. It has been whipped out so many times that people now know the matchups. Like, the Ember Spirit players can handle it now. The Monkey King players can handle it now. Specifically, Quinn is quite good at handling it, but it seems that we have unleashed that beast one too many times.
I think that it also just depends, because Huskar is a hero where you pick him where you want to crush the lane, and the hero does take a bit of finesse, and we don't really see XM play this hero very often. We were saying in backstage that someone like Malrine on that Huskar on those timings with that lane, the game could have looked different, but the fact that Xtreme busted it out anyway and XM is adding to his disgusting hero pool with an even more disgusting hero is good, because Huskar is a gotcha counterpick to a lot of the popular heroes mid this patch, like the Monkey King, like the Ember, like the Tiny's not popular. Like the Sand King. That's the hero.
There we go.
That's the hero, but it really does address a lot of the nuisance melee type mid laners, so you want to have it in your arsenal.
So that you can use it in a head-to-head situation, perhaps. Maybe an Acer Predator head-to-head with Purge.
Hey Neil, that's right. Acer Predator head-to-head here. I wanted to talk about all of the cores that they had on Xtreme Gaming side and how they didn't match up as good against this Templar Assassin. The carry-to-carry matchup, it's a little bit worse for Watson on paper, but the difficulty that Watson had dealing that damage, it was just so much easier for him, considering that the Monkey King was the frontliner. It's kind of similar to game one, where the Medusa was up in front tanking all the damage. Well, Quinn did that, and that allowed Watson to sit back with his long range and dump damage into his opponents. Let's take a look at some of the clips here. Just really soaked in. Look at that KDA. 9-1 and 13 versus 2-5 and 10. Huge. Here's Quinn getting focused, dropping his ulti. And then on the other side, they just get to do whatever the heck they want. Here's Quinn, again, dropping the ulti. Watson just gets to sit behind this. So for them to even contest or make TA a threat, they have to run through Monkey King ultimate. And on the other side, they have all these heroes that kind of need to be in close range. Ami's a little bit less like that because he's a ranged hero. But the Bristle couldn't be activated. The Huskar couldn't easily be activated. As long as they dropped the Monkey King ultimate down and kept Watson at least a little bit farther away, it kind of just made it hard for them to fight. And then if any hero's in danger on the Gladiator side, they just decrep him, especially this fight. Watch this. Quinn goes in, he uses his ulti, he mans up on the Huskar, he starts getting a little low, he just gets decrept. He stops taking damage, he's protected, and the whole time Watson's just on the outside, right-clicking, dealing damage, and in the meantime, they're stunning those tanky heroes. They're running them down. So I really like the lineup that Gladiators went with by the end of it, and it really just seemed like a little bit too one-note on the Xtreme Gaming side.
Signs of good things to come. Thank you very much, Purge, for that head-to-head, because Gaimin are now looking towards growth after... Well, maybe after speaking to me, we'll be able to learn a little bit more about it, because I get a chance to speak to Celery. Celery, condolences on the result, but I appreciate you taking the time to speak to me. I was hoping to maybe get your perspective on your team's journey through the debut at Belgrade to now this tournament, and so what you've been looking to improve and what the results ended up being.
I mean, not so good so far, right? And
sure.
Everything, I guess.
This was implied as a growth period. Even you guys have said that you guys are, getting your bearings. But could you tell any difference on the specific aspects of your team that you're trying to improve on between Belgrade to now, or is it actually everything?
I mean, of course, it's not everything. We don't need to learn how to last it again. But it's all the... Like today, we already learned a lot after the first series. Every day, there's a lot to learn. And you don't learn every day. So it just takes a lot of time. So we just didn't have enough time yet, I guess. I think you need a little bit of luck as well. When you change something in your roster and you instantly play these tournaments, we were not good enough and we didn't have luck on our side. So that's how it goes.
Yeah, so if I go back like in time, then whenever you bring Quinn into the roster, for example, which is another time that you, probably the most recent time that you experienced a roster change, would you have considered that to have been a honeymoon period where it starts clicking immediately, or did you have similar growing pains?
I mean, it seems like it was immediately, but the major was, I think it was 2.5, maybe even 3 months after Quinn joined.
Mm-hmm.
This time it was a few weeks, our first tournament. So it's not really fair, but it's true, Quinn is the GOAT, but you can only have one Quinn per team, right?
Yeah, so don't get greedy, right? But eventually you will harness Watson into being another one of those. But for those 2.5 months, which I guess preceding the Lima Major specifically, what are the things that you look towards in scrims to helping a new teammate acclimate, or even you learning how to incorporate their hero pool and their strategies and their ideas?
I mean, that takes time, but honestly, it's also, like, it's not only when you get a new... If we wouldn't have changed anything, our results would not be a lot different.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, it's not like we're losing because of Watson, right? I think he's probably playing the best even on average.
Of course.
But everyone else also needs this time to warm up right now. Where we were pretty done after TI, right? You played for a long time, second again, good times. So you take a break, and we just had just needed some more time to get back into it. I've also been trying to figure out what is actually good for me to play. Today I learned a lot more about that. Apparently I just need to play Pugna. But like all these things just take a lot of time. Like having a new player is one thing, but everyone has not been performing, so we just need some more time.
I appreciate hearing that from you because I think so many people in the public see that like, oh, these guys were just TI Grand Finalists. Liquid were just TI Grand Finalists. And then they just change one player and all of a sudden it's not Grand Final material anymore. But I'm with you that it's just not that simple. There are so many more variables.
Not everyone is Falcons, right?
Not everyone's Falcons. Not everyone can keep the same 5 players the whole time and keep their same strategies and have it work consistently. So I appreciate hearing that from you. I want to pass you on over to Purge, who's got a question for you as well.
Hey, Big S. Is Pugna 5 pickable in almost all situations right now, or do you prefer it against the physical right-clickers or the Bristle-type heroes?
I wish I knew. I kind of been trying to find out my hero pool today after our first series, so it's been rough. But Falcons wins every game with Pugna. They kind of win every game, but they win a lot of Pugna, so it's a good laner. So I kind of just picked it. I'm not sure, but it's definitely good against Bristol because he heals when he does damage. I take one hero out that doesn't take any damage. It feels pretty good.
All right, great, thanks.
Celery, I appreciate you taking the time to speak to me. Anything you'd like to say for all the people who obviously have been rooting for your journey from all of your different iterations, but as you close out your Dream League journey, anything to say to the gaming fans?
Thanks for supporting as always. The games are probably quite exciting. Some crazy games, but hopefully we can get back to some more cleaner games in the future. But it will take some time, and hopefully sooner than later. But also just enjoy the rest of the tournament. That's what it's all about in the end.
Appreciate hearing it, and I can vouch, Celery, you had some very entertaining games, and honestly, when you're winning all the time, I gotta say, your games weren't quite as entertaining, so you're putting on more of a show these days, Celery. We appreciate it, and hopefully we'll see more of gaming in the future.
Yep, thank you very much.
Catch you later, Celery. It's been a pleasure having you. It's been a pleasure having Gaming Gladiators as well, but unfortunately, their journey ends here at Dream League Season 24. And he says that it's not a result of moving players around, but I know you at home oftentimes don't think the same way, so I sent Pyrian Flax into the social media mines to do some research on roster changes and kicks and things of that nature. Pyrian, what have you got for me?
Sorry, I was deep in the social web.
Meow.
Meow. What I have been looking at, Neil, is famous kicks throughout history. And I have some, not those, tweets and indeed messages. Here's a famous one for you. I have been kicked from EG after winning TI. I actually hate people. The legendary kick, Owie 2000 after winning TI5 was, of course, kicked.
Yeah.
Went on to do great things.
Probably the most famous kick of all time, I would say.
Probably the most famous kick of all time. We have the next one here. This is Fata. I have been kicked from Tundra. I go chill.
Ah, yes.
That was prior to Tundra winning a TI. Of course, said with a legendary, this kick will be remembered as one of the worst in Dota history. I would suggest the opposite was true, but who am I? Seb's obviously a genius. And of course, there they are. We're winning the Aegis after kicking. So these things happen. Then, of course, this is Duraccio. This is 14 weeks ago. Holding aloft the trophy with his team. I love my team, and holding this up. What happened shortly after that? Not 2 months later. Some Redditor said, why doesn't GG just kick Duraccio? Pick up some recognized top-tier carry, etc., etc. There should be a follow-up comment to this. Because unlike you clueless Redditor gummy brains, people who are actually good at Dota know that GG didn't do so well despite of Duraccio, but because of Duraccio. In defense of Duraccio there, from a Redditor, followed up, of course, he was then kicked by Gaming Gladiators. So he's gone. But who knows where this story ends? Everybody's going to be... Lots of people were saying he should have been kicked, and now he has been kicked. Now people will be saying he shouldn't have been kicked. All I'm saying is we don't know if this is a famous kick yet, Neil, but it has potential.
There was the two sides of the coin where, like, the AUI Evil Geniuses version, EG kind of maybe withered away a little bit after that. But in the Tundra situation...
They were never the same.
Never the same again.
EG won TI with Owie, kicked him, and then we had the wilderness years for EG. They didn't win shit for a long time.
And now they don't even exist in Dota anymore.
Indeed. They became Shopfire Rebellion, I suppose, that team, and then now they've vanished from Dota. GG were winning everything. Kicked Duraccio. Just got kicked out of Dream League, Neil. Are we seeing another trend? Is GG the new EG? Or is it too many Gs? Who knows?
I'm going to stick to what Celery said, as he probably is the authority on the matter, which is to say that there are a lot of variables involved, although kicking may have had a slight influence, but time will tell, I suppose. And maybe in Dream League Season 34, we can look back on this moment fondly.
Yeah.
Kieran, thank you very much for taking the time to go into the social media minds, because we've got one more 2-game series left here in group stage number 1. It's Tundra taking on Azure after the break.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do it now, baby. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. You ain't got time for excuses. You up, get up, get up, get up, get up, and just do it, do it. Get up, 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 and just do it, do it. Get up, 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 and just do it, do it. Get up, 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 and just do it, do it. Just live your life. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? Quit wasting time. It's all in your mind. Get up and go. Just live your life. Do it now, baby. Do it now, baby.
Dream League Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
The Pandas are excited, so you should be too, because we are wrapping up our very last series, our very last two-game series here at Group Stage 1. I'm sick of these two-game series. I need winners, Ted. None of these potential draws.
Well, what's the series again? I forgot what we're doing.
Tundra Azure Ray, which...
Tundra Azure Ray?
One of these teams is confirmed moving on. One of these teams is confirmed eliminated already.
Oh, so Azure Ray are out, aren't they?
That is correct.
Well, then this is going to be an amazing 80-minute each double series. It's going to be 1-1. It's going to be incredible. Everyone's going to lose their mind.
You're going to get the zoomies because you're a little Gigi cat right now.
I am.
Next
I am
to Kiki.
A cat. Yes.
Good job, Gigi.
Only she may pet me, of course.
Does he have magical powers?
So he's my familiar. He talks to me.
I see.
But in the movie, he goes off on his own, starts a family.
Wow.
Is that for real?
Yeah.
Fantastic. I love the sound of that.
You're role-playing it already.
Yeah,
But
basically.
you were my good friend and one of my voices that pushed me
Do I
into
die
my
at the
journey
end?
to independence.
I saw this movie at the end. I think I die at the end.
No, you don't.
No, I think I die at the end. In battle, if I remember rightly.
It was a very valiant death.
Like a good Klingon cat would, you know, in battle. He's a Klingon as well, right?
Naturally.
I haven't seen the film.
Yeah.
I also have a familiar. It comes in the form of a hot dog.
That's me.
BSJ, my tech analyst hot dog. What do you have?
That's HDSJ.
HDSJ, high definition hot dog slam jamma, is next to me, and I tasked you with finding things up about the evolution of the meta in a series. So for specifically Azure and Tundra Esports, how has the tournament evolved for them?
Yeah, so I was looking and I noticed that both these teams have been picking Lion, and I decided to go back and see that in BB Dacha, Lion was only picked 11 times, but he went 7-4 during that time, and so far in Dream League, he has been picked 36 times, only during Group Stage 1, and during the end of BB Dacha, 4 of those picks were in the last 2 days in series that Tundra was taking place. So it was in the winter bracket finals as well as the grand finals. So this is a hero that's kind of came out of nowhere, and his win rate going into today was 58%. We've already been seeing it drop a lot of games today, so it's slightly below 50% right now, but teams are also not banning it. It only had 3 bans, so it's like...
I'm sorry, that was just driving me crazy.
Did I have mustard on my?
You had mustard on your mouth.
Oh no. Oh no. I might have come off of my stomach area.
Continue with your thought.
I was just gonna say that there's only been one change to Lion in the last 3 weeks. In the last 3 patches, which was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, which is just 25 range added to his cast, to 25 cast range. I'm really having a hard time recentering after that mustard incident. 25 cast range on his Hex. But aside from that, there's been no changes. So this is purely a meta shift in regards to, I think it's a reaction to these mobile mids, and teams are more leaning towards the Timber Saws, the Bristlebacks, and the off lane, so lacking disable there, and that's why we're seeing a lot more Lion. both these teams favor it. It's not getting banned. We'll likely see it in one or maybe both of these games in this 1-1 80-minute each series.
Well, I mean, what I want to see, Brian, I want to see the teams having the nuts to step up
with the Echo
and
Saber,
play for the Echo Saber and the Ags. I mean, it's right there for the taking.
It literally tells you become melee.
Yes.
And there's an item in the game that benefits you when you're melee.
Exactly. You do
I
that.
feel you, man.
Why wouldn't you do that? It's ridiculous.
Are you sure he's not my familiar? I feel like we're mind connected.
But that's the beauty of Gigi. He's just wonderful
Oh,
to everybody.
He's too kind.
But
He's got his own family too.
He really hit the nail on the. He hit the mustard on the dog.
Yeah, he really,
with that,
really
with
mustarded that dog.
I don't like to talk about dogs.
Because Lion is always a hero that we see become popular when heroes that he counters become popular in meta, without anything too significant happening to him. You know, with the exception of when he got the OP mana drain thing around KL last year. But I remember around the time of Animajor, a few years ago, he was like the most contested support. Why? Because Puck was the most popular mid hero, and he counters Puck with the instant hex. Here, we're seeing all the Spirit Bros, the Storms, and the Embers and whatnot. What do they get countered by? Instant disable, hex. Lion is back.
So why not Shadow Shaman as well?
Because Shadow Shaman does not provide you the same kind of laning that Lion does.
It's stronger, you mean?
Not particularly.
It can't go
no.
Echo Saber.
It can't go Echo Saber.
That is a good point.
Can't
But
go-
if you get the Ags, your snakes, or you get the Mega Snake, it's very cool.
The Mega Snake. There was one game where a team went Shaman. I don't remember what. I was looking at it.
But they
then,
won, I'm
But then
sure.
I looked at the game, and it's because Lion was banned.
See what I'm saying?
didn't
That's what
win.
I'm saying. If you can't get Lion, you get the Shimon.
I'm going to investigate real quick.
You investigate while I share some information with the viewers because you're talking about support picks, but I'm talking about support play for my Wisdom Rune presented by the U.S. Air Force for this series. This is actually a very, very fascinating one. So this is percentage of observer wards dewarded by the enemy, specifically in DreamLeague Season 24.
What the hell?
And this is, what you're reading is, you're interpreting it correctly, Brian, which is to
Yeah.
say, 7% of Tundra's observer wards get dewarded, and the next highest placement on that is Falcons.
This is like golf, Neil. You want to be the
a low
lower
number
score.
here.
Yeah.
Every 1 in every 5 Falcons wards gets dewarded, but less than 1 in every 10 Tundra wards gets dewarded.
I'm gonna need to present this to Blitz because Insania and Boxy are slacking over there on Team
Just
Liquid.
handing out 1 in every 3
Yeah,
wards.
like what is just play like Tundra?
Did Tundra put all their wards in their fountain? Is that what this
Yeah,
is?
they're trying to click it onto the other support, and they're like, whoops, I accidentally just planted it, my bad, and then that just bumps up their stats.
I would like to tell you guys that the Shaman pick didn't happen at DreamLeague. It happened at BB Dacha, which just happened. It actually won.
Hey!
One pick, and you know what it was against?
A Morphling.
A Lion.
Storm Spirit and Morphling, yes. Yes, Ted.
Just watch this. Lion's gonna get banned and Shaman's gonna get picked.
Which team picked it?
It was Nouns.
Oh,
well,
Nouns.
Actually, yes.
10 seconds.
Yes, well done.
Well done, Nouns. Unfortunately, they are also limited out of DreamLeague Season 24.
But that's because they didn't pick Lion
There
and
you
Shadow
go.
Shaman.
No, it was Falcons versus Nouns. Nouns do not take credit for this ingenuity.
So it was
Ingenuity.
Yep.
So Falcons picked it.
Falcons picked it.
that is his crit said. That's one of his signatures.
One of his
Not
signatures.
Tusk,
Siggy.
Not Tusk.
not
Not
Hoodwink,
Hoodwink.
but Shadow Shaman.
Siggy.
Nouns almost got the glory for that beautiful pick. No glory for Nouns today.
Instead, the glory will be on the field for Tundra, because even though Azure is eliminated and Tundra is already qualified, there is still stuff on the line for both of these teams. So you may have caught us mentioning it at the beginning of our previous series, but depending on how well you do in Group Stage 1, you get bonus EPT points. If you top your group in Group Stage 1, we just hand you another 300 points. If you get second place, we'll give you a 150, and third place gets 75 extra points. And so for first place, 300 points, that's like getting another bonus placement at the end of this tournament. It matters. And for Azure, they are potentially playing for around $5,000. The prize pool difference between these like 16th place to 14th place to 12th place to 10th place. So there is still more than just glory on the line. There's currency in EPT points.
That's nice. That's nice. You always want to get the points wherever you can.
Damn right.
There's going to be a moment later in this year where Tundra's going to be on the fence about qualifying for EWC, and they're going to remember if they dropped a game to Azure Ray. People at home who are wondering, should I sit here and watch this? You're going to remember this moment as well.
Commit it to memory, because you should have remembered to ban out the clinks.
Whoa! Something new is happening. So Tundra cover their Enchantress pick by the Nyx ban, because Nyx is seen as a counter because he eats her creep. Azure take it 2 steps back to back when people were picking support Clinks, flexing it to carry sometimes, but laning it versus the summons hero and just eating the creep. That's the concept here. Is it good? Is Clinks good in this meta? I don't think so, but it's a cool idea.
I think there's no better time to experiment than now for Azure.
Yeah, exactly. Why not, eh?
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, Mira gave an exact reason why they're doing it. They might as well be scrimming right now. They're like, this is something we've concocted. We haven't really gotten to play test it yet, and now's the time.
It's only been played once in this tournament. Pure ran it as a carry in Baboom Team versus Parivision.
Did they win?
He lost.
Oh,
27 minutes.
Let's do it. Take your clock, build the clock Clinks safe lane.
So do you
Go
think
for
there's
it.
any chances to support?
There is a
Clinks?
huge chance.
Okay.
But couldn't you just get a Midas? Am I going crazy?
A Midas?
Yeah.
Hey, she's talking about like laning stage though.
I was just eating a creep. I thought that's how they got this to eat Enchantress's creep.
Yeah, but like minute 2.
You just get a fast Midas.
I mean, if you go Glove of Haste at the beginning of the game,
you're
I'm
nearly
thinking
there.
You pick Ogre,
Yeah.
you rush Midas. Everybody will applaud you for that anyway, as they do in every pub.
They're
game.
very happy when you finish that Midas.
Yeah, of course. And while you're getting it, no problem.
Boom.
You know the problem with Clinks in this meta is that the spirit heroes from mid are too good. Pango is too good of a hero. There are just too many popular picks that you can easily build your draft around that just counter this hero or pressure him way too much early game.
Mars.
That kind of tells me it's more likely a 4 Clinks, just
What?
based on the fact that they picked his lane.
I know it's not related to this game. Can I ask, because you guys mentioned them, what is a Paravision? Is it a TV company?
No.
I'll Google it for you right now.
Tell me about it later.
I would assume it's some kind of betting.
I couldn't find anything about them.
Can I say that?
Really?
Yeah. Other than the Dota Liquipedia thing saying.
You, as in, you didn't Google it?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
And all I got was stuff about CSGO and Dota.
That is what I got as well.
Tusk?
Yes.
Oh, it's Paravision. Never mind.
What about Tusk, Ted?
He's been chosen, Mira. Good hero. Very strong.
How do you feel about his costume? He's also dressed up for Halloween.
He is. He's kind of come as Tusk. Dusky. He needs a bit of red in there.
But Tundra's this opening here just very strong. Like they pick 2 of the strongest supports in meta. Both are very good at securing side lanes. Lots of aggressive mid play coming into play. Because when you think about Enchantress, one of the first things she does, one of her first big moves, if not going through the twin gate, is just going mid with a creep. And Tusk is a hero that will also be able to contribute to that pressure. So any kind of mid laner from Azure here is going to be in danger of early pressure.
I feel like I'm looking at a Falcons draft for Tundra here. Like, for a second, I'm like, oh, yep, the Skeeter DK. But no, it's...
And the crit Tusk.
Yeah, and the Snake King Enchantress. Yeah, like, this is literally just a Falcons draft. But it makes sense on paper. You picked a save against a lot of burst damage. You picked a high armor, most likely carry against what could be their dual offlane, which is, like, mostly physical damage. At the very least, Mars is physical damage. So, yeah, it's all coming together. Makes sense what Tundra's doing. It's pretty cookie cutter, but, it's gotten you this far. Keep business as usual. No need to experiment for them.
These lads love Pringles, by the way. Do you see how many Pringles they have back there? Holy cow.
Once they pop, they just can't stop.
Well, apparently. Maybe they popped too many, and that's why they dropped out of DreamLeague.
How many Pringles?
We got to
is too
gang
many
mid. I
Pringles?
can't. I've popped. I can't stop. Can't join you in playing Dota. I must consume these crisps.
Yeah, you just hear you're like gang mid for me, and you.
I can't stop.
You know what? I respect Azure. They're like, we're eliminated. We're here to try things.
They're chuckling. They're having fun.
Yeah,
That's good.
we're taking a step back from this boring meta. We're going to run this Ursa versus DK because Ursa is a very traditional counter to DK because he can just shred through him so quickly. And they're going to run this Clinks who's been in the ancient library for a very long time now.
They need like a CM or something in the 5 position.
That's not too unusual.
Okay, I was thinking like a hero with some catch, but that's harder catch. CM was more of a backliner. Batrider is the hard initiation. Now that I think about it, Mars does want somebody else who kind of creates chaos in the fight. If it's purely on the Mars, once they get BKBs, it feels pretty impossible. Ursa plus Bat. Somebody's dying, as long as they don't get snowballed. And
Visage.
yeah, this is... This is the 33 Classic.
Yeah, it's back to a Tundra draft now.
Yawn.
But it's scary for Azure because who on their team deals with this Visage? They're gonna.
Ursa hates these type of lanes. Like, Ursa's biggest issue nowadays is just his first 3 levels, and that's when Visage flourishes.
He cannot survive this onslaught of Tusk plus Visage. They're just going to be able to pressure him so much, and if the support is either Klinks or Batrider, there's not much by way of protection either. Also, there's the Enchantress factor. Enchantress will most certainly go through the gate at some point to pressure the Ursa.
Yeah, the last time these two teams played was about 3 weeks ago, and Tundra had Visage in one of those games, and they smoked, and he got a double kill pre-rune on 33, and it ended up being an 18-minute game. So let's keep an eye out for the smoke play that Tundra makes, because that death toll, he had like double null talisman going into the lane on Visage. It's like unlaneable. It's already gonna be a tough lane for the Ursa. That would spell doomsday for Azure. So let's make sure they're on their toes this time, because that first blood kill, it's effectively like a bounty hunter track kill level 1, and just can't afford to give it away.
They banned Sand King. I don't think they're picking Sand King, are they?
It is nice for the burrow, or like to get out of the Mars arena. Like generally, you'll want a mid laner who can get out of it without items. So they ban the Storm Sand King.
Look at some kind of damn spirit.
Did we ever check if Earth Spirit can roll out of Mars arena?
We never did.
Because that happened in the draft yesterday.
I don't think you can anymore.
Okay.
You used to be able to. I don't think you can anymore.
Okay. Because that's another popular like mobile mid that people pick.
Because I remember you could also kick people out of Mars Arena a few years ago, and they patched that. So I think they tried to make Mars Arena as consistent of a mechanic as possible, where most things don't come out of it.
I feel like this is almost certainly a puck for Tundra.
Don't quote me, though.
If it's Earth Spirit, then I think you're wrong. Like if they pick Earth Spirit here.
It would also just be a good Earth Spirit game.
It would be. It would be. But I really like puck a lot. For Tundra, maybe they like ban Sniper, pick puck. They have. Oh, they banned the Earth Spirit themselves. Okay, they go puck.
Yeah. Well done. Well done, Brian. Big hot dog.
That's what we call him.
But do they go for the Sniper? I feel like it's a pretty good Sniper game. Oh, okay, kind of. Oh, this is the old puck classic counter. The TA.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great
He's
lane.
got cat ears on too, Mira.
He does. It's a great headset. I do enjoy that. I have the pink version of it.
How do you know he's not cosplaying GG himself right now?
He really could be. He knew
Where are
about
his
what we were
whiskers?
doing here today.
I mean, I put the effort
He
in.
did. But TA is a great lane versus Puck. The issue with TA, though, is she doesn't provide the kind of side lane pressure that a lot of the popular mids in this patch do. She's just a lot of win her lane, push her tower, farm triangle until she hits the certain timing, gets that first Aegis and plays off of that. But like, who are you putting your Aegis on between TA and Ursa? I feel like there's a little bit of an identity crisis going on with Azure's draft. The playmaking potential is going to come out of the supports, but Klinks is a giant question mark. Like their draft looks very wonky to me, whereas Tundra's looks very cookie cutter, very standard, gonna do its job.
Yeah, I mean, if Tundra falls behind, they have Batrider Lasso, goes through BKB. Ursa's going to buy a Basher. I don't know how Nightfall's going to play the map when he cannot BKB TP out, guys. So if they're behind, Tundra's in trouble. But I think like they have too many of their eggs in one basket, I think, as you were kind of saying with the Roche, with two different heroes that need it, and a lot of physical damage. They have saves. They have Enchantress, who's even going to be tough for them to bring down. I feel like the games where you think, yeah, that's Enchantress could just walk in and tank for like 10 seconds, and they have burst, that feels pretty bad. Ursa's going to have a lot of targets to kill. Puck, pretty unkillable once he gets like one defensive item. So as long as the mid lane doesn't go too poorly, I feel like Tundra's going to cruise here.
You think it's going to be Tundra Ted?
You weren't going to ask me.
I was going to ask.
You were going to
I
throw.
was scanning
You were like, let's
across
not
the
ask
room.
this
I'm like,
moron.
I asked him, I asked her, I asked the cat.
I like to be contrary. Nap.
Be kind.
Nap. Oh, thank you. I thought you were interrupting me.
No.
Yes,
Rewind.
she was speaking up for me. Clearly, the team that's going to win this is the team that's being much more bold and brave and original. I'm going to say Azure. Clearly, Azure all day.
What a contrarian this cat is, just shoving things off the table, seeing what happens afterwards. Let's see what happens in this game number 1 with Captain Sint.
I'm going to scratch you.
clearly have a matchup where there is one team that has a very important tournament ahead of them, and there is another team that does not, and is going to be doing some experimenting.
That has a very important tournament behind them. But that doesn't mean that they can't play for progression in the tournament in terms of placement, and it doesn't mean that they aren't going to give it their all to, if nothing else, one of the things that actually happens a lot of the time in tournaments like this is if you get knocked out, sometimes the pressure's off, and some of the teams that have been underperforming will suddenly level up, which seems very unfortunate. It's like, oh, they peaked at the wrong time, but there's a really big part of this game that's mentality and pressure, and now the pressure's off Azure Ray. Now, unfortunately, they gave Visage on 4th pick to 33, which I find to be one of the drafts of all time of this tournament. And on top of that, on the panel, the person cheering for Azure is literally a cat, which I would not take prediction advice from. So there are things going against Azure in this one, for sure. But let's see how it pans out. I think they had some pretty good points overall on the panel with the shortcomings potentially of the Azure draft, and I do think when you draft like this, you have to win the lanes. I just think their lineup falls flat if it doesn't. So.
Well, you know why Ted backed this draft from Azure, right?
Because he's a cat.
Well, yeah, but also because a Siamese cat drafted it.
Oh!
That's right. Picho, also formerly known as Siamese cat. It's the 5 position right there on the Bat Rider. He's trying to help out his boy Low win the lane against a Tusk Visage. Don't think they're going to do that. And I think they're going to get demolished in this lane.
There's space for some volatility, depending on level 2s. The problem is that 33 already got some gold from the first kill, right? And
yeah, and he's going to get a second kill. Ooh.
Okay, now there's less place for volatility. That kill cements the Visage as the winner of this lane currently. Experience and especially the major gold lead. From
Did you mean volatility as in like it's going to go well or like really, really well?
Yeah. No, so whenever there's a lane with Bat Rider 5, there's always that possibility of the enemy team overcommits a little bit too much for a kill, and then Bat Rider has maybe 1 or 2 stickies too much, and you lose track. It can happen even at the pro level that you underestimate Bat's output in a lane like this, and Ursa is one of the carries that has the best chasing potential. So let's say Pichu at some point had like 3 stacks on the Visage. Perhaps they can just go. And 33 has to be very wary of this. This is actually a classic counter against Visage in lane, the Bat Rider. Back when Visage was played as a support and Bat was off lane, a lot of the time Bat Rider actually really enjoyed this lane because even if you got Grave Chilled, the slow of Sticky Napalm offset it, and then afterwards Visage just had nothing to protect itself. But it's a different time now. A lot has changed, and of course Visage, being the big beneficiary of some of the facet changes, has definitely helped its case. And
for sure.
It's got a kill in lane, and it got the death toll proc, I believe, on the first blood as well. I think that was sticking.
What do you make of this counter pick? We saw in the start of the draft, Enchantress, Klink's counter pick.
Yeah, I think it's theoretically pretty good. The problem is, it's extremely laning focused, right? It's good for the first few minutes in stopping Enchantress from getting a creep. But if you're ultimately relying on pulling the wave with Mars anyway, couldn't you just have done this with another hero, is my question.
Yeah.
Like, sure, Eng can take a creep and come to lane, etc., but you're not really giving Mars a good lane, you're just making it passable, and I think a lot of other supports could have done the same against Eng. Like, if you specifically wanted to counter the creep, then I think a lane like Mars, Crystal Maiden even though CM4 isn't a thing, but then you could have that as your Eng counter and then play that lane. Then at least you're playing with a ranged hero on your Mars, or you just have something like Mars Lion, which seems to be getting popularity of the Lion. Even, I think Mars Willow would have done fine here. I think Planet plays a good Willow, so... Huh. He wanted to play Klinks. They find it to be a good counter. Let's see if it works.
33 has netted an extra 315 gold off of this facet.
Yep.
His death toll has already kind of paid for itself, and it's only going to get worse As you can see, he's actually top net worth right now. He's 500 ahead of the Templar Assassin, who does have, that's another counterpick matchup, right? We got the TA versus the Puck. That's a classic 1v1 counterpick.
Middle tower
Yep.
is under attack.
It is a lane that the TA should have a little bit of a leg up in mid, but not really until level 5. I think that's when it truly starts being TA favored. Back in the day, it was TA favored from level 1, but it's not that bad anymore. This, however, is that bad. Azure are getting absolutely cooked down bottom. And it's not surprising that Visage is top net worth. He had the first 3 kills of the game, all of them with Death Toll on. So very expected for 33 to be doing well. And I mean, what can you say, Azure? This is what you get when you give this hero a 4th pick. We've seen other teams try to give Visage away to Tundra as the very first pick and then solve it. But then if you're offering it up and Tundra don't pick it first phase, you still can't just, you know, take it off your radar and be like, oh, they don't want Visage today, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure 33 will want Visage in every game that it's good in. Han. Oh, this is a bit awkward.
Yeah, he's going to make a run for it, but Snowball picks off Lorenoff, gets him close. The tag team hits start coming in. Now the Refraction does block the Death Toll damage there, but 33 gets a second chance at it. And that's another 140 gold for him. That's up to, what, now 465 gold?
A lot.
A lot. It's got a lot.
Yep.
So even without just the extra Death Toll gold, he is still way ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he has 4 kills in the laning stage. Yeah. So that generally only ends one way. And I mean, I like this move from Tundra a lot of bringing Visage to get that kill mid. 33 understands how valuable it is to get these Death Toll kills. And in the meantime, they sent Enchantress through the gate bottom, so she got experience in the lane. So you didn't even lose anything anywhere really from that TP. Now Azure are getting desperate, so they're going to make a big rotation top.
Yeah, Nightfall.
4 heroes.
What do you even say to that?
Okay.
Guys, there's 4 heroes in my lane.
Oh, if Han dies for this, it is very unworth.
Yeah,
oh no.
He is gonna but it's just a question whether or not he could get a kill in return. He cannot.
Not only does he dies with a full wave in his tower. So losing all of this experience and gold. He's gonna glyph. Wait, what am I saying? It's a Tundra glyph. They're gonna push. Try to take some advantage of this momentum. Okay, Nightfall back up top. They immediately go on him again with 4 heroes.
Mass TP's coming in. They don't want to let Nightfall die again, but he just might.
Snowball.
Picked up by the Snowball. He's rolling away over to the Clinks, and the Clinks isn't going to be able to do the damage. The Earth is going to die. The Coil is still locking down you. 33 turns the attention, starts racking up some Soul Assumption charges onto him. Planet's being run down on the right-hand side. All the meanwhile, is that nuke going to be enough? It's not. Liz with 60 HP. Planet is still in trouble, though. And he's got no way out of this one. It would have to be the craziest juke you've ever seen in your life.
I don't know what to say to these early movements from Azure. Like, being 4 heroes up top for effectively a minute is not a recipe for success. They will get the Wisdom Rune.
All right.
By virtue of moving literally every hero around the map. So they got both Wisdoms. That's going to help them. One went to Mars, the other to Bat. So they have some levels, but despite getting both Wisdom Runes, their supports are still only level 4. So not even really ahead on experience with 2 Wisdoms is very unusual.
Yeah, they're down by 1,000 experience right now.
Pichu will get snowballed upon. He might be okay here. It's
Playing
close.
on Cliffs. Tag team is still hitting him, still slowing him down.
Oh, wow, that range on tag team.
Yeah, that was crazy. He was still in tag team range.
Does it linger?
Maybe?
The radius is 350. That felt like he was more than 350 off of Soxa. So I guess there's a bit of linger time. Neo in trouble.
He has Arena. Could there...
Thank you for the help, Centaur.
Anyway, no.
Was that an Ench Centaur or a neutral one? That was a neutral Centaur that just chain stunned perfectly with the birds. All right. Well, Azure are playing against the enemy team and the jungle at the same time. It's not really a fair fight when it's 2v1.
No, it's not.
I feel like for Azure, they're more like the 4v1 kind of team so far this game. And every time it's not 4v1, they have not killed a hero.
That's a good way to describe their only kill they've gotten in this game.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking? Like, good 25-minute GG or?
Oh, you really? Do you want to predict the duration of the game 9 minutes in? I mean, I'm kind of down for that. Let's see if Loki
He's
get
got
out
it
of this one.
Snowball, where's that hit? It's the edge of the Bat Rider. He is going to be kind of stuck here. Saksa, a nice kill for Azure Ray.
Yeah, they're trying to press the issue here a little bit, Tundra, but this time Azure had the heroes ready, especially the Mars being there kind of stops that fight on its head, because you can't really commit there out of the fear for the arena plus one extra hero coming in. But now you can, because he used his spells to farm the wave.
That's right. He throws out the arena to try and protect himself. The familiars get inside, drop some double stuns. New trying to back away, but they'll ensure the kill with the coil.
And this is also going to be the tower. Going the way of Tundra. 33 is getting stupid farmed this game.
Dude, that's another dirty combo. Rally plus familiars, given how fast they attack.
That's actually very true. Nice and disgusting. No coil. All right, you want to be bold? You want to do prediction for game time? Sure. Did you say 25 minutes?
I mean, I was kind of joking about that, but I mean, Azure Ray is not.
I don't think that's an unlikely duration for this game.
Yeah.
How it's going. Azure needs to get something going quick, or this is going out of control.
It is an Enchantress Visage Dragonite. Like, they have a lot of tower damage.
It's not like they're just, oh, this is a laning lineup.
Yeah.
It's a laning lineup that takes Rosh and ends. I don't know, I actually kind of like your prediction, but I have to be off by at least 3 minutes. That was the rule we made the other day, right?
Yeah,
I'll say 22.
Okay, fine, and I'll stay at 25.
Shortest match this event was 21:38, so they could beat the record. That was Falcons versus Tundra, as a matter of fact. So Tundra were involved in that game too.
Play some fast Dota. They're up 5K already.
So just to be clear, it's not just about the 5,000 gold. It's the way these lineups work. The Radiant lineup, we talked about it. They need to have a good start because they don't have very much in the way of initiation and early game team fight, unless they get that head start and get the items that they need to perform that. The only playmaking hero they have is Mars, because Bat doesn't have a blink.
Yeah.
Clinks as a 4 does not set up anything. He follows through and offers damage, and their cores don't have catch. So Tundra are just going to run the show. They're going to run at you, they're going to pressure your towers. In the meantime, Dragonite's free farming jungle. So you gotta find a way. And
in a meta where everybody's running Spirit Heroes and Puck mid, right?
Yeah.
It's like Templar Assassin is a bold gambit, because that is not a playmaking mid when that is currently the flavor of the patch.
I think it's doable if your 4 wasn't Clinks. But, you know, you're putting so much pressure on your other heroes to set up everything for you as Ursa and TA. They can't really create any opportunities for themselves.
Oh, an Arcane Rune. They might just throw out a coil nice and early with this one if he sees the opportunity.
They need a bit more backup here, a bit more damage from the Visage in the ideal world, but he's off on a mission. So is Clinks. He'll kill the courier. Bye-bye Loronoff's Sage Mask.
Take some of their neutrals too.
No, that was not his completed. Never mind. It doesn't matter. It wasn't the Witchblade.
Pin back on the Tusk, but there's 2 stunners here, and the Ice Shard still lands. He manages to get the arena separating him from Saksa and Nightfall, and TP's away successfully.
This is what we call the Nightfall MK2. It's the arena into TP out in front of Nightfall.
They can't even see you TP.
Yeah.
Dire's courier has been killed.
The moment the arena ended, they wonder where he went.
Yeah, it's like Houdini. He just poof. He's a magician. Where did he go?
Wait, how did Mars's dress turn green?
33?
Never mind. Big kill, potentially. They need to finish the job, though.
Oh, no. The familiars dropping them are stalling.
Oh, he's fine. Clutch plays.
Dude, 33 is so good with the bird drops into resummon bird drops again.
Yep. Landed all 4 of them on the Ursa. I think 2 of them were outside of Enrage, so that duration makes a difference. And that's the lasso down the drain, so now you don't have that for playmaking. In the meantime, though, Nightfall will find Han. Okay, they missed a ton of spells. Let's see if that can keep him alive.
Still have the dust on him. Flame Break trying to push the heroes off of Han. More TPs are coming in, but the Templar Assassin is already dead. They have to fight for Wisdom Runes.
They can't fight for this. They don't have any resources. Bat's out of mana. Okay, so this one is 2 wisdoms for Tundra and a kill on a core in one move.
Yeah, but Courier's died.
Okay.
What would you give this game? Because it's only a 5,000 net worth lead.
I would give it an F.
Percent-wise.
In terms of how good it is, or how much of a chance Azure have?
How much of a chance Azure have?
10%.
Wow. If you think that Sind is being overly pessimistic about their chances, Dota Plus is even worse. They have it at 92%. So if you are disagreeing with Sind's analysis, there is hard data to back it up. Even though like 5,000 net worth may not seem that much at 15 minutes, as you said, it's just about kind of the matchup, right, of the heroes that we're talking about.
I think Dota Plus is looking at this game and it's seeing Ursa, TA that both lost their lanes.
Yeah.
Right, these are momentum-based carry and mid heroes in this game respectively that are falling behind, and you're also combining, I want to say, a trio of heroes that have to have a pretty bad win rate together in TA, Klinks, Ursa. It's just not a trio that looks good to me when I see it, so. I'm actually surprised, though, that Dota Plus was more negative than I was. I thought it would give them a bit more, but it's not a foregone conclusion, but man, Azure, they got to find some sort of angle into this game, and what's it going to come from? Are they close to any meaningful item? Mars got his blink, so TA has her blink. If you're not fighting with these 2 blinks, then why did you buy them? You've got to try to find a moment of opportunity. If they're waiting for Lowe's blink as well on the Ursa, I think they're losing 2 towers.
I mean, their blinks may be better suited for them to dodge Tundra and fight.
Oh, this is a good timing, actually. They just TP'd out the puck, so if they could find the Visage here, that would be an enormous kill.
Got the pin back onto the tier 2.
Oh, they better kill him then.
No, it's not easy, but maybe they can get 33 instead. Got him inside the arena.
All right, there's that big kill.
That is a better one than the Enchantress. Who cares about measly Enchantress? Let's get the kill that's worth 1,200 gold.
It did cost them their Ursa, but that's still a good trade. They killed, I think Han got the last hit, so he got about 1,000 of that on the TA. That was a big streak. That gold recap is incorrect. Oh, it's because it's also counting the Ursa from the other side of the map. Wow, Dota is so smart nowadays.
Yeah, just.
But yeah, the kill on Visage itself was about 1,000 for the TA, maybe 850. Amplify damage rune. Saksa is not hiding his intentions here by just walking in a straight line toward the TA that just picked up the rune and dies in the river. Han Solo.
Is that intentional?
Yes.
Very nice. Planet is almost getting to his Orchid, so there's another playmaking. I mean, your 4-position Klinks is actually going to turn into a disabler of some kind. And he can keep cutting waves, and if they can keep stalling out the game, like, when do you think Azure starts, if it stays at 5,000 net worth lead for Tundra, let's say 20 minutes from now, do you feel like that's when Azure starts swinging that win percent more into their favor?
Yeah, definitely. I don't even think it's going to take that long. I think if in 10 minutes they're still 5k behind, I think that's a job well done. It's just a really serious challenge. It's a dead Batrider.
They are bleeding out heroes all over the map.
It's still only 5k, 3
Yeah, they're still being extremely efficient in killing neutrals, cutting waves.
Yep. The Orchid on Klinks, unfortunately, is probably going to come around the exact same time Puck has the Yules, which is actually now. So Klinks is 400 away. So the one hero he really wants to counter with this item pickup already has the solution ready. And arguably, Visage also has a pseudo solution with the Boots of Bearing. And arguably, Low is dead.
White Bond placing a ward on their own triangle because they know what Azure is trying to do here. They're trying to rat things out. They're trying to farm on Tundra's side of the map. So he covers the most valuable real estate, which is the triangle.
Yep.
I'll take that.
Again, Planet got a serious jump scare there. A Tusk just blinked next to him randomly. He thought, sure, he was getting dusted there. But no. Now he knows for a fact that he's very safe.
True.
You can't be any safer than having an enemy hero blink next to you and walk away. Then you know that they don't have any sort of vision in the area for a bit.
They brought all 5 heroes up to this top part of the map. So they're going to forfeit their bottom tier 2. No surprise there, but they do manage to get something in return for it.
Will they go for Roche? They have Mars, TA, and Ursa. It's a very easy Roche in theory.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do it, time's now, but time is taken away quick. Tundra are already hitting your high ground. They're going to force you to come back.
If you could somehow defend this without using too many heroes, then you could get the Roche, but Tundra are going to keep forcing it until you show a full roster here.
Yeah, they're not going to back off just because a Bat Rider showed his face.
All right, well, you have to...
bottom tower has fallen.
Guys, your base.
They really want this kill, but he's got the Yules, so they're going to have to spear off of the Yules. Okay, they do set it up, and they managed to get the silence onto the Tusk as he came in, so he didn't get the snowball save. He's going to roll into the Ursa, probably die for this one, as the melt shot isn't enough by itself. News chasing after him, though, and a flame break spear will do the job. They do manage to get some good kills off of it. Their melee barracks is...
fine.
Fine, it's fine.
Okay. I mean, that was basically the best that could have gone. They find the flank on the Puck, who's not with the team yet. He gets Orchided, he Yules it off, and that's going to set up Mars for a nice combo here from Neo. And then the silence on the... Okay, that was basically flawless execution from Azure. And they don't lose their racks, but man, imagine if that Puck is with the team.
Yeah, imagine.
Man, I don't know what they could have even done. They would have just lost the lane already. But okay, they keep it alive.
Back into it, they found Nightfall in the bottom right corner of the map and tried to go for the kill, but he BKBs, walks it off, and now the Ursa is in a bit of trouble. He's already dead, Bat Rider's gone, quick retreat. They do not want the full 5-on-5 ever. They want pickoffs, and they didn't get it on Nightfall.
All right, I have one for you.
Uh-huh.
A moment ago, the gold lead was only 2K. What do you think the win expectancy was then?
I have to imagine it jumped up pretty dramatically. Probably like 75.
It was 7.
What?
It didn't change a thing.
Really?
Right now it's 96-4.
Well, how much would Azure need to be up
6.
in order for this to be an even game?
It's just they find this like great angle, kill 2 heroes, and keep their racks alive, and they're 3 or 2.5K down minute 21, and it just doesn't care. It's just whatever, man. You guys are doomed. Gabe has already signed the death note. You're out.
Your fate is inevitable. There's nothing you can do.
Well, this defense, it has to work. This push is inevitably going to come when Dragon Knight heals up a little bit. You would imagine they could just heal him with Ench and look for that high ground push, or they could just do it without him. Yeah, why doesn't the Aegis guy farm jungle while we push bot? That's apparently fine, and that's the racks.
Yeah, just getting well laid barracks. I mean, you didn't foresee this part, Cinderin, when you made your prediction that Azure would just be giving up lanes of barracks for, you know.
No, I thought they were going to try to fight and then lose, but
yeah,
they could also just lose. Well, let's see. They're going to fight for the second lane, that's for sure. They can't concede 2 lanes to this lineup. And if Tundra take more than 1 minute and 5 seconds to force this GG, you will be closer in your prediction no matter what.
True.
So I'm on a timer here.
There is not a single item coming their way that I can see on Azure that is good at there's nothing new. It's not like they gave up the lane of barracks and they're like, all right, guys, it's just, I'm 200 gold off my BKB. Like, you know, just, we'll try for the second fight. No, they're just, this is going to be the same circumstances what it would have been fighting bottom lane. A smoke up, spear back onto Nightfall. See if they can burst him. Don't let him get off that BKB with the lasso. They've got him. Good job. They got the Aegis. What about the second life? Because that's a BKB'd AC Dragon Knight. He has 1 bajillion armor.
I'm actually surprised he BKB'd there. I don't think he had to. They used everything on the first life. They had no spells.
There was nothing.
The spear was dead. They had no lasso. I actually think he could just walked it off, but all right. Well, they got his BKB and his Aegis, and they lost the second lane. So we're seeing it here, and it's one of those situations. What else are you supposed to do, right? They kind of have to kill this guy. He's the only hero being offered up. He's pushing the racks. If you do nothing, you lose the racks. If you go on him, he respawns. You see here this Aegis, or this BKB, completely unnecessary, but he didn't TP out with it.
It's like the Medusa situation, except for the heroes hitting your buildings way better.
Yeah, and it's actually, I mean, yeah, it's hitting the buildings harder, and you could argue that right now it might actually be tankier than a Medusa usually is 24 minutes in. Yeah. He's got 3,500 health, armlet AC, like 40 armor. He is a chonker.
He's a beefy boy.
Yep. And he has plans to finish this game soon. But will it be before 27 minutes cap? Plus minus. All right, I concede.
Hooray!
That one move of Azure where they found the puck may have just bought them.
It actually did.
A couple of minutes. Now what are they going to do with them? Planet is closing in on a Bloodthorn.
Yeah, which would give them a chance.
It's good for
Get a
Ursa
chain
to have a
stun,
Bloodthorn in his team.
Yeah.
It's also good for Ursa to not get run down by a Visage with Yules. When you think you've seen it all.
Yeah, he enrages, immediately gets Yulesed. Makes him feel real bad, man. Nice arena spear. That doesn't save the Ursa.
So
doesn't get a kill.
Was it nice?
It was so nice.
It was nice of him to be thoughtful of his teammate. And now here comes
Radiant's top tower
death.
has fallen.
It's like the Tusk line. You know? Well, I tried.
Pretty much.
The final push
Radiant's top tower
of game one, anyway. Don't forget, we have a second game of this.
Radiant's
And
top
this is
tower
why
has fallen.
you should never
Yes.
trust cats.
Get those denies on the traps in order to harass, and Tundra's like, okay, that's cute. It is a trap. That's right, Han. Those are traps.
Yep. It's gonna buy back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can they kill one hero before they go down? Jumping from Saksa? All in on him? Oh no, the snowball away. They thought they had the opportunity to be able to get that kill. Somehow Pisho is managed to go invis and walk away from that situation. More buybacks, more opportunities for a kill. Only one, that's all they need. Getting really close to the fountain, maybe he can get his spear back perhaps? No? A lasso pullback? Not that either. Where's my Mars buyback? No! You can't even get a kill. Is that 10 heroes?
Looking for the rampage. Oh, they won. Oh, that's unfortunate for Nightfall.
GG.
I would have loved the rampage there.
Too quickly. 26-40. Remarkably close to my prediction. 25 minutes.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
It is, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is just back to the drawing board for Azure. This draft just did not work. And it's very obvious when you see the game play out that if the first 5 minutes go wrong, you're just on the back foot until it ends, pretty much.
Yeah, and you're probably not winning lanes against Tundra. They're pretty good at laning.
Yeah, not only are they pretty good at laning, but you gave them 3 of their best laning heroes, Ench, Tusk, and Visage. And your heroes aren't countering these lanes either. You can give away Visage and beat this team, as we've already seen, but you need to have a specific plan in mind for that lane, and that plan is not Bat Ursa. Because like I said, it's volatile. It can work, but it effectively requires a subset of things to happen that do not include Visage getting the first 2 kills of the game.
Certainly one of the drafts of all time. Whitemon, the deathless person on Tundra. Everybody else died. It's the position 5 who triumphs overall. 28-5 was the end-game score of Game 1.
Well, that was a big oof out of Azure. What of all the Ghibli movies you've seen, Mira, which Ghibli movie was this?
That's the one called Pain.
Pain.
Pain. A very
of all
unknown.
the Naruto villains, which one represents this game the most?
Pain.
Oh, okay, there we go.
No,
The Boy and the Heron.
I think
says it wasn't very good.
Grave of the Fireflies.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
It's not quite Grave of the Fireflies yet, you know, because they were all smiles at the start. Azure, like we saw them during the drafting stage, they were just giggling, they were having a laugh.
They picked Clinks. You better be having a good time.
You really should, and it's wait, they picked Clinks because it's almost Halloween.
I'm sure that's
spooky.
That's
Bone Zone.
That's why.
That's why.
That is not what the Bone Zone is.
That's not the Bone Zone?
No. That's my
a little
bedroom.
skeleton. Ayo.
No.
I got a laugh for someone out of that.
I mean, you can chalk this one up to an easy draft loss. But they knew they were doing that because there's no stakes to this game for them, so they want to try their new ideas.
$5,000 on the line, Mira.
Fair. That's actually not.
So they're playing
bad.
for well, not them because these guys won, but the Azure Ray players, they can buy a new graphics card
Maybe.
from Intel.
Maybe they can, but you know, they chose this. They chose this. Okay, but I understand the idea that, let's pick Clinks versus Enchantress, let's eat a creep, let's pick Ursa versus DK.
Just get a Midas.
Just get a Midas, right? No. Honestly, this game I would just chalk up to also on Tundra how well 33 on that Visage played. Outside of getting those early kills, which really made his game that much easier, he was always ready to join fights. If you saw when TA just stepped up on the hill in that laning stage, instant TP from Visage with a Tusk rotation. They get the punish. A few minutes later, he's in the top lane in his safe lane, just doing, enforcing such early fights. He made so much gold for himself, which also then enabled Whitemon and Saksa. Why did I forget his name? Whitemon and Saksa, they were just running around afterwards as a force, this two-man force wreaking havoc on side lanes. It really felt that Azure Ray, GG, had no plays there.
Indeed. I thought the double death on TA was brutal. There's nothing worse than dying mid, teeping back in, and dying again. Because you just think, well, what's the point then?
And then what am I doing? Shame all the way back.
It's not even a walk of shame. It's just a walk of, well, this is a waste of half an hour of my time. That's how it feels. You're just what's the point? I've lost the lane. It's over. And I can't contribute. I'm going to have to apologize to my team. That's what that is. And it's just mentally destructive.
You apologize to your team?
Of course, all the time. I shout at them a lot, but I also apologize for my own misplays. Viewers, am I wrong?
That's taking ownership of your mistakes, Ted.
I always do.
That's rare for Dota players.
I always do.
We just share the blame elsewhere, which is why I'm going to take this opportunity to share responsibility of this game's analysis to Brian, who's got the Kadia Award of the game.
Thank you, Neil, for this Kadia award of the game. I chose a little bit of an unexpected award, something you wouldn't think a team that is dominating the map and controlling everywhere on the enemy side would put a ward, and that is on their own triangle. And I believe this was initially to scout out Planet, who was always trying to go for those couriers, but who do they actually get? They were fishing for the little guy, and they end up getting the big whopper there, Neil, as Lau comes in to farm the Ancients. And he's like, who put the damn ward there? I have the TA. There's no trap there. And he just gets freely picked off, trying to scrap for any farm he could possibly find on the map. And usually that's what people do is they go to the other side of the map because their entire map's gone. And nowhere's safe, Neil.
So you mean to tell me that this Clinks pick literally threw them the game? Not just from the draft, but from the gameplay that this Clinks is orchestrating. Him attempting to bother to snipe couriers or some nonsense like that. Cost them everything.
You ever seen that SpongeBob episode with the hooks? And they're eating the hooks and getting caught? That's what happened to Lau there, you know? His teammate was just playing around with the hooks, risking his life. And instead, he's the one that gets caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, I hate to see it. But maybe you'll see a Game 2 redemption story from Azure. And if not, well then Tundra may just be cruising their way to a very, very solid journey through Dream League Season 24. We'll find out in our very last game of Group Stage 1 here on Dream League Season 24.
on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. At the bar, too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on rest, hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of Group Stage 1 here at DreamLeague Season 24. All these 2-game series are finally done, and I want to go around this circle, and I want you to share something that you've learned over the course of this Group Stage 1. And Brian, you can't cheat and use a tech analyst segment that you've already prepared. You need to come up with a new sentiment about Group Stage 1, about Dota that you've learned about. Go.
How long do I have?
Now.
I have learned that Earth Spirit can roll through Mars Arena.
Oh, did we actually test that?
Yeah, we tested that.
Oh,
I
nice,
learned-
okay.
Yeah, so I learned that.
Okay, great. That's a good
Oh,
one.
so you can.
Yes, he can.
Okay, good to know.
Mira, what have you learned out of Group Stage 1?
Hyacinth Medusa.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I learned that one too. I just
Very
forgot
good, actually. Nice way to play Dusa. If you don't need to deal damage, you can. There's a different itemization that Ame taught us.
I like it. Ted?
I've learned much.
Okay.
I've learned, for example, that Brian looks fabulous in a hot dog costume.
Well, okay.
I've also learned that if you try to phase shift dodge Mars spear, you can't. If any part of the spear is on you, you can't dodge it. Brian told me that because I was like, why didn't he dodge that? Like noob. Any real puck player would have dodged that. He was like, no, you can't. I was like, yeah, you can. You just phase shift. No, blah 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 blah. And I was like, oh, there you go. That's why Mars always kills me in my pub games.
You play puck?
Yeah, all the time.
Oh man,
like one of my most played heroes.
Really?
Yeah.
He says the phase shift kind of gives him time to like reevaluate his life right there.
Thinking time. It's thinking time. I pit that to Quinn. I said to Quinn, I told him that, and he just went, "Oh." I was like, so you can think a little. He was like, "What are you talking about?"
You need seconds to think. I only need milliseconds.
Tim is like,
that was
bam.
his response. Yeah.
I was like, I'm like phase shift, like, oh shit, what do I do? What have I got? I'm looking at my items. Oh, okay, I'll do that. And I live, and they're like, oh, he's a genius. But it's just, you see, a little bit of time to think.
So you mean to tell me that pro players, like, in the first 0.1 second of phase shift, they've already calculated their next 7 moves, and then he's just sitting there for 2.9 seconds being like, well.
That's what Quinn implied with his look of disdain.
Gotta let the debuffs wear off,
Yeah, just gotta sit here.
Yep.
This slow isn't gonna.
A waste of his
unslow
time. He could have watched at least 2 Reddit videos at that point.
How many TikToks you could have scrolled through? Exactly. But Dota's not a zoomer game.
No, I try to tell people it's actually quite slow compared to a lot of the games I've played.
It is.
It's quite steady. I mean, it's not turn-based, but you certainly do have time to make a decision. A lot of people panic. You've got time.
It's methodical.
Yeah, you've got time. Don't rush it. It's a
good metaphor for life, Ted.
Indeed.
There's elegance in this.
Yes.
Calculations are being run, but not by the millions and billions like supercomputers, but just like a little abacus moving around in my head. And I'm like, oh yeah, I can roll through Arena apparently.
Yep. You used to be able to, then you couldn't, and now you can again. So it really is just
Yeah, it's a sliding back and forth.
how it goes.
And now Azure are sliding the Clinks thing maybe back to unviable. The Ursa Batrider lane.
That was in the test phase.
That was in the test phase, so it hadn't committed one way or the other yet.
Yeah, that was still in the middle.
I say. But now we can push
I think we can put it on that side.
Okay, that's what I thought. Because even Pure lost with it, but he lost with it as a carry.
Yeah.
The hero may need a few more BCD patches before we see it up on this screen. Which is now where we have the draft, friends. It's game number 2 time. Azure, respect 33. Immediately take out his Visage. Don't want to fool around with that. Or his Beastmaster. Also ban out the Naga Siren and the Enchantress. Tundra, they take out the Invoker, the Shadow Demon, the Shadow Fiend, and the Lion, which was oh so hotly contested according to you, Brian.
I said that this hero only got banned 3 times, and it was going to get picked in this series because of that, and here we are. I did all that work for nothing, Neil.
But you're so smart though, because you predicted the ban. That's kind of a pick.
I did. That is my prediction for the rest of the tournament, though. I do think the heroes' ban stocks are going to go up. So Tundra's ahead of ahead of the game. They're moving on, so they know they're important. If Azure Ray had done it, I'd be a bit like, eh.
I can see that. I can see that. Azure Ray this time around though, they're going for pretty standard things. No more Clinks as a response to Enchantress. No, they let the Bristle through and they counter it with Timber.
Is this Nagastone? Because I haven't seen her yet. She's been banned pretty much every time. Is this the same Naga that was at TI where it's just like
you support Max Net, Greaves? Yeah, a few times I've seen it. It looked the same.
Fucking dull as shit. Get it out the game.
Deluge as shit.
Nice.
You're delusional if you think it's gonna be taken out of the game, Neil. Head.
Deluluge.
Muerta.
My witch master with a good joke. Well done.
Thank you, familiar. Brian, hot dog.
I can't keep up with
It's
Tell me
hard
my
to
hot
take
dog.
Brian seriously when he thinks and he says something and he's a hot dog. Like
It's when I get referred to as a hot dog, I feel very different in terms of my ability to give a decent answer.
But you're not saying it's in a bad way necessarily. It's just different.
It's just different.
It's just different.
Got to adjust to my new meaty self.
I just keep thinking of the Tim Robinson sketch, where the guy crashes the hot dog.
We're all
car.
trying to figure out
see
who
that.
picked this task.
I need to rewatch that for some motivation.
Dude, the most recent series is, in my opinion, is one of the funniest ones. I
Which
loved
one?
it. The most recent series. I think you should leave.
It's so good.
I love it. I love the sketch. I don't know why we're talking about this in the middle of the draft. The sketch where the kid's dad is playing VR and he just can't handle virtual reality and it turns into a mannequin at the end or something. It's so stupid. I love that.
I love the driving crooner sketch. That one is really good, but also the one from recent seasons where he just wants the food that other people ordered. Do you remember that one? That one is really good.
It's such a good show.
I'm partial to the dating show Zipliner.
Oh, naturally.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a great one.
I've never heard of the Zip.
You never watched the show?
I've never heard of Zipliner.
He's on a date. He's on one of those sort of bachelor-style dating shows where it's just a bunch of lads and one lady.
Yeah.
And he's just ignoring everyone and just on this zip line that leads to a pool.
Oh, I have seen that. I have seen that.
I think you're just here for the zip line.
That was so good. I've only seen the clips of it. I didn't watch the actual show.
Got a lot of good moments.
Oh man, what a show.
We should make one for Dota.
That would be a good one.
Yeah, sure.
Who's funny enough? You guys surely are. I'm not.
What would be a zipline equivalent at a Dota broadcast? So you're like, I feel like you're just here for the
snacks.
The hot dogs.
Snacks, the hot dogs.
Yeah.
But that one's too normal.
It's too obvious.
Gotta be out of left field.
Yeah.
It's got to be something. It's the pinball machine from last season.
Oh man,
something like that.
We had a pinball machine in the green room. It was based off Stargate.
Shoot the pyramid.
Shoot the pyramid. It kept saying.
So I never got to see this because I didn't work 23.
Yeah.
And
was
that was
glorious.
the short one, right? It was like
It was a short one. It was a baby DreamLeague.
So I didn't get invited to that. I think Slacks came out.
That is correct. We had
And
Slacks.
I never saw this pinball machine. I would love. I love
mythical
pinball.
machine.
It's my era, more or less.
I learned a lot about pinball. Those machines were intricate.
Oh,
For the
dude,
time.
yeah.
That was sick.
I remember when it broke down and everybody was in panic. I was up in arms. Everybody trying to fix it. Cinder was. Brian was actually the winner. He had the high score.
Yeah.
At the end of that season, I know because I vlogged it all.
The thing is with
It's
pinball,
on-
it
it's on
can
tape. We
feel,
got
it
that
can
for
feel
video
like
proof.
bullshit. If the ball just bounces and rolls straight down the middle, there's
Perfect.
nothing you can do. That's like, come on, dude. Like,
Yeah,
that's-
there were moments like that. But that was I called it a skill issue, even though I knew that it was
I
nothing
mean,
I could
it's
do.
there to make you put more money in, and because otherwise people would never get off.
True.
You know what I mean? You'd have to miss paddle, and that's quite hard to do.
It's the origin of the phrase tilting, is it not? So are Azure tilted right now? Because so far, this is not experimentation anymore. Now they're just like, well, we tried to have fun with Clinks and Ursa, and now let's just go back to regular old boring stuff.
I don't know if it is the origin of the tilting.
You don't think it is?
I don't know if it is. I know that the tilt thing in pinball is that the whole point is you rock the machine to avoid
Because you're
that happening.
so angry.
But no, it's just a smart play. And they had warnings on the machine. There's tilt, like that. I don't know. Maybe that is to say that you're tilted. I first heard it in poker. That's where I first heard it.
What would be the actual correlation of tilting physically to poker?
I don't know. You just like tilted. You just like lost your mind.
You're like leaning?
Yeah, maybe he's like, oh, maybe he's so drunk he's tilted over on his seat. I don't know. Maybe it does come from pinball.
Radiant team
We'll look that up later.
I'll look that up.
Yeah, we'll look that up. But I mean, the first time I ever heard it was in poker when you said someone was on tilt, meant that they were freaking out. The definition of it is that you are trying to make up for losses that you feel you shouldn't have had. So you like, I didn't deserve to lose those hands, so you start chasing.
And Dota definitely brings those feelings out.
Oh, yeah.
Dota, speaking of.
Yeah, we
there's
have a
whole
draft going on. We're 8 heroes in. I was going to say the Pugna pick's a bit different than the last one, because like the last time we saw Pugna was against a bunch of physical damage, and all they had seen was Muerta, who actually does more damage when you're decrypt, and Timber, who's pure damage. Yeah, I guess it's like it's nice for the laning stage, because Timbersaw wants to spam those spells, but...
They want to pick Storm.
You think Storm, huh?
I agree. They should pick Earth Spirit or Storm Spirit, because that's what Tundra's draft is lacking right now. Like, they have, you know, sideline supports. They have this hero who's going to farm the triangle. They have a win condition carry, but they don't actually have a hero that ties it together, because Bristle is not a team fight anchor. You know, he's like this body in the middle of it that does a lot of damage, but doesn't initiate for you, doesn't hold heroes down for you. You have to have that come through the mid lane. Pug would have been perfect, taken out.
So Lewis just whispered in my ear, the producer just whispered in my ear, saying that my pinball origin story was correct.
Oh my God.
I said it, I didn't think it was pinball, so I think they're not listening.
Tilt is a poker term used for a state of mental or emotional confusion or frustration in which a player adopts a suboptimal strategy. However, the term originated from pinball, where physically tilting the machine causes some games to flash the word tilt and freeze the flippers.
But it's not that you do when it's angry. You do it because you don't want the ball to roll. So it's just cheating, which is why I think it's weird that it then became being angry.
You know what's tilted, guys? This Medusa player who just got anti-maged because they decided to flex morph to mid and it's
Is this like a strength morph, you think? Like with the cooldown and like the other facet?
I don't think so.
We can
'cause there's not-
verify right there. He's flowing. He's not ebbing.
Yeah, he's flowing.
Strength.
That's the strength
Who's
morph.
wait, who's he? Which spells are you taking? There's like-
Timbersaw, maybe?
Okay, this Tundra draft is bizarre. Very odd. I like Azuray's draft, but you know, I'm glad they're experimenting. We're talking about pinball because there are no stakes to this game, but you know, there's always
$5,000
$5,000 on the line. Never
This
mind.
is about the best anti-mage game I've seen in a long time. If he can't win this one, then that hero is officially more than dead that I already thought it was, Neil.
So we'll learn even more out of this group stage one just from this one game.
This is the testing ground that all of us, including the teams moving forward, needed. And thank you, Azuray, for making this sacrifice for us.
Please, my paw.
We've tried the clinks, now it's time for anti-mage.
Time for anti-mage. How do you feel about anti-mage?
Chef anti-mage? Is that what you called him?
I don't like seeing him. I hate him. Am I meant to let go or are you going to let go?
I'm just waiting for the camera to pan to something else. Because we can't lose to them. This is
that's true.
This is a handshake contest now.
I feel like we're going faster than you guys.
Well, it's not about speed, it's about consistency.
Okay.
Oh, so we gotta get a
Ain't
rhythm.
that the truth?
Let's go to game number 2 with Cap and Cinderin.
That's right, baby. It's all about the motion of the ocean, the ebb and flow. And I am, of course, speaking about the Morphling facets.
Yeah.
Syndrome.
Of which it's not about ebb and flow, it's about ebb and only
No.
ever ebb.
No.
Except this game where it's
Yeah.
about flow.
Yeah.
Because it's a mid-morphling.
Hell yeah. We get to see flow Morphling. I think this facet has a lot of potential, Cinderin. It's just nobody wants to play offlane / support Morphling, you know?
Magic
We saw it
thyself out of
a little bit last year. And then it kind of fell out of fashion.
To battle.
I just don't think we have the players that are bold enough, brave enough to make this work.
But now we have Laurenov.
But
playing
now we
mid-
have Laurenov.
Okay, we were talking last game about how the Radiant draft of Azuray was not the best, probably.
Uh-huh.
This Tundra drafts look really weird, man. Just gotta go ahead and say it. I actually have no idea how it's gonna work. So I'm ready to learn. Obviously, this whole flow morph is a new thing for me. I don't think I've seen it in a pro game. It's probably been done before, but I haven't seen that particular game. And morph mid is kind of an old school thing to do, but it was played as a carry in mid. This seems like it's more of a utility path that you're taking. He's really high Dota plus level on the hero on Lornoff, so he knows what he's doing. He knows how to play the hero mechanically for sure. But I'm just looking at the big picture here, like how do Tundra force fights? How do they set things up? And what's the overall objective of the game for them? Because Antimate should win this one, eventually. They have nothing against that hero. Absolutely nothing, and he was last pick.
It's not even like the Morphling has very good heroes to turn into to, like, catch the AM.
No. There just is nothing. So you're on a timer, I think. Maybe it's an oversimplified view of it, because perhaps even ultra late game Bristleback has a ton of physical damage, so maybe he can fight the AM. I have no idea what mid-morph does, so maybe that does something to AM. I'll at least kill him in lane to start things off. It'll cost them.
But worth it for Sasha,
sure.
who gets the first blood.
If you asked me to give my prediction for this game based on the draft, I would say Radiant, like, I don't know, 85-15 maybe, like something very lopsided. But I am just curious to see if it's because of experimentation or just total ignorance on my part, like just not knowing how Tundra's lineup works.
Well, I think we can forgive you for being ignorant, because I'm fairly certain that we're all ignorant here.
Yeah, this is definitely a curveball. So
I'm not even convinced that Tundra really knows.
I was just surprised to see Lornoff be master tier on Morphling. Was he a carry player before mid? Because it's not been a mid hero for that much of his career, I think.
Yeah.
So he would have had to play it a ton before he became a pro player.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe he did.
He did play carry back.
Right,
I think probably Gambit.
Okay, well then it checks out. Oh, actually now I remember. You're right, Lornoff actually played a mean Morphling, but he played a carry. He
was like his signature carry hero. That and Clegs.
That's right. Now that you pointed out, I remember. Well, good head start for Tundra, you gotta say. If you're gonna pick something off the cuff like this, something different. Off the cuff is not the phrasing for that, but you know what I meant. If you're gonna pick something off-brand, then getting off to a hot start like this is definitely the way to go. And all three lanes, they have nice CS. They managed to kill the AM, as we already said. And the mid-morph, I guess this is an upside. I think mid-morph actually does really well against Primal. I don't see what that hero is supposed to do to you. You constantly just hit him for free. You can always waveform away. You can Adaptive Strike spam him, but I don't know how that works when you're playing Flow Morph, if you're prioritizing the same things. We'll see.
Interesting that he didn't go bottle, but he went Soul Ring instead. I would have assumed mid-morphling would take advantage of bottle, but apparently not.
I don't know what's happening. It's so weird feeling this unprepared for something. I don't think I've seen this facet in a game. And I've barely seen mid-morph in a year. So now I get both at once. I don't know what your item build, I don't know what you're trying to do in the game. So let's just
How long have you been playing Dota, Syndrome?
Since 2004, I think.
All right, solid 20 years. Me too.
Yeah. I mean,
You played professionally for how many years? 6, 7, 8?
2008, I guess, was my first game, and my last one was probably 2017. But I didn't play actively the whole time.
Sure.
It was probably like 8 to 9, maybe, in total.
So 9 years, let's say, professional experience.
Give or take.
You've attended every single TI, either as a player or as a caster.
Where are you going with this?
I'm just saying, if you're unprepared, then, you know, I don't know anybody else who's going to be ready for this sort of thing.
Has been killed.
Planet, taking away, we're all good there. The fight continues bottom lane. The tag team is a menace.
Oh, he does have Shadow Realm, so should be okay here.
And they have managed to burn through most of their mana, so maybe the threat is now gone. They died that one time, but they've taken away a bunch of mana from this Bristleback. Soxa doesn't have too much to work with either.
I'll tell you who would be more prepared for this pick. It would either be Fogged because he plays a lot of 5-man unranked, and you see everything in those games.
Sure.
Or Pyrian, because he plays a lot of unranked as well in a different bracket, where I feel like you see even more of this stuff. Is it wrong?
What do you think the chances that Ted would get the item build right on this Morphling?
Of him rushing Soul Ring and then going bottle?
And then going bottle!
I don't know, man. It's probably not high. But the thing about the Soul Ring is he's just using it to spam the Primal.
Yeah.
He's actually using it as an aggro item. A lot of the times when we see Soul Ring bot, it's a farming item. Like Mars is using it as a farming item, Darkseer's using it as a farming item, and I don't know much of any other heroes that even buy it. Like maybe I'm forgetting one.
Ooh, we got stuck on a bramble. 33.
Oh, those shards are not helping.
Correctly, and the shards make things so much worse. See ya, buddy.
Unfortunate. I mean, he has to try for it. It's like if he doesn't shard, he's also dead. So he gave it his best, but that was a difficult one. Han will get the kill.
He's going to run back and see if he can get the power rune. The Tusk is going to contest him there. Well, Laurinov has a freebie for top, and it is top. Invis rune. Okay, that's pretty whatever.
These lanes for Tundra are going great still. Despite a couple of kills being bled, still ahead on gold. All 3 cores looking happy and healthy.
Radiant are scanning.
How about we theorycraft a little bit here?
Yeah.
What do you think Morph should do in this game?
I think he should turn into the Timber Saw.
Okay, and how do you itemize and use Flow? Because what Flow does is when you attribute shift, you get cooldown reduction, right?
Yeah, which is why I think Timber Saw is by far. If he's faced up against.
Oh, nice trap here.
That is beautiful.
Oh, that is.
He does have a Lotus. It's not going to be enough.
All right, that's a sexy kill. I love that.
Clap,
Let's go.
clap.
No, not golf clap. Actual clap. That was really nice. I love that. All right, Laurinov.
He's already turning into the Timber Saw and trying to go after you. I mean, imagine you're whirling death on 2 strength heroes with a lower cooldown than Timber Saw has. That sounds pretty sick, and he blows him up right away. They do manage to get the silence on him. He goes back into the silence, runs into a bramble. He will die for all this. Whitemon gets some damage out, but it looks like nobody's low enough. Oh, Nightfall tries with the poison. He'll slow him down. Will manage to get that kill. A TP away, and no level 6 on the animage to stop him. He TPs successfully. He just got his 6, too.
Yeah. Okay, so he should turn into Timber.
Yeah.
What should he buy? Does the cooldown reduction work on items, or is it only abilities? Let's see here.
Would you consider an Ags?
It says ability cooldown acceleration, so it's only spells, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 33 is gonna die, and Saksa might join him in the grave.
You still being chased out by Whitemon. Turns around, hits him with the Timber Chain Chakram, trying to blow up the Pugna. Was it too much, New? Oh, that last hit wasn't quite enough. He throws out that moving Chakram that actually does manage to kill Saksa. He'll die to the Nether Blast in the end, but it might have just set Han up for a second kill. And it's Whitemon's gonna try and do a little loop-de-loop here, but eventually go for the deny on the creeps. Nope.
Okay. All right, so since it... I feel
Octarine! He goes Octarine.
More.
What do you think about if he gets an axe, right? You can use the Timber
So then you
Saw
turn into Timber and use reactive armor.
Yeah.
Axe. Okay. So you're playing it like...
You just play like Timber.
You're just playing another hero.
Yeah, but with lower cooldown than him.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Do you think Timber spells are good enough in this game? I guess it's one way of killing Anti-Mage that they have, because that's going to give them pure damage.
And it destroys Timber Saw.
Yeah.
Timber Saw
Good for the
hates
mirror
his own
matchup.
spells thrown at him. It's good against Primal Beast. It is all AoE damage, so it can kill the Dark Willow, Muerta.
Do you think they have to itemize catch to even take fights though that they want? Like, are you who's gonna buy it then?
I think Scythe of Ice is very much needed in this game.
And you buy it on Medusa?
Maybe he buys it on Morphling?
Okay, so he goes Axe Hex? Like, I'm not saying...
No, he's not going Axe. I think some sort of...
Good heads-up play from low here. He waited as long as he could on that snowball. So Saksa had to activate it, and then got to blink away after. But Planet... Oh, well, who's catching who, really?
Yeah, that was not the silence he wanted to run into. Planet sets up Han to feast in this little fight. His aim managed to pick up 2, and hey, look at that. Low comes back in to help be a part of one of those kills. I guess the other option is he turns into the AM and he builds like Manta.
Yeah, it just goes carry morph with blink.
Yeah.
But then he could have taken flow. Or Ebb, I mean.
True.
And there was no, like...
Tower has fallen.
I'm just trying to get into the mindset of what is the overall idea here, because...
Yeah, because he's not giving us any heads up.
From our conversation so far, I think the thing I like the most is him turning into AM and going carry items, in which case you just on Ebb.
Yeah.
But, I mean, maybe the Timber... Actually, the Timber version is probably equally good. If he can reliably turn into him and get farmed enough... Oh, I did get more farm.
Yeah, he's good, and he's also going to be picked up on a snowball.
I think Saksa is not so good here, perhaps.
No, probably not. Han's going to run him over. Trample over his dead corpse.
And the concern here for Tundra, obviously, as we've already talked about, the strategy is they don't have very good solutions for AM. So if they're losing these early fights and Low gets to farm, then the game is progressing just the way Azure want. And they know very well how 33 plays. They know he will be hungry for those stacks, so they're already going to scout it out over here with Neo. Trying to steal something away, but there wasn't much to be stolen except Ancients. That's just a little bit too hard for now. They need Timber plus Primal to steal the stacks, and Han was in mid, so... Okay.
He wastes no time.
Cute attempt. In case Laurenoff didn't activate Attribute Shift there, maybe there was a kill.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, they could...
Oh, maybe there's a kill anyway.
Yeah, it might just happen. You manages to bring the damage.
They got out the waveform, and then he was stuck next to trees and got caught in the calling.
Yeah, if he part of the flow thing, his primary attribute is strength.
Yep.
So it makes it so much worse against the Timbers on that specific situation. Whitemon draining for his life, but it's not good enough. So yeah, if he's gonna end up going the AM build, then all the more reason he should have gone flow, because you want to be an agility hero, not a strength hero.
I totally forgot about that aspect of it. Yeah, Timbersault's just gonna win.
Yeah, it goes both ways, I guess.
Oh no. Except if you have Ebb, then it only goes one way.
Bowled right through two of them. Oh! Yeah, that's the matchup right there, baby. Oh, it was a nice mana void. And Mew still runs down the Morphling. He's died back-to-back now. Whitemon's just trying... Oh, no. The blast didn't land. And his drain's going to get canceled. Hit by the Rod of Atos. Tundra just got worked. Absolutely worked.
There's no stopping them. They can pulverize the Tusk, and it's just going to be full duration. I guess they could stop it with an Adaptive Strike Strength. But yeah, when their heroes stack up, they're just absolutely destroyed. This was actually really nice from 33. He maximized everything out of that situation in terms of damage. But, yeah.
Well, I hope Azure Ray don't, get a 26-minute GG, because I really want to see what Laurenoff's going to do, and all I've been seeing is him having a win lane in his quick buy. All right, it is going to be Octarine.
He's rushing Octarine? Okay. And then he literally only has one play then. That's playing as Timber. Right? There's nothing else that's good with this.
Yeah.
So Laurenoff was just mad because he wanted to play Timber this game. And the enemy team picked it, so he said, pick me more if I want to play Timber.
Do you think he does that every single time?
It's just in their scrims. If the enemy team picks Timber, pick me more before I leave. I don't want to play. Well, so far I'm not inspired. I was ready to learn. To be fair, I've learned a decent amount actually in this game so far about how the hero works, but I haven't learned why it was good. So
just learn how garbage it is.
I hope we'll get. It'll be illuminated to us soon. Oh, this stack is going to get stolen, by the way, and the Wisdom Ring. Tundra can't contest this, but they'll at least steal the other one away with their Tusk. But yeah, now Anti-Mage is also online for farming stacks with the Battle Fury. He obviously can't tank them himself, but that's why Timber is there. It's a nice little body.
Is under attack.
Up 7,000 net worth. The pressure.
All right.
Talked about it being off.
Is this a more one-sided game according to Dota Plus than the previous game? So is it worse than 8% for Dire?
I mean, AM versus Dusa, I bet Dota Plus really favors that.
I feel like personally looking at this, I would give it more than 95 to 5. But I think Dota Plus, I'm going to say Dota Plus thinks 90-10.
I think it is less.
Let's see.
I think Dota Plus and myself would both judge it as less.
78-22.
Yeah, I feel like it's an 80-20 game. I would agree with that.
You think this is, in its current state, is an 80-20?
Okay,
You think Tundra play this game 5 times, they win one of them? You think so?
I think so because I think all their heroes can actually, like, it's AM versus Dusa, and that like matchup in isolation is terrible. But I do think some of their other heroes can do some great things.
Okay.
Just we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's a bristleback.
So who are you trusting, or trusting is the wrong word, who are you hoping will bring something here?
I mean, mostly bristleback. Because
Okay.
I haven't seen this Morphling.
This is the poorest I've seen 33 on Bristleback, I think, ever. He's 0-6.
Yeah, he got...
And he's 0-7.
He is about to have his eggs, though, and that'll speed up your farm.
Yeah, if you have access to the areas of the jungle that you need to farm with them.
Yeah.
Because that's my concern here, is that you can't really area control with your heroes. If Azure wants to have an area of the map, it's theirs, with the exception of the Dire base. They probably can't just claim that one yet, but if they're like, we want your triangle, I think Tundra have to yield.
Yeah.
Until Morph has this Octarine at least, so he can do something in the team fights, because that's what I was thinking. Oh, Whitemon.
Yeah, that Rod of Atos is going to stop White Mom. The dead shot will, and it'll set up Han. Comes rolling in. Snowball got over to the creeps. The Terrorize still going to hit them both, though. Han's going to chase after as he kills Whitemon as a casualty. Goes for Sox as well. Now here comes the Bristleback. Without an axe.
Try to zone them off. Pulverize.
Got the Gorgon's Grasp. Lornoff turning into the Timber Saw. Hit the Whirling Death onto Han. Brought him low. They slow him down with the Venomous Volley, and they get him. But what about the AM?
Oh my god, that hit Bristle down there? Dude, he was 800 range away. What?
That AoE has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger over time.
It's 600. Oh, he has the talent.
Ah,
it's 600 plus 200 from level 10 talent. So yeah, it was actually 800. Funny how that works.
You know your distance.
That's crazy. I was in disbelief. Back when I played, this was 300 range.
Tiniest AoE. Yep.
This has come a long way from being. I mean, originally it was a single target.
Yeah.
It was a single target for like 10 years, I think, until it eventually got its AoE. And then the AoE was very small, and people were kind of memeing on it. Yeah, how many heroes are you ever going to hit with this? Well, guess what? It covers half the screen, apparently. So you're probably going to hit something.
Well, this matchup is never going to get better for poor Nightfall, but he's trying to get to a butterfly, which is the best you can do.
Yep.
Again, Lornoff turning into the Timber Saw and trying to threaten New, but problem is New is just a bigger beast than he is. Good God!
That is just not normal to watch Morph die like that to Timber.
You think you're gonna Whirling Death me? Nah, son, I Whirling Death you.
Him being strength just absolutely ruins him.
It's so bad.
He killed him from 70% with Timber.
Oh my God.
He just cast all his spells once and just blew him up.
Man, we really theory crafted the hell out of it, and then we just forgot the basics of, oh yeah, he's a strength hero now.
I'm glad you pointed it out, because it's explained a lot of what's happened so far in the game. It's been pretty obvious that this matchup has not been great for him.
Yeah, put all your stats into strength, and then watch Timber Saw cut 16% of that away.
33. Out of mana, out of health. It's some good damage, though.
Is this going to be a faster game than game one?
It's very possible. I mean, it depends how long Tundra want to go on for, because at some point you could, just be like, all right, mission, like, experiment failed, right?
Gorgon's Grab goes to try and save himself under the tower. That's never going to happen. Azure Ray, I mean, when they are up, their lineup is so mobile that, yeah, as you said, when you have the strength to take over any part of the map and then you can move around the map very efficiently, it is a really dangerous combo. They're like, oh, hero showed bottom lane, but then, 30 seconds later, the entire, Azure Ray squad could be on the other side of the map.
Uh-oh, 33 is not safe here, actually. Oh, missed the Chakram, that'll help. Now he's pretty safe. And we've been focusing a lot on these core-to-core matchups, but the fact of the matter is also the supports on the Radiant are twice as rich as the Dire ones.
Yeah.
So we're also going to see utility items come out. We're seeing them where it's a scaling. She's going Silver Edge. Oh, they found low, but unfortunately their lineup doesn't have stuns, so he blinked.
Who would have thought?
I mean, remember that conversation we had yesterday about the conversation we had 2 days before? About how every hero in Dota is good sometimes? Anti-Mage is good in maybe 1 to 2% of pro games. And among those 1 to 2% of pro games, this is in the 1 to 2%. So,
yeah,
this is like a 1 in 10,000 AM game. It's literally completely free, and on top of that, the enemy lineup doesn't make sense.
What do you think the next year?
It's like, how much better conditions do you want, Lo?
God damn, that was savage. What do you think the next 1 to 2% hero is going to be that you reference tomorrow? To reference the conversation.
That's a good question. We've had some unusual picks so far in the tournament, right?
Yeah, we had.
I think tomorrow I'm not going to reference any because there'll be 0 games.
Oh, true.
But the day after,
right,
we will be back for more Dota. What's a hero I would like to see that hasn't been picked yet? What even hasn't been picked anymore? Techies, I guess, hasn't been picked? Necrophos?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. All the strength heroes, I kept thinking, like, when is Necro ever going to come back? They killed, or they didn't kill, but they decreased the strength of Mage Slayer a little bit, which is part of the problem. They lowered Pipe, which is part of the problem, you know?
I feel like Necrophos kind of falls in the AM category in Pro Dota, where in the right game, I think the hero can just be the best pick.
Sure.
But it is very specific conditions, and you have to pick it very late. And the roles that pros play Necrophos in is generally mid, I would say, more than anything. So he needs to have a good mid matchup, and the enemy needs to have beefy heroes, and they need to not have the ideal Nullifier buyer. If all of those conditions are met, and your mid hero also doesn't need to be active, he can be amazing.
What do you think the best mid matchup of, like, the meta mid heroes are right
For Necro?
Yeah.
He eats Ember alive, for example.
Okay.
Like, that matchup is terrible for Ember. I would imagine he's pretty good against all of the melee mids, basically.
Sure.
But Earth Spirit probably does the best against him because he can farm from range.
All right, Octarine's done.
Okay.
Is he going to go Scythe next?
It's time to show what this was all about.
The problem is he dies so quick to Timbersaw that we don't get to see the cooldown reduction in play. He jumps in and dies in 2 seconds, so...
Wait, so what are his cooldowns right now? Oh, Whiteman died. Does he just have Timber spells every second, basically? He has, how much CDR was that? 60% from strength, and then Octarine?
60%, yeah.
So it's like 75?
Yeah.
So he has a Timber chain every second. Honestly, that sounds pretty hype. I'm not gonna lie. This sounds fun. I want to see him have a good fight. And then whether they win or lose the game, I just want to see this concept in action, okay?
And he took the Whispers of Dread, too. So
yeah, he's all in on that
spell damage. That's pretty cool.
Yep. He's ready.
Just show it once. One time, Lord. He's almost level 15. He can get the morph duration.
Yep. Dude, imagine the last team fight of the game. They just have a random Lincolns on the Timber, and he uses morph on Lincolns, and then the game ends. That would be the biggest letdown of this game. Just we waited the whole game, and then he uses it on Lincolns, and it's over. I don't know what I hope for more at this point. If it's that or the actual good fight.
Oh, Mana Void damage multiplier online.
Oh, dear.
Dude, he's gonna Mana Void this Dusa and blow up the entirety of Tundra. All right, he's going BKB. Lorna thinks BKB is required. And I would say that's fair when
and that's Silver Edged up. Oh, it's just Shadowblade. Okay. But they're still going to go with the silence.
Zoxa can't bail you out. He's trying to live himself. So 33's dead. Zoxa now on the run. Well, he's running scared now. Got that terrorize in him.
I don't know what to say.
Kind
of just along for the ride here. Just
waiting for Lorna.
It's been a while since I've been this dumbfounded in the game. It's like, I just don't understand, man. Oh dear.
Again, we're talking about an analyst who's like quite literally seen it all when it comes to Dota.
I have not seen this before. It's
hasn't
definitely
seen this.
This last month of casting for me has had some of the weirdest games I can remember ever casting. I've had 2 or 3 of them in the last 3 weeks.
He got Stonegaze off. He still has Manta.
Okay, come on, Laurenov.
Here he goes.
All right, what's the cooldown on Timber Chain? 2 seconds?
No, stay as the Timber Saw. Come on, come on. Yeah, it's like 2 seconds.
Right, hopping around.
4.5. Stop flopping.
2 seconds. It says 2 It's like a second and a half, I think.
Yeah.
On the chain.
I don't... Does he have to turn back into the Morphling to get the...
I don't think so. Does he? All right. Well, oh. Okay. The grand reveal. He did 10% of Timber.
Yeah. All right. 33 in trouble and is going to be bailed out by a Glimmer Cape, maybe? No. Han comes through. Knocks him down. Hit that Whirling Death on him, Laurenov. You got this. Tick-tock, the morph timing is running out. It's weird because like whenever he turns into the Timber Saw, he's like when I look at his spell cooldown, it's only giving him the Octarine cooldown reduction. So like for example, Whirling Death is 4.5. That's just the 20.
Oh, when you mouse over it, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the reality is way shorter.
Yeah. So I don't know what it actually is.
To me, it looked like the Timber Chain was about 1.5, which would be down from 4, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it was 1.3, so that would be about 67%.
It's down. Yeah. Down.
It's probably somewhere between 65 and 70%, which is a little bit of a weird... That's weird mathematically, right? If he gets 60% from strength, from being morphed, or being shifted, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get...
I think I just moused over it. Morphling's ability cooldowns, a maximum of 60% acceleration at 175% agility to strength ratio. He definitely had that, because it updates dynamically. 33 dies again, and White Mon dies again. Yeah, he's on 60% right now. When you mouse over, because it updates. When he starts shifting, you can see what the current percentage of ability cooldown acceleration is.
Okay.
So it's at 60 now, and you would think if it accelerates 60% faster, maybe this counts as a different mechanic than cooldown reduction. So it's like, oh, well, that wouldn't make sense. It's literally the same thing.
It is curious why they called it acceleration. It means the cooldown. Yeah, that is pretty interesting.
It might be that the Octarine is activated first, so then the spell cooldown is 75%, and then he accelerates that 75% by 60%.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then you're like 30-something, right? That would check out. So then it's 1.3 seconds on the chain. All right.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Here comes low.
We really didn't get to see this Morphling too much at all.
Low.
Go, Bristol back, go! Oh, we got him!
All right,
that's an Aegis.
All right, Toxic, kick him into Fountain. Kick him in the air.
Just sell all your items to buy an X. I don't think if he sold all those items, he would have enough. He's got 4,900 net worth. He definitely would not have enough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, there's the Scythe of Ice, just not on the Morphling. He always just been a better Timber Saw than him the entire game. We thought he was going to be a better Timber Saw. It turns out he's a worse Timber Saw.
It's like the "we have this at home" meme, you know? He's like the Timber Saw at home, and it's just the Morphling turning into him and then getting one shot. Guys, I want to play Timber! Oh, that was a good timing on the laugh. I appreciate
enough like that. Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
All right, what do you think Tundra's comms are like?
Guys, what the fuck do we do?
I think they're...
Lordoff, this is your stupid idea. When does your hero come online? It's BKB, guys. BKBs. That's when I can actually go in as a Timbersaw and I can commit.
Guys, wait, I just need one more item.
One more item.
It's just that thing all game, guys. Just wait, okay? I just need a bit more.
You thought your your Animage teammate was bad. Nope.
Nightfall is like, guys, I got butter. Okay. There's that BKB and 100 gold. And he got a new neutral item. What's he gonna take? Is there anything better than Whispers of the Dread with what he's trying to do?
Yeah, I was trying to think if there's...
But again, we still don't know what he's trying to do, because he hasn't shown us yet. Okay, he's going to take the Elven Tunic.
All right, so he'll BKB, and he'll have some evasion against the Animage. And he won't have White Mod, because White Mod just keeps throwing himself down the side lanes. Doesn't care if he dies, but...
Okay.
Jesus, huh?
Here comes Lordoff!
Here goes Lordoff! This is his time to shine, baby. Hit him with those whirling deaths. Oh, yeah, he's making moves right now. He is all over the place. Waveforms over the side. Timber chains. And waveforms again. Hit him with a whirling death. Waveforms again. Turns into a timber stop. Back into a whirling death. Oh, my God. He's not winning this fight at all. The spells of the world do nothing. They don't do a thing.
Oh, that's the stuff.
Dire's bottom tower.
Lordoff, are you ready, Lordoff? Lordoff,
guys, wait.
Are you online?
Guys, wait. I just need one more rice cake.
GG. What a fun game.
Honestly, I had a good time. I don't know.
Too.
I don't know if you had. I had a good time. Sometimes when games are like this, and it's just, it gives you some perspective, and it gives you something else to talk about. And it gives you, you know, you have this moment, you're really looking forward, you're like, the payoff is really worth it of waiting for like 20 minutes for this Morphling to come online, and then the payoff is that he just dies and does nothing. It's cinema. I love that.
You know what
I don't know.
You want a throwback meme? You know what? You remember what was it? Puppy versus Havost, where it was just like...
Oh, the one with the gyrocopter just pressing R, and then, or is that?
Yeah. Wait, I think it wasn't it Weaver or something like that?
Yeah, it's with Kuro and Havost, and Kuro's playing support Weaver and managing all his cooldowns.
Yeah.
And Havost has 2 rapiers on gyro, and he's just pressing one button or whatever.
It was that. It was Morphling casting a billion spells, and then he was just like, E. That's all. Go waveform and Whirling Death and Timber Chain as many times as you want. You can't beat that Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, that's good. That was fun. All right. Well, I'm not surprised with how this game went. I'll say based on the drafts, I was ready to be surprised, but ultimately this game kind of just, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure. I think the panel will have a really great breakdown of this and can tell us exactly what Thunder did wrong.
But first, I need to correct your meme knowledge because it's actually my YouTube video that you're referring to. It was indeed Havost on Weaver, but it was Seneko on Winter Wyvern. It's average Navi teamfight.mp4, yes. Frantically, Seneko is moving his camera around every which way, trying to figure out how to save people, use Glimmer Capes, use Cold Embrace, and out here Havost just presses W, runs around, gets hit, presses R, runs around, gets hit. That's the difference. You got sweaty speedrunner Lornoff here being like, okay, I'm gonna turn into the Timbersaw, I'm gonna go reduce my cooldown, then I'm gonna Timber Chain, then I got my waveforms back off cooldown so I can go back into that, and then Whirling Death is off cooldown. Meanwhile, Anti-Mage is just right-clicking on you, singing Maroon 5 the whole time. And that's the difference.
What's Maroon 5?
That's the sweaty speedrunner meme where it's the one guy who's like typing frantically or whatever, and then the other guy is just like dancing.
Oh, I don't know that one.
I'm sure you've seen it.
Oh, I'm sure I have.
I'm sure you have. You just saw it in this game.
True. You know what else I saw in this game? A terrible draft.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I didn't say that. Mira said it, and I stole it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What can you do?
What can you do? WCYD. It was a fun experiment for two reasons, because we got to learn that anti-mage is indeed viable under certain circumstances, and that
if the enemy team doesn't give a fuck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Flow Morphling may not be super viable.
I mean, I'm sure in some universe, Flow Morphling is viable, but like if you're playing Flow Morphling just to be Timbersaw, that is ridiculous. Like Flow Morphling is actually, I can see it kind of being good because like you see the situation where, okay, Primal Beast mid, Morphling good lane versus Primal, but Flow Morphling is really good if you can steal stuns, like low cooldown stuns. That's when you can start cooking up the Flow Morphling, but doing it just for Timberchain, I mean, this game didn't mean much to them. That's why they did it. They're there to have a good time, but yeah. Back to you, Ted.
What do you want me to say?
Back to you, Neil.
What do you want me to say?
Back to you, Ted.
No, you had one more option, Mira.
Oh, yeah. A hot dog. A man in a hot dog suit.
Sorry. I forgot to tell you, Fortnite Man won a game.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wait, what?
Just
Oh, wow.
now.
Okay, that was actually
Wait.
not what I had in
That's
mind.
what I wanted to tell you guys. I'm looking at...
Are you serious?
So, Palanitsia beat Heroic in game 2.
Whoa.
About that?
That's how we conclude our group stage with Fortnite Man taking...
I wasn't that on the TV.
And it was a 50-minute game, so it seems pretty epic.
Whoa.
Man.
That's an epic victory royale right there for Fortnite Man. Nearly as epic as our Acer Predator head-to-head, because who's the third person on this panel that we can pass it to, Mira?
Hot Dog Slamma Jamma.
I feel like I can't possibly give a better head-to-head than Fortnite Man versus Heroic, but for this game, you guys may have guessed it, I chose Lornoff and versus New. You know, we got the cosplayer and then the real Timbersaw himself. It turns out that if you turn into Timbersaw, you will do about 40% as much hero damage with a bunch of items meant to make you be the Timbersaw. And then we also just wanted to see XP per minute. The reason why I wanted this stat was because you're turning into him, so you're getting his level of spells. So strategically, he does have half as much experience, but he is getting the levels of Timbersaw. So that part of it, I can see it. The vision is there. But as this game itself was kind of a meme, so is my segment. As we're gonna see Morphling trying his darndest in this game, and that's gonna about sum up every single time. But we got this epic duel at the end here, where this is where you're online. This was what we've built this entire 30K lead for the enemy team for, and that's it for me, guys.
Get your hot dog ass over here.
Oh, baby. I love when you talk to me like that, Neil.
Now lay there.
Welcome.
Thank you. Motionless. Perfect. So I got a phone call to take with the winner of that game number 2. So it's a rare interview opportunity. Jin will be helping us to translate with Han. I wanted to speak to you, Han, specifically because you are the youngest of the players, at least in terms of competitive background. So I want to know, how did you get into Pro Dota 2 and how did you end up on Azure?
首先韩，因为这是第一次采访你嘛，然后就想了解一下你的一些背景，因为你是在战队里面就是职业生涯最短的一位选手，就想问你，你是如何是怎么就是踏入这个打职业电竞的一个这个赛道呢？
就比较喜欢打游戏，就想打职业了。
So Han says that I just really enjoy playing games. So naturally, you know, I found my place here in esports.
Were there any other games that he had a background in before Dota?
在打 Dota 2之前，你有就是打其他游戏的电竞吗？
就只是玩普通的游戏，就之前玩英雄联盟。
Oh dear, he plays a certain competitor to Dota 2 that I'm not gonna name here.
Well, then that actually gives me a good question, because oftentimes I hear about how Dota is waning in popularity in China. So what brought him to Dota? Clearly we're doing something right.
就是也听说，就是 Dota 在 Dota 这个社区在国内有一定就是选手。 玩家数额有一定下滑的这个迹象嘛，然后就想问你，那你为什么又就是选择就是参加 Dota 2，并且打 Dota 2的电竞呢？
就有一次和同学们一起玩的时候看到了这个游戏，然后我们就一起玩了几把，然后当时就觉得挺难打的，就一直被那种就是捕鱼的虐，然后我朋友都不玩了，然后就我自己一个人在玩，然后我后来就玩下去觉得挺好玩的，我就自己一直一个人在玩了，然后后面就打职业了。
I mean, just a bit of background. I first started playing Dota 2 with some of my classmates, some of my friends together, and we pretty much ended up playing against Smurfs, and they completely dominated us. It was not a fun experience at all. I found that the game was impossibly hard, immensely difficult. But and eventually what happened was that my friends, they stopped playing one by one, and it was just me that was left. But I am just masochistic for pain. No, actually, I paraphrase that. He didn't say that.
Sure.
But yeah, he enjoys the difficulty, and he just the difficulty is what really draws him in. And the more he played, the more he enjoyed it, and naturally he found himself doing esports now.
Yeah, I mean, if you enjoy that journey of difficult competitive nature, then being an esports player is the next big step. So then would like to know expectations for the year, because obviously the second place Chinese team is seemingly always up for grabs. So what are the, I guess, peaks and expectations that Han is hoping to achieve this year?
就想问你，今年呢，你认为你对你自己以及你们的战队有什么样的一个期望呢？因为现在中国就是中国的这个赛区呢，应该说第2名还是有很多竞争的战队的，所以就想问你，你这一年你会有对自己和在整体这个成绩方面有什么样的期望呢？
主要就我觉得先提升自己的水平和队友磨合的程度吧。
I mean, right now I'm more focused on what's happening right in front of me, which is just continuously improving myself, my own gameplay, my own skills, and also the teamwork and the team bonding that's happening within the team as well.
Nice. I love the attitude. That's the kind of growth that I'm hoping to see out of the next generation of Chinese Dota players. Han, condolences on the result. Anything that you would like to say to the Azure fans who have been able to watch the journey so far in DreamLeague Season 24 as it comes to a close?
就想最后问韩，就是现在可能依然也有很多就是粉丝AR 战队的粉丝，甚至你自己的粉丝就是熬夜熬到现在还在看你们的比赛，就想问你，你有没有什么话想跟你的粉丝们说吗？
谢谢大家的支持吧，让大家失望了，对不起。
Thank you everyone for your support. I would also like to apologize to my fans for disappointing them, and just I'm very sorry about that.
The year is still early, Han. I imagine you'll have many more chances for redemption. Xie and Jin, thank you very much for translating. We'll catch you both later on. Thanks for joining the tournament. See you later, because that is it for Azure. Regardless of the result for this game, Group B was already predetermined before the series began, which is a shame, but at least we got to see what they can do given the right resources, or perhaps given Tundra intentionally nerfing their own resources? Because, Brian, what was your opinion of that draft?
I thought it was a player error. I think that was a sick draft from Tundra, and everything they said was wrong, and Tundra should have had it.
You're saying if Lornoff was Grandmaster tier instead of Master tier, they would have won that?
Precisely.
I figured as much.
Gibberish.
No.
I'm just getting him practice.
Something about him yelling at me that like that with the whiskers is really great.
You're saying you can't take me seriously dressed like this, Brian?
You telling me you take me seriously?
I take you very seriously.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Serious as a hot dog. That's a famous saying.
Is it
as
really?
Serious as a hot dog. No,
well, that's how serious I am, Ted.
It's not a real saying.
I believe it. It is now. Anytime that somebody doesn't take me seriously, I'm going to say, I'm serious as a hot dog right now.
Exactly. There you
And then I'm
go.
going to show them this clip.
This is the beauty of Dream League. It's the juxtaposition that you can have some absurd thing on your screen, and yet the most beautiful Dota is also right there with it.
And the last game.
And the last game. The contrast.
Because that really was beautiful.
Exactly. Beautiful.
Beautiful draft. But you know what you were saying about Azure? Honestly, I thought they had some good moments this tournament. I watched them a little bit, and they do have that old LGD spice that Niu brought with him of, like, you know, picking the Dawnbreaker, rallying behind some SFS carry, buying like utility Dawnbreaker, playing behind that, ending early. Like, they looked good when they were playing timing-based drafts in this tournament. So I do think there's hope for this roster, hot dog.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's
I'm
not like...
serious as a hot dog, by the way.
He's a big fan of the old LGD hot dog.
Like, it's not like they just showed up and done it, you know? So, like, when you get, what was it, 5 or 6 wins towards the end of, like, total for the group stage?
Great question, Brian. Why don't we pull up our group stage standings and we can figure out how group stage 1 shook out, as every single team has been locked and loaded to either move forward or say goodbye here at Dream League Season 24. The teams that will be moving forward and the teams that are going to get some extra points. Parivision crushing it, 10-4 in first place, which means that they're going to get 300 extra EPT points for doing so well in this group stage 1. Liquid are going to get second place with 150 stage points. Xtreme Gaming will be getting 75 stage points with their third place finish, and BetBoom team are just happy to have made it, because it's a possibility that they would have had to play a tiebreaker if they did not 2-0 Avalis. But because they 2-0'd Avalis, give me another woo. That's what I'm talking about. Then that means that Avalis was eliminated along with the other teams.
Yeah, 5 wins.
The memory escapes me now. 5 wins.
For Azure?
Yes, they did. Because they're in Group B, but they got eliminated with 5 wins. On first place, though, it's Falcons, the most wins of any team in Group Stage 1 with 12. They get the 300 stage points. Waska get second place. I actually don't know. I don't know if Waska, Tundra, how that head-to-head went. Maybe Dr. Neustadel needs to be consulted to figure out.
If Tundra dropped to third, they deserve it after that last performance.
Oh, we Neustadled it. So Waska out-Neustadled
Oh,
Tundra.
really?
Yeah.
Dr. von Neustadel has spoken.
He did. He called him up.
Wow, and Waska did it. So if
Waska.
Tundra had won one more game, they would have finished
Yeah, that
second.
Morphling cost them 75 EBT points.
That,
Interesting.
unironically, is true.
Waska Tundra drew.
Okay, then. We had to call up Dr. Neustadel. So, yeah. I would be very amused to know if that comes back to haunt them. Or who knows, maybe we watch another game and Lornoff does great on Flow Morphling because he got this one game of practice. But that's a story for perhaps the future, because the 4th place team to make it through is Team Spirit, as they slip through with an 8-5 score. But that means that we say goodbye to the bottom 4 teams in Group B: Talon, Azure, Heroic, and Palanitza.
They got that donut turned into a breadstick, though,
They
Neil.
got a breadstick.
Palanitza got the
got a
victory.
Arguably
They
a
did.
hot dog.
Fortnite Royale.
Fortnite man.
Fortnite
Got a game win. That's really what matters here.
It's actually pretty hype. Like,
Yeah.
it's such a big difference to go 1-13 as 0-14.
They beat the champions of PGL Wallachia.
Very good.
Put that on his Wikipedia
Put that
page.
on the Wikipedia page. Added as paragraph number 17 for his already very long Wikipedia page.
Agreed.
And then in brackets, and that's on hot dog.
And that's on hot dog.
Not the
Are we finished?
It's been nice spending this day with you guys.
We're just getting
What
started,
a wonderful
Ted.
Halloween
What else
with
have
you
we
guys.
got? What's coming up tomorrow, Neil?
That's a great question, because this is just Group Stage 1, but Group Stage 2, we got best of 3s on the agenda. It's not going to be tomorrow, though, because
got tomorrow off.
would have been a tiebreaker day, but we have no tiebreakers. So instead, we'll see you on Friday, day after tomorrow, on this stream and this stream alone. No more Storm, Ember, Earth. This is the only spirit that you need to be paying attention to. ESL_Dota 2. We're going to start the day off, the day after tomorrow off, with Tundra versus BetBoom team. Ted.
Xtreme Gaming will take on Team Waska at 2:30 CET, followed by Paravision against Team Falcons, 2 of the best teams so far in the tournament. We get
That
to
is
see
correct.
them head-to-head right here on ESL_Dota 2. And rounding out the day on Friday, Team Liquid against Team Spirit at 9:30. Don't miss any of those series. There's sure to be absolute fire emoji, as the kids say.
For sure.
Lit, bro.
Especially because a couple of the teams here, we did not see on our evening shift at Parivision and Waska.
Haven't seen BetBoom on the evening shift. Haven't seen Waska. Haven't seen Paravision. Did we see Spirit?
We
did
saw them.
see Spirit.
Yeah, we saw them
did?
once.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know if Parivision was on the mainstream at any point. It was Parivision was not on the mainstream at any point. So these guys have just been quietly cleaning up on the secondary streams and are going to get an opportunity to debut their prowess on the mainstream.
That means our tech analysts are going to have to go and watch a bunch of replays, right?
I do that every day, all day.
I know you
I
guys
know you do. But yeah, those are the 8 teams that remain in the tournament, and you're going to be seeing a whole lot more of them for the next week and a half. And we're going to be there guiding you through it. Friends, what a joyous group stage 1 it's been. I had a great time.
I did. These are the good days.
These were the good days. And
Well,
the days are only going to
still
get
saw a
better.
bit of sunlight, Neil.
That's right.
And now it's just darkness.
Because the BO2s, those end at a somewhat predictable time, but the BO3s, they can go on forever. You never know when those days are going to end, which is why we need to enjoy these moments and enjoy the sleep that you can get tomorrow, because we won't see you tomorrow. We'll see you day after tomorrow for the beginning of Group Stage 2 of Dream League Season 24. Bye-bye.
shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shock, the future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do it now, baby. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. You ain't got time for excuses.
baby.